Rong Yin perished while saving another, only to find himself orchestrated by the heavens into the body of a merman, thus extending his originally fleeting year of life. The merman, strikingly beautiful, wept tears that transformed into pearls and was captured to be presented before the sovereign. Upon encountering the brooding emperor, Rong Yin realized he had traversed into a novel he had previously perused. In the original narrative, the emperor merely served as a backdrop, emerging from chaos to become the founding monarch. Yet, plagued by severe insomnia, he developed a ruthless disposition, orchestrating countless executions during his 5-year reign, instilling fear throughout the court, where he was secretly vilified as a tyrant. His lack of sleep and declining health, compounded by excessive diligence in governance, led to the untimely demise of the tyrant, Zongzheng Xiao. Following his death, his nephew, who was the male protagonist of the original story, ascended the throne, engaging in a tumultuous romance with the female lead, a princess of the fallen dynasty, spanning 1,000,000 words of heart-wrenching narrative. Initially, Rong Yin believed that falling into the hands of the tyrant Zongzheng Xiao would spell a year of torment. To his surprise, Zongzheng Xiao treated him with unexpected kindness. When the confines of the pool proved inadequate for swimming, Zongzheng Xiao constructed a grander water basin. When Rong Yin was injured, Zongzheng Xiao personally applied medicine. When Rong Yin felt hunger, Zongzheng Xiao fed him exquisite delicacies. The only source of Rong Yin's discontent was Zongzheng Xiao's incessant fondling of his face. Rong Yin internally grumbled about the lecherous behavior, only for Zongzheng Xiao to increase his antics. One day, as the original male protagonist appeared, Rong Yin, lounging on Zongzheng Xiao's lap in the sun, pondered whether this was the same nephew who, after ascending the throne, would elevate the fallen princess to empress, thus causing chaos that nearly led to the nation's downfall. Shortly thereafter, palace attendants, while cleaning the pool, conversed about how Zongzheng Xiao's nephew conspired with the remnants of the fallen dynasty and was recently executed alongside his princess wife, with the remaining factions swiftly eradicated. It was then that Rong Yin realized Zongzheng Xiao could hear his innermost thoughts. Recalling his earlier criticisms, Rong Yin shrank back into the water, only to be pulled out by Zongzheng Xiao. Trembling with trepidation, Rong Yin heard Zongzheng Xiao's amused voice. "Yin, would you kindly elaborate on the techniques of paper-making, gunpowder, and coal that you previously mentioned?" Rong Yin retorted, "Will you spare me if I do?" Zongzheng Xiao replied, "Not all. I intend for you to be my empress." Rong Yin lamented, "You desire everything, you scoundrel." Zongzheng Xiao smiled, "Indeed, I do." Rong Yin was left speechless. When he was swept away by the raging river, Rong Yin's first thought was not of his imminent death, but rather a sense of relief that he had managed to save the child who had fallen into the water, and at least that young life would continue, brimming with infinite possibilities. As for himself, afflicted with a terminal illness and with only a year left to live, whether he perished early or late mattered little. For the first time, he expressed gratitude for the hardships of his 21 years as an orphan, devoid of family or true friends. Thus, his passing would not grieve anyone. He wished that in his next life, the heavens would not forsake him in solitude. As he made this silent wish, surrendering to the inevitability of death, he closed his eyes in tranquil anticipation. Yet, the anticipated agony of drowning did not ensue. Instead, he felt an extraordinary lightness, his breath as free as it had been on land. As he pondered this bewilderment, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. "The celestial order is constant. Good and evil are rewarded accordingly. Your life was not meant to end today. A year of existence shall be restored to you." In an instant, the tumultuous sound of water dissipated, replaced by a soothing tranquility, accompanied by melodious birdsong in the distance. Rong Yin opened his eyes to reveal azure irises, clear and bright like the vast ocean. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of confusion, but it did not hinder his ability to discern the beauty surrounding him. Beneath a cerulean sky, amidst a cluster of exquisitely arranged rockeries, stood a verdant bamboo grove. A cobbled path meandered gracefully, leading to pavilions and corridors not far away, where delicate flowers swayed gently in the breeze, their fragrance wafting through the air. High walls and dark tiles encased this picturesque scene, reminiscent of the courtyards of noble families depicted in period dramas, refreshingly elegant, yet understatedly opulent. While Rong Yin marveled at his unexpected surroundings, his mind conjured an explanation. Although he had been afflicted with a terminal illness and faced imminent death, he had still possessed a year of life remaining. His noble act of saving another had led to his untimely demise, and the heavens, in their benevolence, had bestowed upon him a new existence, granting him a healthy body to live out his remaining days. It was then that he discovered he was floating in a pool, gazing down to see his reflection in the crystalline water. His features remained unchanged from his past life, save for the color of his eyes and the paleness of his skin, with ears resembling fish fins. Wait, fish fins? As he reached up to touch his ears, glistening droplets cascaded from his delicate skin, revealing faint, nearly transparent scales on his wrists. A wave of unease surged within him as he leaned against the edge of the pool, bracing himself. With a splash, a long, powerful fishtail emerged from the water, sending droplets flying. The elegant curve of the tail shimmered in silvery hues, refracting dazzling colors in the sunlight, exquisite enough to seem like a sculpture of crystal. However, Rong Yin had little time to appreciate its beauty, for this tail belonged to him. In other words, the celestial order had transformed him into a mermaid. Splash! Had his drowning led to his rebirth as a creature immune to the perils of water? This irony was almost too much for Rong Yin to digest. As he grappled with the reality of his new form, memories of the merman flooded into his consciousness. The merman, known as a Jiao Run, originally dwelled in the deep seas far from land. One day, while adventuring with friends in shallower waters, the original soul had rescued a human who had fallen from a ship. The human, regaining consciousness, recognized the merman as his savior. Renowned for their ethereal beauty, the Jiao Run were said to weep tears of pearls and possess enchanting voices. Tales of them permeated the human realm. However, human greed led the rescued individual to report his experience to the ship's captain, who conspired with others to feign drowning and lure the Jiao Run into a trap, hoping to capture one for themselves. Surrounded by ships and people, the original soul had urged his friends to escape while he stayed behind to confront the humans, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Unable to comprehend human language, the Jiao Ren could neither understand nor articulate his plight, enduring various tortures at the hands of the captain, who sought to witness his famed tears, yet the original soul remained steadfast, refusing to shed a single tear. The captain, a merchant, realizing he could not retain such a treasure on land, decided to present the Jiao Run to a local noble in hopes of securing his own future. This noble, residing in the southern territories, was in peril after offending the emperor and sought to appease him with the Jiao Run. Thus, the original soul was sent to the capital. With the original soul gone, Rong Yin awakened in his place. Rong Yin emerged in a state of vitality, a testament to the heavens' grace, as they had promised him a healthy body. The original soul, poor soul, had never understood why he was treated in such a manner, nor could he fathom the cruelty of those who repaid kindness with malice. The remnants of the original's emotions lingered within him, causing Rong Yin's eyes to glisten with the urge to weep, though he ultimately refrained from shedding tears. The merfolk are not prone to shedding tears lightly. The original owner only shed a single tear, resembling a small pearl, when sensing her impending demise. However, she quickly discarded it, ensuring that the malevolent individuals remained oblivious. As Rong Yin composed herself, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed through the corridor, indicating the approach of multiple individuals. Thanks to His Majesty's auspicious dragon spirit, the prince has been fortunate enough to discover such a treasure as the merfolk. His Highness has commanded us to hasten our journey, bringing the merfolk to the capital to present to His Majesty, thereby demonstrating the might of our great Shun kingdom. Even the merfolk from the distant deep sea cannot resist approaching the shore to pay their respects. This statement was nothing but flattery. The current emperor despises officials who indulge in such impractical rhetoric. Jiang Sun was well aware of this, yet he had no choice but to utter such words. As the brother-in-law of the Prince of Jing, Jiang Sun possessed little talent, excelling only in sycophancy. The prince had entrusted him with the task of escorting the merfolk to the capital, believing that his silver tongue would serve him well. The Prince of Jing had been caught in a compromising situation, allowing the emperor to discover his past involvement in a murder scheme against him. Reflecting on a decade prior, the previous emperor's rule was marked by tyranny and chaos, with local officials oppressing the common folk, leading to widespread discontent. The people, unable to endure their suffering, rose in rebellion. There were 10 major rebel factions, with the Zongzheng family being the least conspicuous among them. However, as the conflict progressed, many rebels perished or dispersed, while the Zongzheng family grew increasingly resolute, ultimately claiming the throne and establishing a new dynasty. The leader of the Zongzheng family's rebellion was Zongzheng Ming, the father of the current emperor, Zongzheng Xiao. In truth, he should have been the first emperor of the Shang kingdom. Regrettably, before the rebels could seize the capital, Zongzheng Ming succumbed to a sudden illness, falling just short of his destined descendants. Zongzheng Ming had 4 sons and 1 daughter with his first wife, who had passed away early. His daughter married one of his trusted subordinates, while his 4 sons, all valiant warriors, frequently engaged in battle, earning significant military accolades. However, the eldest son lost a leg in combat, rendering him unfit for the throne, leaving 3 contenders for the imperial position. Due to Zongzheng Ming's untimely demise and lack of a will, all 3 sons were left to vie for power. Each harbored ambition, causing the Zongzheng military to splinter into 3 factions, the intensity of their conflicts known only to themselves. The world, however, recognized that the outcome of this fraternal struggle led to the second son's mysterious illness resulting in his death, the third son's voluntary withdrawal, and the fourth, Zongzheng Xiao, emerging as the ultimate victor. Upon ascending the throne, Zongzheng Xiao posthumously honored his father as the Grand Emperor and his mother as Empress Dowager. Over the past 3 years, he has governed diligently and shown compassion towards his people, earning a relatively favorable reputation among the populace. Conversely, the officials of Shang, particularly the high-ranking ministers, held a starkly contrasting view regarding Zongzheng Xiao with a sentiment of fear and hatred. Having learned from the downfall of the previous dynasty, Zongzheng Xiao treated his officials with exceptional severity. He showed no leniency towards former officials of the previous regime, nor did he spare the loyalists who fought alongside the Zongzheng family. Punishments were meted out without hesitation, and even the honest were kept under strict surveillance. The National Guardian, who had once saved Zongzheng Xiao's life on the battlefield, found his own kin abusing their power to seize lands from the common folk. Despite the National Guardian's personal appeal for mercy, Zongzheng Xiao ordered the execution of the entire branch of the family. The National Guardian himself was swept up in the aftermath, with Zongzheng Xiao criticizing his lax governance and seizing much of his authority. Since becoming emperor, Zongzheng Xiao has executed numerous officials for various reasons, creating an atmosphere of trepidation within the court, akin to tightly strung strings, poised to snap with the slightest disturbance. The relationship between the emperor and his ministers grew tense, with officials privately referring to Zongzheng Xiao as a tyrant. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Zongzheng Xiao suffers from severe insomnia, leading to an increasingly morose and ruthless demeanor, causing officials to flee from him as one would from a wolf or tiger. Months prior, while investigating the home of a disgraced general, Zongzheng Xiao stumbled upon letters exchanged 3 years earlier, revealing a conspiracy between the general and Zongzheng Qing, the third prince, to assassinate him and usurp the throne. Zongzheng Qing, the third prince, had willingly relinquished his claim to the throne. Believing Zongzheng Qing to be somewhat perceptive and wishing to avoid the stigma of ascending the throne over the bodies of his own brothers, Zongzheng Xiao granted him the title of a nominal prince and relegated him to a remote and desolate fief, all the while ensuring he was closely monitored. According to the general's correspondence, he had kept the letter as leverage against Zongzheng Qing, not anticipating it would fall into Zongzheng Xiao's hands. Upon acquiring the letter, Zongzheng Xiao considered the possibility of fabrication and, adhering to the principle of capturing a thief with the stolen goods, ordered his secret guards to seek evidence against Zongzheng Qing. Suspecting something amiss, Zongzheng Qing hastily sent the merfolk, hoping to curry favor with Zongzheng Xiao, banking on his years of relative compliance to secure his own safety. Moreover, he summoned his brother-in-law, Jiang Sun, to the capital not only because of his talent for flattery, but also to convey to Zongzheng Xiao that his entourage consisted of such ineffectual individuals, implying that even if he harbored rebellious intentions, he lacked the means to act upon them. Yet, whether Zongzheng Xiao would appreciate the merfolk and spare him for its sake remained uncertain. Jiang Sun had long heard of Zongzheng Xiao's formidable reputation and felt that this was the most pressure-laden moment of his life in terms of verbal finesse. As he listened to Jiang Sun's sycophantic praise, Zongzheng Xiao's expression remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of pleasure or ire. Jiang Sun cautiously wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, accompanied by two eunuchs, followed closely behind Zongzheng Xiao toward the merfolk's pool. Zongzheng Xiao's secret guards were well placed among Zongzheng Qing's entourage, thus he was already aware of the merfolk's arrival. However, he feigned ignorance and did not command the construction of a dedicated pool for the merfolk's residence. Upon entering the palace, Jiang Sun and his companions could only temporarily place the merfolk in an ordinary fish pond within the beast garden. Upon arrival, they scanned the pond, but the merfolk was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Sun's face paled in fright at the thought that the merfolk might have vanished in the thin air. Yet, Zongzheng Xiao's attention was drawn instead to a pair of light blue eyes peeking out from behind the flora at the edge of the pond. At the same time, he heard a soft, melodic voice whisper, "Is he the emperor? He doesn't seem like a good person." Zongzheng Xiao's brow involuntarily twitched. On the surface, the merman appeared expressionless, with innocent, clear eyes and lips that remained motionless. Yet, beneath that seemingly simple exterior lay a ferocious side. Zongzheng Xiao curled his lips in a knowing smile. "Bring him over," Zongzheng Xiao instructed Jiang Sun. Noticing Zongzheng Xiao's interest in the merman, Jiang Sun quickly complied, retrieving a bell and shaking it a few times in front of Rong Yin, while explaining to Zongzheng Xiao. "This merman cannot understand human speech. He can only be guided by the sound of the bell." "Cannot understand human speech?" Zongzheng Xiao almost laughed were it not for having heard the merman curse. He might have believed it. The pool was not spacious, and Rong Yin overheard the conversation between Jiang Sun and the emperor, as well as the sound of the bell. The merman was not innately responsive to the sound of the bell. It was a skill developed after enduring numerous beatings. The pain, accompanied by the bell's demonic whisper, had been etched deep into the original host's bones. Both the original host and Rong Yin abhorred the sound of the bell. Yet, no matter how much he detested it, Rong Yin had to obediently respond to the bell's summons, lest he expose the truth of not being the original. Rong Yin reassured himself that responding to the bell was not entirely disadvantageous. At least it allowed him to feign ignorance of human speech, sparing him much trouble. This implied that they would not require him to undertake more complex tasks, which was fortuitous for Rong Yin, who merely wished to enjoy a peaceful year. Having made his decision, Rong Yin swam towards the sound of the bell, pretending to be summoned by it. As he swam, he muttered to himself, Yes, I cannot understand human speech. I can only respond to the bell." Unbeknownst to him, his inner thoughts were crystal clear to Zongzheng Xiao. Zongzheng Xiao, not a fool, quickly grasped that he could hear the merman's thoughts. And at this moment, it seemed he was the sole individual capable of doing so. This realization inexplicably exhilarated Zongzheng Xiao, though he was unaware of it himself. As Rong Yin approached Zongzheng Xiao, the proximity accentuated his striking features. His pale blue eyes resembled pools of spring water, captivating Jiang Sun, who swallowed hard in awe. However, Rong Yin paid him no heed, his attention entirely captured by Zongzheng Xiao. Previously, Rong Yin had not understood the essence of Imperial presence, but today, he witnessed it firsthand. Zongzheng Xiao merely stood there, doing nothing, yet his presence was impossible to overlook. His aura was sharp and unyielding, akin to a frostbitten sword, intimidating enough to inflict harm simply by being gazed upon. In addition to his extraordinary demeanor, Zongzheng Xiao's gaze was chillingly fierce, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit roaming the night, reeking of blood. Rong Yin also noticed the dark circles under Zongzheng Xiao's eyes, indicating a lack of sleep, which added a somber air to his already daunting presence. Rong Yin thought, "This pan-eyed emperor looks formidable. He must enjoy bullying others. If I fall into his clutches, I fear my fate is sealed." Zongzheng Xiao, hearing his thoughts, wondered what a panda was. Since ascending the throne, none had dared to meet his gaze directly. Yet this merman not only dared but also audaciously critiqued him. Thus, he leaned closer to Rong Yin, closing the distance between them, inhaling a fragrance he had never encountered before, and his previously heavy mind felt lighter. The alluring scent compelled Zongzheng Xiao to move even closer. As he beheld Zongzheng Xiao's looming face, Rong Yin instinctively recoiled, panic flickering in his eyes. Rong Yin thought, what does this panda emperor intend to do? Why does he keep calling me a panda? What on earth is a panda? Pondering this, Zongzheng Xiao's gaze remained fixated on Rong Yin. Noticing his bewildered and alarmed expression, Zongzheng Xiao slowly raised his hand towards Rong Yin's face. Jiang Sun grew anxious as Zongzheng Xiao approached Rong Yin, yet fearing reprimand for interrupting his interest, he bit his tongue. However, as Zongzheng Xiao's hand neared, he realized he had to intervene. Your Majesty, do not touch him. This merman has a fierce temperament and may scratch you. As Jiang Sun uttered this warning, Zongzheng Xiao's hand was nearly upon Rong Yin's face, and Rong Yin was just about to dive into the water. At the reminder, Rong Yin realized that mermen were strong, with claws as sharp as blades, easily capable of tearing apart foes otherwise. They would not reign as sovereigns of the sea. The original host was one of the weaker types among the merman clan, yet the merchant who sought to capture him had lost many men in the process. The individual responsible for training the original host had sustained numerous injuries, ultimately relying on administering drugs akin to softening powders and resorting to violence to force compliance. Now, the effects of those drugs had long since faded, and although his physique had weakened due to prolonged torment, Rong Yin still felt an abundance of strength within him. An idea struck Rong Yin. If he feigned ferocity, surely the Panda Emperor would be deterred from visiting him in the future, granting him a reprieve. Hiss! With this thought, Rong Yin mimicked the original host, baring his sharp teeth and issuing a fierce warning growl. Your Majesty! Jiang Sun and the two eunuchs were terrified and wished to rescue him. Yet Zongzheng Xiao halted them with a gesture. His gaze remained glued to Rong Yin's face, even as Rong Yin's demeanor turned menacing, as though he might leap forward and bite him at any moment. Zongzheng Xiao inquired, See she, what became of the Black Panther that once sought to bite me? At this question, Rong Yin's aggressive stance immediately faltered, his fierce expression dissipating. Rong Yin thought, is he truly that ruthless? From the look in Zongzheng Xiao's eyes, Rong Yin discerned he was not jesting should he harm him. It could very well lead to his demise. Rong Yin did not wish to squander the opportunity granted by the heavens for his rebirth. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively tempered his ferocity and resumed a meek and harmless demeanor, no longer daring to evade Zongzheng Xiao's touch. Jiang Sun and the two eunuchs assumed Rong Yin had been intimidated by Zongzheng Xiao's imposing aura, unaware that he comprehended human speech. Zongzheng Xiao could not help but chuckle inwardly at the sight of this timid merman, cloaked in a guise of ferocity. Recalling Rong Yin's earlier display of bravado, Zongzheng Xiao playfully pinched his cheek with more force than intended. The merman's skin was smoother and more supple than that of a human, cool to the touch, yielding an exquisite sensation. Ugh! Zongzheng Xiao's grip was too strong, causing Rong Yin's eyes to well up with tears, nearly eliciting a cry of pain. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it otherwise. His pretense of not understanding human speech would have crumbled. Very well, I shall keep this merman, Zongzheng Xiao declared, releasing his grip as he straightened up, casting a glance at Jiang Sun. After taking a few steps away, Zongzheng Xiao instructed a nearby eunuch, ensure the steward of the beast garden takes good care of this merman. If he falls ill or dies, I shall hold you accountable. Your servant obeys, Sishi replied, lowering his gaze. Once they departed, a few bubbles surfaced on the water, and Rong Yin emerged from the depths. With Zongzheng Xiao's figure now out of sight, Rong Yin gazed in that direction, sighing to himself it seemed this year would not be easy. As he began to address state affairs, he observed numerous ministers presenting petitions urging him to expand his harem, to propagate the royal lineage. Zongzheng Xiao discarded the memorials as though they were refuse, scoffing coldly, his expression swiftly darkening, causing the servants in the Imperial study to lower their heads in trepidation. Even Si Shi, who usually held favor before Zongzheng Xiao, silently diminished his presence. Having ascended to the throne at 25, Zongzheng Xiao had reigned for 3 years, with the harem remaining empty and never once expressing a desire for a selection of consorts. Once, his father had expressed intentions to arrange a marriage for him, but he was solely focused on achieving greatness and thus did not acquiesce. After ascending to the throne, Zongzheng Xiao's interest in such matters waned even further. He understood that his harem was merely a battleground for the powerful families of the court, where the concubines were not his companions but instruments wielded by these clans to monitor him. Prior to the uprising, the Zongzheng family was considered a minor lineage, looked down upon by the esteemed families. Even after he became emperor, these noble houses maintained their air of superiority, believing their heritage far surpassed that of the Zongzheng clan. However, the reality was that due to the previous dynasty's promotion of the Imperial examination system, culture was no longer monopolized by the aristocracy. After a century of development, the power and influence of these families had significantly declined, losing the former glory they once enjoyed. In the decade following the rebellion, the aristocrats faced considerable upheaval. Some rebel forces, lacking resources, targeted the affluent families, resorting to murder, robbery, and arson, causing generations of accumulation to be obliterated, leading to the decline of many prominent surnames. The Zongzheng family had never engaged in such actions, yet the noble families did not express gratitude or respect. Instead, they perceived the Zhongshangs as weak, thinking that the newly established dynasty could be manipulated to restore the former dominance of the aristocracy over the royal family and the realm. Over the past 3 years, Zongzheng Xiao had fervently promoted the Imperial examination, selecting capable individuals from the loyalists of the Zongzheng family to cultivate his own power, all while maneuvering through the court's noble families. The recent incident involving the National Protector General appeared to outsiders as an act of vengeance against a loyal minister, but in truth, it was a trap set by the aristocrats. The general was one of his own, and this scheme served to sow discord between him and his supporters, as well as to tarnish his reputation. Moreover, a military officer who had been corresponding with Zongzheng Qing had already aligned himself with the noble families. His raid on the Zongzheng estate was aimed at suppressing the aristocracy. Over the past 3 years, there had been numerous similar occurrences, resulting in many casualties at his hands, leading the noble families to secretly label him a tyrant. The task of reforming the aristocracy was indeed a monumental challenge. As these thoughts weighed heavily on his mind, Zongzheng Xiao felt a sharp pain in his head, instinctively supporting his forehead. Prolonged insomnia had severely affected his health. Cixi contemplated summoning the Imperial physician, but Zongzheng Xiao stopped him, knowing it was merely an old ailment. If it could be cured, it would have been long ago. Once he regained his composure, Zongzheng Xiao set aside the memorial, urging him to take a consort and turn to other official documents. After a full afternoon of governance, as dusk settled, Zongzheng Xiao finally laid down his brush. Cixi approached and inquired, "Your Majesty, shall I arrange for dinner?" Zongzheng Xiao pinched the bridge of his nose, and suddenly a pair of light blue eyes, filled with indignation, flashed in his mind, causing the corners of his lips to involuntarily lift. "This evening, I shall dine at the Jinlin Pond and see if that little mermaid is well behaved." The Jinlin Pond was part of the Beast Garden, once a haven for koi, now the residence of Rong Yin. "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall make the arrangements immediately," Cixi replied with a smile, then instructed the various departments to prepare accordingly. As the emperor, Zongzheng Xiao could dictate that even if he chose to dine atop the palace roof, his attendants would have no choice but to comply, ensuring everything was executed with elegance. Thus, as Rong Yin was happily blowing bubbles in the pond, she observed a flurry of palace attendants bustling about, lighting lanterns and incense, transforming the tranquil garden into a lively marketplace. The palace attendants moved swiftly yet methodically, their presence a shadow in the bamboo grove, reflected in the water's surface. The ground by the riverbank was adorned with a carpet, behind which stood an ornate screen. On the carpet, low tables and small stools were arranged, while incense wafted through the air, dispersing the few mosquitoes that dared to linger. Lanterns illuminated the surroundings, casting a warm glow. Soon, more attendants arrived, placing dishes of light fare upon the low tables. From a distance, Rong Yin glanced at the offerings, noting their simplicity. Once the attendants completed their tasks, they withdrew, leaving only two maidens holding lanterns on either side of the screen. The grandiosity of the scene suggested a significant visitor, and it was evident who it was. Rong Yin pondered the reason for the Panda Emperor's visit on this late evening. Zongzheng Xiao had changed into loose clothing, his demeanor softened compared to the harshness of the day. Upon entering the garden, his gaze instinctively fell upon the pond, where he soon spotted the small merman concealed in the shadows of the bamboo. After sitting down, Zongzheng Xiao refrained from eating immediately and inquired of Sushi about his dinner. Sushi, understanding the implication, responded that Lord Jiang mentioned Mermen enjoyed fish, so the steward of Jinlin Pool had provided 2 live river fish for him. Hearing this, Zongzheng Xiao's attention shifted to Rong Yin. Live fish, and 2 at that? Sushi recognized the question was rhetorical and fell silent, while Rong Yin remained quiet, though his inner thoughts were rich. So what if I eat live fish? I would devour you, the wicked emperor, in a heartbeat. He had not forgotten the earlier threats and the sting of Zongzheng Xiao's grip on his cheek. Instead of anger, Zongzheng Xiao found Rong Yin's bravado amusing. He beckoned to Rong Yin. Come here. Rong Yin hesitated, reluctant to comply. Sushi produced a bell given by Jiang Sun, saying, Your Majesty, use this. Zongzheng Xiao glanced at the bell, recalling a scene from earlier in the day, and remarked, There is no need for that in the future. The merman understands my intent. After a brief pause, he added ominously, If he does not, he has no reason to live. Rong Yin gasped, You threaten me again, you foul panda. Hearing this, Zongzheng Xiao gestured once more. This is the last time I say it. Come here. Rong Yin puffed his cheeks and swam closer, resting his chin on the bank to gaze up at Zongzheng Xiao. Sushi exclaimed in delight. This merman must be awed by your majesty's true dragon aura. Even without the ability to speak, he will heed your command. Rong Yin could not help but scoff. True dragon aura? Nonsense. Superstitions are unwarranted. Zongzheng Xiao chuckled softly, while Sushi mistook his laughter as appreciation, continuing to shower him with praises. The more Sushi praised, the more Rong Yin retorted, which only heightened Zongzheng Xiao's amusement. In the end, Zongzheng Xiao rewarded Sushi with a plate of fruit, which Sushi accepted with gratitude. Come a little closer, Zongzheng Xiao beckoned to Rong Yin, as though calling a pet. Rong Yin sulkily approached, nearly touching the low table. Zongzheng Xiao leaned down, lifting Rong Yin's chin to part his soft lips and scrutinize his sharp teeth. Quite sharp, indeed. No wonder you can consume live fish. His fingers grazed Rong Yin's teeth, as if toying with a fascinating object, his eyes sparkling with interest. In his heart, Rong Yin shouted, I will bite you. He felt a pang of shame for his cowardice. Noticing Rong Yin's displeasure, Zongzheng Xiao did not wish to provoke him further, so he pinched off a piece of jujube cake and offered it to Rong Yin's lips. Try it. It tastes delightful. Rong Yin retorted. Food offered like charity is unwelcome. Zongzheng Xiao, however, heard his unspoken thoughts. In an instant, Rong Yin suddenly propped himself up with both hands on the bank, leaping up to snatch the jujube cake from Zongzheng Xiao's hand. If I can eat it, I shall. While it go to waste. Despite his current affinity for live fish, having spent 21 years as a human, he still yearned for human food. With the lingering sensation of Rong Yin's soft lips on his fingertips, Zongzheng Xiao observed Rong Yin's triumphant demeanor, his eyes glimmering with amusement. He lifted the plate again, gesturing for Rong Yin to come. This entire plate is yours. If you do not come, you shall have nothing in the future. To maintain the pretense that Rong Yin did not understand human speech, Zongzheng Xiao always accompanied his calls with gestures. Rong Yin licked his lips, his appetite peaked. The pastries truly were exquisite, a testament to the Imperial chef's skills. Indeed, the sight of a beauty partaking in a meal was a captivating tableau, even if Rong Yin's manner was somewhat uncouth. It did not detract from his attractiveness. Observing Rong Yin relish the food, Zongzheng Xiao, who had initially lacked appetite, found himself growing hungry as well. His gaze fixed on Rong Yin as he leisurely began to eat. Once Rong Yin finished the jujube cake, he felt a slight discomfort in his throat and patted his chest, longing for a cup of milk tea to elevate his enjoyment. Zongzheng Xiao listened quietly, pondering this new term, milk tea, which he had never encountered before. Were these creatures of the sea? But how could there be cats or tea in the ocean? Rong Yin patted his chest, directing his gaze toward the bowl of soup on the low table. Following his gaze, Zongzheng Xiao asked, "Would you like to drink?" Rong Yin did not nod, but his eyes shimmered with desire. Fortunately, he quickly realized the implications of his longing and shut his mouth, his fearful expression eliciting a laugh from Zongzheng Xiao. As the saying goes, one is soft-hearted after receiving a gift. Having consumed Zongzheng Xiao's offerings, Rong Yin felt it inappropriate to continue his earlier insults. Zongzheng Xiao savored his meal slowly, without a hint of urgency, while Rong Yin, with nothing else to occupy him, leaned against the bank, propping his chin up to watch him. Earlier, Rong Yin had only noticed Zongzheng Xiao's imposing presence and dark circles under his eyes, failing to appreciate his features. Under the lantern's glow, Zongzheng Xiao appeared strikingly handsome, with strong brows and a prominent nose, exuding a rugged charm that was undeniably appealing to women. In this quiet moment, he was far more pleasant than the threatening panda he had been earlier. Zongzheng Xiao, too, could not help but steal glances at Rong Yin, who, as a male merman, bared his upper body. His pearl-like, snow-white skin glowed softly in the light, and his waist-length, silky black hair cascaded over his shoulders, conveniently concealing his delicate pink nipples. Below, a lean waist and faintly defined abdominal muscles hinted at strength, something Zongzheng Xiao was all too familiar with, given his equestrian prowess. Desiring a better view, but hindered by the water's surface, Zongzheng Xiao swallowed the last sip of soup, rinsed his mouth with the hot water sushi provided, and then signaled for the attendants to clear the table. This had been the most satisfying meal Zongzheng Xiao had enjoyed in half a year. Rong Yin had assumed Zongzheng Xiao would depart after finishing his meal, but to his surprise, he remained seated and ordered the attendants to remove the low table that separated them. "What are you hiding from? You were just gazing at me openly," Zongzheng Xiao remarked with amusement. Rong Yin internally protested. What happened then is different from now. The circumstances have changed. Upon hearing this, Zongzheng Xiao's amusement only deepened. Rong Yin could not comprehend the source of his laughter and tilted his head in confusion. The light danced in Rong Yin's eyes, resembling flames igniting on the ocean's surface, captivating and drawing one in. A night breeze tousled the stray strands of hair on Rong Yin's forehead, and the familiar fragrance wafted through the air once more. "Remove the incense burner," Zongzheng Xiao commanded. The palace attendants promptly obeyed, swiftly and steadily relocating the incense burner. The lingering fragrance of the incense quickly dissipated, replaced by the increasingly distinct scent emanating from Rong Yin. Inhaling this delicate aroma, Zongzheng Xiao unconsciously closed his eyes. Gradually, he found himself emptying his mind amidst the fragrance, forgetting his surroundings, his identity, and the aspirations that dwelled within him. The rhythmic sound of his breathing resonated in the ears of all present, including Rong Yin, who was astonished to see the Panda Emperor fall asleep so quickly. Cixi's feelings were not merely astonishment. He was utterly shocked, as if struck by thunder. Previously, no matter the medication or how tranquil and comfortable the environment was, Zongzheng Xiao could never attain a restful sleep, often waking abruptly, unable to enjoy an uninterrupted slumber. Yet, in this coarse environment, under the nearly blinding light, he rested his head on his hand and slipped into dreams within mere moments. Cixi dared not move, even softening his breath, signaling the other attendants to remain still and silent. Remembering the precarious factor in the water basin, Cixi didn't care whether Rong Yin understood his intentions. He began to gesture towards Rong Yin, hoping he would stay still and not create noise that might awaken Zongzheng Xiao. Rong Yin called Zongzheng Xiao the Panda Emperor, realizing he must not have had a proper rest for quite some time. Now that he was peacefully asleep, Rong Yin felt reluctant to disturb him. For the issues between them were not rooted in deep-seated enmity. There was no need for revenge at such a moment. The garden was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, with the distant sound of night insects chirping, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The attendants, accustomed to similar night shifts, did not feel fatigued. However, Rong Yin felt differently. Remaining motionless for too long made him uncomfortable, and he began to feel drowsy. In his heart, He mused. Panda Emperor, how long will you sleep? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zongzheng Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Who are you trying to scare? Before being roused by Rong Yin's unspoken thoughts, Zongzheng Xiao had not even realized he had fallen asleep. He felt as though he had been immersed in a warm bubble, isolated from all worldly noise, his mind devoid of thoughts, while the soothing fragrance seemed to penetrate his very being, bringing him an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Awoken in the middle of the night with an unbearable headache, Zongzheng Xiao once pondered whether dying would alleviate such suffering. The sensation he experienced now was akin to the comfort he imagined would accompany death. Had it not been for Rong Yin's voice, he might have nearly forgotten he was still alive. As the remnants of sleep faded and clarity returned, Zongzheng Xiao noticed the extraordinary silence surrounding him. He looked at Rong Yin, who was also gazing back at him. Rong Yin's expression bore a hint of surprise. Silently thinking, "You startle me. Waking up so quickly, I thought I called out." With that thought, he gently patted his chest to calm himself. Indeed, the timid Zongzheng Xiao mocked him mercilessly. After this jest, Zongzheng Xiao straightened his posture and turned his gaze toward Shi, calmly inquiring, "How long have I slept?" Shi's face betrayed his uncontainable excitement. "Your Majesty, you have napped for more than half an hour." Upon hearing this, Zongzheng Xiao felt astonished. He had assumed only a few moments had passed, not realizing so much time had elapsed. Without medication, nightmares, or the oppressive awakening he had previously endured, the last time he had slept so soundly was before his father's passing. Despite the complexity of his emotions, Zongzheng Xiao maintained a neutral expression. Once again looking at Rong Yin, his gaze imbued with a solemnity he had never shown before. He had initially thought of Rong Yin as merely a special pet, yet had not anticipated such profound surprises from him. Since Zongzheng Xiao awoke, Rong Yin's eyes had not strayed from his face. When Zongzheng Xiao suddenly regarded him with such an indescribable expression, a chill ran down Rong Yin's spine. His sixth sense warned him that Zongzheng Xiao was now peerless. And when faced with danger, what should one do? Naturally, one should flee. Zongzheng Xiao did not specify names, causing Shi and the other attendants to freeze in fear. Wondering why the emperor had suddenly become angry, Rong Yin, who understood Zongzheng Xiao was referring to him, felt as though he were under a spell, awkwardly floating in the water, the earlier tension transforming into a sense of grievance. Rong Yin thought, "To avoid waking you, I dared not move. Now that you are awake, you still want tea, let me move." Truly a wicked emperor. Maintaining silence in the water proved considerably more challenging. Originally displeased to see the little merman attempting to slip away without his consent, Zongzheng Xiao felt a twinge of softness at the thought of the little merman obediently watching him sleep by the shore. He rose, approached the edge of the pool, and grasped Rong Yin's wrist, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Come up. Tonight you shall sleep in a different place." What? The early summer night breeze was cool, alleviating the heat of the day, refreshing the spirit. Two robust palace attendants pushed a cart, atop which sat a large wooden tub containing an expressionless merman. Rong Yin leaned against the edge of the tub, adjusting to the bumpy ride, turning to glance at the palanquin walking beside him, where Zongzheng Xiao reclined. On his very first day in this foreign world, he was forcibly relocated in the dead of night. At this hour, he should have been peacefully sleeping by the water's edge. Yet due to Zongzheng Xiao's sudden decree, he found himself confined within a wooden tub, being taken away from the 100-beast garden. Rong Yin gritted his teeth. This wicked emperor deserves to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Zongzheng Xiao leaned back against the soft couch, lifting his hand to part the curtain, casting a glance at the cursing Rong Yin. Instead of feeling offended, his smile widened. The little merman still had the energy to curse. Clearly, he was not frightened by the unfamiliar surroundings, demonstrating remarkable adaptability. Rong Yin remained oblivious to Zongzheng Xiao's earlier praise. After finishing his tirade, he began to observe his surroundings out of boredom. The heavens had not disclosed which dynasty he had traversed into, and as the merman had only recently come ashore, he was unfamiliar with the human realm, leaving him ignorant of the current year or the emperor's name. However, the existence of a creature like the merman indicated that this was undoubtedly not the same world he had known. perhaps akin to an ancient version of the Hua Kingdom. The architecture he beheld bore a resemblance to the Han Dynasty, while the clothing of the Panda Emperor and the palace attendants favored darker hues, yet differed from traditional Han attire in form and fabric texture, as well as the embellishments he had seen in documentaries. With Rong Yin's limited historical knowledge and his university major unrelated to history, he found it impossible to delve deeper into such thoughts. After all, he was only to remain for a year. As long as he enjoyed good food and drink, that was sufficient. Given the presence of the mischievous Panda Emperor, however, Rong Yin suspected that aimlessly coasting might prove challenging. Unfamiliar with the route and unaware of how far they had traveled, it was only after counting to the 300th sheep that the cart and palanquin finally halted before a brilliantly illuminated palace. The palace attendants lifted the curtain, and Zongzheng Xiao disembarked, with Shi smilingly approaching. "Your Majesty, everything is prepared." Zongzheng Xiao nodded, turning his gaze towards the wooden tub where Rong Yin still appeared bewildered. Shi added, "I shall immediately command someone to escort the merman inside." The splashes of water dampened Zongzheng Xiao's robe, yet he seemed unperturbed, his expression delightfully cheerful as he lifted Rong Yin slightly before turning to stride into the palace. Rong Yin was still pondering the nature of the place to which Zongzheng Xiao had brought him when, in an instant, the world spun, and he found himself closely entwined with the Panda Emperor. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Zongzheng Xiao's neck, and it took a few moments for him to realize that he had been swept off his feet. Turning to gaze at Zongzheng Xiao's sharply defined jawline and the slight upward curve of his lips, Rong Yin firmly believed that this sudden move was intended to startle him. He thought, "The wicked emperor's malice surpasses my imagination." Zongzheng Xiao's smile broadened. Upon entering the palace, Rong Yin noticed the circular pool with a continuous flow of fresh water and petals floating upon its surface, and he began to grasp the nature of this location. The water was cool, and after swimming a few laps, Rong Yin felt somewhat acclimated. However, he still could not fathom why the Panda Emperor had transferred him from the outdoor pool to his own bathing chamber. Zongzheng Xiao offered no explanation, standing at the edge of the pool, arms outstretched as the attendants assisted him in shedding his wet garments and changing into his sleep attire. They did not shy away from Rong Yin during this process, and as Zongzheng Xiao's clothing fell away, Rong Yin found himself staring at the exposed figure before him. Zongzheng Xiao possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his physique remarkably well-proportioned. To Rong Yin's astonishment, his chest and abdomen bore numerous scars of varying sizes. At a glance, he counted 5 or 6, particularly a prominent dark red, irregular scar over his heart, a testament to some sharp instrument's cruelty. How many life-threatening ordeals had he endured to leave such painful marks on this robust body? Further down, his long and muscular legs resembled those of a beast lurking in the wild, an imposing sight indeed. Rong Yin felt a surge of indignation as he recalled his own size. Indignation that overshadowed any sympathy he had felt for the Emperor moments before. He thought bitterly, who was he trying to scare with such a stature? His tone was laced with jealousy. Unlike the attendants, who dutifully undressed Zongzheng Xiao while keeping their eyes averted, Rong Yin's gaze was unabashedly scrutinizing, taking in the Emperor's physique from every angle. Even though Zongzheng Xiao could not hear his thoughts, he could not ignore the fiery intensity of Rong Yin's gaze upon him. Once dressed, the attendants discreetly retreated outside at Zongzheng Xiao's behest. Rong Yin's eyes remained fixed on the Emperor, who settled onto a wide, soft couch by the circular pool, beckoning him with a curl of his finger. "Come here." Rong Yin fought the urge to bite off the Emperor's finger, swimming slowly towards him. As he drew closer, he realized there was a gentle slope from the bathing area to Zongzheng Xiao, which would submerge his legs in water if he lay upon it. Zongzheng Xiao pointed to the slope, instructing, "Climb up." Rong Yin gritted his teeth and crawled further up the incline. "That's enough," Zongzheng Xiao declared, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he removed his shoes and reclined on the soft couch. "From now on, you will sleep here." Rong Yin nearly blurted out a vehement refusal. His reluctance stemmed not from a belief that this place was unsuitable for sleeping, Rather, he recalled that the merfolk often gathered in coves, resting upon stones. Unlike humans, merfolk did not require soft beds, blankets, or pillows wherever there was water. There was their bed. Lying upon this incline, his tail perfectly submerged, was indeed the ideal sleeping arrangement. What troubled Rong Yin was the thought of enduring the emperor's teasing during the day, and now having to share sleeping quarters at night. What was this? A companion for play, meals, and sleep? He would not abide by it. Sharing a bed with him would surely lead to nightmares. Zongzheng Xiao, observing Rong Yin's sour expression, empathetically remarked, "Reluctant, are we? You have other options. The little merman's desire to escape? Surely the wicked emperor would not toy with him again." As expected, within Rong Yin's wary gaze, Zongzheng Xiao produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, the sharp point aimed directly at him. "This choice do you desire?" Rong Yin remained silent. Zongzheng Xiao pressed the dagger downward, commanding, "Lie down." Was this any different from training a pet? Never had he experienced such humiliation, and Rong Yin's anger flared. His expression fierce, he lunged forward and lay down. Resting his head on his arms, Rong Yin averted his gaze, reassuring himself. A clever fish must learn to assess the situation, endure today, and seek vengeance tomorrow. Listening to his own self-deception, Zongzheng Xiao could not suppress a smile. This little merman truly was a delightful character. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Rong Yin closed his eyes, hearing Zongzheng Xiao's breathing gradually become calm and rhythmic, indicating he had fallen asleep. This puzzled Rong Yin. At dinner, the wicked emperor could nap for half an hour, and now he fell asleep in an instant, clearly enjoying quality rest. Yet, why did he still display dark circles under his eyes? Had he been forced to endure sleepless nights? If so, that would be wonderful. Such a scoundrel deserved some hardship. Rong Yin muttered to himself, initially believing it would take him a long time to fall asleep in a new environment. But to his surprise, the slope's curvature was ergonomically favorable. He comfortably lay there, grumbling about the wicked emperor, until his consciousness gradually faded. At the break of dawn, he awoke slowly from hunger. Sitting up, he found the couch empty. The sun had risen, and the wicked emperor had likely gone to court. His stomach protested pitifully. Glancing around, he realized there was no food in sight, nor any sign of life. Was he to venture out in search of sustenance? That was not out of the question. Having grown accustomed to fending for himself after enduring hunger in the orphanage, he had even covertly consumed the wild grasses in the yard. Now, as a self-sufficient being, hands and tail intact, could he truly starve? Rong Yin emerged from the water, adjusting to moving on land with his fishtail, and boldly made his way towards the grand door. Just as he reached halfway, the door swung open, revealing Zongzheng Xiao, clad in dark garments, striding in with several attendants bearing food, colliding directly with the exuberant Rong Yin. Their eyes met, and an awkward tension filled the air. Zongzheng Xiao's gaze darkened as he regarded Rong Yin. What is this? Instead of pursuing, he nonchalantly approached the pool's edge, his expression ominously grim. The attendants, behaving as if nothing were amiss, placed the food on the table before quietly retreating to the side. Rong Yin submerged himself in the water, his heart racing as he realized how long it took him to understand why he felt the need to escape. He mused, "I merely sought food, having committed no wrongdoing. Why should I feel guilty upon seeing the wicked emperor?" After a moment of contemplation, Rong Yin surmised that it must be the fierce gaze of the wicked emperor that had unnerved him. Having previously endured countless threats, he had developed a conditioned reflex. Upon perceiving an unsettling expression, he instinctively sought to escape. It was not his fault. The blame lay entirely with the malevolent emperor. With this thought, a surge of confidence washed over Rong Yin. He resurfaced and beheld Zongzheng Xiao standing by the edge of the bath, his expression unexpectedly gentle as he gazed upon him. Rong Yin rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was hallucinating. How could the wicked emperor's demeanor change so swiftly? And why did he appear so oddly amiable? Is this the fabled, smiling tiger? Rong Yin pondered, retreating slightly. There must be some ulterior motive behind this unusual behavior. Who knew how much malice lurked within him? Just moments ago, Zongzheng Xiao's scowl had stemmed from his belief that Rong Yin intended to flee in his absence. However, upon hearing Rong Yin's thoughts, Zongzheng Xiao realized he had misjudged the little merman. Indeed, possessing such a unique ability had its advantages. Misunderstandings simply did not exist. Noticing Rong Yin's distrust, Zongzheng Xiao did not press the matter further. Instead, he turned and seated himself at the table, attended by palace servants as he dined. Rong Yin, hiding in the corner, felt a wave of tension, yet the anticipated bullying did not materialize. Zongzheng Xiao didn't even glance in his direction. As he contemplated whether this was a new scheme of Zongzheng Xiao's, his stomach growled once more. The aroma of the food wafting through the air was irresistible, and he could not help but swallow hard. However, having initially avoided the wicked emperor, it now seemed undignified to approach him again. Rong Yin glanced at Zongzheng Xiao, then at his own belly, feeling torn within. Just then, Zongzheng Xiao's voice called out, "Come over for dinner." Rong Yin thought he had misheard, but upon turning around, he realized Zongzheng Xiao was indeed speaking to him. Zongzheng Xiao held up a plate and said, "Your favorite fish. If you don't come over now, I shall have it taken away." Without a moment's hesitation, Rong Yin flicked his tail and swam over. It would be impolite to refuse an invitation to dine, he declared. Zongzheng Xiao chuckled at Rong Yin's antics and patted the space beside him, beckoning him closer. Rong Yin obediently curled his tail and settled down beside him. Zongzheng Xiao did not mind the droplets of water that splashed onto his robes as he pushed a plate of sashimi towards Rong Yin. The food for the little merman had been arranged by Si Shi. Knowing Zongzheng Xiao wished to dine with Rong Yin, deemed it unseemly for the merman to consume live fish in front of the emperor. Thus, the kitchen had prepared it as sashimi. Rong Yin was indifferent to the form of the fish. Famished, he reached out eagerly to grab a slice to devour. After all, mermen were not accustomed to using human utensils, and should he attempt to do so, he risked revealing his true nature. Suddenly, a soft tap on the back of his hand interrupted him. The person had only aimed to halt his actions and had not struck with any force. So Rong Yin felt no pain. Zongzheng Xiao offered him a pair of clean chopsticks, saying, "Use these." He demonstrated by picking up some food and placing it in his mouth. Rong Yin understood. He wished to teach him how to eat with chopsticks. However, the anatomy of a merman's hand differed from that of a human, with translucent webbing between the fingers that hindered their dexterity. This physiological structure rendered them ill-suited for using chopsticks. Rong Yin placed his hand before Zongzheng Xiao, his message clear and straightforward. Wasn't the wicked emperor supposed to be quite intelligent? Why was he acting so foolishly now? Seeing this, Zongzheng Xiao furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a while, seemingly troubled. Rong Yin thought he had finally recognized the absurdity of expecting a merman to eat with chopsticks and was about to revert to grabbing the fish slices when Zongzheng Xiao unexpectedly took the plate away. "What now?" Rong Yin queried, his stomach growling once more. Zongzheng Xiao offered no explanation, but instead picked up a piece of sashimi with his chopsticks and held it to Rong Yin's lips. "Huh?" Rong Yin exclaimed. The palace servants nearby gasped in astonishment. His Majesty was personally feeding this merman. While they were shocked, none dared to intervene, unlike Si Shi, who enjoyed the emperor's favor and could question his actions. With Si Shi absent, they had no choice but to feign ignorance. Initially startled by Zongzheng Xiao's action, Rong Yin soon recalled that he had also been fed pastries by him the previous night. Given his inability to use chopsticks, eating with his hands was indeed unseemly. So he felt justified in accepting Zongzheng Xiao's offering. With his rosy lips encircling the chopsticks, he bit into the fish slice. Watching Rong Yin eat with delight and close his eyes in satisfaction brought Zongzheng Xiao a sense of joy, as if a blank space within him was gradually being filled. Before her marriage, his younger sister had adored raising little pets like cats and dogs, insisting on feeding them herself at every meal. At the time, he and his brothers had failed to understand her passion, and when they inquired, they were met with a disdainful glare. "You're all fools. It's not surprising you don't understand. One day, when you have your own beloved pet, you will grasp my sentiments," she had said. Zongzheng Xiao now realized he understood his sister's intentions. The plate of fish contained roughly half a pound, and by the time Rong Yin had finished, he felt nearly full. Zongzheng Xiao then served him a bowl of fish soup. After Rong Yin drank it, his mouth was filled with dessert fruits. Observing the strangely enigmatic smile at the corner of Zongzheng Xiao's lips, Rong Yin felt that he had developed a feeding obsession. Once satisfied, he promptly shook his head in refusal and scooted back, fearing that Zongzheng Xiao would not stop until he burst. Fortunately, Zongzheng Xiao retained his composure and, seeing that Rong Yin was indeed full, ceased his feeding. A palace servant approached with warm water, and Rong Yin mimicked Zongzheng Xiao's actions, rinsing his mouth. Suddenly, Zongzheng Xiao playfully pinched his cheek, declaring, "So obedient." He did not pinch as hard as the day before, so Rong Yin felt no pain and did not shy away. Zongzheng Xiao, pleased with this, pinched a bit longer, causing Rong Yin, who had initially been unbothered, to grow slightly annoyed. "You're like a lecher, groping my face." Zongzheng Xiao's smile widened. "Where do you think you're going? Stay with me a little longer." He enveloped the merman in his embrace, speaking so close that his lips nearly brushed Rong Yin's ear. The warmth of his breath sent a tingle through Rong Yin, prompting him to instinctively tilt his head away. Zongzheng Xiao gently adjusted his head back into place. Mermen possessed naturally melodious voices, and their laughter was more enchanting than that of ordinary individuals. Although the palace servants kept their heads bowed, their ears were perked up, captivated by the sound. As Zongzheng Xiao gazed upon Rong Yin's radiant smile, he felt relaxed at first. However, the memory of the morning's events in the court suddenly darkened his expression, and his smile gradually faded. During the morning assembly, it was no surprise that the aristocratic ministers had raised the issue of selecting consorts, subtly accusing Zongzheng Xiao of neglecting the royal duty of producing heirs, thus unworthy of his title as emperor. Thanks to the peaceful night spent with the little merman, Zongzheng Xiao had managed to suppress his earlier frustrations. Therefore, witnessing their calculating expressions, he remarkably refrained from losing his temper, simply suggesting they discuss the matter later. The aristocrats frequently petitioned for the inclusion of concubines in the imperial harem, not only wishing to place their daughters close to Zongzheng Xiao as spies, but also hoping to provoke his ire, seeking to tarnish his reputation further by inciting him to execute a few officials and solidify his tyrant moniker. Seeing Zongzheng Xiao remain so composed left them astonished yet begrudging. Thus, they pivoted the conversation towards the merman, asserting that just 3 years after the turmoil of war, when the populace had yet to recover, the emperor openly indulged in extravagant living by keeping mermen. If word of this spread, it could incite public discontent. The officials of the noble families spoke with great conviction, portraying themselves as loyal ministers. Turning the conversation, one of them directed his criticism towards the extravagant lifestyle, pointing out that Lordly kept over a dozen concubines, all clad in luxurious silks and adorned with gold and silver. He noted how Lordly would lavishly reward his servants with gold leaves, and how his retinue was always vast whenever he ventured out, even clearing entire restaurants for his dining pleasure. Furthermore, it was rumored that recently, young Master Li had been boasting about acquiring a box of exquisite pearls from the South Sea, each worth a fortune. The speaker provocatively asked, who should bear the brunt of the term extravagance? Naturally, Lordly vehemently denied the accusations, dismissing them as mere slander, which ignited a heated argument. Zongzheng Xiao observed the chaotic court with a cold glint in his eyes. His elder brother knew he was on shaky ground. The matter of the merman's arrival in the capital was conducted in secrecy, kept from the public eye. Yet, just a day after the merman's arrival, it had become the focal point of morning court discussions, a blatant display of power by the noble families, reminding him that his actions were under their scrutiny. The retorts from Zongzheng Xiao's officials were a subtle message to the noble families, indicating that they were not the only ones with informants, and that they were also aware of the unsavory deeds committed by the nobility. The altercation ultimately yielded no resolution, as both sides recognized that it was not yet the time to take action, quietly recording their grievances. The struggle between imperial power and the noble families could only end with the demise of the latter while the former survived, a resolve firmly held by Zongzheng Xiao. Noticing the growing seriousness in Zongzheng Xiao's demeanor, Rong Yin's laughter gradually faded, wondering if she had inadvertently offended the tyrannical emperor, fearing he might turn against her once more. Observing her timid expression, Zongzheng Xiao reined in his thoughts, the icy aura around him dissipating as he spoke gently. I am not angry with you. In her mind, Rong Yin pondered, if you are not angry, then why the cold demeanor? Truly a troublesome individual. Her disgruntled expression caught Zongzheng Xiao's attention, prompting him to smile as he glanced down at her slightly protruding belly from the meal she had just consumed. Suddenly, he reached out, his warm palm meeting her cool skin. Startled and confused, Rong Yin instinctively struggled, but Zongzheng Xiao calmly held her firmly, warning, if you move again, I shall have to sever those claws of yours. Merfolk shall never be enslaved. Rong Yin reluctantly complied, internally screaming, tyrant, tyrant. While others might provoke Zongzheng Xiao to anger with such words, he found Rong Yin's defiance endearing. Gently, he massaged her abdomen, explaining, you have eaten too much. I am merely helping you digest. What is there to fear? He recalled how he had often seen his sister soothing her pets' bellies to ease their discomfort from overeating, and those pets always appeared to relish the attention. Now, with his own companion, he wished to care for her in the same manner. Rong Yin protested, I only overate because you kept feeding me. Zongzheng Xiao found himself momentarily speechless. Her complaint held a kernel of truth. Though she was displeased, the massage brought her genuine comfort, allowing her to lower her guard and lean softly against his shoulder, her eyes drifting shut in contentment. Enjoying the moment, Zongzheng Xiao felt a sense of accomplishment and remarked, I realize I often frighten you, which is why you do not favor my company. However, if you behave, I shall refrain from such actions. Rong Yin scoffed. Oh, so it's my fault then? She declared defiantly, Merfolk shall never be enslaved. Zongzheng Xiao continued, if you bring me joy within the limits I allow, I can grant you anything you desire, be it a spacious pool, delectable food, or the removal of those you despise. His coaxing began to sway her, particularly with the last proposition. The original owner of this body had selflessly saved others, but was forced to abandon their homeland, suffering greatly before meeting a tragic end. Having borrowed another's life, she felt compelled to do something in return. Perhaps, once she became familiar with the tyrant, she could leverage his power to exact revenge on those who had wronged the original owner. These thoughts flashed through Rong Yin's mind as she opened her eyes to gaze at Zongzheng Xiao, her pale blue irises reflecting a calm sea, gentle and innocuous, appearing both obedient and innocent. Yet only Zongzheng Xiao knew the disdain brewing within her. You are among those I dislike, yet you will not eliminate yourself. She retorted, you have imprisoned me. Providing food and shelter should be expected. To use that as a means to tame me is absurd. Ultimately, she conceded, well, I cannot outmatch you, so I shall reluctantly feign kindness. But if you go too far, I shall risk everything to bite you. She mused, let me consider how best to appease the tyrant and gain his favor. Always careful to maintain her facade of ignorance, Rong Yin knew she could not appear overly eager, lest Zongzheng Xiao detect her true intentions. After some contemplation, she gently nudged her forehead against his chin, a gesture that conveyed affection without being overly obsequious. Avoiding any suspicion from him, given that he had just massaged her belly, her action could be interpreted as a gesture of gratitude, blending seamlessly into the moment. Experiencing genuine affection from Rong Yin for the first time, Zongzheng Xiao felt a warm sensation in his heart, unlocking another joy in caring for his pet. Sated in content, Rong Yin soon began to doze off, having lowered her defenses significantly, unwittingly falling asleep in his embrace. This newfound closeness was not lost on Rong Yin when she awoke in the afternoon. During dinner, she willingly sat beside Zongzheng Xiao, allowing him to feed her. And at night, she intentionally lay much closer to him. After peacefully coexisting for several days, Rong Yin experienced the benefits of her pretense of obedience, leading her to behave even more submissively in Zongzheng Xiao's presence. The more compliant she became, the kinder he treated her, creating a positive feedback loop. One afternoon, while Zongzheng Xiao attended to state affairs, Rong Yin played by the water's edge. Recently, aside from necessary occasions, such as court sessions and meetings with ministers, Zongzheng Xiao had spent nearly all his time with her, even relocating his workspace from the Imperial study to be near her. After reviewing a memorial, Cixi entered the hall and bowed to Zongzheng Xiao, announcing, "Your Majesty, Minister Jiang requests an audience." Zongzheng Xiao continued his work without pausing, perusing a new document before jotting down his thoughts. Understanding the emperor's intent, Cixi silently stepped aside. It was not until an hour later that Zongzheng Xiao set down his brush, stretching his tired wrist, and instructed Cixi take him to the side hall to wait. "Yes," Cixi acknowledged before exiting. Zongzheng Xiao approached Rong Yin, who was energetically scribbling on paper with her brush, and upon noticing his arrival, she quickly hid the paper behind her back. Meeting her guilty gaze, Zongzheng Xiao inquired with interest, "What have you drawn? Are you afraid I will see it?" Rong Yin feigned ignorance, remaining silent. After all, others believe her incapable of understanding human language. The reason for meeting Jiang Sun in the side hall was twofold. The bathing area lacked the necessary decorum, and Zongzheng Xiao wished to prevent Jiang Sun from seeing the merman again. Zongzheng Xiao was fully aware of Jiang Sun's intentions regarding the merman. In the side hall, Jiang Sun waited nervously. He had assumed that Zongzheng Xiao would spare Prince Jing after taking a liking to the merman gifted by him. However, 7 or 8 days had passed since he left the palace, and Zongzheng Xiao had yet to reveal how he intended to handle Prince Jing. A metaphorical sword hung over his neck, and unable to bear the anxiety any longer, Jiang Sun had come to plead his case. After waiting for an hour, Jiang Sun was acutely aware that Zongzheng Xiao was deliberately keeping him in suspense. However, for the sake of his own wealth and the life of Prince Jing, he had no choice but to bide his time. When Zongzheng Xiao finally arrived, Jiang Sun respectfully fawned upon him and repeatedly mentioned the merman, subtly hinting to Zongzheng Xiao that it would be gracious of the emperor to at least acknowledge the plight of his master. Observing this, Zongzheng Xiao did not make things difficult for Jiang Sun. Instead, he instructed Cixi to hand him a sealed letter before saying, "Deliver this letter to Prince Jing. He will understand what to do." The letter Jiang Sun received was penned by Zongzheng Xiao after reviewing the evidence provided by the shadow guards. What intrigued Zongzheng Xiao was that, besides the evidence of his third brother's intention to harm him, the shadow guards had also uncovered other matters. It turned out that he was not the only one keeping a close watch on his troublesome third brother. The aristocratic families had also taken an interest, sending numerous individuals to the territory of Prince Jing. The marshal general who had been raided had defected to the aristocracy, and the true purpose of the letters discovered was likely to unite with Prince Jing one day to usurp his throne. Compared to their current emperor, the aristocrats preferred a compliant puppet. Had he not found the letters and dispatched someone to Prince Jing's territory for evidence, he would have remained oblivious to their schemes. In light of solidifying his own throne, Zongzheng Xiao was aware that he should take the opportunity to eliminate Prince Jing. Yet, the mere thought of murder brought forth memories of his younger sister during the fierce competition for the throne with his two brothers. The most heartbreaking aspect was how his little sister, who had once been cherished by all her brothers, could only watch helplessly as they turned against each other. When the second brother perished, she wept until her eyes were swollen, murmuring, "They are all blood brothers. How could it come to this?" The pursuit of power is the most treacherous and beguiling of pursuits. Upon ascending the throne, Zongzheng Xiao's younger sister became the first princess of Desheng, bestowed with the title of Ningping and enjoying the highest level of land grants. Regardless of past events, she treated all her brothers equally. If she were to learn that her two brothers were once again embroiled in a deadly struggle for the throne, it would surely break her heart. Thus, Zongzheng Xiao could not bring himself to kill Prince Jing. Furthermore, Prince Jing was his biological brother, having lived together for over 20 years. How could he not discern whether his brother was fit to be emperor? His third brother could serve as a stabilizing ruler during prosperous times. Yet the burden of founding an empire was beyond him. If he were to be successfully manipulated by the aristocrats, the Zongzheng family would be doomed. To spare Prince Jing's life, while simultaneously stripping him of any claim to the throne, the only solution was to lead him down the same path as the eldest brother. In the sealed letter, Zongzheng Xiao advised Prince Jing to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, if his men were to intervene, the consequences would be far graver than mere disfigurement. He had done enough for his third brother. Reflecting upon the warmth and merriment of family gatherings in the past, Zongzheng Xiao could not help but sigh deeply at the solitude of his current existence. The unpredictability of life was indeed profound. With one hand firmly holding Rong Yin's head to prevent him from rising and the other examining a piece of drawing paper, Zongzheng Xiao noted that it comprised 4 frames, all depicting a fish violently assaulting a bear-like creature with dark circles around its eyes. Although Zongzheng Xiao was unaware of the bear's name, the implication of these 2 animals was unmistakable. He had thought the little merman had learned his lesson in recent days, but it seemed he was still indulging in such petty antics behind the scenes. Zongzheng Xiao crouched down and held the drawing paper in front of Rong Yin, inquiring, "What do these drawings signify?" Rong Yin, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, thinking to himself, what else could it mean? A good merman punishes the evil panda emperor, ridding the world of harm. Zongzheng Xiao understood. The panda referred to by the little merman indeed bore a striking resemblance to him. A faint smile crept into Zongzheng Xiao's heart, though his expression remained stern. It appeared he had been too lenient with Rong Yin, leading him to forget the meaning of boundaries. His tone cold and seemingly filled with genuine anger. Rong Yin immediately felt apprehensive. As he realized he had erred, he braced himself for punishment. Just as his heart raced and he pondered how to placate Zongzheng Xiao, he found himself dragged to the writing desk. His hand pressed firmly against the surface. "Isn't it a bit excessive to require a hand to be cut off for this?" he exclaimed. In the next moment, a stick of ink was thrust into Rong Yin's hand, accompanied by Zongzheng Xiao's command, "I sentence you to grind this ink." Rong Yin's heart raced as he gazed at Zongzheng Xiao in despair. Grinding ink is one thing, but why make it sound so terrifying? After a few seconds, it dawned on Rong Yin. The wicked emperor was deliberately trying to scare him. His eyes narrowed in defiance as he glared at Zongzheng Xiao, who was in high spirits after successfully teasing him once again, unable to resist ruffling his hair. This little merman truly was as naive as ever. Zongzheng Xiao guided Rong Yin's hand, using the ink stick to grind it against the inkstone. Once he sensed that Rong Yin had found his rhythm, he stepped aside to spread out a sheet of paper, preparing to practice his calligraphy. Practicing calligraphy could bring peace to one's heart. After meeting Jiang's son, Zongzheng Xiao was reminded of many events from years past, leaving him somewhat disoriented. As Zongzheng Xiao began to write, Rong Yin quietly took the opportunity to slack off, slowing his grinding speed and allowing his gaze to wander. Through days of observation, Rong Yin discovered that the characters in this world were also Han characters, albeit in traditional form. Some characters were even unfamiliar to him at first glance, let alone in writing. Zongzheng Xiao, worthy of his title as emperor, excelled in all aspects. His handwriting particularly impressive. He wrote in semi-cursive script, neither the rigid precision of standard script nor the wild abandon of cursive, but rather a flexible style that remained balanced, mirroring his own character. No wonder it is said that writing reflects the writer. Zongzheng Xiao set aside the completed sheet, and Rong Yin glanced at it, recognizing the 4 characters. Hai Yin He Qing. This was the wicked emperor's ideal. As he stared at the paper for an extended period, he noticed an issue. How could the paper used by a sovereign be so prone to ink bleeding? Earlier, while drawing, Rong Yin had observed this phenomenon, initially attributing it to the poor quality of the paper he was using and his own lack of skill with the brush. After all, a merman's hands were not ideally suited for holding a pen, making ink bleeding perfectly understandable. However, Zongzheng Xiao was an experienced calligrapher, and the ink quality was commendable, leaving only the paper's quality in question. Hearing Rong Yin's thoughts, Zongzheng Xiao's hand paused briefly before continuing, though his focus had shifted entirely to Rong Yin. In modern times, where high-quality paper was readily accessible, Rong Yin couldn't help but find fault with the roughness of the paper before him. In actuality, Zongzheng Xiao wanted to say that this was already considered top-tier paper on the market, newly produced just 2 months ago, with the paper-making aristocracy claiming it to be the finest available, though the price per sheet was not cheap. Rong Yin remained oblivious to Zongzheng Xiao's musings, but soon he too realized that the current paper-making techniques were still in their infancy. After all, everything requires a process of development. Rong Yin thought, I was curious and even researched the paper-making process before. I wonder if better paper can be made than this? With a soft thud, the ink-laden brush was pressed onto the white paper, and Zongzheng Xiao lowered his head, astonished. The little merman could make paper. The method of retaliation is to bite. It is essential to understand that the current paper-making techniques are firmly held by noble families, a lucrative business that they regard with utmost importance, more than their own eyes. And even he finds it difficult to obtain. Yet, this merman from the sea astonishingly knows how to make paper. At this moment, Zongzheng Xiao couldn't help but doubt whether this little merman truly hails from the ocean. Zongzheng Xiao's pause in writing was too conspicuous for Rong Yin to overlook. Noticing Zongzheng Xiao's stillness, Rong Yin curiously spoke up. Ah? Just as he opened his mouth, Zongzheng Xiao abruptly turned his head, his gaze deep and profound, as if he had a myriad of words to convey. Yet after a moment of hesitation, he merely asked, "What is wrong?" Rong Yin assumed he had disturbed Zongzheng Xiao's practice and felt displeased, quickly lowering his eyes, too timid to meet his gaze. Zongzheng Xiao took a deep breath, striving to suppress the urge to immediately inquire about Rong Yin's truth. Reason told him that it was not yet the right time. Losing interest in his calligraphy practice, Zongzheng Xiao summoned a palace servant to clean up the mess and took Rong Yin aside to wash the ink from his hands. Observing Zongzheng Xiao's gentle actions and the absence of any signs of anger, Rong Yin finally felt at ease. In the time that followed, Zongzheng Xiao ceased attending to state affairs. He removed his garments and joined Rong Yin in the water, leaning against the edge of the pool, silently gazing at the surface. Lost in thought, Zongzheng Xiao's demeanor was decidedly unsettling, and Rong Yin would rather endure his playful torment than witness him in such a state. Like a wisp of smoke visible yet elusive, it stirred a sense of unease within. To alleviate the heavy atmosphere, Rong Yin cleared his throat and began to sing softly. Merfolk are blessed with divine voices, and it is needless to say how melodious his singing was. The song he chose had a gentle and soothing melody, like a soft breeze rustling through leaves or snowflakes silently falling, imbued with a purifying essence capable of sweeping away all worldly filth. To conceal his identity, Rong Yin selected an English song, starting softly until Zongzheng Xiao turned his gaze toward him and did not intervene, allowing him to gradually increase his volume. As Rong Yin's voice filled the air, Zongzheng Xiao's heavy expression gradually lightened and his previously tense body relaxed, as if all the negative emotions that had accumulated within him dissipated in that moment. The palace attendants, including Si Shi, retreated outside after Zongzheng Xiao entered the bath. Yet they could hear Rong Yin's song quite clearly. Once the song concluded, tranquility returned to the chamber. Exhaling softly, before Rong Yin could react, Zongzheng Xiao suddenly pulled him into his embrace. Caught off guard by Zongzheng Xiao's action, Rong Yin instinctively squirmed, only to find himself held tighter. "Stay still. I merely wish to observe you." Zongzheng Xiao spoke, prompting Rong Yin to quiet down. He looked up at Zongzheng Xiao, his light blue eyes innocent and clear. Zongzheng Xiao raised his hand to caress Rong Yin's cheek, the warmth of his fingertips gliding over the scales on his skin. Rong Yin was puzzled by his actions, yet seeing only curiosity in Zongzheng Xiao's gaze and no malice. He complied with his movements. After a considerable time, Zongzheng Xiao finally uttered, "You are indeed a merman without a doubt. But why do you exude such discordant vibes?" Rong Yin blinked and remarked, "Is the Bad Emperor going mad?" Hearing Rong Yin's unspoken thoughts, Zongzheng Xiao chuckled softly, pinching his cheek, which remained delightfully soft. Rong Yin glared at him. After all that build-up, it was for this. Still holding Rong Yin in his embrace, Zongzheng Xiao felt a sense of loss at the sudden absence of the coolness he had grown accustomed to. A slight sting on his cheek where the little merman had left his mark. The merman's teeth were sharp, and if he had truly exerted himself, it would have been easy to tear a piece of flesh from Zongzheng Xiao's face. However, Rong Yin had only intended to retaliate for Zongzheng Xiao pinching his face, using just a fraction of his strength to leave a reddened bite mark. Zongzheng Xiao caught the echo of his thoughts. "Let you experience the same pain. Let's see if you dare to pinch my face again." He reached to touch the spot of the bite mark, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his lips. Indeed, The foolish merman's antics were nothing compared to the hardships he had faced on the battlefield, where he had survived countless near-death experiences. Caring for a little kitten could result in scratches. How much more for a rare merman? Having resolved to care for him, one must naturally tolerate his little quirks. Furthermore, such retaliation hardly qualified as vengeance. It was more akin to playful affection. Rong Yin, hidden beneath the water, initially thought Zongzheng Xiao would at least be a bit upset. However, when he cautiously surfaced to peek, he discovered that Zongzheng Xiao was completely unfazed by the minor injury, leisurely enjoying his bath. Upon seeing him, Zongzheng Xiao waved as he always did. "Come here. Why didn't he say anything, yet you ran off first?" Rong Yin, wary, remained still, and Zongzheng Xiao added, "I'll make sure you get an extra fish for dinner." Zongzheng Xiao only suggested giving him a bonus meal when he was in an exceptionally good mood, reassuring Rong Yin that he was indeed not upset. Elated, Rong Yin swiftly swam over, eagerly rubbing against Zongzheng Xiao's palm as he patted his head. "You must give me a fish after you finish petting me." Zongzheng Xiao chuckled helplessly. A single fish was enough to appease the merman. It was fortunate that he had raised him. Had he fallen into the hands of someone with ill intentions, he could only imagine the torment he would face. The longer he cared for Rong Yin, the more Zongzheng Xiao found him weak, helpless, and pitiable, completely forgetting that the little merman had once bared his teeth at him. Rong Yin's character was such that he grew stronger in the face of adversity. Though Zongzheng Xiao would occasionally tease him, he had never truly harmed him. To ensure a stable year of coexistence, Rong Yin was more than willing to act endearingly in front of him. If it were anyone else with ulterior motives, Rong Yin would undoubtedly drag that person down to hell, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Thus, another month passed in this simple yet blissful existence. One day, news arrived in the capital that Prince Jing had been ambushed while leading troops against bandits, suffering grave injuries. Though he had miraculously survived, he lost an arm and would henceforth live as a cripple. 10 little mermaids longed for a maiden, alongside the Prince of Ning in the capital, who is none other than the elder brother of Zongzheng Xiao. The Zongzheng family has produced 2 disabled princes. In this generation, there exists but one robust male, Zongzheng Xiao, whose claim to the throne now appears unassailable. For the noble families, the news of the Prince of Jing being rendered a useless piece on the chessboard is detrimental enough. Even worse is that Zongzheng Xiao has apprehended those placed beside the Prince of Jing, following the trail to capture the orchestrators within the capital and armed with pre-prepared evidence, has dealt with those individuals decisively. The swiftness of this action left them no room for reaction. It was akin to delivering a grievous blow to the noble families. How could they possibly relent? Thus, they engaged in a fierce struggle against the royal faction led by Zongzheng Xiao, resulting in daily tumultuous debates within the court. Fortunately, with Rong Yin around, Zongzheng Xiao was at least able to sleep soundly at night. Had it not been for him, he might have succumbed to madness from sleepless nights. As a leisurely fisherman, Rong Yin's daily endeavors revolved around indulgence and merriment. By the time he awakened at his leisure, Zongzheng Xiao had already departed. One afternoon, while Rong Yin was engrossed in a puzzle toy sent by Zongzheng Xiao to alleviate his boredom, a eunuch entered with 2 palace maids to clean the bathing pool. Rong Yin instinctively glanced over and noticed one of the maids possessed an extraordinary beauty, despite her lowered gaze and timid demeanor. Her graceful figure and striking countenance could not be concealed. Rong Yin harbored no ill intentions. He simply found her aesthetically pleasing, akin to encountering a blooming flower along the path, inspiring an irresistible urge to admire it. The palace maids, encountering him for the first time, were accustomed to discretion, and even though curiosity about the merfolk's appearance stirred within them, they dared not lift their heads openly to gaze, resorting instead to furtive glances while attending to their tasks. Thus, when the beautiful maid stole a glance at Rong Yin, only to discover he was also observing her, she was instantly startled, unsure of where to place her hands and feet, and in her panic, she stumbled into the bathing pool. The supervising eunuch immediately reprimanded her, berating her for her clumsiness and demanding she rise and resume her duties without attempting to shirk work. Rong Yin wished to defend the girl, asserting that she had merely fallen and was not shirking her responsibilities. Yet, Recalling his silent persona, he resorted to throwing a small wooden carving at the eunuch, who turned to him with an indignant glare. This eunuch was no stranger to the surroundings and was well aware of the emperor's fondness for the mermaid. Without concern for Rong Yin's thoughts, he promptly offered an apology, stating it was his own fault for disturbing the peace and requesting forgiveness. Though aware of the merfolk's inability to communicate, he adhered to the principle of not striking those who approach with goodwill, recognizing that his demeanor was intended for the higher-ups rather than the mermaid. As he spoke, he cast furtive glances at Rong Yin, fearful that the mermaid might take offense and retaliate, for merfolk are indeed wild creatures. And those sharp claws are no jest. One swipe to the neck could spell his demise that very day. However, his apprehensions were unwarranted. Rong Yin exhibited no tendencies toward violence. Observing that he no longer troubled the maid, Rong Yin lost interest in the eunuch and returned his focus to unraveling the intricate puzzle. In the emptied bathing pool, the maid's companion cautiously approached to his sister, softly inquiring, "Greenie, are you all right?" Although her voice was not loud, the stillness of the chamber rendered every word crystal clear to Rong Yin. Greenie, a name both peculiar and familiar, resonated within him. He felt certain he had encountered or heard this name before, perhaps more than once, yet he could not pinpoint the corresponding memory. Rong Yin inexplicably began to dwell on this conundrum. That evening, when Zongzheng Xiao finally found the time to dine with him, Rong Yin, while being fed his cherished sashimi, unexpectedly drifted into a daze before him. Zongzheng Xiao inquired, "Were you pondering? Have you lost your appetite?" The feeding motion faltered as Zongzheng Xiao, typically composed and steady, experienced a brief lapse of clarity. The little mermaid, thinking of a woman, and in his presence no less. Was it that kind of thought? If so, it was entirely natural for a male mermaid to contemplate a female. Zongzheng Xiao attempted to rationalize this notion, yet he found himself unable to maintain composure, feeling a flutter of agitation. Just then, Cixi hurried in, addressing Zongzheng Xiao, "Your Majesty, the young Master Ji seeks an audience." The young Master Ji was the eldest son of Zongzheng Xiao, a loyal minister who served alongside Zongzheng Xiao and had been granted the title of Duke. The young Master Ji, inheriting his father's ideals of loyalty and patriotism, was astute and frequently relied upon by Zongzheng Xiao, suggesting urgent matters at hand. Zongzheng Xiao promptly composed himself, setting aside his meal, instructing the nearby eunuch, attend to the mermaid's dining needs. Rong Yin remained stunned in his spot, watching Zongzheng Xiao's silhouette fade from view, his expression tinged with disbelief. Zongzheng Xiao had left without a word. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within Rong Yin. He felt somewhat petulant, acknowledging that Zongzheng Xiao might have simply forgotten in his haste. Yet, he could not suppress the speculation of other possible reasons, such as Zongzheng Xiao's waning affection or impatience due to his earlier distraction during the meal. In a tumult of emotions, Rong Yin declined the eunuch's offer to continue feeding him, sorrowfully gliding into the bathing pool, submerging himself entirely beneath the water. Meanwhile, Zongzheng Xiao, midway through his departure, recalled that he had neglected to bid farewell to the little mermaid, leaving him uncertain if it had been intentional. Nevertheless, he felt a lingering irritability. Upon encountering Zongzheng Xiao's somber expression, young Master Ji's heart sank, fearing his sudden request for an audience had incited the emperor's displeasure. Yet, despite his unease, he dutifully relayed the urgent matters at hand. The noble families rose to prominence, not merely due to their rich cultural heritage and ability to cultivate talent more readily than common folk, but also because of their agricultural holdings and mastery of unique skills, which served as the foundation for their ascendance. The matter young Master Ji intended to report pertained to the papermaking industry. Once I found myself immersed in a narrative. The entire papermaking industry of the Grand Shang was predominantly under the control of the Chui family from the capital. Their paper, a portion of which was delivered to the palace, was thus proudly labeled as tribute paper, allowing them to monopolize a significant portion of industries related to paper, such as printing and ink shops. In this era of flourishing imperial examinations, the exorbitant prices of writing materials rendered it exceedingly difficult for those of humble origins to produce distinguished offspring, much to the chagrin of Zongzheng Xiao. The recent incident involving the king of Jing became yet another catalyst for conflict between Zongzheng Xiao and the aristocracy. Several key figures from noble families were punished by Zongzheng Xiao, leading to their indignation and the concoction of a scheme to raise the price of paper. With paper prices soaring, the cost of books would inevitably follow suit. The young Master Ji discovered that they planned to increase the price by 3-1, though seemingly modest. For students who consumed vast quantities of paper, a mere 3-1 increase per sheet would accumulate to a staggering amount when multiplied by the number of sheets. Moreover, true to the aristocracy's usual tactics, they would likely spread rumors of reduced paper production to further inflate prices. Such actions would be akin to a death sentence for scholars. Zongzheng Xiao, who had his eyes set on promising students from humble backgrounds, saw the aristocracy's maneuvering as a direct threat and retaliation against him. After sharing this alarming intelligence, the young Master Ji displayed an unmistakable urgency, while Zongzheng Xiao, instead of expressing fury, wore a contemplative expression. This unusual demeanor left Ji puzzled, yet he dared not inquire, standing silently in anticipation of his instructions. Meanwhile, Zongzheng Xiao pondered, if I could produce paper, I could effortlessly resolve this predicament. Coincidentally, my little merman seems to possess the knowledge of papermaking, yet his thoughts are occupied with a young woman. Ever since discovering the peculiarities surrounding Rong Yin a month ago, Zongzheng Xiao had been reflecting on the secrets his little merman harbored and how he might coax those secrets from him willingly. However, preoccupied with countering the aristocracy, he sought the most prudent means of uncovering these mysteries as he wished to protect the little merman, only to find that, in the meantime, the merman's heart had wandered to another. Halt! Zongzheng Xiao quickly called a stop to his wandering thoughts. Recognizing that the most pressing matter was to address the troubles the aristocracy had thrust upon him, he would set aside the merman's infatuation for the moment. The young Master Ji, understanding the gravity of the situation, left the palace with a heavy heart. Upon his departure, the little merman ceased to consume any food, retreating into the water with a forlorn expression. Zongzheng Xiao's emotions became an intricate tapestry of complexity. Could this be the fabled ailment of lovesickness? The little merman was so besotted with that young woman that he could not bring himself to eat. What manner of person could elicit such longing from the little merman? Upon entering the hall, Zongzheng Xiao found the merman not resting on the familiar slope, but rather curled up in a distant corner, fast asleep. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Rong Yin, Zongzheng Xiao had spent the entire night tossing and turning, as he was grappling with a revelation that left him utterly astonished. In his dreams, he finally remembered who Lu Yi was. During his high school days, there was a girl who sat beside him, an avid reader of paper novels, purchasing 1 or 2 each week, which eventually cluttered her desk to the point of overflow. Rong Yin had made room for her books, and thus their friendship blossomed. After an examination, feeling somewhat bored, he borrowed a novel from her, and Lu Yi was a remarkably vibrant character within its pages. The story unfolded the tumultuous love affair between Emperor Zongzheng Xiao of the Grand Sheng and his queen, Su Wan'er, a princess of the fallen dynasty, spanning an impressive 100,000 words. Zongzheng Xiao, the second emperor of the Grand Sheng, succeeded his uncle, the founding emperor, Zongzheng Xiao. The book depicted the mixed opinions of the populace regarding Zongzheng Xiao, who had ruled for a mere 5 years before succumbing to a sudden illness. Some praised him for alleviating taxes for 3 years, promoting benevolence, and employing students from humble backgrounds, deeming him a ruler who genuinely cared for his people. Conversely, others condemned him as a tyrant, plagued by severe insomnia that rendered him irascible and unyielding to counsel, failing to take a consort to expand the royal line and cruelly punishing loyal subjects, a veritable despot. Regardless of public opinion, Zongzheng Xiao was profoundly grateful to his uncle. It was because Zongzheng Xiao had no heirs that he, as a nephew, could ascend the throne with ease. Zongzheng Xiao's oppression of the aristocracy and fortification of imperial power allowed him to secure his position. Logically, Zongzheng Xiao could have reigned as a steady ruler, as long as he did not court disaster. Yet, were it not for his reckless pursuits, this tale would not have come to light. While still a young master, He fell in love with Su Wanner, promising to cherish her for eternity. After his ascension, he disregarded the counsel of his ministers and wed the unassuming Su Wanner, showering her with affection. However, after she bore him a son, Su Wanner's parents revealed a shocking truth. They were not her biological parents. Her true identity was that of a princess of the fallen dynasty. This dynasty had been annihilated by the Zongzheng family. Thus, between Su Wanner and Zongzheng Xiao lay a chasm of blood feud. Yet, fate had intertwined their paths. Her adoptive parents, fervently seeking to restore the fallen dynasty, had deliberately orchestrated their meeting and romance, intending to use Zongzheng Xiao's ascent to power to fulfill their ambitions. Torn between her husband and familial vengeance, Su Wanner found herself ensnared, while her adoptive parents clandestinely allied with the aristocracy, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for imperial authority, to orchestrate a series of nefarious plots. They not only disrupted the court, but also exploited Su Wanner's name to support remnants of the fallen dynasty in forming armies to rebel, wreaking havoc upon the common people. With other nations eyeing the rich lands of the Grand Shang, taking advantage of the chaos, they relentlessly harassed its borders. The Central Plains, which had enjoyed peace for merely a few years, spiraled into turmoil once more. Were it not for the loyal and valiant generals who had fought alongside the Zongzheng family, diligently safeguarding the borders and quelling the rebels, the Grand Shang might have faced obliteration within a decade. Amidst the raging flames of war outside, Zongzheng Xiao and Su Wanner continued to enact their melodrama of love within the palace, embroiled in a tempest of passion, with threats of violence should she dare to flee with their child. It was during this tumultuous period that Lu Yi made her entrance. Misunderstanding resolved once a humble palace maid. During the reign of Emperor Zongzheng Xiao, she had nearly met her demise due to an error, only to be saved by the emperor himself. Green Yi, as she was called, regarded Zongzheng Xiao as her savior and firmly believed him to be the greatest emperor in history. A devoted admirer, she was devastated when Zongzheng Xiao passed away, nearly blinded by tears. When Emperor Zongzheng Xiao ascended the throne, she observed his incompetence in governing the realm, his reluctance to execute the former princess, who was the root of chaos, causing disheartenment among loyal ministers. Green Yi's disdain for both men grew to an extreme, prompting her to devise multiple plots to eliminate them. Several significant plot developments in the novel were driven by Green Yi's actions. However, due to the protagonist's aura, her assassination attempts consistently failed. Ultimately, after poisoning Su Wanner and being discovered, Zongzheng Xiao sought her life. In a fit of rage, she cursed them both before meeting her end by colliding with a pillar. The novel concluded with the demise of the main characters, who transcended into a carefree existence, while the male lead bequeathed the throne to his brother. The brother, burdened with a chaotic legacy, took years to stabilize the nation but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion at a young age. A classmate informed Rong Yin that many readers criticized the protagonists, perceiving Green Yi as their voice. Given the homophonic nature of her name, which means daughter, devoted fans affectionately refer to her as such. Were it not for the uniqueness of Green Yi's name and the frequent discussions about her character, he would have long forgotten her after so many years. If Green Yi's memory lingered, the same could not be said for the protagonists and the founding emperor, Zongzheng Xiao, who was scarcely mentioned. Zongzheng Xiao, in a fit of rage, executed the officials who delivered the news of the mermaid and bestowed poisoned wine upon the King Jing. What was merely a brief mention in the narrative took a radically different turn with Rong Yin's arrival. At that moment in a dream, Rong Yin recalled all the contents of the novel, realizing that he had not simply traversed to an alternate ancient realm, but had entered the very story he had once read. Rong Yin felt an overwhelming urge to question the heavens. "Oh, celestial forces, are you rewarding me or mocking me?" He struggled to articulate his emotions, likening them to peeling an onion. Just when he thought he had reached the final layer, more layers revealed themselves. Perhaps due to a restless night, Rong Yin awoke early the next day, only to find that Zongzheng Xiao had already departed. His mind was in disarray. He had neither the inclination to play nor to eat, alarming the palace maid in charge of his care, who quickly reported to see Shi. who in turn informed Zongzheng Xiao. After court, upon hearing the news, Zongzheng Xiao rushed to him. Upon seeing Rong Yin, before he could inquire, he heard Rong Yin internally call his name, Zongzheng Xiao. He halted abruptly, momentarily convinced he had misheard. How could the little mermaid know his name? Floating in the bath, Rong Yin gazed at Zongzheng Xiao, standing nearby, examining him from head to toe, as if seeing him for the first time. The character that had once existed only in text now stood vividly before him, and they had shared so much time together. The sensation was indescribably wondrous. Seeing Zongzheng Xiao remain still, Rong Yin swam over and emerged before him. They locked eyes, attempting to peer into each other's souls, though unbeknownst to Rong Yin, Zongzheng Xiao had already discerned much of his heart. At that moment, Zongzheng Xiao heard Rong Yin's thoughts. Will the tyrant truly only live for 5 years? Could my arrival alter the ending? After all, both I and a mermaid were supposed to have perished over a month ago. Yet here we are, alive in this extraordinary manner. Rong Yin's words bore significant weight, leaving Zongzheng Xiao's mind reeling. What did it mean to live only 5 years? How could his presence potentially change the outcome? And what of the mermaid? Wasn't he the mermaid himself? The longing for truth consumed him. Yet he found no means to inquire of the little mermaid, as he was still uncertain of what she truly was. Time passed, and neither moved. As if playing a game of red light, green light, She trailed behind, sensing an odd atmosphere, but unable to pinpoint its peculiarity or how to break the tension. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence within the chamber. Having had little to eat the previous night and no water that morning, Rong Yin's stomach protested. He pressed his hand against his abdomen, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Why must it announce itself now? This unruly display was unmistakably characteristic of the little mermaid he recognized. Zongzheng Xiao soon relaxed. Irrespective of the little mermaid's origins, be it human, spirit, or demon, he trusted his judgment that her nature was inherently good. Shi, prepare the meal. Zongzheng Xiao commanded, leading Rong Yin to the dining table. Not only was Rong Yin hungry due to his foul mood, Zongzheng Xiao had also neglected to eat since the previous night, distracted by his thoughts. When the meal arrived, Zongzheng Xiao intended to feed Rong Yin first, but the latter shook his head in refusal, gesturing towards the food and then at Zongzheng Xiao, indicating that the emperor should eat first. Zongzheng Xiao, wishing to avoid further discord, acquiesced, allowing Rong Yin to sip soup while he himself ate. Though it was possible for the palace attendants to feed Rong Yin, Zongzheng Xiao preferred to do it himself, unless circumstances necessitated otherwise. After satisfying his hunger, Zongzheng Xiao, as was his custom, began to offer Rong Yin slices of raw fish. However, as they faced each other once more, memories of the previous night resurfaced in their minds. This recollection left Rong Yin feeling awkward. Had he not been so astonished by his literary traversal, he might have still been sulking. Similarly, Zongzheng Xiao felt unsettled. His earlier assumptions had led him to inadvertently neglect the little mermaid. Ultimately, it was his fault, and now that she remained calm and compliant, it was clear she possessed a greater capacity for forgiveness than he. As Rong Yin savored the fish, Zongzheng Xiao casually remarked, I left in such haste last night that I did not have the chance to bid you farewell. I assure you, it will not happen again. Rong Yin was momentarily taken aback, pondering that perhaps the wicked emperor was not as malevolent as he seemed, despite believing her to be incapable of human speech. He still chose to explain himself. Meanwhile, Zongzheng Xiao, who had been eavesdropping on Rong Yin's thoughts, felt a twinge of guilt. This sense of remorse soon intensified as Rong Yin continued. Indeed, he did not intentionally neglect to bid me farewell. It was I who misjudged him. How foolish I must appear for being so enraged that I could not bring myself to eat last night, and for deliberately sleeping so far away from him. Thankfully, Zongzheng Xiao was unaware of the truth. Otherwise, he would surely mock her. Zongzheng Xiao was astounded to discover that the little mermaid's lack of appetite stemmed not from longing for a certain lady, but rather from her own frustration. A bittersweet emotion replaced his guilt upon realizing that the little mermaid cared for him, bringing him great joy. With misunderstandings resolved, both felt a delightful ease, leading to one inadvertently overfeeding and the other overeating. Observing the little mermaid's swollen belly, Zongzheng Xiao adeptly cradled Rong Yin in his arms, gently massaging his stomach to aid digestion. Leaning against Zongzheng Xiao's shoulder, Rong Yin comfortably closed his eyes, his thoughts once again flowing freely. He mused. The book mentions that Zongzheng Xiao reigned as emperor for only 5 years before passing away. What year is this now? I encountered Levayu yesterday. I wonder if the plot involving Zongzheng Xiao rescuing her has unfolded yet. Levayu is a loyal and patriotic maiden. I wonder if my arrival will alter her fate. As Zongzheng Xiao listened to the little mermaid's musings, he maintained a calm facade while internally a tempest raged. A book, you say? How did the little mermaid discover his identity and lifespan? And this Levayu, she must be the lady the little mermaid was thinking of last night. It appears I am destined to intersect with her story. The little mermaid's words suggest events yet to come. Could he be reading a prophetic tome? Furthermore, his tone implies that his presence by my side was serendipitous. He previously mentioned not being a mermaid. What then is his true identity and origin? The mysteries surrounding the little mermaid multiply, and Zongzheng Xiao could only unravel the enigma thread by thread, inching towards the buried truth. While Rong Yin napped, Zongzheng Xiao retreated to his side chamber, summoning Shi to inquire about the individuals the little mermaid had encountered the previous day and to bring them forth. This task was not particularly challenging, and soon enough, the palace attendants who had served in the hall, along with Levayu who had come to clean, stood before Zongzheng Xiao. Levayu, among them, appeared pale, not out of fear of the emperor's wrath, but because her knees throbbed painfully, nearly incapacitating her. From a young age, Levayu's beauty had been remarkable. Her father, aspiring for her to ascend to greatness, sought to marry her into the emperor's court. However, with the fall of the previous dynasty and the establishment of a new one, Emperor Zongzheng Xiao remained without a consort for 3 consecutive years, prompting her father to take drastic measures by smuggling her into the palace as a maid, hoping it would provide her a chance to meet the emperor. Unfortunately, her family lacked sufficient influence, and she found herself relegated to the lowest tier of palace servants, tasked with the most arduous and unpleasant duties. Yet, Levayu bore no sorrow for her fate, as she had never aspired to become a consort. Her father, a mere 7th-rank official, had taken multiple concubines, and the household was rife with jealousy and contention. Levayu found the competition among women distressing. The emperor's harem was vast, and should conflicts arise, their brutality would far exceed any domestic strife she had witnessed. However, Levayu's non-confrontational nature did not shield her from the ambitions of others. Many sought to enter the palace with intentions akin to her father's. Levayu, with her striking beauty, became the target of jealousy and bullying, having to endure the most laborious tasks, sleeping in cramped quarters, and often going hungry while being harassed by her peers. Just last night, she was falsely accused of theft, and without investigation, she was punished by kneeling outside for an entire night. Before dawn, she was summoned to move heavy objects, and by the time she was called before the emperor, she had not even had a sip of water. Levayu not only suffered from her aching legs, but also felt faint from hunger. Were it not for her fear of incurring the emperor's ire, she would have collapsed from exhaustion. Zongzheng Xiao cast a cursory glance at them before she stepped forward, pointing to the foremost attendant. You begin by stating your name. The attendant complied, declaring, I'm called Duo Fu. One by one, the others followed suit, and soon it was Levayu's turn. As she began to speak, Zongzheng Xiao, who had been gazing downward, suddenly fixed his piercing gaze upon her, causing Levayu to nearly scream in fright, her body trembling. Shi, a keen observer of moods, quickly discerned the emperor's intent and efficiently ushered the other attendants out, leaving only Levayu behind. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Levayu, unable to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Zongzheng Xiao, collapsed to her knees. As her knees hit the ground, a sharp pain shot through her limbs, and she clenched her teeth to suppress any cries of agony. Zongzheng Xiao commanded, Lift your head. Levayu hurriedly complied, though her gaze remained lowered, unable to meet his eyes. Despite her trials, Levayu's beauty had not waned. Rather, the passage of time had honed it to a more exquisite form. Her pallid complexion, slightly furrowed brows, and colorless lips rendered her a vision of tragic beauty. Had Zongzheng Xiao harbored different intentions, he might have fulfilled her father's desires. With her beauty, Levayu could easily have become a favored concubine, if not the empress. However, as he beheld the enchanting Levayu, Zongzheng Xiao's thoughts were quite different. It is fortunate that the little mermaid's interest in Levayu stems from her connection to him, were it otherwise. And if the little mermaid held romantic feelings for her, I might have acted with ruthless intent. Kneeling before him, Levayu sensed a glimmer of hostility, and though she could not fathom how she had offended the emperor, the thought of her imminent demise filled her heart with sorrow. As she prayed for a better fate in her next life, Zongzheng Xiao spoke again, not with the decree of death she had anticipated, but rather, take her away to tend her needs. She shall serve beside the mermaid from now on. Yes, your majesty, I shall see to it immediately. She suppressed his curiosity regarding the emperor's decision and directed other attendants to escort the still dazed Levayu away. While others were left bewildered, Zongzheng Xiao felt elated. For once Levayu was near the little mermaid, he was certain she would divulge further secrets, allowing him to uncover the truth effortlessly. Upon learning that Levayu had caught the emperor's eye and would likely rise in status, those who had previously bullied her could only feel a mix of fear and jealousy. Unbeknownst to Levayu, after her departure, she arranged for her to have a private chamber and, aware of her injuries, summoned a physician to tend to her, providing the finest medicines without requiring payment. The cascade of unexpected blessings left Levayu in a state of disbelief. She nearly wondered if she were dreaming. Wasn't the emperor supposed to have her executed? Why then was she still alive, basking in such unexpected happiness? The little girl's intentions were clear to someone as seasoned as she, considering that the future prospects for L.E. might not be inferior to his own. He felt it prudent to extend a favor to her in advance. With a warm smile, he reassured her, rest assured and focus on your recovery. Serving by the side of that esteemed individual, your brighter days are yet to come. In a state of panic, the troubled Green recalled that before she was taken away, the emperor had mentioned something about her attending to the Mermen. The thought of the Mermen brought to her mind the enchanting figure she had glimpsed the previous day. Although she had not seen his full visage, his divine presence had left an indelible impression upon her memory. Furthermore, when the palace attendant had scolded her, the Mermen had intervened on her behalf, suggesting a kind heart beneath his alluring exterior. If her service were to be rendered to such a master as the esteemed eunuch she had said, her future would surely be one of comfort and prosperity. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief wash over her. She bowed to eunuch she and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your reminder. I am profoundly grateful." She offered her a supportive hand, replying, "In the future, as we serve alongside the esteemed ones, there is no need for such formality." He understood that he was allowing her to reserve this favor for a later time. Meanwhile, Rong Yin remained unaware of the grand surprise that Zongzheng Xiao had prepared for him. With the knowledge of Zongzheng Xiao's true identity, every time Rong Yin gazed upon him, thoughts of his tragic fate filled him with compassion, softening his demeanor towards him. Zongzheng Xiao was well aware of Rong Yin's sentiments and took pleasure in being the object of his pity, as it ultimately benefited him. As the sweltering summer approached, even within the palace, where a bathing pool was available and ice basins were set nearby, the heat remained oppressive. Outside, the cicadas chirped incessantly. Zongzheng Xiao reclined on a cool mat, engrossed in his reading, a chilled beverage before him, while a palace attendant fanned him. In his embrace lay a small, cool merman. The merman's body temperature was lower than that of humans, and whenever there was a moment to spare, Rong Yin would nestle in Zongzheng Xiao's arms, seeking respite from the heat, currently dozing peacefully against his arm. After finishing a page of his book, Zongzheng Xiao turned to glance at the blazing sun outside, and then stroked Rong Yin's fishtail, frowning slightly. He set his book aside and lifted Rong Yin into his arms. Half awake, Rong Yin let out a few soft sounds. Zongzheng Xiao remarked, "Your tail is drying. You should return to the water for a while." The heat caused moisture to evaporate quickly, and Rong Yin's time on land was becoming increasingly limited. Water splashed onto Zongzheng Xiao's chest and chin, yet he remained unperturbed, merely telling the cheerful Rong Yin to settle down. Rong Yin playfully stuck his tongue out at him. Bored alone in the water, Rong Yin swam a few laps before returning to the shore to seek out Zongzheng Xiao. Zongzheng Xiao offered him a chilled drink. A finely crushed ice slush adorned with fruit preserves and honey, delicious and refreshing. Rong Yin exclaimed, "Being an emperor is wonderful. One can indulge in such exquisite delicacies." Zongzheng Xiao reflected on how fortunate he was to be the emperor, as it allowed him to provide the finest for the little merman. The slush melted rapidly, and soon, Rong Yin consumed the last bites as if it were mere water. After finishing the icy treat, much of the heat dissipated, and Rong Yin requested paper and a brush to engage in drawing. As he leaned over the low table to complete a piece, he lifted his head to stretch his neck and fortuitously spotted Shi entering to report to Zongzheng Xiao. Shi appeared to be in his 30s, somewhat rotund. The plump were more susceptible to heat, and his round face was flushed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and nose. When he finished his report, his lips were chapped, a fact noticed by Zongzheng Xiao, who graciously provided him with a basin of ice before he departed. Shi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and Rong Yin felt he was on the verge of tears from his excitement. At that moment, Rong Yin also realized that ice was a precious commodity in any era. While modern individuals had refrigerators, in ancient times, the ice used during summer was typically harvested in winter and stored in ice cellars. This practice was reserved for the affluent. Commoners could either endure the sweltering heat or purchase ice at a cost. It was said that rarity equated to value, and the price of summer ice was undoubtedly steep, making it a luxury few could afford on a daily basis. Rong Yin mused that those who sold ice during the summer must amass considerable wealth. Zongzheng Xiao silently affirmed Rong Yin's thoughts. Indeed, wealthy families in the city profited handsomely from selling ice each year. Although their ice reserves were limited, selling at a high price ensured they would not incur losses. Stealing a glance at Zongzheng Xiao, Rong Yin contemplated the method he had heard of for making ice with nitrate. If only he could converse with Zongzheng Xiao, he could suggest trying out. Yet the challenge lay in explaining how he possessed knowledge of human language and ice-making techniques. Upon hearing Rong Yin's unvoiced thoughts, Zongzheng Xiao reflected, "The good news, my little merman is well-versed in many things. The bad news, I cannot inquire, nor dare I ask." Both harbored their own thoughts. Zongzheng Xiao stared at his book, unable to focus on a single word, while Rong Yin's drawings began to take on a different nature. As he pondered while sketching, he recalled that the process involved filling a large basin with water, sprinkling in nitrate powder and stirring, then placing a smaller bowl filled with water within the larger one, allowing both to freeze, though the water in the larger basin was not for consumption. Unbeknownst to him, Rong Yin had drafted a rough outline of the steps. When he realized what he had done, he hastily crumpled the paper and cast it aside, glancing at Zongzheng Xiao, relieved to see him engrossed in his reading, unaware of his actions. In the past, when he had doodled and wasted paper, Zongzheng Xiao had shown little concern. Even if he had noticed, he would likely not comprehend the significance of the drawings, so Rong Yin felt secure in his anonymity. Rong Yin patted his chest, feigning nonchalance as he continued to draw. However, unbeknownst to him, Zongzheng Xiao's hand resting on his knee had quietly clenched, and his breathing had become irregular. At that moment, Zongzheng Xiao found it difficult to articulate his emotions. He had expected the conversation to mirror their previous discussions on papermaking, where he could only listen without immediate results. Yet, the little merman had directly conveyed the information, even illustrating the specific steps. His little merman was truly adorable. He took the crumpled paper from Rong Yin and presented it to Shi, verbally reiterating the steps Rong Yin had outlined, commanding him to act swiftly, eager to achieve results. Upon realizing the significance of the task Zongzheng Xiao was undertaking, Shi accepted the wrinkled paper with a solemnity akin to receiving a royal edict. Struggling to suppress a smile, Shi dared not contemplate the implications. If this method proved successful, the benefits to the royal family would be immense. Later, before retiring for the night, Rong Yin sensed something peculiar in Zongzheng Xiao's gaze, akin to a hungry wolf eyeing a little lamb. Shuddering at his own analogy, Rong Yin quickly closed his eyes and lay down, hoping to avoid the unsettling vision, despite the soothing scent of Rong Yin lulling him into slumber. Zongzheng Xiao remained exhilarated for a considerable time before finally drifting off to sleep. The night passed without dreams, and the following morning, Cixi awakened him promptly. Observing Cixi's weary yet excited expression, Zongzheng Xiao understood that their endeavor had succeeded. During the morning court session, both the noble families and the royal officials bore expressions of bewilderment as they perceived the emperor appeared unusually vibrant. As a ruler burdened by immense pressure, Zongzheng Xiao faced the noble officials as if confronting adversaries he could neither retaliate against nor find joy in their presence. It was a struggle to maintain a cheerful demeanor amidst such circumstances. Each day, he entered the court with a countenance as grim as coal, and the ministers had long grown accustomed to his frosty demeanor. Thus, when they witnessed Zongzheng Xiao smiling and his lips curving upwards, they collectively believed they were dreaming. Yet, their astonishment did not end there. Not only did Zongzheng Xiao wear a smile, but throughout the proceedings, regardless of whether the matters discussed were favorable or unfavorable, his tone remained remarkably calm. Even amidst the customary quarrels that erupted on both sides, he astonishingly stepped forward to mediate. Not in the previously biased manner of smoothing things over for his own faction, but rather as a truly neutral arbitrator. This unexpected intervention left both parties momentarily taken aback. The usually fierce aristocracy found themselves surprisingly subdued, resembling a quail rendered speechless by fear. No one could fathom what the emperor was scheming this time. After the court session, Zongzheng Xiao summoned young Master Ji to the palace, informing him that a potential resolution regarding the aristocracy's increase in paper prices had emerged. Young Master Ji, observing the basin of ice brought in by the Four Happiness, was somewhat bewildered. "Your Majesty, what does this ice have to do with paper?" He sighed, continuing, "At the onset of summer, a palm-sized block of ice cost merely 31, but with the soaring temperatures, it has escalated to 1 tael, with further increases anticipated. The average commoner can scarcely save a few taels of silver in a year without facing calamity. Even those residing in the city find it challenging to amass over 10 taels in savings. A small cube of ice fetching over 1 tael is undeniably exorbitant, and most people likely cannot afford it." Zongzheng Xiao responded, "The ice trade is predominantly controlled by those aristocratic families, is it not?" "Indeed," young Master Ji replied. "The ice-selling business in the city is essentially monopolized by the Chun family, as theirs is the largest ice seller in the capital." Suddenly, Zongzheng Xiao chuckled. "You see, we have not collected taxes for 3 years. The national treasury is depleted, and my private coffers are nearly empty. I find the ice trade quite appealing at present." Young Master Ji's face contorted into a grimace. "Your Majesty, who wouldn't he wish to profit from such an opportunity? The crux of the matter is, where would we secure such an abundance of ice to sell? Ice does not simply remain preserved in the cellar. During the sweltering summer, it inevitably melts away." While the palace indeed stored a considerable amount of ice, Zongzheng Xiao was a solitary figure, not needing to share the ice with anyone else. Yet, even that supply was merely sufficient for his own indulgence. As for young Master Ji's household, with its numerous members, the ice in their cellar would scarcely suffice, requiring them to procure additional supplies externally, leaving no surplus for sale. As he grappled with this dilemma, a sudden realization struck him. He had always known Zongzheng Xiao to be a man of purpose. If he expressed a desire to venture into this business, he undoubtedly possessed the confidence to supply ample ice. Young Master Ji eagerly turned to Zongzheng Xiao. "Your Majesty, do not jest with me. Please, enlighten me on your intentions." Zongzheng Xiao, with a playful demeanor, sipped his warm tea leisurely, only addressing the anxious young Master Ji, who appeared ready to challenge him. After several moments, "I have devised a method for ice production and intend to entrust the ice-selling business to your family." The audacity of the noble families could be attributed, in part, to their overflowing coffers, while Zongzheng Xiao, the monarch, found himself rather impoverished by comparison. To curtail the power of these families, he realized that economic deprivation, alongside military suppression, was essential. As long as humanity exists, social hierarchies will emerge, leading to a predatory environment. It was not that Zongzheng Xiao could not tolerate the noble families, but rather those who defied him. Since they were unwilling to align with him, he would nurture those who would obey, resolutely placing them beneath his heel. Young Master Ji was momentarily stunned by Zongzheng's statement, struggling to believe that the emperor had discovered a method for ice production and wished to hand it to his family. Raising his gaze, Zongzheng inquired, "Are you displeased?" "I could reconsider." No. Young Master Ji interrupted excitedly, disregarding decorum, and upon realizing his impropriety, hastily sought forgiveness, attributing his enthusiasm to surprise and imploring the emperor not to take offense. Zongzheng, understanding his excitement, had felt similarly when he learned of the success of the ice-making method that morning, yet he maintained a stern countenance. "Let this be a lesson. I shall heed your teachings, Your Majesty." Young Master Ji's seriousness lasted but a moment before he resumed his playful demeanor, advancing towards the basin of ice. After scrutinizing it closely, he inquired, "May I ask, Your Majesty, is this ice produced by the special method?" Zongzheng nodded, and young Master Ji's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly crying out in joy, wishing to cradle the ice as if it were a treasure. Unfazed by young Master Ji's astonishment, Zongzheng continued outlining his plan, noting that the cost of this ice-making method was relatively low. Even selling the ice at half the price of the noble families, a profit could still be made. "Not entirely," Zongzheng clarified. "What I seek is to thwart their plans for raising paper prices." His tone exuded an air of inevitability, prompting young Master Ji to comprehend that the riddle was about to be unraveled, and he fell silent, listening intently. Upon understanding Zongzheng's intentions, young Master Ji quickly grasped the underlying motives of a noble family's desire to raise paper prices, which was driven by a desire to retaliate against Zongzheng, as they held dominion over the paper-making process. This was their leverage. However, if they were to realize that Zongzheng could also produce paper, their threat would dissipate. Yet, the noble families were not naive. They would not easily believe such rumors. Thus, Zongzheng intended to unveil the ice production method to intimidate them, signaling that he was not jesting. Should they dare to act recklessly, they would find that what he sought to seize extended beyond merely the ice business. In comparison to the year-round paper trade, the ice business had only a few months of profitability. The noble families would surely understand the weight of this distinction. However, every lie eventually unravels. Over time, should they fail to produce paper, the noble families could revert to their former tactics. Unless, of course, Zongzheng truly mastered the art of paper-making. Your Majesty, young Master Ji gazed earnestly at Zongzheng. Zongzheng, aware of what he wished to hear, replied, "There are leads, but it will require some time." Overcome with excitement, young Master Ji nearly fainted from joy. Could they finally mount a triumphant comeback? "Why has His Majesty summoned you?" Duke Ji, observing his son's vacant expression, instinctively feared unsettling news, furrowing his brow. Young Master Ji, lost in his elation, did not respond, remaining silent in place. Duke Ji, a hot-tempered warrior with a straightforward disposition, often found his temperament exploited by the literate officials of the noble families, who would deliberately provoke him to incite rash actions, using such instances to attack the meritocratic group and Zongzheng. After suffering a few setbacks, his friends had urged him to temper his anger, and Zongzheng had advised him to consider the greater good, compelling Duke Ji to learn restraint. Fortunately, while his son had inherited some of his fiery temperament, he had also acquired more education and could master his impulses, earning Zongzheng's favor more than his father. Duke Ji, unperturbed, thought it merely a matter of shifting power within the family, ultimately benefiting his lineage. Young Master Ji, clutching his head, looked at his father with reddened eyes. Duke Ji was startled, contemplating how he had not struck his son with much force, yet had brought him to tears. Father, young Master Ji's voice trembled with excitement. He produced a paper detailing the ice-making method and elaborated on Zongzheng's plan, exclaiming, "An opportunity has arisen. Let us see if those scoundrels dare to look down upon us again." Before his father, young Master Ji was more genuine and candid. It was not merely the ice business that would elevate them above the old noble families. It was the promising beginning that filled him with hope for the future. Before joining Zongzheng's revolutionary forces, the Ji family had been but butchers in town, living scarcely better than the farmers who toiled in the fields and were often scorned by the affluent and officials alike, derided as unrefined, uncultured peasants. However, as chaos ensued, they aligned with Zongzheng's army, and through the strength and bravery of Ji's father, they earned military accolades and eventually the title of duke. Even so, they remained looked down upon by the established noble families, labeled as boorish and uncivilized. The Zongzheng family itself was not a prominent clan. Most of their meritocratic group hailed from humble beginnings, with the better off being distant relatives of the old noble families. In recent years, both the meritocratic group and the Zongzheng family had endured the disdain of the noble families, who could not easily eliminate them. Had it not been for Zongzheng's repeated efforts to undermine the noble family's arrogance, their situation would have been far more dire. Now, with the chance to deliver a resounding slap to the faces of the noble families and seize their wealth, Duke Ji could hardly contain his delight. Duke Ji raised his thumb, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! I knew the emperor was exceptional. I discerned it years ago. Among the Zongzheng youths, he was the most outstanding." When the former emperor intended to enter the capital and chose the second son as the heir, father, young Master Ji, startled by his father's words, seized his wrist with a serious expression, warning him to be cautious of speaking out of turn. Only then did Duke Ji realize his mistake, his face paling as he hastily slapped himself. "Sire, I was merely overly joyous and spoke without thought. I shall not speak such things in front of others." Duke Ji hastily explained. Young Master Ji, maintaining his stern tone, replied, "Such matters should not be spoken of even at home. Otherwise, it may bring ruin upon our family. Some secrets are best buried in one's heart and taken to the grave, father. Remember this." Duke Ji understood the gravity of the situation and did not mind being reprimanded by his son, quickly acquiescing. With newfound determination, young Master Ji acted swiftly. Within days, whispers of Zongzheng's ice-making technique began circulating among the major noble families. As anticipated by Zongzheng, their initial disbelief waned when a new ice beverage shop suddenly emerged on the capital's most bustling commercial street. The shop not only offered a variety of affordable ice drinks, but also sold raw ice at prices significantly lower than those of the Qin family's ice shop. On the day of the grand opening, the gathered crowd witnessed several servants from prominent households entering to procure ice, including the steward from the household of the General of National Defense. These individuals were responsible for purchases within their respective estates, and they were well known to the onlookers. The participation of the influential and powerful signified the quality of the ice being sold, and under the relentless sun, hesitation was not an option. Consequently, the crowd surged into the establishment en masse. The ice shop offered delightful icy beverages, and the ice itself was pristine and crystal clear, leading patrons to feel their expenditure was well justified. As word spread rapidly, from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, a long queue formed at the shop's entrance from dawn until dusk, dissipating only when the shopkeeper announced that the ice had run out. For several consecutive days, the Ji family's ice shop was bustling with customers, while the Qin family's establishment languished in desolation, witnessing their hard-earned profits being usurped. The Qin family was understandably displeased. Lowering prices was out of the question. Their only recourse was to undermine the rival ice shop. Thus, they devised a scheme to entrap the Ji family, dispatching individuals to feign illness from consuming their ice, creating a scene at the shop's entrance, and demanding an explanation. However, the Ji family had anticipated such treachery. They promptly exposed the deceiver's falsehoods, garnering the support of the public, and extracted the name of the instigator, none other than the Chun family. This revelation escalated the matter to the authorities. While the Chun family sought to extricate themselves from the predicament, their reputation suffered irreparably. Where their ice business had previously been lackluster, it now faced the grim prospect of closure. The head of the Chun family was nearly driven to the brink of collapse, and he began to entertain the rumors circulating about them. In a state of urgency, he sought out other family heads to discuss strategies. The allure is intoxicating, an irresistible temptation to bite the nape of the little mermaid. The four illustrious families, Cui, Chun, and Li, are renowned throughout the capital, their legacy enduring through several dynasties with a history spanning centuries. They can truly be said to hold a prestigious reputation unparalleled in the realm. Despite facing suppression from the imperial court and suffering significant blows during a tumultuous decade, they remain formidable. As the adage goes, a dying camel is larger than a horse. In the present day, they still command a place of influence in the capital. The Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Justice are their domains, with the head of the Cui family being a revered scholar and the sacrificial wine of the Imperial Academy, enjoying great adoration among the literati. Each of the four families possesses vast tracts of land and forests, as well as lucrative businesses: Cui paper, He porcelain, Chun charcoal, and the cloth. Beyond these, they dabble in various other enterprises, such as the Chun family's summarized trade. With wealth and power in their grasp, it is challenging for the four families to temper their arrogance. The contemporary heads of the four families are of similar ages and share ambitious aspirations. Initially, they perceive the Zongzheng family as lacking in depth, dismissing the young Zongzheng Xiao. They not only looked down upon him, but also sought to restore their former glory amidst the new dynasty's instability. Little did they know, Zongzheng Xiao was not easily trifled with, and over the years, they had suffered numerous setbacks at his hands. The Prince of Jing had been a pawn in their scheme since Zongzheng Xiao ascended the throne, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate him and elevate their own. However, Zongzheng Xiao's fortuitous discovery of their plot thwarted their plans, leading to significant repercussions for many of them. Frustrated, the four families were left seething, with the Cui family leading the charge to propose a price hike for paper. What they believed to be a foolproof plan soon encountered unforeseen complications. In a secluded chamber filled with ice, the head of the Chun family was flushed with heat, both from the stifling temperature and anxiety. This summer had been particularly sweltering, and even with an increase in price, their ice was selling remarkably well, bringing in substantial profits. Just before the emergence of the Ji family's ice shop, he had intended to raise prices further, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. Now, having failed to sabotage the Ji family, the ice was unsellable, and the thought of their potential losses made the Chun family head wish to storm over to the Ji household and eliminate them. The head of the Cui family, observing the Ji family's growing audacity, suspected the little emperor's involvement. Without a viable solution, the ice trade would surely slip through their fingers. As tensions reached a boiling point, the Cui family head remained composed, casually toying with a walnut, prompting the Chun family head to voice his concerns. When the Cui family head remained silent, the head of the He family interjected, stating that urgency would yield no results. The Ji family had clearly prepared for their move. He cautioned that attempting to undermine their ice shop without a clever strategy could lead to even greater consequences. The Chun family head, aflame with indignation, retorted that while the He family could remain aloof, it was his ice at stake today, and tomorrow it could very well be their porcelain. He could still sell charcoal if he lost the ice, but for the He family, losing porcelain meant losing everything. As the He family head prepared to respond, the Cui family head finally spoke, suggesting that if arguments could resolve their issues, their gathering would be unnecessary. Upon his words, both the Chun and He family heads fell silent. The Cui family head, squeezing the walnut tightly, sighed and conceded that, as the He family head had noted, their adversaries were well prepared and they were at a loss. Thus they must relent. The Chun family head's eyes widened in disagreement, realizing that relinquishing such a significant sum would be tantamount to surrendering without a fight. The usually grave head of the Li family interjected, questioning what alternatives they had. He reminded them that the ice business was merely a warning, intended to dissuade them from their plan to raise paper prices. This revelation prompted the Chun family head to recall the plight of the Cui family, who would be significantly impacted if Zongzheng Xiao mastered the art of papermaking. In light of this, his own situation seemed less dire, granting him an unexpected sense of relief. The Cui family head, perceiving the thoughts of the Chun family head, coldly declared that the plan to raise paper prices will be temporarily shelved, suggesting they bide their time. The Li family head nodded, asserting that if Zongzheng Xiao truly could produce paper, there would inevitably be some indication of it. They would have ample time to wait, and should he fail to deliver, the plan to raise prices could be enacted at any moment. While they discussed this, the four families remained skeptical of the rumors surrounding Zongzheng Xiao's capabilities, feeling a sense of unease following the ice debacle, fearing he might indeed turn his attention towards their families. No one wished to see their fortune stolen, yet they all maintained a facade of calm in each other's presence. As the noble families remained inactive, Zongzheng Xiao realized his scheme was bearing fruit. The continuous influx of profits from the ice sales filled his coffers, bolstering his confidence and making it increasingly difficult for anyone to displease him. Rong Yin, sensing Zongzheng Xiao's elation, had become bolder in her antics, occasionally indulging in his ice desserts, ambushing him while he bathed, and playfully cheating during their games. True to Rong Yin's expectations, Zongzheng Xiao displayed an oceanic breadth of tolerance, and she felt that even if she were to cause chaos, he would remain unfazed. On a rainy day, Zongzheng Xiao summoned a guqin, personally playing for Rong Yin. Outside, the rain pattered while the melodies flowed within, enchanting even Rong Yin, who lacked any musical talent, drawing her into a reverie as she embraced a basin of ice. Recently, an abundance of ice had appeared in the palace, seemingly inexhaustible, leading Rong Yin to marvel at the privileges of royalty. Upon finishing his piece, Zongzheng Xiao turned to her, inquiring if she enjoyed it. With a smile, he promised to play for her more often if she liked it. Seeing the little mermaid's joy brought him happiness as well. As their communication grew more open, he intended to repay the little mermaid for her kindness. "Ah!" Rong Yin exclaimed, one hand touching the guqin while the other pointed to herself. Zongzheng Xiao asked if she wished to learn. Having only seen the guqin before without ever touching it, she eagerly offered both hands to him. With a light chuckle, Zongzheng Xiao took her hands, pulling her into his embrace. Interested in teaching her, he guided her fingers over the strings, each note causing her eyes to sparkle with delight. Rather than a formal lesson, it felt more like playtime with a child. In the sweltering summer, even with ample ice, Zongzheng Xiao dressed lightly, while Rong Yin wore nothing at all. They were drawn close, each feeling the other's heartbeat and warmth. Immersed in her lessons, Rong Yin remained unaware of the effect she was having on Zongzheng Xiao, who, captivated by her enchanting fragrance, struggled to maintain his composure. Due to the heat, Rong Yin had braided her long hair and gathered it before her, exposing her smooth back. Her skin, fair and delicate as a precious silk, tempted him to reach out and feel its texture. The alluring curve of her neck stood out before him, and he realized that the captivating scent emanated from her. He found himself intrigued, pondering why his little mermaid possessed such a fragrance, and through his observations, he noted that only he could detect it. Was this aroma perhaps embedded in her very essence? If the skin is broken and blood flows, would the fragrance become more intense? In an instant, Zongzheng Xiao seemed to be enchanted. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his thin lips pressed together as he unconsciously drew nearer to Rong Yin's nape, closer and closer. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, the sound so deafening it was almost painful to the ears. Zongzheng Xiao was jolted back to reality, realizing he was now merely a finger's breadth away from Rong Yin's skin, with the slightest tilt of his head allowing him to kiss it. Rong Yin, startled by the noise, instinctively covered his ears and took a moment before turning to look at Zongzheng Xiao, only to discover that his complexion was rather pale. Rong Yin blinked in surprise. Could it be that Zongzheng Xiao was afraid of thunder? Zongzheng Xiao, filled with regret and guilt for nearly committing an indiscretion, thought to himself, it might be better for Rong Yin to believe he was simply afraid of the thunder rather than knowing the truth. Rong Yin did not mock Zongzheng Xiao, for the thunder had been so loud that even he felt a twinge of fear. Observing this, Zongzheng Xiao suppressed the myriad emotions swirling within him, grasped Rong Yin's hand, and was about to continue his teachings when the sound of footsteps approached. It was the palace maid delivering ice smoothies and pastries. Rong Yin, feeling thirsty, couldn't help but glance at the smoothie, and in doing so, he noticed the maid carrying it. Upon recognizing her, he instinctively gasped. Surely he wasn't mistaken. This maid was Greenie. Rong Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, not daring to blink. Greeny could not have failed to notice his gaze. However, his expression was devoid of any lust or disdain, filled instead with pure surprise and curiosity, which led Greeny to feel no offense. She placed down the smoothie, bowed to the two of them, and joined the other palace maids standing in the corner. Rong Yin stole a glance at Greeny, then at Zongzheng Xiao, pondering, could it be that the incident where Zongzheng Xiao saved the nearly beaten Greeny had transpired unbeknownst to me? Otherwise, why would she be here? Zongzheng Xiao, upon hearing Rong Yin's thoughts, gleaned a fragment of information. It appeared that in the book read by the little merman, he had saved Greeny. In the novel 17 Pippi Jiao, it is merely mentioned that Zongzheng Xiao saved Lu. As a result, Lu has not faced any further mistreatment. However, it does not elaborate on Zongzheng Xiao promoting Lu to serve at his side. Given the current circumstances, Rong Yin speculates that this must be the butterfly effect of his presence. Rong Yin muses that the book describes Lu as having great admiration for Zongzheng Xiao. Now that she can frequently see him, surely she must feel elated. Upon hearing this, Zongzheng Xiao raised an eyebrow, recalling the first time he met Lu. It would be an exaggeration to say admiration. Fear would be more plausible. After Zongzheng Xiao and Rong Yin finished their iced dessert and pastries, Lu and another palace maid arrived to clear the dishes. Rong Yin, filled with curiosity, anticipated that Lu would exhibit the excitement of a fan encountering an idol upon seeing Zongzheng Xiao. To his surprise, Lu did not dare to cast even a sidelong glance in Zongzheng Xiao's direction. In fact, as she approached him, her body stiffened momentarily. Rong Yin was bewildered. How could this differ so greatly from what the book described? Observing Rong Yin's expression of confusion and astonishment, Zongzheng Xiao silently chuckled. The anticipated scene did not unfold, leaving Rong Yin somewhat disappointed, leading him to speculate that the butterfly's wings might have inadvertently altered the narrative once more. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Having satisfied his appetite, Rong Yin felt disinclined to move, forsaking his lessons in the zither, and nestled in Zongzheng Xiao's embrace to pass the time. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He sat up and looked at Zongzheng Xiao, only to discover that the dark circles under his eyes had nearly vanished. Since his arrival, Zongzheng Xiao had been sleeping soundly each night, appearing much more spirited. Gazing at Zongzheng Xiao's handsome visage, Rong Yin pondered. The book stated that Zongzheng Xiao succumbed to insomnia and excessive fatigue. Now that he no longer suffers from sleepless nights, he should be spared an early demise. Furthermore, Lu would not have to face the dire fate of forced suicide after multiple assassination attempts on the new emperor and empress. Rong Yin's internal musings sparked a new wave of curiosity in Zongzheng Xiao. In the book Rong Yin read, who ascended to the throne after his death? And why did Lu, who admired him, attempt to assassinate the new emperor and empress? Could it be that the emperor who succeeded him committed heinous acts? Otherwise, what could incite a palace made to undertake such drastic measures? Zongzheng Xiao, accustomed to controlling all aspects of life, felt a deep unease at the existence of such a terrifying hidden danger without his awareness. He yearned to delve deeper into Rong Yin's thoughts to uncover the identity of the new emperor. Yet Rong Yin, for some reason, turned his focus away from the book, opting instead to pluck the zither strings, completely unaware of Zongzheng Xiao's growing anxiety. Rong Yin was not particularly skilled in zither playing, producing only discordant sounds. Zongzheng Xiao, with no choice but to guide him, held his hand and remarked, with a double meaning, "Oh, you are quite the mischievous one." Rong Yin huffed, pridefully thinking, "So what if I'm mischievous? You still come to teach me." Zongzheng Xiao was left speechless. Without revealing the identity of the new emperor, Zongzheng Xiao began to conjecture. According to the book, he lived only for 5 years. Thus, the heir to the throne must be a member of the Zongzheng family. If outsiders sought to usurp power, the loyal officials who commanded the military would certainly oppose them first. Now that 3 years had passed, even if he were to marry and have children in the next 2 years, the heir would still be a mere child, incapable of assuming the role of empress or committing any nefarious deeds, which ruled out his own offspring. Uncertain whether he had killed his third brother in the narrative, he tentatively included him in consideration. His eldest brother, rendered incapacitated, could not ascend the throne. He had 3 sons, the eldest being 18, the second 14, and the youngest 9. The other branches of the Zongzheng family had no chance of succession, leaving only the third brother and the children of the eldest brother. Although the third brother lacked the ability to govern, he fit the criteria for succession and could potentially be supported by the noble families to become a puppet emperor. However, now that he had become disabled, he posed little threat. The only candidates left to consider were the children of the eldest brother. Once Rong Yin encountered them, the truth would become clear. With this in mind, Zongzheng Xiao gradually devised a plan in his heart to facilitate a meeting between the two parties. On this particular day, Zongzheng Xiao went to the Imperial study to discuss matters with the ministers, while Rong Yin swam in the bathing pool, where the palace maids routinely brought him ice desserts. Climbing ashore, Rong Yin gazed at the ice treat, feeling little appetite, yet the hot weather made him reluctant to waste it once it melted. Rong Yin called to Lu, who stood nearby. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to summon her, and Lu felt a surge of excitement, yet maintained an outward calm as she hurried over. "Master, what is your command?" she asked, having heard from Cixi that mere folk could not comprehend their speech, but customs must still be observed. Rong Yin pointed at the bowl of ice dessert, then gestured toward Lu and the accompanying maid, mimicking an eating motion. Lu was somewhat perplexed. "Does my master wish for me to feed you?" Over the past few days, Lu had observed that the emperor often personally fed Rong Yin, and now that the emperor was absent, such duties indeed fell to them, the palace maids. As Rong Yin's finger inadvertently brushed against Lu's hand, the icy sensation caused her heart to skip a beat, making her realize that the skin of the merfolk was surprisingly cool, akin to the ice dessert that had just touched her lips. Seeing Rong Yin's expectant gaze, Lu suddenly had an epiphany and understood his intent. "Does my master wish to bestow the ice treat upon us maids?" she cautiously inquired. Rong Yin did not nod, ever mindful of the need to maintain the pretense of not understanding human speech, but gently urged Lu on with another nudge of her hand, signaling her to eat quickly. Realizing she had not misinterpreted his meaning, Lu felt a wave of joy mixed with deeper gratitude. Ice treats were rare and costly in summer, typically available only to the emperor. Even for someone of Cixi's rank, the amount of ice received each month was minimal, and a small maid like her could scarcely afford it. Previously, at home, she would only occasionally have the chance to use ice from her mother. But since entering the palace, she had not even had the privilege to see it during summer. The long-awaited chill seemed to instantly dissipate all the heat from her body. Smiling, Lu knelt to express her gratitude for Rong Yin's generous gift and shared the bowl of ice dessert with the other palace maids. Since Zongzheng Xiao was not present, the ice treat had been prepared solely for Rong Yin, a modest portion that was quickly consumed by the few maids. Nevertheless, this brought them immense joy, for such delicacies were typically reserved for their masters. The fruits and honey on the ice dessert were of the finest quality, and under normal circumstances, even with money, they would never have the chance to taste them. As they delighted in their treat, Rong Yin felt a surge of happiness watching them. Having read the original text, he held a favorable impression of Lu, understanding the kind of person she was, which naturally led him to treat her with greater familiarity. The consequences of provoking a tyrant green, ever vigilant, kept her gaze upon Rong Yin, who lounged languidly on a low table. His ink-black hair cascaded over his snow-white shoulders, and his silvery fishtail shimmered with delicate glimmers, bestowing upon him an elegance that was hard to ignore. For most, the initial reaction to an entity so distinctly different in appearance would be one of aversion, especially in Rong Yin's case. With his sharp fangs and claws capable of inflicting harm, he was indeed fearsome. Previously, Greeny had been assigned to clean the bathing pool due to whispers in the palace that merfolk consumed raw flesh, and to offend him could result in being devoured alive. Others dared not approach, leaving the task to Green, who had long been bullied. Before witnessing the merfolk firsthand, Green had felt trepidation, as her impressions of them were akin to that of soulless beasts lurking in the wilderness. However, upon meeting Rong Yin, she realized how ludicrous her preconceived notions were. The being before her, radiant and gentle like the stars, was far removed from any beast. In fact, Green found Rong Yin to possess more humanity than most individuals in the palace, be they the emperor or any other servant. Including herself, who seemed but marionettes constrained by societal norms. Only the merfolk appeared as a butterfly that had strayed into an abyss, flitting about with exquisite wings that symbolized freedom, unconfined and ephemeral, destined to depart at will when the game had grown tiresome. Although the merfolk was ostensibly the Emperor's pet, his heart had never been caged or tamed. Green Yi felt a profound admiration for him. Being in the presence of Rong Yin instilled a sense of relaxation, a soothing balm that washed over her. Thus, when he invited her to play tic-tac-toe, she succumbed to temptation despite knowing her place as a servant. They eschewed writing instruments, instead using their fingers dipped in water to draw on the low table, demanding swift responses lest the watermarks dry. Despite being a child's game, the two found immense joy in their play. Rong Yin bore none of the oppressive air of authority, allowing Green Yi to engage without concern for victory or defeat. Encouraged by her spirit, the typically stiff palace attendants became animated, gathering around to witness their match, cheering for whoever emerged victorious. When Zongzheng Xiao approached, the jubilant sounds from within nearly led him to believe he had ventured into the wrong chamber. Upon hearing the commotion, Shi's expression shifted dramatically, fearing that Zongzheng Xiao might become displeased, resulting in punishment for all. He contemplated entering to reprimand the unruly attendants. But Zongzheng Xiao stepped in before he could voice his intentions, leaving Shi to silently hope the emperor would remain in good spirits. Rong Yin grinned broadly, while Green Yi chimed in with a playful remark, humbly admitting her inferiority. Rong Yin waved his hand in a gesture of modesty, but just as he did, a familiar voice echoed from the crowd, inquiring about their activities. It was the Emperor's voice. The palace maids, startled, turned and immediately fell to their knees, bowing and pleading for forgiveness. Zongzheng Xiao paid them no mind, his attention fixed on Rong Yin. The merfolk, unfazed, greeted Zongzheng Xiao with delight, waving his tail as he approached and grasping the Emperor's sleeve. Initially, Zongzheng Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the young merfolk so closely engaged with the maidens, enjoying their playful antics. However, witnessing Rong Yin's unwavering affection for him swiftly dissipated any unease. He thought to himself, what did it matter if the maidens could amuse the little merfolk? Upon seeing him, Rong Yin rushed over without hesitation. Rong Yin resumed the game, demonstrating its simplicity to Zongzheng Xiao. The emperor grasped the rules swiftly, and noticing Rong Yin's eagerness for another round, he proposed, let us play, but the one who loses must face a consequence. With that, he began drawing the tic-tac-toe grid on the table. To the onlookers, it mattered little whether the merfolk understood human speech. As long as he followed suit in placing his markers, it signified his agreement to partake in the game. Zongzheng Xiao took the first turn, marking an O, while Rong Yin promptly countered with an X, internally smirking, having bested countless opponents over the years. He mused, the wicked emperor shall not stand a chance against me. Prepare for your punishment. As they engaged in their playful contest, the kneeling attendants were beckoned to rise by Shi, who, understanding Zongzheng Xiao's temperament, knew that if the emperor truly wished to chastise them, he would have signaled him to act. The game unfolded over the course of 2 hours. Initially, Rong Yin managed to secure a few victories with his practice skill. However, as Zongzheng Xiao gradually discerned various strategies, he soon dominated the match, leaving Rong Yin unable to lift his head, suffering defeat after defeat without a glimmer of hope for reprieve. The stark disparity between their abilities became evident, and Rong Yin, feeling somewhat disheartened, decided to withdraw from the game. Shi, ever observant, quickly summoned attendants to fetch water for the two masters to wash their hands, followed by tea and pastries that had long been prepared. Knowing the merfolk's fondness for treats, he understood that a satisfied Rong Yin would certainly uplift the emperor's mood. Otherwise, a displeased merfolk would surely cast a shadow over the emperor's spirits, leading to misfortune for the servants. The palace chefs were skilled, and the pastries they crafted were to Rong Yin's delight. As anticipated, upon tasting his favorite delicacies, the frown on Rong Yin's face gradually dissolved. Just as Rong Yin swallowed a piece of chrysanthemum pastry and reached for another, he turned to find Zongzheng Xiao still seated, neither sipping tea nor indulging in the treats, but instead gazing intently at him. The interaction between master and pet is merely a game. Rong Yin found it hard to believe. Did you just use my hand as chopsticks? Zongzheng Xiao swallowed a pastry and took a sip of tea before explaining. You lost earlier. My punishment for you is to feed me pastries. Rong Yin huffed. You wicked emperor, why must you bring up such matters? As the plate neared its empty state, Rong Yin's initial reluctance transformed into enjoyment, for he discovered the joy of feeding. Watching the recipient of his offerings chew the food with dedication, opening his mouth obediently when Rong Yin extended his hand and wearing an expression of delight, filled him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He finally understood why Zongzheng Xiao relished feeding him. It was this very reason. Rong Yin mused. If the wicked emperor has dark circles under his eyes, wouldn't that make me a panda keeper? He couldn't help but envision Zongzheng Xiao as a panda, nearly bursting into laughter. The stark contrast between the fierce Zongzheng Xiao and the adorable panda evoked a peculiar sense of humor. Upon sensing his thoughts and witnessing his suppressed laughter, Zongzheng Xiao pondered, who is truly being punished here? Ultimately, it seemed he had underestimated the situation. After finishing the plate of pastries, Rong Yin, still unsatisfied, squeezed into Zongzheng Xiao's embrace, insisting he drink the tea. Zongzheng Xiao found it difficult to refuse and was compelled to gulp down a bellyful of water, rendering him unable to eat dinner. Rong Yin still wanted to feed Zongzheng Xiao, but fearing he might burst, Zongzheng Xiao put on a cold face to decline, prompting Rong Yin to relent. Observing Zongzheng Xiao's discomfort, Xi couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Their wise and mighty emperor had finally encountered his match. If Zongzheng Xiao were to discover Xi's inner thoughts, he would surely be met with a reprimand. On a rain-soaked summer night, with thunder and lightning rumbling, the sun emerged the following morning. However, instead of reviewing memorials, Zongzheng Xiao picked him up, his eyes sparkling, and proclaimed, I shall take you somewhere. Rong Yin, perplexed but unable to inquire directly, nestled into Zongzheng Xiao's embrace, allowing him to carry him outside. After all, Zongzheng Xiao would never harm him. Since being transported to the bathhouse on his first day in this narrative, Rong Yin had not left the palace. Now, confronted with the brilliant sunlight outside, he instinctively squinted. He couldn't stay away from water for too long, a fact Zongzheng Xiao was aware of. Thus, the place he mentioned couldn't be far. Outside, the air was fresh, and Rong Yin gradually acclimated to being held, growing bolder as he clung to Zongzheng Xiao's shoulder and gazed around. Unlike their previous midnight relocation, today, this outing occurred during daylight, revealing much more to his eyes. The most prominent sights remained the palace walls and towers, with summer foliage flourishing and the blazing sun failing to stifle the growth of the verdant plants and blooming flowers. Along the way, they encountered palace attendants who swiftly bowed and knelt, averting their gazes as Zongzheng Xiao approached. Rong Yin couldn't help but wonder if he were not a merman in this world, but one of these attendants. How long could he survive under such strict palace regulations? Ancient society did not adhere to the principle of equality. Once reduced to servitude, controlling one's fate became nearly impossible, often subjecting them to the cruelty of the upper class. Rong Yin considered himself not particularly clever. He would be unable to resist the oppression of a feudal society. If he had become a servant, he would likely endure a life of hardship for the remainder of the year. Zongzheng Xiao, sensing Rong Yin's thoughts, subtly paused in his stride. This world? Did the little merman mean he hailed from another realm? Curiosity piqued. Zongzheng Xiao wondered what the little merman's previous world was like. It must have been a place that could foster such a free-spirited nature as Rong Yin's. Surely not worse than this one. As he pondered this, Zongzheng Xiao instinctively tightened his hold on Rong Yin until the latter felt discomfort and gently nudged him away. Apologies for hurting you, Zongzheng Xiao murmured. Rong Yin silently reflected. It doesn't hurt, but could the wicked emperor suddenly be weak and unable to carry me? How much farther do we have to go? What if he loses his grip and drops me? Zongzheng Xiao. In the next moment, while Rong Yin was still contemplating whether to step down and walk slowly, he was unexpectedly bounced upwards, catching him completely off guard and nearly making him believe he was truly being dropped, causing his heart to race. "Ah!" Rong Yin exclaimed, looking at Zongzheng Xiao. However, Zongzheng Xiao did not offer the comforting words he had before. Instead, he adopted a serious expression, gazing straight ahead as if intentionally ignoring him. Before Rong Yin could fully grasp the situation, Zongzheng Xiao jostled him again after just a few steps. Startled, he instinctively clung to Zongzheng Xiao's neck. Upon glancing up again, he noticed the corners of Zongzheng Xiao's lips curling upward. At that moment, he realized it was all deliberate. Just a second ago, Zongzheng Xiao had been tenderly apologizing, and now he was playfully frightening him. Rong Yin began to question whether Zongzheng Xiao had lost his sanity. "Is Zongzheng Xiao going mad?" he thought, just as he was tossed again. "I am truly upset," he internally screamed, and in reality, he boldly bit Zongzheng Xiao's shoulder. Yet, rather than expressing anger, a smile of delight graced his face. Si and Lu followed behind, witnessing the entire exchange. Upon seeing Zongzheng Xiao teasing Rong Yin, Lu felt a pang of concern but was powerless to intervene. When she saw Rong Yin bite Zongzheng Xiao, she was nearly startled into calling out, fearful that Rong Yin might anger Zongzheng Xiao and lose his life. After all, from her perspective, the image of Rong Yin revealing his sharp teeth was rather intimidating. Only when Zongzheng Xiao displayed a nonchalant demeanor did she breathe a sigh of relief. In contrast to the newly arrived Lu Si, who had long understood the dynamics between Zongzheng Xiao and Rong Yin, remained steadfast. "Ah, this is merely a playful game between master and pet. Whoever takes it seriously has already lost." The two continued their playful antics until they finally arrived at their destination. This place was only a 10-minute walk from the bathhouse and even closer to Zongzheng Xiao's Hall of Governance. It was a lavish garden, and as they stood at the entrance, the intricately carved archway overhead, inscribed with the words Silver Merman Garden, stood out prominently. Upon entering the archway, Rong Yin was greeted by a vast expanse of blooming lotus flowers, their pink petals and green leaves swaying gracefully in the breeze, resembling young maidens laughing and dancing, exuding freshness and beauty. Beside the lotus pond lay an equally sized pristine water pool, devoid of any plants, with a smooth stone bottom and rounded stones lining the edges, seemingly polished to prevent any sharp edges from hurting anyone. Surrounding the water pool was a path of white stones, adorned with a variety of flowers that attracted butterflies flitting about. Standing between the lotus pond and the clear pool was a pavilion rising 2 meters above the water surface, featuring red-painted railings and eaves of dark tiles, with sheer white curtains hanging down, offering shade and ventilation. On either side of the pavilion, gentle slopes lead to 2 tranquil pools, which are further connected by a corridor, culminating in 2 closed rooms, the interiors of which remain unseen. The purpose of such a layout is immediately apparent. Zongzheng Xiao lowered his gaze to observe the astonished and delighted Rong Yin, saying, "This is your new home, crafted just for you. Do you like it?" Zongzheng Xiao chuckled softly, cradling Rong Yin as he approached the pristine water's edge and gently set him down, suggesting he swim a couple of laps to see if it meets his approval. Without hesitation, Rong Yin plunged into the water with a splash, flicking his tail and reveling in the freedom of his aquatic surroundings. The sheer expanse of this pool dwarfed both the original Jinlin pool and the bathing pool where he had spent the most time, and being outdoors, basking in sunlight and caressed by the breeze, was an unparalleled delight. Under the sun, the silver scales of Rong Yin shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a brilliance that no gem could rival, while his inky hair floated like seaweed in the water, accentuating the delicate whiteness of his skin. Rong Yin gazed up at the sun, his light blue eyes seemingly merging with the azure sky, and a joyful smile continually graced his face. Observing Rong Yin's glee in swimming, Zongzheng Xiao's eyes glimmered with deeper affection. He was determined to fulfill any desire Rong Yin might have. Arriving at their new abode, Rong Yin was brimming with excitement, eagerly exploring every nook, momentarily distracted from seeking Zongzheng Xiao. Zongzheng Xiao, unperturbed, settled on the pavilion's terrace, sipping tea while watching Rong Yin frolic. Once Rong Yin's curiosity was somewhat sated, he remembered he was not alone in this new place. He turned to see Zongzheng Xiao and the others on the terrace, then dove back into the lotus pool, skillfully plucking lotus pods and flowers before climbing back up the slope of the pavilion. Soaked from head to toe, Rong Yin dashed into Zongzheng Xiao's embrace, nearly toppling the teacup on a low table, while the lotus pods he clutched poked Zongzheng Xiao's face. Zongzheng Xiao steadied his slender waist with a bemused smile. Slow down. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Rong Yin replied, I didn't forget to bring you a gift while I was playing. Isn't that loyal of me? Zongzheng Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he accepted the lotus pod. Thank you. Rong Yin proudly lifted his chin. You're welcome. After bestowing one gift to Zongzheng Xiao, Rong Yin turned his attention to Shi and Le. He presented the remaining 2 lotus pods to them, with the only distinction being that Le received an additional freshly bloomed lotus flower. Shi glanced at Zongzheng Xiao before extending his hand, and upon seeing no sign of disapproval, he gestured for Le to accept as well. Both expressed their gratitude with a bow, and Rong Yin graciously waved his hand, indicating it was a trifling matter unworthy of thanks. Zongzheng Xiao toyed with the lotus pod in his hand, his gaze inadvertently drifting several times toward the lotus flower in Le's possession. It was understandable to gift the only girl here a flower. Yet who decreed that a man could not receive flowers? Zongzheng Xiao experienced a slight, unrecognized pang of dissatisfaction. Instinctively, he popped a lotus seed into his mouth. Its crisp texture and sweet flavor delighted him immensely. Most importantly, it was a gift from the little merman, and the very first seed had been fed to him. Suddenly, he felt that the lotus flower was not of such consequence after all. After Rong Yin had fed him several seeds, Zongzheng Xiao began to peel another lotus pod, offering the seeds to Rong Yin. Thus, they lounged together on the terrace, basking in the sun and enjoying the gentle breeze, feeding each other lotus seeds in perfect contentment. Shi, however, found himself in a different predicament. Though he could not partake in the lotus seeds, he felt a certain indescribable essence that he had absorbed, which left him inexplicably melancholic. After a brief respite, Zongzheng Xiao took Rong Yin to view the 2 rooms behind the corridor. The rooms were adjacent. The one on the left, akin to the bathing pool, housed a water feature that occupied half its area, providing a haven for Rong Yin to play or rest indoors during inclement weather. This room was also furnished with beds, tables, and chairs for Zongzheng Xiao's use. The right room was designated for storing books and various items that require protection from moisture, accompanied by a small courtyard with bamboo, ideal for tea and conversation. The kitchen and quarters for the servants were situated behind, necessitating a turn around a rockery to ensure they did not disturb Rong Yin and Zongzheng Xiao. That evening, the 2 retired to the left room for the night, and in his exuberance, Rong Yin serenaded Zongzheng Xiao with a song. Upon hearing Rong Yin's melodious voice for the first time, Le's eyes widened in astonishment, marveling at such a divine sound existing in the world. After moving into their new home, Rong Yin's realm of activity expanded significantly, no longer confined to the palace where he could only paint and play with small toys. The 2 expansive pools provided ample space for him to swim freely, even pursuing a bee around the perimeter of the water. When young Master Ji came to deliver the account books to Zongzheng Xiao, he happened upon Rong Yin gathering lotus pods, recognizing him as the one escorted by Shi. Aware of his connection with Zongzheng Xiao, he even received a lotus pod from him. Xie was a man of decorum. Though he was captivated by the merman's beauty, he quickly averted his gaze, expressing his gratitude for the lotus pod without daring to utter a word more. The creation of this garden for the merman underscored the emperor's esteem for him. As a sovereign, one of the greatest aversions is for anyone to covet what belongs to him, be it person or object. As one of Zongzheng Xiao's most trusted ministers, Xie was acutely aware of this. Zongzheng Xiao received Xie in the room on the right, which served as his makeshift study. After reviewing the account books presented by Xie, satisfaction flickered in Zongzheng Xiao's eyes, with an increasing supply of ice being produced. The prices at the Ji family's ice shop had gradually decreased, ultimately reaching a point where even ordinary citizens could afford it. Although their profits were significantly reduced compared to the initial phase, they remained considerable. Furthermore, the Ji family was exploring business opportunities in neighboring prefectures, which, once stabilized, would yield substantial income. The method of ice production was provided by Zongzheng Xiao to Ji Xie, with the Ji family serving merely as a distributor, while the majority of the profits flowed into Zongzheng Xiao's private treasury. Nevertheless, the Ji family also profited handsomely, with Ji Chunxiu, Ji Xie's father, counting his silver daily at home, beaming with joy. After Zongzheng Xiao perused the account books, Ji Xie remarked, "The price of ice is now stable, and we are promoting this as a grace from your majesty, with the people singing your praises for your immense virtue." In addition to selling ice, the Ji family's ice shop provided free ice every 7 days to those who truly could not afford it, whether through affordable or complimentary ice. The Ji family publicly attributed the kindness to the emperor's compassion for the suffering populace, thus portraying Zongzheng Xiao as a benevolent ruler. While praising Zongzheng Xiao, the Ji family subtly criticized the aristocracy for intentionally inflating ice prices, prioritizing their profits over the welfare of the people. Though this strategy may not inflict significant harm on the aristocracy, reputation is a double-edged sword. Often underestimated, it can ultimately determine life or death at critical moments. The aristocratic families deliberately spread rumors depicting Zongzheng Xiao as a tyrant, with designs to gradually undermine his authority. Should Zongzheng Xiao's standing among the common folk deteriorate, the aristocracy would face less resistance when attempting to unseat him and elevate their own puppet to power, thereby enhancing the glory of their historical records. Zongzheng Xiao was fully aware of their intentions, and permitting the Ji family to act in this manner was merely a tit-for-tat response to their schemes. In the face of misfortune, the esteemed family members, particularly those loyal to Ji Xie, appeared far more elated than Zongzheng Xiao. Not long after Ji Xie departed, a letter arrived hastily from Si Shi, which Zongzheng Xiao opened to reveal a once gentle demeanor now transformed into a frigid glare, akin to the depths of winter. He scoffed, acknowledging the loyalty of his dear nephew. Si Shi remained timidly in the corner, afraid to make sound. After a prolonged silence, Zongzheng Xiao coldly instructed, "Deliver the invitation to the Prince of Ning's residence." At the Prince of Ning's estate, the evening, which should have been filled with the warmth of family dinner, instead found its lords gathered in the flower hall. Except for the prince, the princess and their 2 young sons bowed their heads in silence, scarcely daring to breathe. The servants huddled nearby, striving to diminish their presence, fearful that any misstep might provoke the ire of their masters. An oppressive silence enveloped everyone present, leaving each person to wonder how long this torment would last. The prince, with his eyes closed, gently tapped his finger against his injured leg, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. As the eldest among his brothers, the Prince of Ning was now 45 years of age, bearing a long scar that stretched from his right brow to the corner of his eye. His features were rugged yet dignified, with deep-set eyes that conveyed an aura of authority without the need for anger. In his youth, before his injury, he was a renowned general among the rebellious forces, celebrated for his remarkable victories against overwhelming odds. His contributions were pivotal in the rise of the Zongzheng family's rebellion, yet fate conspired against him, leading to his maiming during a rescue mission that cost him a leg and the chance to ascend the throne. Upon Zongzheng Xiao's ascension, he bestowed upon him the title of Prince of Ning, allowing him to remain in the capital for recuperation rather than exiling him to a fief, as was the fate of the 3rd son. As the undisputed patriarch of the household, the prince was characterized by his haughty demeanor. He exhibited gentleness only towards his wife, while maintaining a stern countenance towards his 3 sons. Despite having his first child at nearly 30, considered late by the standards of the time, he showed no indulgence towards his progeny, insisting they excel both intellectually and physically, uphold moral integrity, and never bring shame upon the family due to their status. Above all, they were to heed his commands. However, such stringent expectations often bred not only obedience but also rebellion. The 18-year-old Zongzheng Lianxi dared to challenge his father's authority for the first time, resulting in punishment that left him kneeling for 3 hours in the courtyard. The root of this conflict lay in matters of marriage. When Zongzheng Xiao was merely 10 years old, the Prince of Ning was ambushed, leading to his disability. During this crisis, his deputy valiantly rescued him at the cost of his own life, imploring the prince to care for his wife and daughter. As a gesture of gratitude, the prince arranged a betrothal between his eldest son and the deputy's daughter, intending for them to marry upon reaching maturity. The deputy's daughter was amiable and endeared herself to the prince and his wife. Even after the Zongzheng family ascended to royal status, they never wavered in their commitment to the betrothal. However, upon the daughter reaching maturity, Zongzheng Xiao unexpectedly expressed his reluctance to marry her, claiming a sibling-like bond and professing his love for another, thus nullifying the engagement. With the deputy deceased, the betrothal was rendered void. In a moment of impulsiveness, Zongzheng Xiao revealed the identity of his beloved and sought his father's blessing. Faced with this dilemma, and swayed by his wife's counsel, the weary prince acquiesced to his son's wishes, allowing him to marry the lady named Su Wan'er, daughter of a scholar with no notable lineage. Despite the Zongzheng family's humble beginnings, the prince harbored no disdain for his daughter-in-law's background. Perhaps out of lingering guilt towards the deputy, the prince held a slight aversion towards Su Wan'er, yet he refrained from overtly antagonizing her. Now, 2 years into their marriage, the couple had conducted themselves with propriety, and their relationship appeared harmonious. However, today, Zongzheng Xiao approached the prince with distressing news. Su Wan'er's father had encountered trouble, seeking the prince's assistance. Upon inquiry, the prince learned that Su Wan'er's father had accepted bribes and leaked examination questions, resulting in his imminent expulsion from the academy and potential imprisonment. Overwhelmed by worry, Su Wan'er had fallen ill and fainted upon hearing the news. Zongzheng Xiao, concerned for his wife yet feeling powerless to aid his father-in-law, had no recourse but to plead with his father for help. After hearing his son's account, the prince struck him across the face. The head of the academy, Chui, was an adversary to the royal family, and Su Wan'er's father's misdeeds jeopardized their standing, as it effectively handed their enemies leverage against them. The prince could only imagine the turmoil that the aristocracy might exploit from this situation. Zongzheng Xiao, oblivious to the gravity of the circumstance, continued to implore his father for assistance, even kneeling in desperation. The sight of his son kneeling for an outsider infuriated the prince. He commanded Zongzheng Xiao to rise, but the latter remained obstinate. The tension escalated until the prince ordered the servants to drag Zongzheng Xiao outside to continue kneeling. The prince gazed down at his son and coldly remarked, "If you wish to kneel, then kneel." As night fell, the prince finally spoke to the steward waiting nearby, instructing him to inquire if the heir recognized his error. If so, he could rise. If not, he should remain kneeling. The steward complied, stepping into the courtyard and addressing Zongzheng Xiao in a voice audible to all. "Your Highness, the prince inquires if you acknowledge your mistake." Zongzheng Xiao, having spent the afternoon under the blazing sun without a drop of water, felt the heat take its toll, his back drenched in sweat, face pallid, and lips cracked and colorless. Upon hearing the steward's question, he stiffly lifted his head and replied hoarsely, "What wrong have I committed?" Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the flower hall as a teacup shattered on the floor, leaving little doubt as to the culprit. The princess and others recoiled in fear, sensing the prince's fury palpable in the air. They anticipated an outburst, fearing for their own safety. Yet, moments later, the prince unexpectedly declared, "It is late, and I am sure everyone is hungry. Steward, summon the servants to bring forth the dishes." The abrupt shift in conversation left the steward momentarily stunned, disregarding Zongzheng Xiao as he hurried to the kitchen. The servants diligently attended to their duties. Some cleaned, others set the table, while the royal family, including the princess and her 2 sons, sat quietly to dine, their demeanor serene as if nothing had transpired. No one dared to mention Zongzheng Xiao, as if he had been forgotten entirely. Zongzheng Xiao knelt until midnight, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, none dared to assist him or to awaken Prince Ning to inquire about what to do. Su Wan'er wished to take her husband away, but the servants, lacking orders from above, naturally forbade her from doing so. Thus, Su Wan'er remained in the courtyard with Zongzheng Xiao throughout the night, awaiting Prince Ning's awakening. Once he rose, The steward promptly informed him of the events from the previous night. The princess had not slept well, and upon hearing of her son's fainting, she could not help but shed tears. After the steward departed, the princess could no longer contain her emotions, exclaiming, "My lord, how can you say such a thing? You know, Lianqi did not mean it that way." Prince Ning did not respond with anger, but gazed out the window, sighing deeply. He is already 18, yet still acts so thoughtlessly, unable to discern the current situation. If this continues unchecked, we will inevitably be dragged down with him. The princess understood her husband's words were true, yet she remained biased towards their son, believing the matter was not as grave as the prince suggested. By the time you realize the severity, it will be too late, Prince Ning warned. The princess's lips trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. Prince Ning pinched the bridge of his nose, seemingly speaking to himself. "I feel an unsettling dread, as if something terrible is about to occur." No sooner had he uttered this, the steward returned, holding a gilded invitation, stating it was sent by the emperor. Zongzheng Xiao had always held deep respect for his elder brother, and an invitation delivered personally by him was indeed a rarity in the capital. However, in light of recent events, the prince felt not pride but trepidation, hesitating for a long moment before accepting the invitation. After reading its contents, his expression grew heavier. The princess cautiously asked, "My lord, what of the emperor?" Prince Ning replied, "His Majesty mentions that the lotus flowers in the palace are in full bloom and invites our family to view them together tomorrow." The princess was somewhat bewildered. The emperor's spies were numerous, and he likely knew of the Su family's troubles long before they did. By all accounts, he should have sent someone to seek retribution. Yet here he was, extending a courteous invitation instead. This was decidedly unusual. Nevertheless, regardless of the emperor's true intentions, they were obliged to attend the banquet, and not a single member could be absent. Prince Ning instructed his wife, "Go to the eldest son's courtyard and ensure he attends tomorrow. We cannot afford to lose face before His Majesty." The princess, recognizing the gravity of the situation, set aside her concerns about her husband and son's rights and wrongs, hastening to find her eldest son and daughter-in-law. Fortunately, Zongzheng Xiao's robust constitution, honed through regular training, coupled with his youth, allowed him to awaken by afternoon after being administered medicine, albeit with swollen legs from kneeling, which would certainly betray his condition when he walked. There was little they could do but use the finest remedies and leave the rest to fate. That evening, the princess relayed this situation to Prince Ning, who remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "As long as he can accompany us to the palace, it will be evident that he has faced consequences, which is beneficial. At least it will demonstrate our sincerity to His Majesty, for the Su family has indeed caused him considerable trouble." The path to Zongzheng Xiao's ascension was marked with the blood of brotherhood. Although Prince Ning had long since lost any chance of succession, he had maintained a neutral stance during the fierce competition among his three brothers, never offending Zongzheng Xiao. Yet, the fickleness of a ruler's heart is a daunting reality. Even with Zongzheng Xiao's continued respect for him, the distinction between ruler and subject remained. After being conferred a title, he had only been given a nominal position within the Ministry of Works, far removed from court affairs, strictly controlling himself and his family, merely seeking to live a peaceful life. He observed the bitter rivalry between Zongzheng Xiao and the aristocracy with keen eyes, noting the mutual hatred and aspirations for each other's downfall. As a member of the royal family, shielded by Zongzheng Xiao, he could not assist, but also found himself ensnared by the aristocratic faction's machinations. This was not his desire, yet he remained unable to escape the consequences. He hoped Zongzheng Xiao would recognize the integrity of the Ning family, who had always behaved modestly, and appreciate that he had not only punished his son, but had also strived to handle the matter concerning Su's father, thus refraining from blaming the Ning family. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, he fell asleep. The following day, Prince Ning arose early. The steward, filled with urgency, reported, "My lord, the officials from the aristocracy indeed raised the matter of the Su family during the morning court, implicating our house as well, alleging that Su Fuji had the audacity to accept bribes under the protection of our estate, suggesting that the ill-gotten gains may have even been bestowed upon us, and requesting the emperor to conduct a thorough investigation." Prince Ning's heart tightened. He knew the aristocracy would not let this opportunity slip by. Did the emperor acquiesce? He inquired. The steward replied, "He did, but do not worry, my lord. Among the officials investigating, there are those loyal to His Majesty. So they will think twice before attempting to trap us." Upon hearing this outcome, Prince Ning felt considerably relieved. He feared not the investigation itself, but the potential for slander and the loss of the emperor's trust, as those were the truly perilous matters. He took a deep breath and instructed, "Ensure that everyone in the estate remains vigilant and does not fall into any traps. Also, inform the princess and our eldest to prepare. We shall enter the palace in half an hour." "Understood," the steward replied, promptly setting off to convey the orders. Prince Ning remained seated in silence, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the palace, Zongzheng Xiao had just finished lunch with Rong Yin and led her to the pavilion's terrace to bask in the sun. What is this situation? Upon seeing the male protagonist of the original text, Rong Yin wrung her long hair to remove excess water before nestling into Zongzheng Xiao's embrace. Her expression one of confusion as she pointed at the additional low tables. "I have invited guests who admire the lotus flowers today. You do not mind, do you?" Zongzheng Xiao's slender fingers wove through Rong Yin's damp locks, gently untangling them. In her heart, Rong Yin mused, "Though this is the new home you have built for me, it remains your domain. Why would I mind your invitation to guests? You need not feel uncomfortable," Zongzheng Xiao reassured her. Unbeknownst to Rong Yin, it was precisely because of her that today's flower-viewing banquet had come to fruition. With his assurance, she ceased to inquire further, languidly yawning and reclining on his lap to soak up the sun. Before long, Si led the Ning family into the courtyard, preoccupied with their concerns. Even though they were curious about the sudden appearance of this garden in the palace, they dared not glance around, obediently trailing behind Si. Zongzheng Xiao's complexion was less than favorable, and he walked with a slight limp, reminiscent of his father, who had also suffered an injury. When Si first spotted the two, he cast a brief glance but did not react further. Hearing footsteps, Rong Yin opened her eyes and looked up to see the Ning family bowing in unison before Zongzheng Xiao. Prince Ning stated solemnly, "I, along with my family, pay my respects to your majesty. May your majesty enjoy eternal peace and prosperity." Rong Yin leaned against Zongzheng Xiao, joining him in the gesture of respect. Although this was technically improper, none present dared to mention it. Zongzheng Xiao's lips curled into a smile, seemingly easygoing as he replied, "Prince Ning, please, there is no need for such formality. Be seated." Prince Ning's heart skipped a beat at this response. Yet, observing Zongzheng Xiao's relaxed posture, reclining languidly with a stunning merman draped over him, his fingers playfully threading through the merman's hair, he could only suppress his unease. It is not to say that Zongzheng Xiao is such a person, but rather that his disdainful attitude towards them signifies a lack of regard, even contempt. It appears that Zongzheng Xiao is quite concerned about the matters regarding Su's father. On the low table, not only were there tea and snacks, but also a bowl of icy sorbet topped with jam and honey syrup. Prince Ning took a sip and began to flatter Zongzheng Xiao through this topic, hoping to please him. This sorbet was delectable, a perfect refreshment for the sweltering summer. In previous years, the ice sold by the aristocracy was exorbitantly priced. Ordinary people could not afford it, and even officials hesitated to purchase it. It was heard that many elderly and young ones could not endure until the summer's end. Fortunately, this year, both the officials and the common folk have benefited from His Majesty's benevolence, able to purchase inexpensive ice daily and receive a free portion every 7 days. This imperial grace has saved tens of thousands of citizens, and now the common people are singing praises of His Majesty's wisdom. Prince Ningrambledon, disparaging the aristocracy while extolling the virtues of Emperor Zongzheng Xiao, who had garnered the people's affections. Yet, Zongzheng Xiao seemed oblivious, continuing to lower his gaze, playing with the strands of Rong Yin's hair. This scene was uncomfortable not only for Prince Ning's family, but also for the observing Rong Yin. He stole a glance at Zongzheng Xiao, pondering how this person had offended him to such a degree that Zongzheng Xiao would so publicly disregard him. Zongzheng Xiao smiled without a word, and, As Rong Yin continued to speculate on the reasons, he suddenly turned his attention to Zongzheng Xiao, who sat quietly beside Prince Ning, attempting to diminish his presence. Everyone was fixated on Zongzheng Xiao, and upon seeing him move, they promptly followed his gaze, directing their attention to that direction. Before they could contemplate further, Zongzheng Xiao spoke. Why hasn't Lianqi brought the young lady of the air with him? It will be livelier to enjoy the flowers with more people. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The decision to exclude Su Wan'er from the palace was Prince Ning's idea, intending to spare Zongzheng Xiao from any annoyance at the sight of her, thus protecting his family. Earlier, seeing Zongzheng Xiao's silence, they thought he had tacitly accepted their decision. Yet here he was, posing such an obviously leading question. Prince Ning secretly breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that his son might act foolishly in front of Zongzheng Xiao, advocating for his father-in-law. It was thus revealed. Zongzheng Xiao smiled oddly, stating that a patient could not endure disturbances and required tranquility for recovery, a natural expectation. How could he possibly bear any blame? You should sit down as well. Standing so rigidly makes one wonder if I am an unreasonable tyrant. Zongzheng Xiao replied, trembling with fear, Your Majesty jests. He feigned calmness as he sat down, though his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Besides Zongzheng Xiao, no one noticed the peculiar gaze of the merman in Zongzheng Xiao's embrace directed at Zongzheng Xiao. Rong Yin thought, so this is Zongzheng Xiao? I never expected to encounter the male lead of the original novel in such circumstances. Zongzheng Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. What did the male lead signify? And what of this novel? Was it another name for the book mentioned by the little merman? Rong Yin mused. The male lead seems quite intelligent. How did he become foolish after ascending the throne? Appointing a former princess as empress may be excusable due to ignorance. Yet when the true identity of the female lead was revealed, and the aristocracy, along with remnants of the fallen dynasty, conspired under the guise of the princess, nearly toppling the entire De Shang dynasty, he still hesitated to act against her. Zongzheng Xiao paused in his playful motion of tugging at Rong Yin's hair, listening as he continued. Clearly, by eliminating the female lead or arranging for her to vanish, he could resolve a significant portion of his troubles. Yet, he insisted on proclaiming to the world that regardless of her identity, she would forever be his empress, and he would not allow anyone to harm his wife. Su's father's misdeeds had been numerous. Rong Yin sighed. The male and female leads share a loving bond, yet the suffering is borne by the innocent. The common people, who once lived peacefully, now face the persecution of rebellious armies, while foreign forces seize the opportunity to attack the borders, and the group of loyal officials fights valiantly, with many losing their lives. He pondered while casting a glance at the nearby green. It is commendable that the group of loyal officials is devoted, yet their excessive honesty is problematic. Even when betrayed by the male lead, they merely advised him to eliminate the female lead to avert future troubles, never considering the option of usurping his throne. Green, however, had a more straightforward approach. If he could not be a good emperor, he should perish. Yet she repeatedly failed in her assassination attempts, ultimately meeting her demise in despair. Zongzheng Xiao remarked, a clever and resolute hero. Having observed Green, Rong Yin then turned to Zongzheng Xiao's younger brother. This must be the unfortunate second brother who inherited the mess after the male and female leads retreated into seclusion with their children. Like Zongzheng Xiao, he faces misfortune, exhausting himself in the governance of the state, leading to an early death. He would have made a fine emperor had he not encountered such a tumultuous time. Prince Ning's second son, named Zongzheng Xiao, is indeed an exemplary youth in all respects. Yet he is still too young to attract significant attention from the outside world. Most people's gazes remained fixed on the eldest, Zongzheng Xiao. Zongzheng Xiao contemplated paying more attention to this child in the future. If suitable, he could be groomed in advance. Despite Rong Yin's inner musings, the reality had not progressed far. The Ning family was extremely anxious, fearing that Zongzheng Xiao would pursue the issue of Su's father. They had no time to concern themselves with the snacks laid out on the table. Zongzheng Xiao was preoccupied with digesting the information embedded within Rong Yin's words, oblivious to their distress. In fact, even before today, Zongzheng Xiao had nearly confirmed that the individual to inherit the throne after his demise would be Zongzheng Xiao. The confidential message from the Shadow Guards contained not only information regarding Su Wanner's father accepting bribes from students, but also the results of investigations into Su Wanner and her family. Su's father had once been a guest of a favored concubine from the previous dynasty. Su Wanner, being the daughter of this favored concubine, was born at a time when the Empress Dowager had passed away, and the then emperor viewed her birth as an ill omen, intending to have her put to death. However, the favored concubine, desperate for her daughter, fell to her knees, pleading with the emperor to spare her life. The maternal family, realizing that the child was not a prince but rather an unwanted princess, naturally did not welcome her, yet it was equally unthinkable to kill her outright. So they reluctantly raised her. Coincidentally, the Su couple had just lost their own daughter, who had fallen ill at half a year old. Seeing that the main family despised this child, they requested to adopt her as their own. The maternal family, already indifferent to this child, agreed without hesitation. With the fall of the previous dynasty, the favored concubine and her entire family perished without a survivor. Su's father fled swiftly with his wife and daughter, narrowly escaping disaster. From that moment on, only the couple knew Su Wanner's true identity. Su Wanner inherited her mother's beauty, appearing adorably tender in her youth and blossoming into even greater beauty as she matured. The Su couple took pride in their daughter's looks. After Su's father encountered Zongzheng Xiao, he believed such a young talent was worthy of his daughter, and even knowing he already had a fiancée, he orchestrated a meeting between them. As he had anticipated, they fell in love at first sight. Moreover, the death of the deputy general's daughter was also related to Su's father. The deputy's daughter genuinely adored Zongzheng Xiao, and it was Su's father who sent word to her, informing her that Zongzheng Xiao's affections lay elsewhere and that he had already proposed to break their engagement. Believing that this was insufficient, Su's father deliberately invited the deputy's daughter to witness the tender rendezvous between Zongzheng Xiao and Su Wanner, hoping to make her see the reality. The deputy's daughter was indeed devastated, her mind unsteady, leading to a tragic accident where she fell into the family's lotus pond. Rescued, but afflicted by both old and new ailments, she ultimately succumbed to her fate. I did not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Run dies because of me. Su Fu indirectly caused the death of an innocent individual, yet displayed no semblance of remorse. In a drunken stupor, he once let slip his belief that the vice-general's daughter met a fitting end. Otherwise, she would have obstructed his own daughter's path. The vice-general sacrificed his life for Prince Ning, only to have his own flesh and blood suffer such a fate at the hands of the prince's son. One can only wonder what thoughts would haunt him in the afterlife. Zongzheng Xiao's covert guards discovered that last year. Su Fu had encountered some old acquaintances, those noblemen who fell with the previous dynasty. They harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Zongzheng family and yearned for the restoration of the former regime, longing to reclaim their aristocratic lifestyle. Despite knowing their ulterior motives and the fact that his daughter had already become a daughter-in-law of the Zongzheng family, Su Fu not only refrained from reporting these individuals to the authorities, but also covertly supported them. He had yet to reveal Su Wanner's true identity to them, likely believing he could play both sides, profiting regardless of who emerged victorious. The Little Mermaid had read that Su Wanner's lineage was later exposed, corroborating this notion. Perhaps, as the remnants of the former dynasty grew bolder in their aspirations for rebellion, or perhaps due to a divergence of interests between Su Fu and the Zongzheng family, he fully aligned himself with the former, with Su Wanner's identity serving as a token of allegiance. Ultimately, it was all thanks to the Little Mermaid. Had he not come into her life, and had she not been able to hear his thoughts, the future may have indeed unfolded as depicted in the pages of the book she had read. Reflecting on this, Zongzheng Xiao felt a renewed sense of gratitude towards Rong Yin, his affection for her deepening. He tenderly caressed her face and softly inquired, "Are you thirsty? Would you care for some iced dessert?" The atmosphere was strikingly quiet, making Zongzheng Xiao's voice resonate clearly for all to hear. The Ning family turned their gaze towards the mermaid, whom they had unconsciously overlooked out of fear of Zongzheng Xiao. Rong Yin, absorbed in the narrative of the novel, gave little thought to the appropriateness of being personally fed by Zongzheng Xiao in front of outsiders, and eagerly accepted the iced dessert offered to her. Her dark hair, somewhat tousled from neglect, did not detract from her beauty, but rather added a touch of vivacity to her serene demeanor. The silvery fish tail shimmered brilliantly, its fin almost translucent in the sunlight, captivating all who beheld it. Such an almost perfect mermaid was a treasure only worthy of Zongzheng Xiao, the emperor. It was no wonder Zongzheng Xiao lavished such affection upon her, even hand-feeding her the ice dessert, unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes of the Ning family. He continued until Rong Yin shook her head in refusal. Only then did he set down the bowl and spoon, turning his attention to the flourishing lotus blossoms as he engaged in lively conversation with Prince Ning. With Zongzheng Xiao finally releasing his grip on his eldest son, Prince Ning breathed a sigh of relief and enthusiastically joined in the discussion. Rong Yin, unable to speak, had grown weary of the lotus pond after several laps and, out of boredom, began to survey the individuals in the pavilion. As her gaze landed on Zongzheng Xiao, their eyes met. After a moment of surprise, she silently bared her teeth at him. Startled, Zongzheng Xiao realized that the seemingly gentle and beautiful mermaid possessed sharp fangs and was now showing her fierce side. Seeing Zongzheng Xiao's startled reaction, Rong Yin wore a triumphant smile and playfully winked at the nearby greenie. The sight of the two beauties exchanging smiles was indeed a feast for the eyes, though Zongzheng Xiao felt somewhat aggrieved. He had done nothing to provoke this mermaid. Why was she targeting him? Zongzheng Xiao had been observing Rong Yin closely and naturally noticed her little antics. He affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling indulgently. Rong Yin nuzzled against his palm, her smile radiant. The flower-viewing banquet concluded 2 hours later. After Prince Ning took his leave, Zongzheng Xiao suddenly remarked, "As for the Su family matter, I shall discern right from wrong myself. However, since it involves the prince's residence, whether to act decisively or linger in indecision, I trust you will make the right choice." He addressed him as brother rather than prince, a seemingly intimate gesture, yet Prince Ning felt an unsettling undertone in his words. "I shall heed your majesty's counsel," Prince Ning replied earnestly, and Zongzheng Xiao nodded, allowing them to depart. As they exited the silver mermaid garden and approached the palace gates, Cixi handed a food box to Prince Ning, stating, "Your Majesty noticed that the prince sampled more of the lotus pastries. So he instructed this old servant to prepare a portion for you, expressing his hope that you savor it thoroughly, as the chef's skills are exceptional and sure to delight you." Prince Ning vaguely grasped Cixi's insinuation, personally accepting the food box and thanking the emperor for the gift. Upon returning to the prince's residence, he entered his study with the food box, instructing that he not be disturbed. After steeling himself, he opened the box to find a plate of lotus pastries atop a stack of written papers. Once he finished reading the contents, a wave of despair and rage washed over him, leaving him feeling as though the world had faded to gray. He slumped into a chair, murmuring in anguish about the wrongs he faced. The papers detailed Su Wanner's lineage, the truth behind the vice-general's daughter's death, and the circumstances surrounding Zongzheng Xiao's encounter with Su Wanner. Such injustice, such injustice. Prince Ning lamented, his usually stern visage contorted in anguish as tears streamed down his cheeks. "I, Zongzheng am unworthy of the life-saving grace bestowed upon me, unworthy of the emperor, unworthy of the world." The vice-general had perished to save him, and his son had indirectly caused the vice-general's daughter's demise, all to bring an enemy into his household. Clutching the letter tightly, Prince Ning struggled to breathe, his heart heavy with sorrow. He pounded his chest, gasping for air, when suddenly a tickle in his throat triggered a violent cough. Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering the letter and staining his clothing. An hour later, the study door creaked open. Prince Ning wiped the blood from his lips, yet his chest remained a vivid crimson, causing the steward stationed outside to widen his eyes in shock. Prince Ning's expression was one of profound grief, appearing as though he might faint at any moment. The steward prepared to assist him, but Prince Ning spoke first. "Go, confine the heir and his wife separately." "What?" the steward instinctively questioned, not for lack of understanding, but out of disbelief. Prince Ning's gaze was venomous. "What? Am I no longer able to command you?" "And no, of course not." The steward's heart raced, immediately responding, "I shall attend to it at once." He hurried away, and by the time the princess received word, The situation had already solidified. The princess wished to save the two, but she understood who truly held authority in the household. The servants would heed only the prince's commands, and her pleas for their release would fall on deaf ears. Thus, she rushed to the study to confront Prince Ning. But upon seeing the age-worn look in his eyes and the blood on his attire, her words caught in her throat. Prince Ning cast a sidelong glance at her, fully aware of her intent. "See for yourself," he said, lacking the strength to explain, and handed her the stack of papers. Although the Zongzheng family had been a minor clan before the uprising, its members were educated from a young age, all striving for success in the Imperial examinations. Such families, while their wives might not write poetry, at the very least, were literate. As the princess read faster and faster, her expression shifted from confusion to shock and disbelief. She yearned for this to be a misunderstanding, hoping for an explanation to follow. However, upon reading the final word, that hope was shattered. Impossible, how could this be? The Princess of Ning widened her eyes, attempting to convince herself that the emperor had made an error or was deceiving her. Yet reality persistently reminded her that the emperor had no reason to act thus. What she had seen was indeed the truth. "Prince," the Princess of Ning turned to her husband. "What shall we do?" The prince, eyes closed, replied in a hoarse voice, "His Majesty has already provided us a solution." It was then that the princess recalled Zongzheng Xiao's words before leaving the palace. Should one decisively sever ties or entangle oneself further? Her heart sank, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. When she spoke again, her voice was laced with tears. "My son. Bang, bang, bang. Let me out." Zongzheng Xiao pounded on the door with clenched fists, shouting, "Butler Li, call my father. Why has he suddenly imprisoned me? Where's Wanner? What have you done with her?" Upon returning home, Zongzheng Xiao immediately sought out his wife, for only in her presence could his restless heart find solace. He could not save his father-in-law and felt remorseful towards his wife. Yet Wanner did not blame him. She comforted him, saying they each had their fate, and even apologized for dragging the Ning Wangfu into their family matters. How could Zongzheng Xiao bear to see his wife in distress? Thus, he turned to reassure Su Wanner, feeling that he had married a woman of beauty and kindness, believing no one in the world could be happier than he. As they embraced and comforted one another, Butler Li entered with guards, forcibly separating them, stating it was the prince's command. Interrogation, the truth unveiled. Though Zongzheng Xiao had trained in martial arts for years, he had a knee injury, and the guards were seasoned soldiers who had fought alongside the prince, their skills matching his. Thus, despite his desperate resistance, he was soon subdued. He was taken away by the guards, while Wanner was dragged off by several matrons. After locking him up, Butler Li did not utter another word, even as he shouted and pounded on the walls in vain. Click! The sound of a lock being opened echoed from outside, prompting Zongzheng Xiao to rush over. Beneath the eaves, the guards held lanterns aloft, and the prince, clad in black, stood amidst the crowd, his expression icy as he gazed at Zongzheng Xiao, devoid of any warmth. Zongzheng Xiao had a multitude of questions for his father, yet at that moment, his lips felt sealed. What was happening? His father seemed so strange. "Silence and follow me. If you dare speak out of turn, you shall never see Su Wanner again." The prince's tone was chilling, offering no room for refusal. He turned and strode towards a certain chamber. Zongzheng Xiao obediently followed in silence, and they entered a private room where everyone held their breath, treading lightly. The prince took a seat, closed his eyes, and ceased to speak. Zongzheng Xiao stood beside him, his fists clenched with tension. Before long, a familiar voice resonated from the adjoining room. "Su Wanner, repeat that. Are you truly unaware of everything your father has done?" It was the voice of the Princess of Ning. Zongzheng Xiao's heart sank deeper in trepidation. Wanner was gentle and virtuous, and his mother had always favored her, never uttering a harsh word. But why now did she refer to her by her full name, using such a cold tone? Suppressing his confusion, Zongzheng Xiao continued to listen. Su Wanner was weeping, her voice pitiful. "Mother, I truly do not know." Hearing his wife cry, Zongzheng Xiao felt an ache in his heart, internally defending her, convinced she was unaware of her father's actions. In the next room, the Princess of Ning gazed down at Su Wanner, who was on her knees. weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and sighed in disappointment. Though the prince and I favored Qing'er, Lianqi insisted on marrying you, and we did not prevent it. After your arrival, the Wangfu treated you with kindness, as though you were truly one of our family. Yet you and your father have been playing us for fools. Do you think I am questioning you due to a lack of evidence? No, I merely wish to discern whether we have raised a daughter-in-law or a treacherous wolf. Under the piercing gaze of the princess, she continued, your father, knowing full well Lianqi and Qing'er had an engagement, deliberately orchestrated your meeting. Fearful that Qing'er would refuse to annul the betrothal, he misled her into believing Lianqi's affections lay not with her, but with you, even leading Qing'er to witness your clandestine rendezvous, resulting in her heartbroken demise. He began accepting bribes from students long ago, and after your marriage to Lianqi, he became even more brazen, relying on the Ning Wangfu as a shield to amass wealth, never considering the calamity that would befall our family when the truth surfaced. Su Wan'er, upon hearing this, closed her eyes in despair. In truth, you are not ill. Your father has confided everything to you, leaving you torn between concealing the truth for him or revealing it. Yet it appears you have chosen your parents. Su Wan'er attempted to explain, but was interrupted by the princess. It is natural for one to lean towards their family, but our goodwill has been exploited and betrayed, and it is equally natural for us to harbor resentment towards you. Su Wan'er found herself at a loss for words. The princess's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. Qing'er's father saved the princess' life. Qing'er was kind-hearted, never once speaking ill of you or Lianqi until her death. Her mother, having lost both husband and daughter due to our family's folly, has never uttered a complaint. Su Wan'er, we are all at fault. We have wronged Qing'er's family. How can you still have the audacity to lie and claim ignorance? With a resounding thud, the princess slammed her hand on the table, causing Su Wan'er to bow her head even lower. You may continue to deny it, but we have already uncovered the truth. A daughter-in-law like you and a family like yours are burdens the Ning Wangfu cannot bear. Suddenly, Su Wan'er raised her head to look at the princess. Mother, do you intend for my husband to divorce me? Zongzheng Lianqi, hearing this, felt a surge of urgency. No matter Wan'er's faults, divorce was not an option. She was the love of his life. Just as he intended to act, the prince seized his wrist. Father, Zongzheng Lianqi struggled, but his father pressed a stack of papers into his hand. Read this. If you still wish to go to her afterward, I shall respect your decision. Zongzheng Lianqi glanced at his resolute father, then at the guards blocking the doorway, and reluctantly unfolded the papers. Before long, a similar expression of disbelief crossed his face, mirroring that of the prince and princess. Impossible. It must be a mistake by His Majesty. I'm going to see him right now. Panic-stricken, Zongzheng Lianqi made to dash outside. He could not believe it. His Wan'er was merely an ordinary girl. How could she possibly be a former princess? Witnessing his son's frantic demeanor, the prince felt profound disappointment. He stood and delivered a forceful slap, leaving Zongzheng Lianqi's head twisting to the side, his cheeks swelling rapidly, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. To call you foolish is a compliment. How dare you question His Majesty's investigation? Do you think everyone is as foolish as our Ning Wangfu, manipulated by an old man and two women, endangering a benefactor and marrying a treacherous wolf? Zongzheng Lianqi covered his face, his eyes vacant, his mind struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Although he harbored no romantic feelings for Qing, he genuinely regarded her as a beloved sister. Little did he expect that his affection for another would inadvertently lead to her demise. Furthermore, regarding Wan'er's lineage, the previous dynasty was obliterated by his family, the Zongzheng clan. She was a princess of that fallen dynasty, while he was the heir of the dashing empire, stained with the blood of her kin. Knowing the remnants of the previous regime existed, Su's father kept it concealed and even provided them with support. Who would believe that the Su family harbored no treachery? The two families could only coexist in one realm. In an instant, the room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated solely by the crackling of the burning candles. Once the shadow guards had withdrawn, Zongzheng Xiao murmured to himself, "Indeed, I was not mistaken. My elder brother is a man of discernment." Cixi quickly concurred, Prince Ning is grateful and remembers the kindness bestowed upon him by your majesty. In comparison to the deceased Zongzheng heir and the incapacitated Zongzheng San, Prince Ning's situation was indeed the most favorable among the brothers. As long as he did not overstep Zongzheng Xiao, he could enjoy a life of comfort. He was astute. Having settled into a content existence upon realizing his disconnection from the throne, never entertaining frivolous thoughts, nor giving Zongzheng Xiao a reason to act against him. Upon learning of Su's father's actions, Prince Ning did not extend assistance to his son merely because of familial ties. Instead, he promptly delineated the boundary between the Ning manor and the Su family, ensuring that the Ning manor would not become embroiled in the conflict, thus preventing Zongzheng Xiao from facing difficulties. In matters of great significance, both Prince Ning and his consort were wise, refraining from questioning the evidence presented by Zongzheng Xiao and not favoring their son and daughter-in-law. Their sense of guilt towards their benefactor's family assured that they would not spare the Su family, and it was believed they would deliver a satisfactory resolution to the Deputy General's family and Zongzheng Xiao. Zongzheng Xiao smiled, his reaction to Shi's words ambiguous. He chose not to pursue the topic of Prince Ning and instead inquired, "Have we gathered all the remnants?" Upon receiving the investigation results regarding the Su family, Zongzheng Xiao had given strict orders that these individuals must not escape. What are the outlying regions? Zongzheng Xiao asked. It is said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. They cannot possibly have only one stronghold in the capital. From the texts examined by the merfolk, these remnants were rumored to be raising troops for rebellion, posing a threat to the common folk. The scale of their forces suggested they were not to be underestimated. Sustaining an army is not merely a matter of words. It requires manpower, financial resources, time, and suitable training grounds. Even if noble families assisted in a rebellion posthumously, gathering a capable and daring army in times of peace would be a formidable challenge. If these individuals were not covertly raising private soldiers, then it must be one of the powerful military leaders under his governance, also a remnant of the previous dynasty. Regardless of the truth behind these speculations, they presented an unstable factor for the entire dashing empire and must be eradicated to prevent future calamities. The network of these remnants in the capital is still under investigation, but we have made some progress and should have results soon. As soon as possible, Zongzheng Xiao stated with a grave tone. Yes. By the way, Zongzheng Xiao suddenly recalled something. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Aren't these families eager to topple me? Let us grant them that opportunity. Your Majesty means. Shi was taken aback. Upon hearing Zongzheng Xiao's scheme, a knowing smile graced Shi's face as he replied, I shall immediately instruct them to act. After Shi departed, Zongzheng Xiao rose to straighten his attire before seeking out Rong Yin. The summer night was far cooler than the day, especially with the pavilion surrounded by 2 pools, providing an exquisite comfort. The light gauze draped around the pavilion softened the glow of the lanterns, and even the shadows cast upon the delicate fabric seemed to possess an added charm, complemented by the melodious singing, rendering the place a dreamlike realm, akin to an ethereal paradise. As Zongzheng Xiao approached the pavilion, he could still hear the laughter within, akin to the gentle trickle of a clear spring or the chime of silver bells, delightfully enchanting. A palace maid parted the curtains, and Zongzheng Xiao stepped inside. At his gesture, the attendants refrained from announcing his presence, leaving Rong Yin unaware of his arrival. He was presently preoccupied with admiring himself. Rong Yin tilted his head to examine his new hairstyle in the bronze mirror, a smile gracing his lips, his light blue eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Typically, Rong Yin's hair was either left flowing freely or hastily braided. He rarely took the time to groom it. With Zongzheng Xiao absent that evening, Rong Yin had played with Li, who suggested styling his hair into a bun to keep it from obstructing his vision. To ensure Rong Yin understood her intent, Li pointed to her own hairdo with a comb. Rong Yin, unwilling to feign ignorance and burden the young girl, took her hand and placed it on his hair, indicating his comprehension. As Li styled Rong Yin's hair, he sat obediently, only occasionally letting out a soft hum when tugged too hard. Aware of his own striking appearance, he thought it unseemly to frighten the girls. Thus he behaved far more docilely in front of Elle than he did around Zongzheng Xiao, at least refraining from baring his teeth or biting. It was evident that L.E. and the others had been somewhat intimidated by him before. This was a natural instinctive fear of the unfamiliar, which Rong Yin understood. L.E. had previously learned how to style women's hair, but applying those techniques directly to a male figure would surely be inadequate. The hairstyles she had observed for men were too simplistic, typically involving merely tying it all back, which would not suit Rong Yin's handsome visage. After pondering for a moment, she decided to strike a balance, letting the lower half of his hair flow freely while gathering the upper half into a loose bun, not tightly against the scalp, but instead resembling a gently lifted veil, cascading gracefully with the back gathered atop his head. The bun was secured with a silver hairpin and a light-colored ribbon, exuding a simple yet ethereal quality that perfectly matched Rong Yin's essence. This hairstyle received unanimous approval from Rong Yin and the other palace maids, who praised L.E.'s skill and admired Rong Yin's looks, regardless of gender. Who does not wish to appear dignified and beautiful? Furthermore, Rong Yin was no roughneck, believing that only a brute embodied true masculinity. Seeing his reflection in the mirror, he felt a surge of joy at his enhanced handsomeness. Perhaps driven by instinct, in a buoyant mood, Rong Yin felt compelled to sing. He hummed a tune while gazing into the mirror, momentarily unaware that the atmosphere had grown suddenly quiet. The palace maids had ceased their laughter and even their chatter. As L.E. spotted Zongzheng Xiao's figure, she stood and retreated alongside the other maids. The bronze mirror was small, only reflecting Rong Yin's image. Hence he remained oblivious to Zongzheng Xiao's approach. Leaning against the soft blanket, Rong Yin's silhouette was alluring, his fair skin glowing gently in the lantern light. His dark hair cascading down. The new hairstyle added a unique charm to his terrestrial allure. Zongzheng Xiao knelt behind Rong Yin, unable to restrain himself from reaching out to caress his shoulder. A few strands of hair floated up with his movement, brushing against Zongzheng Xiao's face, carrying a fleeting fragrance that was captivating yet ephemeral. He lifted his hand to grasp it, only to clutch at the air. Rong Yin turned his head, encountering Zongzheng Xiao's entranced expression. Rong Yin was beautiful. Even when angered, he appeared almost playful. Zongzheng Xiao pinched his cheek, playfully arguing, "I merely wish to call you." "Why such a dramatic reaction?" Rong Yin replied, "You wicked emperor." The villain cries first. Zongzheng Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he drew Rong Yin into his embrace, wrapping an arm around his waist and gently tousling his hair. "Is this hairstyle crafted by Green E? It looks splendid on you." Hearing Zongzheng Xiao's self-praise, Rong Yin forgot to quibble about earlier matters and, with a joyful sway of his head, replied, "Isn't it beautiful? Green E only styles my hair, so you can't have it." Observing Rong Yin's smug demeanor, Zongzheng Xiao felt an impulsive urge to spank him, yet he ultimately restrained himself. With a gentle caress on Rong Yin's waist, he proposed, "Since you hold Green E in such high regard, why not promote her to be your stewardess?" Although Green E was assigned to serve Rong Yin, she remained a mere palace maid. Rong Yin held no independent status within the palace. He did not belong to the consorts, servants, or officials. Since he spent every day in the company of Zongzheng Xiao, the palace attendants serving him were, strictly speaking, Zongzheng Xiao's. By suggesting this, Zongzheng Xiao effectively severed Green E from his side, allowing her to become entirely devoted to Rong Yin. This arrangement benefited both Rong Yin and Green E. On one hand, Rong Yin gained a trusted confidant, ensuring Green E's loyalty to him. On the other hand, Green E's elevated status would afford her better treatment, a reward from Zongzheng Xiao for her service to Rong Yin. Rong Yin, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His attention was wholly captivated by the prospect of Green E's promotion, which implied an increase in her status and income. He regarded Green E as a friend and felt genuinely pleased for her. Conversely, Green E's immediate reaction to Zongzheng Xiao's words was not one of delight over her own advancement, but rather a sense of closeness to her master. Unaware of the age of the merman, she perceived him as a lively and youthful lad, if one were to speak indiscreetly. She felt more akin to him as a sister than merely a servant. Green, he was an only child, and due to the strained relationships stemming from her mother's marital complexities, she had never experienced the joys of sisterhood. Yet with the Mermen, she was finally able to savor this bond. Oh, Rong Yin wrapped his arms around Zongzheng Xiao's neck, excitedly pressing their faces together in a loving nuzzle. Thinking to himself, Zongzheng Xiao, you are simply too wonderful. Zongzheng Xiao, the mischievous rascal, was momentarily taken aback by Rong Yin's sudden exuberance. The palace attendants mistakenly assumed he was praising Rong Yin, failing to realize that Rong Yin had genuinely grasped Zongzheng Xiao's intent, as he had previously masked his understanding quite adeptly. The merman's cool, supple skin felt delightful against Rong Yin's, and while Zongzheng Xiao relished the affection, he mused, just a moment ago, he called me a wicked emperor, labeling me a villain, and now he finds me delightful? Such a capricious little creature. Despite these thoughts, Zongzheng Xiao bore no resentment. He found Rong Yin's temperament rather endearing. Once green, he was elevated to stewardess. She effectively commanded the other attendants within the Silver Merman Garden, assuming a position of authority among them. Although her rank was still modest compared to that of Shi, she nonetheless received courteous treatment from her, who even gifted her a promotion token. Having spent considerable time in the palace, Shi was well-versed in the art of interpersonal relations, preferring to cultivate friendships rather than create enemies, especially with someone as promising as Greenie. After establishing her footing in Silver Merman Garden, Greenie sought to bring her close friend, one who had once accompanied her to clean the bathing pool, into her service, as this friend had been her only source of kindness during her most challenging days in the palace. Meanwhile, those who had previously bullied Green found themselves at a disadvantage, as others eager to curry favor with her had already taken action on her behalf. It was rumored that their recent circumstances had turned quite grim. The palace was never devoid of those who were eager to elevate themselves by undermining others. Since the night Green styled Rong Yin's hair, the inquisitive young man frequently sought her assistance with his hairstyles, and Green, clever and resourceful, quickly devised numerous elegant styles for him, each one distinct from the last. With each new hairstyle, Rong Yin's appearance became increasingly delightful, and Zongzheng Xiao, pleased by the transformation, rewarded Green generously, including a stunning jade bracelet of exceptional quality that even Rong Yin, despite his lack of expertise, could recognize as valuable. As Green received more rewards, Rong Yin grew increasingly vexed, not out of jealousy, but rather a sense of unfairness. Others pleased Zongzheng Xiao and were rewarded with treasures, while he, who spent every day with the emperor and kept him in high spirits, received only a garden and the occasional extra meal. Setting aside the fact that Zongzheng Xiao had committed to providing for him, which included food and shelter, the garden and additional meals were merely his due. Moreover, while the garden was nominally his, it was ultimately Zongzheng Xiao's property, with the emperor residing there as well. Gold and jewels, however, once bestowed upon him, were his to keep, severing their ties to Zongzheng Xiao. Who would ever complain about an abundance of wealth? With this thought in mind, Rong Yin found himself increasingly critical of Zongzheng Xiao's every action. When Zongzheng Xiao offered him fish fillets, he swallowed them with a grim expression, silently chastising the emperor as a wicked rascal. He collected lotus pods and flowers from the pond, distributing them to every palace servant, but excluded Zongzheng Xiao, who questioned him about it, only to be met with silence as Rong Yin continued his internal monologue of wicked rascal. As Green, he styled his hair anew. He sang joyfully, but upon seeing Zongzheng Xiao approach, he fell silent, still muttering, wicked rascal, for several consecutive days. Zongzheng Xiao had not received a single friendly glance from Rong Yin, utterly bewildered as to what he had done wrong. Even though he could hear Rong Yin's thoughts, he was at a loss since Rong Yin refused to disclose the reason for his irritation. It was not until one day, while Rong Yin was playing in the clean water pool, that Zongzheng Xiao, determined to uncover the cause of Rong Yin's deliberate coldness, shed his garments and joined him. Initially, Rong Yin was enjoying himself, but upon noticing Zongzheng Xiao's arrival, he promptly swam to the opposite side. No matter how far he ventured, Zongzheng Xiao followed him, prompting Rong Yin to retaliate with a splash from his tail, soaking the emperor's head and face. This was a stark contrast to their previous playful splashes. Now, Zongzheng Xiao's hair was drenched, strands clinging to his face, rendering him particularly disheveled. The Imperial presence, far more fearsome than that of a mere tiger, could not be trifled with, and losing face was not something to be taken lightly. He was capable of wrathful retribution. Even though they knew Zongzheng Xiao held a deep affection for Rong Yin, Shi and Green Yi, standing on the shore, could not help but feel concern for him. Rong Yin had acted impulsively, his emotions leading to a reflexive response, never intending to create such an upheaval. Now, feeling guilty, he attempted to slip away beneath the water surface. Zongzheng Xiao wiped his face and swept his wet hair back, revealing his broad forehead and eyes that glimmered with displeasure. "Come here," he commanded, his tone ominous as he subtly gestured. Rong Yin, halfway submerged, froze, unable to meet Zongzheng Xiao's gaze, his heart racing in his throat. He dared not defy the emperor's command, especially since Zongzheng Xiao was clearly agitated. Reluctantly, Rong Yin swam toward him, but before he could close the distance, Zongzheng Xiao seized his wrist and pulled him close. With an iron grip, Zongzheng Xiao encircled Rong Yin's waist, securing him in his embrace. Lifting his chin to meet his gaze and coldly inquired, "What are you sulking about with me?" Rong Yin dared not meet his gaze, her eyes darting elsewhere as she silently thought, "I apologize, it was not my intention to splash you." Her timely apology extinguished half of Zongzheng Xiao's anger, but the other half lingered due to Rong Yin's inexplicable coldness towards him over the past few days. Zongzheng Xiao let out a long sigh, striving to soften his tone, and inquired why she was unhappy. Upon hearing his words, Rong Yin looked at him, remaining silent, yet her eyes brimmed with grievance. "Why?" "Because you have treated me poorly." Zongzheng Xiao was nearly amused by her indignation. If not for his remaining rationality, he would have directly asked her how he had wronged her. Although he refrained from showering her with lavish gifts due to their unresolved matters, he believed it was only fair that, despite their shared living arrangements, she would partake in whatever he enjoyed. Even the queen did not possess such privileges. Zongzheng Xiao prided himself on caring for the little mermaid, so he could not fathom how he had treated her poorly. He pinched Rong Yin's cheek, chuckling, "I haven't wronged you in any way recently, yet you have been frosty towards me. I have done nothing to deserve this. Does that seem just?" Upon hearing his words, Rong Yin's eyes immediately turned red, and she lamented, "Your words imply that I have wronged you. You bestow rewards upon Shi and Lu Yi whenever you are pleased, while I often strive to amuse you. Yet, when it comes to gold and jewels, you restrict my share of fish. How can you claim you have not wronged me?" Did Zongzheng Xiao possess the ability to hear her innermost thoughts? Rong Yin's accusations were a blend of sorrow and indignation, yet he felt utterly innocent. He had never perceived that the little mermaid had a fondness for such treasures. In his eyes, she enjoyed eating, sleeping, playing, admiring her beauty, and making witty remarks. And beyond that, he believed there were no other pleasures. In this moment, he realized it was not that she lacked interests. Rather, he had simply failed to recognize them. Zongzheng Xiao discreetly noted in his internal manual on caring for mermaids, "Fondness for wealth. This trait is exclusive to my little mermaid and is not universally applicable." With the crux of the matter understood, resolving the issue became straightforward. Zongzheng Xiao employed both kindness and authority to coax her ashore, later finding an excuse to reward Shi with a bag of golden seeds. Noticing Rong Yin's unwavering gaze on the bag, he feigned casual interest and asked, "Do you like them too?" Rong Yin was nearly unable to suppress her excitement and almost nodded, risking exposure of her facade. Fortunately, she held back, though her eager expression betrayed her true feelings. Zongzheng Xiao chuckled, giving Shi a brief instruction, and shortly thereafter, Shi returned carrying a large red, lacquered wooden box. "If you like it, take it and play with it," Zongzheng Xiao urged as he pushed the box towards Rong Yin. She opened the lid to reveal an array of gold and silver ornaments, pearls, agates, and jade, all sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. Even the box itself seemed to exude a sense of considerable worth, as if proclaiming, "We are precious, incredibly precious." Instead of being dazzled by the glimmering jewels, Rong Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, revealing her sharp teeth. Her expression was both amusing and slightly terrifying. After a considerable pause, Rong Yin finally regained her composure, her eyes shining as she gazed at Zongzheng Xiao. Really? Is this truly for me? Zongzheng Xiao smiled indulgently. It is evident that you adore it. From now on, whenever I come across something delightful, it shall be yours. The little mermaid had saved his life, granted him the opportunity to alter the tragic fate of Desheng, and brought him wealth. These treasures were but a fraction of what she deserved. Zongzheng Xiao felt immense joy in being able to provide her with the things she cherished, ensuring her continued happiness by his side. Thinking of his future wealth, Rong Yin felt a blend of excitement and gratitude. Indeed, Zongzheng Xiao dared not contemplate the reaction she might have upon discovering the truth one day. Would she be enraged enough to bite him? Given her temperament, it was certainly a possibility. Rong Yin genuinely cherished these treasures. She even insisted on placing them beside her head while sleeping that night, fearful that someone might snatch them away, prompting laughter from Lu Yi and the others. Meanwhile, in the same capital city, while Rong Yin dreamt sweetly upon her mountain of riches, a certain individual in prison was far less fortunate. However, he had only himself to blame, as not all the students involved in the exam cheating had been apprehended. Su Qian remained confined, subjected to daily interrogations, enduring the dampness of his cell. Aggressive rats capable of biting and spoiled food. The most tormenting thought was that he might spend the rest of his life in such a wretched place. In the past, he had comfortably exchanged answers for money, and after his daughter married, he had enjoyed the support of his in-laws. Now reduced to this state, Su Qian harbored no regret for his misdeeds. Rather, he plotted his revenge with malice. The Ning Wang mansion, his in-laws' residence, refused to rescue him, allowing him to endure such suffering in prison. He loathed the entire Ning Wang family, since they showed no compassion or justice. He resolved to seek his own means of rescue. This mindset traces back to when he was first discovered aiding students in cheating. Before he was imprisoned, he immediately dispatched a message to the Ning Wang mansion, hoping his daughter and son-in-law could implore Ning Wang to save him. In Su Qian's view, as a noble, Ning Wang could easily assist him with a mere word. Yet, he soon realized that Ning Wang had no intention of intervening. The bitterness he felt was twofold. One for Ning Wang's refusal to help his own family, and another for his daughter's ineptitude in securing his aid. Recognizing his isolation, Su Qian clamped his mouth shut, refusing to divulge any information regardless of the relentless interrogation by the officials sent by the emperor. Among the students at the Guozijian, who did not hail from wealthy families, those currently apprehended were merely minor figures. The real, influential individuals remained unspoken. Should those bigger fish be exposed, he would surely face dire consequences. Fortuitously, he had concealed his ledger well, even from his wife. As long as he remained silent, the investigating officials would not find the ledger, and he would be safe. Initially, he endured whipping with a saltwater-soaked whip, followed by the wooden board, and then finger-crushing. Each method was administered without full force, allowing him to remain conscious of the pain. After 3 or 4 days of such torment, Su Qian was nearing his breaking point. He overheard the guards in the prison whispering that the 2 officials interrogating him were sent by the emperor and the aristocracy. The brutal methods were demanded by the Imperial official, who insisted on a swift resolution to provide the emperor with an explanation. The aristocratic official, attempting to intercede, suggested they at least show respect to Su Qian as a teacher, only to be rebuked. Now aware of the true source of his suffering, Su Qian's resentment grew. He understood the animosity between the royal family and the aristocracy. As Ning Wang's relative, his transgression could easily become a weapon for the aristocracy to attack the crown. Yet, he had merely accepted a little money. He had not committed murder or trafficking. Why was the emperor treating him so harshly? Su Qian felt a deep sense of injustice. He learned that the emperor was furious, and even Ning Wang faced repercussions. Both believed that Su Qian had tarnished the royal family's reputation, and once the case was closed, not only would he face imprisonment, but could also be silenced permanently. At that moment, suffering from an inflamed wound and feverish delirium, he broke into a cold sweat at the thought. He did not wish to die, he wished to live. Currently, the only force capable of opposing the royal family was the aristocracy. However, the aristocracy would not assist him without reason. After much contemplation, Su Qian resolved to leverage his most significant secret as a bargaining chip, namely, the identity of his daughter and the list of loyalists from the fallen dynasty. The next day, during his re-examination, Su Qian seized a fleeting moment when the imperial officials had momentarily departed to capture the attention of the aristocratic officials. He claimed to possess information that could destabilize the Zongzheng family's rule and subsequently arranged a clandestine meeting to discuss matters further, ultimately sealing a pact. He first informed the aristocracy of Su Wanner's true identity, proposing that if they facilitated his escape, he would willingly relinquish the list of loyalists. 2 days had elapsed since their initial conversation, during which the aristocracy had sent a medicine to alleviate the pain from his torture. Now, all Su Qian could do was await his rescue by the aristocracy. If the Zongzheng family were indeed to fall due to the secrets he divulged, it would be nothing short of splendid. In the palace, within the Silver Fish Garden study, upon hearing from a shadow guard that the aristocracy was investigating Su Wanner's origins, Zongzheng Xiao understood that his plan had borne fruit. While the aristocracy sought to undermine the imperial family through Su Qian's bribery, they likely did not anticipate that they would find themselves ensnared in a quagmire. He had laid a trap so intricate that once the aristocracy stepped into it, they would be severely compromised. Zongzheng Xiao instructed, "Proceed with caution. Do not alert them to any signs." Yes, the shadow guard acknowledged, then withdrew. After his departure, Zongzheng Xiao gazed outwards and inquired, "Has the rain ceased?" The rain had been falling since the morning court session, showing no signs of abating. What was he doing at this hour? Zongzheng Xiao pondered. The only person who could elicit such concern from him was Rong Yin. He seemed to be quite content. With a smirk, Zongzheng Xiao rose and stepped outside, with Shi hastily following him. Upon arrival, he found Rong Yin cradling a bowl of soup. At the sight of him, Rong Yin immediately set down the bowl and leaped into his embrace. Since Zongzheng Xiao gifted Rong Yin a box of jewels, the latter had grown increasingly affectionate towards him. Zongzheng Xiao wrapped his arm around Rong Yin's waist, guiding him to sit down, while Rong Yin eagerly offered the bowl of soup to Zongzheng Xiao's lips. "Do you wish to share?" Zongzheng Xiao observed the half-full bowl of mung bean soup. "Ah!" Rong Yin nudged the bowl closer, internally thinking, "Greeny's culinary skills are remarkable. This chilled soup is sweet and refreshing." Zongzheng Xiao, noticing Rong Yin's enthusiasm, did not mind that the soup had been sipped by him, bending down to take a sip from Rong Yin's hand. "Indeed, it is delightful," Zongzheng Xiao praised. "Of course, I only offer the finest," Rong Yin replied. Zongzheng Xiao chuckled as he tousled his hair, almost disrupting the new hairstyle green he had crafted for him that day. Rong Yin initially felt a flicker of annoyance, but thoughts of the precious gifts from Zongzheng Xiao quickly dissipated his anger. Indeed, wealth could remedy 99% of ill tempers. The modest bowl of mung bean soup was swiftly consumed by the two of them, each taking turns to sip from the same bowl, indifferent to the notion of sharing. Shi and Greeny, along with other palace attendants, though sensing it was improper, refrained from voicing their concerns. In the afternoon, as the gentle rain pattered outside, Zongzheng Xiao reclined on a soft couch, engrossed in his reading, with the cool, tender merfolk nestled in his arms, who occasionally fed him pieces of fruit. This was perhaps the idyllic life of a celestial being. Zongzheng Xiao perused military texts, while Rong Yin occasionally stole glances. Though the archaic characters and classical prose left him mostly perplexed, grasping only fragments of their meanings. "What is gunpowder?" Zongzheng Xiao feigned focus on his book, while attentively eavesdropping on Rong Yin's musings. Rong Yin explained, "With gunpowder, whether for besieging cities or defending borders, it serves as a formidable weapon." Zongzheng Xiao straightened slightly, intrigued. Rong Yin continued, "Even in an era dominated by cold weapons, the quality of arms significantly influences the outcome of warfare. If coal has been mined and utilized, it would facilitate the steel-making process, thus yielding superior weaponry." Zongzheng Xiao clenched the book in his hands, momentarily tempted to inquire about the implications of Rong Yin's insights. After all, with a nascent dynasty established and external threats looming, possessing new weaponry could alleviate their anxieties. Unbeknownst to the blissfully unaware Rong Yin, who was savoring fruit while contemplating, he had unwittingly stepped into Zongzheng Xiao's trap. Everything unfolded smoothly as per Zongzheng Xiao's design. Within days, having confirmed Su Wanner's identity, the aristocracy resolved to claim her as part of their strategy, hoping to utilize her against Zongzheng Xiao in the future. In an effort to extract more information from Su Qian, the head of the Chui family, who served as the minister of the Imperial Academy, deliberately eased their aggressive approach. They ceased to pursue Su Qian for accepting bribes from students and instead collaborated with him to fabricate a false ledger, suggesting that his bribes were minimal. Subsequently, Su Qian revealed a few inconsequential student names, leading the aristocracy to declare that both the principal and accomplices had been apprehended, with the case thoroughly resolved and ready for closure. If their desires materialized, Su Qian would inevitably face prison time, but the duration could be curtailed by several years. And with the aristocracy's protection, his life would be secure. On the other hand, Zongzheng Xiao's officials, under his directives, employed various pretexts to obstruct a hasty conclusion to the case. The aristocracy believed that an early resolution would be beneficial for the imperial family. Thus, their interference must harbor ulterior motives. Little did they know, the imperial side countered their queries, recalling how they had previously escalated the matter to the court due to Su Qian's connections with the Ning king. Now, questioning why they were suddenly eager for a swift resolution. Could there be undisclosed elements they wished to conceal? Feeling cornered, the aristocracy hesitated to admit anything, allowing the imperial officials to continue their inquiries. Simultaneously, the imperial stance provided a measure of reassurance to the aristocracy, believing that Su Qian had been driven into their arms by desperation, rather than as part of a grand scheme by the imperial family. Both sides remained steadfast, leaving Su Qian in a most uncomfortable position. He had anticipated that by revealing his secret, the aristocracy would ardently assist him. However, he was dismayed to find them so ineffectual, easily cowed by the imperial threats. Fuming, Su Qian summoned the aristocracy's representatives, stating, "Gentlemen, we must expedite the resolution of this case. Otherwise, if the emperor's men uncover anything further, it would be disastrous." The man clad in official robes replied nonchalantly, "Do you think we are not anxious? Yet if we push too hard and they discover our dealings with you, it would spell misfortune for both us and you." Su Qian, now agitated, retorted, "Surely, I deserve at least a rough timeline. 10 days? Half a month? How long must I wait?" The man coldly regarded him. "Are you attempting to coerce me?" Seeing his demeanor, Su Qian's expression hardened, shedding any pretense of flattery. He replied grimly, "Sir, I am a man of modest courage. If I am left waiting too long, my anxiety may compel me to utter indiscretions. Do you trust me, husband?" The man chuckled at this. "Do you believe I can be intimidated by your threats?" "It is not a threat, but rather a reminder." Su Qian adjusted his blood-stained garments and continued, "From the moment you became aware of my secret, we became allies. If you conceal the whereabouts of the loyalists from the previous dynasty, how do you suppose His Majesty will deal with the aristocracy?" In the past, Su Qian would never have dared to intimidate the aristocracy, but the longer he remained imprisoned, the more his unease grew. He felt an ominous sense that if he did not take action soon, only death awaited him. The man saw through Su Qian's facade of strength, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, yet his smile grew even brighter. "Very well, just wait a bit longer. You shall receive good news in a few days." Without refuting Su Qian's bravado, he turned and left. Su Qian gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily uncertain whether his desperate gamble was wise or foolish. That night, within the Ning Wang manor, Su Wanner leaned against the window, her gaze vacant as she stared into the thick darkness outside. On that fateful night, the Ning Wang Fei had stripped away all her pretenses and revealed that Zongzheng Xiao was aware of her predicament. Once her father's case was resolved, a divorce decree would be sent to her. Though she longed to see Zongzheng Xiao, she was denied that wish and confined, losing track of how many days had passed. Her mind clouded, with night and day blending into one. She was acutely aware of her betrayal towards the Qing family and the Ningguang manor. Her father had exploited his connection with the Ningguang manor to amass wealth, and the very Qinger, whom Zongzheng Xiao regarded as a sister, had been indirectly harmed by her father's actions. Their encounter had merely been a trap set by her father, reducing both her and her husband to mere pawns in his game. After her father awoke from drunkenness, he warned her that if she disclosed the truth to anyone in the Ningguang manor, they would not spare the Su family and would ensure that Zongzheng Xiao divorced her. Out of loyalty to her father and fear of losing Zongzheng Xiao, Su Wanner committed her first act against her conscience. Recently, she had been confined, and the servants from her family had been replaced with those sent by the Ningguang Fei to attend her needs. She yearned to inquire about her parents' well-being, yet no one would heed her. Tormented by guilt and anxiety, compounded by her inability to eat, Su Wanner quickly withered away, resembling a dying patient, as fragile as a wisp of wind could carry off. Reflecting upon her current plight, she wished to weep, but her tears had long since dried. No matter her sorrow, her eyes merely ached with a sour pain, unable to shed a single tear. At that moment, the door creaked open, and someone entered. Su Wanner stiffened, trembling as she turned her head. Upon recognizing Zongzheng Xiao's haggard face illuminated by candlelight, she realized this was no mere illusion. "My lord." Su Wanner rose, stumbling towards him. Zongzheng Xiao looked at his wife with a complex expression, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet he eventually opened his arms. They embraced tightly, akin to cherishing a long-lost treasure, neither daring to speak first. After a prolonged silence, Zongzheng Xiao gently released Su Wanner, cradling her face with tender concern. "Wanner, you have lost weight." Su Wanner nearly choked on her words, recognizing from Zongzheng Xiao's appearance that he too had endured hardships in recent days. The young man, once full of vigor in her eyes, now bore bloodshot eyes, dark circles under his gaze, and stubble on his chin, resembling a street vagabond. "I am sorry. It is all my fault," Su Wanner apologized, her eyes reddening. Zongzheng Xiao shook his head. "It is not your fault. You are not the one who has committed wrongs." They both understood that Su Qian was the true culprit, yet they tacitly refrained from voicing it. Su Wanner urged Zongzheng Xiao to sit, pouring him a cup of cool tea. Her gaze lowered as she said, "If you wish to ask me something, my lord, please do so directly." Since her parents had forbidden their meetings, Zongzheng Xiao's unimpeded entrance into her chamber indicated the approval of the Wang Yi and Wang Fei. Zongzheng Xiao raised the cup to his lips, finishing the tea with a bitter smile. "Wanner, you are still as perceptive as ever." Su Wanner fiddled with her clothing, inquiring, "Is this related to my father?" He nodded, speaking with difficulty. "Your father refuses to reveal the names of all the students involved in the cheating scandal. The emperor cannot conclude the case nor provide any accountability to the other scholars. It is said your father possesses a ledger detailing bribes received and paid. If we can locate that ledger, the matter will be resolved." The Ningguang felt guilty for not safeguarding his son's marriage, leading to such turmoil for Zongzheng Xiao. He wished to atone for the entire Ningguang manor. Upon hearing about the ledger, he informed his wife and then sent their son to inquire whether his daughter-in-law knew its whereabouts. Why should she? The Ningguang laughed in anger. It was the Su family scandal. Was it not unreasonable to expect her to resolve it? "Zongzheng Xiao, are you so blinded by love that you cannot distinguish right from wrong?" Zongzheng Xiao retorted in frustration. "If you are so eloquent, why not ask her yourself?" "I refuse to do it." The Ningguang replied, "Very well, I shall. If I cannot extract the information, I will resort to force until she reveals the ledger's location. As for whether she survives the beating, I cannot guarantee." After issuing his stern threats, the Ningguang added, "Do not forget the cause of Qinger's demise, Zongzheng Xiao. If you do not avenge her, how will you face her in the afterlife?" Under pressure, Zongzheng Xiao reluctantly agreed to come. After listening to her husband's words, Su Wanner looked up at him. "My lord, do you believe in me?" Zongzheng Xiao nodded. "Of course I believe. I will always believe in my Wanner." Although he had felt shaken upon discovering Su Wanner's true identity and the truth behind Qinger's death, he later realized that her identity was beyond her control, and she was not responsible for the wrongdoing. He trusted that her love for him was genuine, and even now, he remained willing to protect her. I am sorry. My father never told me where the ledger is hidden. Zongzheng Xiao pressed. Did he not give you any hints? Think again. She knew where the ledger was because her father had revealed his wrongdoings in a drunken confession. No, truly none. He had been responsible for bringing Zongzheng Xiao here while eavesdropping on their conversation. Realizing Zongzheng Xiao was about to leave, Su Wanner displayed a reluctant expression. In truth, Zongzheng Xiao did not wish to depart, but the steward urged him on, compelling him to release her hand. The Ning Wang, hearing Zongzheng Xiao's words, was not surprised, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He believed that Su's mother and Su Wanner were truthful, concluding that Su Qian was simply too cunning, even wary of his own family. Upon returning, Zongzheng Xiao remembered that he had been too preoccupied with inquiries to inform Su Wanner about her parents' situation. She must be quite anxious for them. The Ning Wang cast a sidelong glance at him, recalling how resolutely he had claimed not to want to go before. Zongzheng Xiao stammered. Seeing his eldest son's useless demeanor, the Ning Wang felt a surge of anger, taking several deep breaths to suppress the urge to strike him. You had better pray that Su Wanner recalls something, otherwise, it will not only be the Su family that suffers misfortune, our Ning Wang manor will not fare well either. The Ning Wang's words were terrifying yet true. Previously, students from Guozijian, incited by the aristocracy, had demanded severe punishment for Su Qian and the cheaters to uphold the dignity of scholars. If this matter was mishandled, it could easily tarnish the royal family's reputation. It was essential never to offend scholars. Their pens were not to be trifled with. In the days that followed, Zongzheng Xiao sought out Su Wanner, and their meetings were limited to brief moments over a cup of tea, during which he shared what he had learned about her parents and sought clues regarding the ledger. Until that fateful night, as Zongzheng Xiao was preparing to seek out Su Wanner, he suddenly received distressing news. Su's mother had passed away. Many factions had been watching over her, leading everyone to believe she was quite safe. Yet, in the evening, someone discovered her lying in her room, blood pouring from her mouth. Upon examination, it was determined she had succumbed to poisoning. It remains unclear whether it was murder or suicide. It is said that in her final moments, she clutched a carved wooden figurine, a childhood toy of Su Wanner, suggesting she was lost in memories. Zongzheng Xiao gazed towards Su Wanner's chamber, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his feet, unable to take a single step. Just the day before, he had assured her that her mother was well, and now he had to deliver the devastating news of her poisoning. He knew the sorrow this would bring her. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever. So after careful consideration, he resolved to inform her. Su Wanner, already weary in both body and spirit, had begun to recover slightly with Zongzheng Xiao's companionship over the past few days. Yet, upon learning of her mother's death, her heart could bear no more. In a moment of despair, she fainted, her vision darkening. After all, life and death are of utmost significance. And Prince Ning did not prevent his son from seeking a doctor for Su Wanner. Once the physician's medicine had been administered, she fell into a deep slumber for several hours, only to awaken with a heavy heart. Her first words were a resolute declaration. My mother would never take her own life. Though her father was imprisoned, he was not yet at his wit's end. Her mother was typically an optimistic individual, unlikely to succumb to despair so easily. Moreover, according to Zongzheng Xiao, her mother had been under surveillance by several groups. If she had sought poison, it would have surely been noticed. Thus, the truth was evident. Someone had orchestrated her demise. To outsiders, regardless of her father's misdeeds, Su Wanner remained the daughter-in-law of the Prince of Ning. Her mother's body had not yet been placed in a coffin. After the coroner's examination, it was laid in a cool, ventilated room with ice to prevent rapid decomposition. However, the weather was still sweltering. Even with ice, burial must occur swiftly, lest the body become unviewable within days. Upon seeing her mother, Su Wanner could no longer hold back her grief and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The last time they met, her mother had prepared soup for her, encouraging her to cherish her life with her husband. Now, they were forever separated. Zongzheng Xiao, his eyes welling with tears, comforted her, promising, "Do not worry, Wanner. We shall find a culprit." Su Wanner grasped his hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. As she questioned the heavens, Why had fate dealt her such a cruel hand? After half an hour, her eyes swollen from crying, Su Wanner began to regain her composure. She reached for the wooden figurine her mother had held before her passing, staring at the bloodstains that marred its surface, nearly succumbing to tears once more. It had once been her favorite toy, gifted by her parents. It remained locked away in a chest with other childhood relics until she outgrew such toys. Wait! Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes widened. The toy chest was tucked away in the back of the storage room, making it cumbersome to retrieve. If her mother sought comfort in memories, there were certainly other belongings of hers at home. Why this particular figurine? Furthermore, her mother had clutched it when poisoned. Could it be that her mother had sensed something amiss? After deep contemplation, Su Wanner believed she had discerned the whereabouts of the ledger. You intended to kill me all along? In the depths of the prison, Su Qian was confined in the most isolated cell, devoid of other prisoners, with guards dismissed. A man clad in official robes looked down at Su Qian, whose weakened state was a result of renewed torture, a mocking smile in his eyes. Days prior, Su Qian had enjoyed some respite under the man's protection, but now, emboldened by Su Qian's audacity to threaten him, the man decided it was time for Su Qian to experience the consequences of crossing him. Leaning against the straw, Su Qian did not even glance at the man. What brings you here? The man, hands clasped behind his back, replied, Yesterday I sent someone to your home in search of the ledger. Previously, due to Su Qian's compliance, they had assisted him in forging the ledger, hoping to resolve the case swiftly. However, Zongzheng Xiao's men remained steadfast, refusing to relent, while Su Qian pressured them for a prompt rescue, even threatening to expose their collaboration to Zongzheng Xiao. Should Su Qian follow through with such threats, Zongzheng Xiao would not only learn of their assistance to a criminal, but also unveil Su Wanner's identity as a former princess. The remnants of the previous dynasty pose a latent threat to any new regime, and no emperor would tolerate their existence. Even a slight association with them could lead to relentless pursuit and retaliation by Zongzheng Xiao. The powerful families despised Su Qian's coercion, yet feared it, leading them to seek out and destroy the ledger he had hidden, hoping to eliminate at least one source of trouble. Upon hearing the man's words, the seemingly frail Su Qian abruptly lifted his head, his voice trembling. What have you done? The man continued, There was no accident. The family believe your wife must know the ledger's location. They may not have elicited the information, but what if Zongzheng Xiao's people did? To eliminate future threats, it was deemed best to kill her. Only the dead can keep secrets. The man's tone was dispassionate, as if a life were no more significant than a blade of grass, devoid of remorse or fear. Intrigue, Su Qian tremblait incontrôlably, realizing that his moment of weakness in collaborating with these individuals had led to his wife's demise. He pointed weakly at the man, choking on his own blood, taking a moment to recover before continuing. You wretched fiends. Your indiscriminate slaughter will condemn you to hell. The man laughed mockingly. We are the fiends? And what of you? You aided those debauched youths in cheating, robbing ordinary scholars of their honors, disrupting fairness. Do you believe you are innocent before the students and scholars of the Guozijian? Furthermore, you were well aware of the suffering inflicted on the populace by the nobles of the previous dynasty, yet upon discovering they still lived and planned to return, you did not alert the authorities, but instead shared your ill-gotten gains with them. How can you face the common folk? Despite his dire circumstances, Su Qian felt no regret for his actions. If given a second chance, he would only seek more and be more cautious. Observing Su Qian's sudden compliance, the man said, As long as the ledger remains undiscovered, your case will never be resolved. If we wish to forcibly rescue you, it will come at a cost. What do you propose to exchange? Su Qian, incredulous, looked at the man. I have already offered my daughter's lineage in exchange. The man dismissed his claim. That was the previous deal. The circumstances have changed. You shameless scoundrel. Su Qian clutched his chest, his face flushed with anger. The man paid no heed to the insults, stating, Provide me with the list of the remnants of the previous dynasty, and I shall help you resolve your case. Su Qian turned away, refusing. He understood that the hand over the list would seal his fate. Anticipating this reaction, the man threatened, If you refuse, finding those remnants is of little concern to us. It would be simple to ensure the royal family never learns of our collaboration, by killing you. The man's tone was far from jocular, and Su Qian began to feel a sense of dread. It was indeed a desperate gamble that led him to dance with wolves, ultimately resulting in his own ruin. Trembling, Su Qian spoke, "You have killed my wife and now intend to kill me. Are you not afraid of arousing the emperor's suspicion?" The man's gaze towards Su Qian was akin to that of a predator observing a pitiful insect. What did he care for Su Qian's doubts? Everything hinges on evidence, and the proof would accompany him into the grave. Su Qian understood. You had always intended to eliminate me once I divulged all my secrets, hadn't you? You are correct. The man replied with a narrow-eyed smile. Despair enveloped Su Qian as he closed his eyes. The man continued, "If you surrender the list, I may, in recognition of your prudence, spare your life. However, should you refuse, not only will you die, but after your demise, we will publicly disclose Su Wanner's secrets and your connections to the remnants of the previous dynasty, condemning your family to eternal infamy. Consider this carefully. Is this the legacy you desire?" The ancients were superstitious and held family honor in high regard, fearing the shame that could taint their lineage, leaving them voiceless before their ancestors in the afterlife. The man's words struck at the very core of Su Qian's vulnerabilities. His relentless pursuit of advancement, accepting bribes, and forming dubious alliances was solely to ascend to a position of power and elevate his family's status. If what this man said was true, would his death not condemn his family to eternal disgrace? Rather than succumbing to the fear of death that had previously gripped him, Su Qian found his heart ignited with righteous fury. Why should he be subjected to such treatment? What right did these accursed noble families have to humiliate and threaten him? The truly despicable ones were them. They should be the ones forever etched in history as disgraceful, filled with resentment. Su Qian regarded the man before him with the eyes of a sworn enemy. With a sudden, fierce cry, he summoned an unexpected strength, rising to lunge at the man's throat. The man, having anticipated Su Qian's movement, swiftly raised his leg and delivered a forceful kick, sending Su Qian crashing against the wall. His head struck the hard surface, leaving him dazed and crumpled on the ground, unable to move. With a disdainful flick of his shoe against the straw, the man looked down at Su Qian and said, "You have 3 days. If I do not receive the list, you will face the consequences." With that, he turned and exited the cell, leaving Su Qian to succumb to unconsciousness. Within the palace, all that transpired in the dungeon reached the ears of Zongzheng Xiao. Observing the few lotus flowers fashioned by the little merman in the bottle, a smile graced his lips. "How amusing. I have never encountered such a foolish fish," he mused. Standing nearby, Cixi was momentarily uncertain whether Zongzheng Xiao found the affair between the noble families and Su Qian amusing, or if it was the origins of the lotus flowers that piqued his interest, or perhaps a combination of both. Being adept at reading his master's moods, Cixi recalled the day they moved to the Silver Merman Garden when the merman presented a lotus flower to Green Yi, causing Zongzheng Xiao to appear displeased. Although he was later appeased by the lotus seeds personally offered by the merman, Cixi sensed that this incident lingered in his master's mind. This afternoon, Rong Yin had played in the lotus pond, gifting a flower to each maid present, causing their cheeks to flush with delight. Zongzheng Xiao, witnessing this scene, instantly changed countenance, and Cixi thought the inevitable had arrived. The merman, oblivious to Zongzheng Xiao's displeasure, presented him with a lotus pod, which he peeled and fed to him. Yet Zongzheng Xiao remained unmoved. One remained silent, while the other was oblivious, leaving Cixi in a state of anxiety. In desperation, he cleared his throat, diverting the merman's attention before glancing at the lotus flowers in the maid's hands and then back at Zongzheng Xiao. Noticing Cixi's subtle gestures, Zongzheng Xiao chose not to intervene. Otherwise, with the merman's naive disposition, it would be impossible to convey his true desires. Thanks to Cixi's nudging, Rong Yin finally grasped the situation. It turned out Zongzheng Xiao desired the lotus flowers. His mindset mirrored that of a child yearning for a coveted toy. If others could receive such gifts, why not him? Did he not cherish them just as much? Rong Yin regarded Zongzheng Xiao with the eyes of caregiver. "If you want me to give you a lotus flower, just say so. You're not like me, unable to voice your desires." Zongzheng Xiao thought to himself that she had not been in a better position than he. With a graceful sweep, Rong Yin tucked her damp hair behind her ear and presented the lotus flowers to Zongzheng Xiao, her lips curving into a playful smile. "I can't help you, but who told me to indulge you?" Zongzheng Xiao felt an urge to pull her close and give her a playful reprimand. While he thought of this, he was nonetheless pleased to receive the coveted lotus flowers, just as he had presented Rong Yin with a box of treasures. She had expressed her appreciation, and now he carefully accepted the flowers, cradling them with delight. Rong Yin leaned against the side, watching Zongzheng Xiao admire the flowers. Once again captivated by his beauty, Zongzheng Xiao was naturally handsome, and now, with the dark circles under his eyes faded and his complexion restored, his allure was showcased in its full glory. His beauty was neither rugged nor effeminate, but resembled a tall, straight pine, exuding a resilient and unyielding spirit. In this moment, he shed the cold indifference of an emperor, wholly absorbed in the enjoyment of the flowers he had gifted himself. Rong Yin found herself at a loss for words, feeling that Zongzheng Xiao was simply exquisite. Drawing closer, she thought perhaps she could see him more clearly, unconsciously inching nearer, lost in a haze of admiration. Just as her fingers brushed against the lotus flower, Zongzheng Xiao suddenly turned his face, narrowing his eyes at her. "What are you doing?" Startled by his voice, Rong Yin snapped back to reality, realizing she had nearly climbed into his embrace. Caught off guard by his inquiry, her mind went blank, and without a coherent thought, she quickly bent down to grasp one of the flower petals, pulling it off and popping it into her mouth, grinning at Zongzheng Xiao. She attempted to convey that her proximity was innocent, merely a desire to taste the flower, yet she was entirely unaware that her actions only rendered her more suspicious. Appearing quite foolish instead, seeing Zongzheng Xiao gaze at her in silence, fearing she had been discovered, Rong Yin hastily plucked another petal to consume, but he remained unresponsive. She tried again, consuming another petal. "I should be doing well at this," she thought to herself. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zongzheng Xiao let out a light laugh, pinching her cheek and remarking, "I've never seen such a foolish fish." Nearby, Cixi and Green stifled their laughter behind their hands. Rong Yin exclaimed, "You wicked emperor, you are toying with me," observing the regretful expression on her face. Zongzheng Xiao could not hold back his hearty laughter, his joyful sound echoing far and wide. Rong Yin, both annoyed and embarrassed, felt her cheeks flush crimson. "You always bully me. I detest you. Give me back my flowers." With a pout, she tried to snatch the flowers from him, but Zongzheng Xiao had already raised them high, leaving her to miss her target and grow even more displeased. Rong Yin huffed and puffed, reaching for the flowers held aloft, but her arms fell short against Zongzheng Xiao's height, rendering her efforts futile. In a fit of frustration, she pushed Zongzheng Xiao, seeking to reclaim her advantage. As fate would have it, when Zongzheng Xiao fell, he inadvertently pulled Rong Yin into his embrace, setting aside the flowers and securing his hold around Rong Yin's waist. With one hand grasping both of Rong Yin's wrists and his legs pinning down the latter's tail. No matter how much Rong Yin struggled, he could not break free from Zongzheng Xiao's control. The two lay entwined on the carpet, their bodies twisting and turning in a manner that, while devoid of visual context, conjured an image that could easily be misconstrued as something rather unseemly. Cixi, in broad daylight. Truly, what a spectacle this is. How inappropriate it would be if someone were to witness this. Still wriggling? Ow. Hiss, do not bite my neck. The palace attendants. Wow. Their brief exchanges were interspersed with soft moans and labored breaths, evoking a sense of vividness despite the absence of visual imagery. Cixi. Perhaps allowing them to continue would be the right course of action. After a prolonged period, the commotion gradually subsided, though many palace attendants still bore flushed ears. After such exertion, Rong Yin was fatigued, and much of his earlier irritation had dissipated. He collapsed against Zongzheng Xiao, surrendering to exhaustion. Noticing his resignation, Zongzheng Xiao released his grip, and Rong Yin, too weary to move, found comfort in the warmth of Zongzheng Xiao's embrace, drifting into a peaceful slumber. With Zongzheng Xiao attending to him, Rong Yin's afternoon nap was undisturbed. Even when Zongzheng Xiao playfully ordered the Imperial chef to prepare a dish featuring lotus blossoms, Instead of feeling anger at the jest, Rong Yin cheerfully allowed Zongzheng Xiao to feed him. Rong Yin, I am magnanimous, not quibbling with a mischievous emperor. At this remark, Zongzheng Xiao's eyes sparkled with amusement. Zongzheng Xiao, what can be done? It is merely the fruit of my own indulgence. Once he had organized the treasure chest, Rong Yin secured it with a sense of satisfaction, bidding good night to Zongzheng Xiao in his heart before lying down and contentedly closing his eyes. As he inhaled the now more pronounced fragrance emanating from Rong Yin, Zongzheng Xiao also succumbed to sleep swiftly, though he was visited by a peculiar dream in the dead of night. In his dream, he observed a grand bed from a third-person perspective, upon which two figures were entangled, their faces obscured, yet their movements and voices were clear. One figure, with long, disheveled black hair and porcelain skin, glistened with a delicate sheen of perspiration, reminiscent of dewdrops upon a lotus blossom, trembling under the slightest touch. He cried out, pleading for mercy from the man above him. The only impression Zongzheng Xiao could discern of the second figure was the immense intensity of his actions. Zongzheng Xiao watched, transfixed, as their fingers intertwined, witnessing the tempest of their passion until the storm abated, leaving them tightly embraced. Upon awakening the next morning, Zongzheng Xiao's first instinct was to glance at the sleeping Rong Yin nearby. After ensuring his own morning rituals were attended to by Cixi, he proceeded to court. Recently, the court had experienced an unusual harmony between the royal family and the noble houses, devoid of even minor disputes, focusing solely on official matters devoid of personal sentiments. Outsiders might assume reconciliation had occurred, yet both factions were secretly maneuvering, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to confront their rival. Once the court session concluded, as was his custom, Zongzheng Xiao sought out Rong Yin immediately, knowing the latter would be tired and in need of replenishment. Coughing as soup went down the wrong way, Zongzheng Xiao hurriedly covered his mouth. Though reluctant to admit it, he had indeed entertained improper thoughts moments before. Rong Yin, concerned, gave him a gentle pat on the back. Zongzheng Xiao raised a hand, assuring, I am fine. After their meal, Rong Yin went to swim in the outdoor pond, while Zongzheng Xiao settled on the terrace, watching as Rong Yin dove beneath the surface and then burst forth, playfully waving at him, momentarily dispelling the jumbled thoughts from his mind. However, when Rong Yin emerged from the water and climbed onto the terrace, attempting his usual leap into Zongzheng Xiao's arms, the latter found his mind involuntarily drifting back to the imagery of the previous night as dream. Just as Rong Yin was about to close the distance, Zongzheng Xiao suddenly stood, displaying an uncharacteristic fluster. I just remembered, I have documents yet to review. I must attend to them in my study. Let Lu Er keep you company. He uttered these words without daring to meet Rong Yin's gaze. Though sudden, Rong Yin acquiesced. Once Zongzheng Xiao hurried away, Rong Yin pondered why Zongzheng Xiao had not brought his documents to review as he usually did. Curious but unconcerned, he turned to find Lu Er to play instead. Yet, Rong Yin felt he could no longer remain in the company of the Mermen, fearing what inappropriate thoughts might arise when gazing upon the innocent creature. As for Zongzheng Xiao, he attributed his dream to long-suppressed desires, acknowledging that as a 28-year-old man, such cravings were natural. In his youth, he had experienced similar situations, and had circumstances been different, he might have married a virtuous lady and shared a life of love. However, a decade of warfare had consumed his vigor, leaving no room for romantic pursuits. Upon ascending to the throne, insomnia and ceaseless political strife drained him further. His decision to leave the harem vacant was twofold: to counter the noble houses, and because he felt unprepared for marriage and fatherhood. The Merman's arrival had been unexpected. Initially, Zongzheng Xiao regarded him as a delightful pet. Yet, as the Merman's fragrance alleviated his insomnia and offered glimpses of the future, he began to view him as a friend, benefactor, and confidant. Zongzheng Xiao rationalized his possessiveness and desire for control over the Merman as a natural response to having claimed him. Zongzheng Xiao did not perceive himself as having romantic inclinations toward men. His admiration for the Merman's beauty was simple and occasionally alluring, merely a consequence of the Merman's enchanting aroma. He had never consciously considered their relationship in terms of desire, but following the dream. He began to suspect he might be developing feelings beyond mere companionship. As the saying goes, what occupies the mind by day visits the dreams by night. The emergence of the dream indicated a burgeoning need within him. Yet surrounded by countless palace maidens and having encountered many exquisite women, why did he dream of the merman? If it were merely an attraction to the merman's appearance, he could have easily envisioned the merman as a woman in his dream. Yet he was acutely aware that in his dream, the merman retained his masculine form. Zongzheng Xiao refused to deceive himself. He was becoming increasingly aware of his burgeoning feelings for the merman. He was uncertain about the nature of his feelings, so he temporarily distanced himself from the merfolk, allowing himself some space for contemplation. Fortunately, it seemed as though fate was assisting Zongzheng Xiao. Shortly after he entered the study, news from outside the palace arrived. One report indicated that the Ning Wang had sent word claiming to have found a ledger hidden by Su. It was precisely with the substantial backing of the god of wealth that such a pirate crew had, in a mere 3 months, evolved into a formidable force. Now that they were friends, it was permissible to pose such questions. Orangeon blushed. Perhaps he wished for us to be well fed before embarking on our journey. Tizba Tudi Liao, following their lead. Richard glanced around, realizing that the press conference was utterly unfeasible. He waved his hand dismissively and exited the venue. The sword demon king immediately spotted a ragged human sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, and it let out an excited shriek, charging towards him once more. He then set about constructing the guild store again, following the same method, and accomplished the task in no time. He understood that this resentment could not have originated within the academy, as Yin had only recently arrived, and their relationship had not yet developed to the point where such personal inquiries were appropriate. Observing Shan's resolute gaze, Morgan felt a pang of reluctance as he retrieved a scroll from his robe and addressed her. Chen Ping paused momentarily, then, in a bid to save face, reached out towards Yin Feng. It depended on Ling Er. I felt it would be safer to remain by her side. Master intended not to leave my side, as he lacked confidence while camping outdoors. Alone on the expansive bed, she suddenly sat up, hastily checking her phone for the time. Even if King Wu harbored no intentions of usurping the throne, would his advisors and generals be content to remain subordinate? Moreover, King Wu had slain him at Kunming Pool in a past life. How could such a grudge be easily forgiven? Lin Weian pondered deeply. After all this time, she and Hui Jingchuan had shared numerous experiences, and her once guarded heart now stirred with emotions. Today's events, though somewhat vexing, undeniably evoked a different sentiment within her. I wish to visit that restaurant for lunch, the one that does not offer takeout, Qinyi said with a discerning tone. To become a disciple of the Taishan sect, one must enter a celestial gate belonging to the sect and possess the aptitude of a celestial being. Without such qualities, entry is impossible. After hearing this, Chun Xianliang was taken aback by the multitude of events that transpired that night, realizing that his master had been framed by that shadowy figure. Foolish younger brother, how could I possibly aspire to your heights? Beishu and Jun Ting said coldly, as if his words held a deeper meaning. If Nan Haoran were to hear Xian Nan Kuei's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly wish for Xian Nan Kuei to fail against those shareholders, thus allowing him to adopt his surname, which would not be so bad for Nanqingxi. As a sage of the heavenly path, Tong Tian would meet his demise once he became entangled in the governance karma of Tai. Gu Linyu, with his domineering nature, hardly resembled his usual self. Merely a report had him impatiently confronting others without even considering verifying its authenticity or uncovering the truth behind it. With a swift motion, Lu Tingshun drew the man into his embrace, his gaze icy as it bore into the man before him. Seeing the majority nod in agreement, Dingbo signaled the host. Meanwhile, Mr. Yulu received the prepared signal from the back end. Lying on the ground, Zhang Feng's face was pale as he gritted his teeth in indignation. His C-class armor was already smoking, and his mechanical arm had been violently torn away. Zhang Feng was also injured, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Chu Yu complained among the group, led by Luo Ling and Lung Qian. Yet the others were rather pleased, as Chu Yu was now, in name, in charge of all the disciples in the Foundation establishment realm, a source of pride for her. The piquant flavor was left for Lu Dongxiang to relish, as good things are meant to be shared. Meanwhile, Chu Qian had distanced himself, observing from several hundred meters away. Simultaneously, the Chaos Bell was summoned and suspended above him to shield him from unforeseen events. The bodyguard mused that Mr. Mu appeared unfazed. However, Mr. Mu was always inscrutable, likely harboring his own plans. Lu San inwardly lamented, but dared not defy Lu Ji Yuan's words. He steeled himself, relinquishing the reins, uttering a command, and the horse whinnied loudly before galloping through the puddles, reveling in its freedom. Wang Ko understood that they operated as separate entities. It could not be said that they acted without constraints. He did not dwell on it, taking out his phone and dialing Wei Air directly. The pain caused Li Zixiao to grimace, and he could no longer hold back, finally releasing his grip. After letting go, he shoved Qin Ziyuan aside and, balancing on one leg, began to rub the surface of his shoe, absurdly doing so without removing it. Time flew by, and for 3 consecutive days, they tended to their injuries. Yang Chun remained motionless, and had it not been for his faint aura detectable by their spiritual senses, they would have long believed him dead. The iron pig, disregarding whether its nose was injured, lunged at Shenjun, and as it approached, sharp iron spikes sprouted from its smooth body, each measuring a foot in length. Thus, he erupted in fury, his lone remaining arm transforming into a dragon-like limb of several meters long, seizing Qi Ming in an instant. It was only right. Whatever I do for you is my duty. You are mine, destined to remain by my side throughout this journey of life. So please do not thank me for anything. It is merely what I ought to do. My ability to love you is a privilege, and I feel no guilt in doing so. Her words inevitably sparked wild speculation, as Yi-Ron was discovered in the company of the Prince of Rue, coincidentally occurring in Yi Hua's Mingjing courtyard, while Yi Hua and Wei Chongling had vanished without a trace. She merely sought to divert attention towards Yi Hua and his companion, leading others to ponder the oddity of the situation, a trap laid by someone with ulterior motives. Shen Jun's mouth opened, revealing white teeth, his eyes widening as he unleashed a torrent of violent energy upon Li Wei, propelling him against the wall, with both of them crashing through it. With a swift stroke of his blade, Shen Jun severed Li Wei's left arm. Li Wei pressed a hand against the wound, his face contorted in pain and fear. Those tanks were the latest models used by Germany during the previous Brest conflict, reportedly more advanced than the Panther III. Would our 152mm tank cannons pose a credible threat to them? Bai Hao was oblivious to what Muronia and the others were discussing. At that moment, he was in a room within the wooden cabin, observing something peculiar on the roof. All right, whatever the cost. Luo Feng, enchanted by the delicious white porridge, blurted out without a second thought. It was evident that she had also been moved by Bu Xiaoyan's actions, while at that moment, Zhong Jinyun's descent towards the audience was utterly inscrutable. Qin Yun's guess proved accurate. This black liquid was indeed a treasure to solidify one's foundation. Even with his reckless elevation of cultivation, it could compensate for his shortcomings, which was hard to fathom. Several divers, equipped with oxygen tanks strapped to their backs and additional high-pressure tanks at their waists, donned their diving suits and, upon receiving the command, plunged into the ocean with a splash. The spectators by the sidelines noticed the situation and fell silent, eager to observe this unexpected turn of events. Kenji's analysis held a grain of truth. Aiko would not eliminate him at this moment, precisely because he was the orchestrator behind Hinata's abduction. Aiko merely sought to seize this opportunity to witness the choices humanity would make in such dire circumstances. Upon hearing this, Jolin was momentarily taken aback, yet his spirits lifted. He reflected that although Qin Yun had disrupted his plans, his combat prowess was indeed commendable. Should he prove useful in the future, he could serve as a formidable ally. Previously, he had encountered Qin Yun's mother in a mall, where he was mistaken for a thief. Today, he found himself in a humorous predicament with Qin Yun's grandfather at the banquet. At that moment, the once resolute Han Bing suddenly softened, tears welling up in her eyes. As long as the issues concerning Niu Ben and Huang Xing remained unresolved, he felt unworthy of even resting in his own bed. I cannot believe I was deceived. Upon seeing those cold, unfeeling eyes, Xiao Rong realized his fate was sealed. This was a person of unwavering resolve. Whether it was the cultivators participating in the preliminary selection or the spectators, everyone anxiously cast their gazes toward the podium. A group of elder practitioners from the Falling Smoke Mountain sect were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the 10 successful cultivators. They had no intention of utilizing these individuals. Instead, they planned to select a new batch of furniture in a few days. He was innocent, utterly innocent. Why? Why must such events transpire? Must those individuals truly seek our demise? Han Bing slowly raised her head. The remaining Camellia, by Mu, and Yi Xiao accompanied Yi Shi and Grand Duke Chu to find a secluded spot to set up an anti-magic array. The eunuch's face turned purple from holding his breath as he pointed toward the door. Sun Punyun shoved him aside and attempted to push the door open, but it would not budge. The cloth fell, and simultaneously, the aged head rolled to the ground. While the battle raged on, cheers erupted from the audience as Yi Yuan executed a fire dragon slash, sending Yi Yanba's treasured sword flying and securing an effortless victory. "I believe your hometown will undoubtedly flourish in the future," complimented Ling Lun, saying. "I do not understand tea, thus I did not pay much attention, finding it rather tedious, albeit relieved to no longer be on edge." With perfect contours, an exquisite nose, and even sharply defined brows, he glared at her in exasperation. According to Lu Wu, this was merely a temporary residence for the Grand Princess, as her true palace lay in the capital. Following the death of her husband, the Grand Princess had relocated to the East River Mansion to avoid memories that might haunt her, and she had remained there for over a decade. New families in Huaxia were typically stationed in border regions rife with turmoil, and as local lords, these families bore the responsibility of defending their lands. Tian Xin felt speechless. Even if she displayed unusual behavior now, it was unreasonable for him to guess with such accuracy, was it not? Mu Jijun reached for his phone on the low table, listening to the report while casting a complex gaze upon her. Just moments ago, Han Jinhan had finished speaking with Lu Zheng when a figure fell from a beautifully adorned boat floating nearby into the water, yet no one came to assist. And the boat sailed away. His breath deepened, each inhale and exhale resonating like the croak of a frog, producing a series of muffled sounds. At least the traitor CP3 from Luocheng, who had served for 6 years, was absent, as was Blake Griffin, who had once supported him in establishing half of the air catch city. Soldiers in the presence of the twin emperors even entertained thoughts of fleeing. Had it not been for the surrounding troops pressing down on Adrian's and Nubis forces, many would have sought to escape. Chun Qingxin soared through the air, grasping the ground, executing a backflip and landing deftly, observing the warriors in the distance. Uzg had not intended to unleash his full power, yet faced with Zhu Buffon's relentless assaults, he felt immense pressure. When he saw so many people suddenly gather at the entrance, he appeared startled, particularly when he noticed Principal Lu among them, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, as soon as this thought emerged in Su Lisan's mind, he dismissed it. He was not a masochist. Regardless of whether Wang Daoling was willing to engage him fully, he would not seek unnecessary suffering. This meant that the battle in the expansion zone was semi-public in nature, distinctly different from the concept of gyms where most passerby trainers could issue challenges. This was indeed the old city of Jakarta. She tilted her neck back, inhaling deeply, as if attempting to absorb the essence of the ancient city. The high-spirited steed, with its front hooves raised, was finally able to shift its descending hooves a few inches, landing heavily beside Jing Yang, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. It was just as Qin Shuang cast a shower of branches that Su Mu's gaze flickered. In the next instant, his figure transformed into a shadow and vanished. While assisting Qin Feng in placing luggage into the trunk, the team leader excitedly chattered away. Given that the employees had expressed such sentiments, it was only natural for him, as the dean, to relax. Jiang Xian felt unburdened and wished to explore this seemingly pleasant estate and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Mr. Zhou's face radiated joy. He and Mrs. Zhou were immensely fond of their eldest son, especially considering his exceptional abilities. Had it not been for the accident years ago, Mr. Zhou could only imagine how remarkable his eldest son would be today. Faced with an opponent of Qi Zhao's caliber, Su Mu harbored no intention of testing the waters. He understood that only by exerting his utmost effort could he gain the upper hand. Perhaps the two had come to disrupt the silence of this place. Yet the Black Hawk remained unresponsive, while the great toad suddenly opened and closed its shell, releasing a mist that nearly concealed it and the Black Hawk entirely. For years had elapsed since the war in the northern regions. Prolonging it would be detrimental to all. The Mo Bay army had exchanged a devastating victory for the Northern Rong's initiative to seek peace, with Yang Qin's third brother, Yang Su Ran, representing the Wei in the negotiations. Uncertain of how many celestial puppets were concealed within the palace. Even these two skilled cultivators at the mid-level of Tianwen dared not advance alone. Instead, they contemplated temporarily uniting with all the present cultivators. Whenever she thought of her mother and the hardships of the past years, she wished for the immediate demise of this elderly man who shared her bloodline, to alleviate her resentment. He gazed at his clenched fist, noticing strands of dark energy entwined around it, blood trickling down in droplets. Lu Qiugong, whose original name was Lu Qiu Lu, possessed a grand appearance, with prominent gray-white brows arching upward, exuding an air of heroism, a broad face, and striking features. Very few discerned the fluctuations of Guang Hanzi's thoughts. Most merely regarded his actions as peculiar. Rising with great energy, everyone assumed he was about to make an offer, only to be surprised when he sat back down without concluding his thoughts. Regrettably, a flaw in the plan forced him to graft Lin Chen's mental energy onto Ling Jiyun. The first torture device, a needle prick with 18 steel needles piercing vital points, inflicted pain beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Long Jiang entered and reported, catching sight of Mo Tianhong's foolish grin, and turned his gaze away as if unperturbed. He then laid out his remaining 8 mystic crystals, along with 100 additional mystic crystals graciously gifted by Ling Jiyun. Gu Qingji shot a glare at Yin Qinxue, snorted coldly, and with a slight flick of her hand, sent Yin Qinxue tumbling aside. The bald man, caught off guard, suddenly felt an overwhelming force coursing through his fist and flowing into his body, the intense pain causing his face to drain of all color. In just 5 short words, a monumental revelation was disclosed. The one who uttered those words, Qian Yishui, appeared remarkably calm, devoid of sorrow, yet not entirely indifferent. Rather, it was a state of emotional desolation. Let us examine the life sword plates of a few individuals. Tian Haijinren said, with a composed demeanor. As the leader of a sect, he maintained his composure despite the urgency within. Unlike the visibly flustered Song Yang Zhenren and Jiu Xiao Zhenren. Well, we have observed this exercise more than once or twice. The patterns remain consistent. Let's take a look, the elder remarked nonchalantly. Savon expressed a hint of regret, saying, if only there was something that could emit light without burning. Perhaps Gino would have some solution. Savon believed that since Gino practiced fire magic, he must possess formidable flames. How could that be? It tastes even better than before, refreshing. A citizen remarked, savoring the handheld pancake, which upon biting into it, provided an unexpectedly clean sensation. Once concealed, the only task left was to wait. It appeared that Ning Fuchun and his team were the first to arrive at this location, as he had not detected any other such groups within his range of perception. This matter had been buried deep within his heart, apart from the queen. No one could fathom that the powerful Qi Wang could harbor such fear of a subordinate. Even upon learning of Xiao Shi Li's actions, the bond she shared with Chu Yin restrained him from fully unleashing his wrath and resentment. He berated his cavalry, silence. Who permitted you to speak? The cavalry promptly fell silent, yet their eyes rolled in exasperation. Of course, otherwise, the firearm could not possibly exist in this world, Jiang Exine thought, feeling pleased at Nangong Tian's affirmation of her significance. Uncle, what do those dragon veins have to do with that ghost? Is it truly a ghost from centuries past? After listening to the lengthy background explanation, I found myself perplexed. Father, what do you think he has been these past couple of days? Shang Ling inquired of Shang Run, noting his absence from the surveillance footage. Could he be so unfortunate as to have encountered a ferocious beast and met his demise? However, Just as he stepped beyond the courtyard gate, he heard Master Zhao's voice from behind, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Though it was only a level 6 peak spiritual herb, its value surpassed that of many level 7 spiritual herbs. Departing the ancient town, Yang Tian pressed forward, the scenery beneath his feet receding into a mere phantom. That previous strike had already reached the realm of breaking the void. The force wreaked havoc on his body in an instant, yet fortunately, it did not kill him outright, and the indestructible nature within him had grown stronger. Since his last duel with Heir Su, Zhang Cheng had developed a primal fear of the bespectacled man with a cheerful demeanor. He nodded and gestured for his entourage of 70 or 80 students to charge into various shops on the streets of the old town. Yiling Feng remained unimpressed. At that moment, he unleashed the wrath of the fire god, its divine apparition erupting forth, becoming even more fearsome under the blazing sun. What the hell did you say? At that moment, Sun Qi was seething with rage, teetering on the edge of an outburst. Asu, surprised, pointed at himself, almost jumping with glee as if he had won the lottery, approaching Zhang Cheng with an exceedingly irritating expression. Once the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix was successfully awakened, who among the demon tribes in the entire Zhoutian forest would dare to confront it head-on? Even the fighting apes would need to consider their odds. And should a confrontation occur, it would likely end in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Yi Tian observed the colossal pirate ship on the screen, completely immobilized despite being locked on. Was it preparing for something? He pondered, stroking his chin. Therefore, it was imperative for Li Zicheng to refrain from leaking this information. And he hoped that his older brother could consistently supply these ingredients, as they could significantly enhance his martial arts. The elder, cloaked in black, filled with fury, struck out with a thunderous fist, lightning coiling around his arm. The rumbling thunderclaps shattered the air as his fist, imbued with a sense of destruction, rocketed towards the elder clad in white. Whether it was a case of inflated confidence among the Japanese or their apprehension towards the numerous Chinese present, or a combination of both, they ultimately acquiesced to the stipulated regulations. In a celestial realm, amidst a great river, a sudden deluge of koi fish cascaded into the water, sending up a magnificent splash. Mo Hong Ling approached Yu Yu's bedside, her hair slightly damp and cascading down her back. Her porcelain-like face bore a faint blush. Her phoenix eyes somewhat dazed, and the corners of her mouth curled into a complex smile, a blend of shyness and audacity. In the realm of the afterlife, the disparity of power between spirits and deities was starkly direct. One could gauge the strength of their spiritual pressure merely by observing the opponent. The following day, Lian concluded his affairs in Beihu province and purchased a plane ticket back to the capital, departing on a flight at 3 in the afternoon. I still prefer not to disclose that information, Nia remarked, seemingly at odds with Jiangling. The tolling of the bell resonated ominously. This demon lord was indeed formidable. 3 divine beings attempting to subdue a single deity was laughable, yet he audaciously uttered such words. Ai Qian attempted to lift her head, only to have Ji Tianqi's palm pressed down on the back of her neck, hearing his voice tremble slightly in a husky tone. His concern for Feng Ru, she had hindered his recovery, and his condition had only worsened. The melodious strains of the piano intertwined with sweet vocals, as Zhang Xiao Fei and Reina Caitlin discussed the day's training. The table was adorned with delicacies prepared by Zhang Xiao Fei, setting a joyous atmosphere for the evening gathering. The middle-aged man in purple snorted coldly, picking up the sword from the ground and wordlessly exiting the Do Shui Palace. What astonished Li Jun most was that he sensed no internal or spiritual energy from those soldiers. Yet he perceived a power surpassing that of the martial emperor among them. Ultimately, only 5 recipes remained feasible, 3 of which were unsuitable for street vending, leaving merely 2 viable options. Meng Dahai and Changlin, upon hearing these words, understood the implications. Those colleagues who had suddenly taken sick leave would likely be facing consequences. Had Zhou and failed the assessment today, the mockery would not have been so severe, but his father's rewards would undoubtedly not diminish. With a resounding thud, the wall, which had appeared solid, was smashed open. Through the shared vision with Yu Xing Tian. Although Li Changsheng had not left the capital, He witnessed this scene. He felt utterly embarrassed. He had intended to recruit members from the association. Yet if the rumor were clarified, Qin Meng, who had tacitly accepted the scandal as truth, would find her position untenable. Ling Ning immediately raised her gun, employing the Taigong fishing technique, intentionally exposing a flaw to leave her chest wide open. Qin Beiyang spoke at length about Tang San Kai, including some simple restoration methods. While Ouyang Anna listened with wide eyes, as if in a classroom, and Ouyang Si Song nodded frequently, as if encountering long-lost allies. Yet they were all Niet Xiao indeed. He is enamored with Niet Xiao, the very one he has repeatedly knocked to the ground, the one he has glued to a chair, tearing her trousers and skin in the process. Yes, it is indeed her. She has taken my man. Mind your own business. Chunyan shook off Li Mingshue's hand and lunged towards Nie Fong. After pondering for a moment, Shang Qingyun decided to take a risk, preparing to offer no resistance, allowing the violet flames to engulf him, to see how the heart within the Heart Meridian Palace could subdue such a fierce violet fire. Zhang Yi's thoughts were too erratic, leaving the others struggling to keep pace. Tang Ru remained silent, simply following suit. General, should we amass our forces to strike now? The death of our general cannot go unavenged. I implore you to issue the command to attack the Chilan pirate group and avenge our fallen comrade. The messenger suddenly became fervent, kneeling before Wu Ji and fervently requesting orders. Fortunately, there were already 10,000 Korean soldiers stationed in Nagasaki, all of whom had been personally vetted by Chang Zhua. Under normal circumstances, these troops were more than capable of defending the city. Slaughtering these novice assassins brought no sense of accomplishment. They needed to be eradicated entirely. Even if they posed no threat to himself, they still endangered the students of the dojo. If one chooses to be an assassin, one must be prepared for death. Nothing can curse me. The loss of a loved one, despair. You must first ask what I hold dear and what I cannot relinquish. The figure in white chuckled softly, unable to part with something, the pain of loss. As for other plans, they are mere fantasies, such as besieging Jincheng. These are contingent upon the ability to contend with force. It will depend on human intervention. As long as you know someone who can rescue you, nothing else matters. The criminal waved his hand and said, Chun Feng could not showcase his swordsmanship at every branch. Thus each location would differ from the Leifugen. Xiao Shilo was peering through the curtain at the scenery outside when suddenly a cacophony of shouts erupted from the forest, followed by the appearance of several masked men in black. Clearly, Jiang Xinyu was oblivious to the peculiarity of her thoughts. After all, who would care about such trivialities? Although he felt no pain, his uncontrollable body emitted a wretched scream. Both legs pierced, the masked man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. When Ning Fuchen inquired how to depart, Ye Jiu smiled, stating that Ning Fuchen, as the heir of the Heavenly Sovereign, was of a much higher caliber than this traitorous dragon. To leave, one need only release their aura. The previous realm encountered an unexpected incident, prompting me to urgently open a passage to bring us out. That realm should have already been annihilated, the holy voice explained. Bai Lu, believing that the mayor's daughter ought to be composed and dignified, maintained a facade of propriety, fearing that if she spoke, she might become the subject of ridicule. Nan Yu landed on the back of a high-level beast resembling a brown horse, gripping its fur tightly, and with a swift motion, pierced its forehead with a sharp blade, causing the mist to obediently extract the magic crystal for her. Jiang Xinyu shook her head. No, this is the fate of the two of us, otherwise we would never have crossed paths. In truth, she had already purchased enough, but preferred not to stay home, so the three sisters went to the movies. Many years later, Yu Jingxing would learn that in that year, the person he was eating wontons with while waiting for candy was the most significant individual in his life, who fortuitously appeared as he passed by. Is it in this city? Qi Yuan could hardly wait to enter, fearing for Nan Yu's safety. He had completely lost his temper. Fortunately, he had already taken charge. Had he been in a hurry, he would have erupted in anger. Princess Lu Qingyin had long since changed out of her engagement gown, her complexion pale, her brow furrowed with worry and sorrow, her voice barely a whisper. Although the Yi family had not lost any cultivators, several had been injured, and a few second-tier beasts had been lost. Bailey Xn swallowed hard, his throat moving, the entire length of his figure undulating. If he wished to approach her openly, he must first overcome the obstacle of the Xiao family. Otherwise, he would only bring her trouble. The reason for going was that the demon clan needed to intercept the luck of the human race to sustain their dwindling fortune. The dress that had been out of stock for the first half of the month had finally been fulfilled after he used the labor of 2 threads to satisfy all orders. Only Bailey Xen, propped up on his chin, leisurely admired the distant riverside scenery, reveling in the brilliance and flicker of city lights. Li Dahai was one who could endure. He lay in the puddle, gritting his teeth and refraining from cries of pain. Meanwhile, Niu Daji was a coward when it came to pain. The sensation in his abdomen caused him to wail continuously. The man's teasing tone in the voice message allowed Lu Qingyin to envision his languid demeanor. No, it can be done, it can be done. The day after tomorrow, my hand will no longer hurt. Upon hearing this, Su Zuyin let out a loud shout, excitement bubbling within him. The thought that Su Shiyin might no longer be angry with him nearly made him leap for joy. How he was before is of no concern to me. But if he continues to share equally with me after being with me, I cannot accept that. I implore the sage to cast me out of the palace. After declaring this, Yang Yuhuan knelt upright. He had no desire to become such a meritorious subject, taking advantage of the emperor's youth and inexperience. With only some knowledge that was not yet seasoned, he, as a veteran of 4 reigns and having served as prime minister on multiple occasions, could still handle matters. Some things needed foresight, such as the ease of the prime minister. At this moment, Yi Chun and Lin Yu were enjoying the scenery of the Rhine River at noon while indulging in a sumptuous lunch. Yi Feng understood Bu Jingyun's urgent feelings and chose to drink tea quietly, ignoring him. Yin, you have finally grown up, Su Mama said, her face beaming with pride, while Su Dad and Su Jia shared the sentiment. If you go to the Kai family, do not cause trouble for me. Otherwise, just wait and see how I deal with you. Su Shiyin warned Su Zuyin with a hint of concern, primarily to avoid causing too much trouble for Yi Kaiqing. It seems everyone is in agreement this time. Where's that old fellow, the water monster? The elder smiled faintly at everyone and approached them. This is truly enough. Alas, there is no way to know. What does this even mean? Alas, I continue. Truly enough. A humanoid creature with a fish head? Isn't that a merman from the sea spirit beasts? What's so strange about that? Dai Huadong inquired curiously. Chai Qingji was both angry and annoyed, having hoped to achieve great merit through this election for the Sacred Blade. But now, not only had he failed to gain merit, he had instead fallen victim to a scheme. Just thinking about it was infuriating. Upon seeing Qin Mu emerge from the Poison King's cauldron, Xie Tianyin immediately understood what had transpired. He never expected that Qin Mu could evade the flames of the 3 flavors true fire, which truly astonished him. Yu, Xiang Yu, Fan Jian, and others all ascended the city walls to oversee the battle. Both sides had reached the critical moment of revealing their daggers. There was no foul odor in the air. Rather, it carried a strange fragrance that Caroline found vaguely familiar. After some thought, she recalled that only the elder Valence from Kesh village in the Auditory territory had ever exuded such a scent. The words surfaced in his mind, yet he was uncertain to whom he could pose his inquiry. Chanel hesitantly walked ahead until she halted before a modest dwelling. Yu Hualong sat in the gatehouse beneath the council hall, with messengers and flag officers bustling about, incessantly reporting various military updates. The prowess of the world's foremost expert and the preeminent divine physician was beyond imagination. Under the alluring moonlight, 3 individuals gathered beneath a grand tree, 2 tending to wounds while 1 stood guard, enveloped in tranquility. A gust of northern wind swept through, lifting the snowflakes from the rooftops into the air. Lu Ziguang, clad in a black attire, held his blade with one hand, his gaze fixed upon the white-clad youth. Song Qingfeng. With precision, the chopstick struck the Meizu assassin at the vital point on his back, causing him to tremble violently, his strength dissipating instantly. In contrast, Lu felt merely undernourished from the morning, as the factory provided meals at noon and night. Following lunch, Wang Jin reclined on his bed, while the 5 practitioners of martial arts showed no signs of fatigue, especially Su Lichuan, who appeared quite spirited. What could one say? In such an awkward situation, Confronted by an opponent 100 times stronger, silence seemed the only response in the face of blatant disdain. Despite humanity's strength, they remained merely one race. Once targeted by other factions, the likelihood of defeat was significantly heightened. The emergence of 3 exquisite items stirred excitement among the onlookers, who grew increasingly eager for more treasures. "Ajahn, may I have a big bite?" Su Yimyan asked, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at the ice cream in Rongzhang's hand. "However, I seem to recall hearing that photography is prohibited on airplanes," she casually remarked. Only the Mountain Guardian was an exception to the rule, always keen on upholding standards and distinguishing right from wrong. "Really?" Hong Meng's bright red eyes fixed on Wang Jin, a blend of disbelief and hope reflected in her gaze. This time, Dongfang Ming did not express anger. Instead, he nodded slightly and closed his eyes, perhaps genuinely fatigued, as he fell asleep in less than 2 seconds. The lingering notes in his voice, slightly husky from just waking, carried a hint of allure, leaving one unsure where to place their hands. A vague sense of trouble crept into his mind. Perhaps Cheng Yuhan and the children were already upset. The assassination attempts along the route, the ambushes, the pre-known waterways, and the previously hired Silver Wing mercenaries. All these elements intertwined, revealing Yun Lanyue's identity. Sun's eyes opened, a fierce light emanating that starkly contrasted with her current appearance. The following morning, Zhongnan had already prepared the day's work schedule, first reporting to the Ministry of War before setting off for Jizhou. The days passed monotonously, with Old Wei turning a blind eye to matters he had never disclosed. Until Jun Yifan's footsteps faded, Baiming Wuxia finally twisted his waist and emerged from the woods. Upon seeing the black short sword materialize, the expression on the face of the celestial demon sovereign changed drastically. The number of the Gao Mountain clan was far fewer than that of the wildlings beyond the borders, yet their guerrilla tactics amidst the mountains made eradication exceedingly challenging. The numerous pyres currently ablaze concealed at least tens of thousands of corpses, while the gates continued to spew forth bodies and remains. What kind of cataclysmic battle could have occurred here to produce more corpses in less than 2 days than all the wars she had witnessed since birth combined? Unexpectedly, Jiang He, having merely watched a video, had already deduced the general location of the victim, showcasing an exceptional ability for meticulous observation and logical reasoning that left those around him in awe. "Father, I know you cherish honor, but never mind. Since the rice has turned to porridge, there's no point in my saying more." Chimeyu pondered for a long time, but ultimately withheld her words, letting out a sigh instead. Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared, revealing a large purple opening amidst the massive figure. The entrance was substantial, prompting everyone to remain vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. Despite feeling somewhat dizzy, he could not help but appreciate Wei Jili, suddenly drawing closer. Yang Tian, possessing the Purple Origin Palace, felt no fear even in the presence of 5 Source Saint Kings. Even the 6 Source Saint Kings posed no threat to him. The first Berserker enjoyed considerable popularity, though was not exceedingly high. Despite the earlier cheers, most were merely due to being the first divine player to enter. Just as it hesitated, Gauda activated the jet and leaped into the woods like a fish springing from the water. A robot that bore an uncanny resemblance to Alice from Resident Evil approached. She too was named Alice, yet she was undoubtedly more formidable than her cinematic counterpart. Furthermore, the prescription's proportions were crucial, with the cicada molting being the most vital ingredient. The other herbs were largely ordinary, with only a few being somewhat expensive, a trivial concern, as the cost could be covered. Ultimately, it was the cicada molting that held sway. She glanced slyly at Wu Mei, a cunning smile gracing her lips. The Chung residence, though not lavishly adorned, occupied a considerable expanse. After traversing several pavilions and buildings, they finally arrived at the Chung family's rear courtyard. Upon stealthily navigating to the third courtyard behind the Military Intelligence Bureau, she found several cells in succession and, at last, discovered her own horse, Ma Dai, at the leftmost end of the first row of houses. Sporting medium-length golden hair, dressed in a tattered white dress and severely worn brown boots. Wait, wasn't that Viola? With the existence of the Blood Demon Elder, Xia Zheng believed that Lin Lingyun and his father should be within the blood puppet sect. A brilliant smile suddenly illuminated Xia Zheng's face as he pointed a finger at Zhuoqing Song. However, Lin Xingqian's heart remained unsettled. He felt extreme guilt and remorse for having lost her for so many days, to the point where he felt as if his heart might shatter. Gloomy, let us gather the money first, and then distribute the equipment, Chun-Li suggested after a pause. A furry head popped up, unmistakably belonging to Sun Changqi, who sat up abruptly and turned his head, eyes wide in surprise as he stared at him. Even Shun Yin, with his boldness, took a step back. If Sun Changqi were to make a move, he needed to ensure Sun Shining's safety first. Forget it, Brother Quan. Let's have everyone rest for 5 minutes, he concluded. Brother Quan, Pissia, come, let us discuss. As the team prepared to bicker again, they had no choice but to pause their exploration. System prompt. You have failed in your battle against the discarded construct Pluto in the team dungeon, Toy Factory. Yet unbeknownst to her, even a king of special forces like Lin Feng served merely as a security captain in the Xiao Corporation. He held no intention of belittling them. He genuinely needed assistance. Meanwhile, at Yin Juanfeng's residence, Yin Junlu awaited anxiously. Finally spotting his brother after 6 months, he rushed over, affectionately calling out, Brother, brother, you're finally back. It's been half a year. You have no idea how much I missed you. Thankfully, since both parties were allies rather than enemies, they could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow for the Taiyuan sect. Incurring the wrath of this formidable being would surely lead to their suffering. The only commonality among the crops was their vigorous growth. Not a single field presented an impression of being half-ripe. In an instant, the entire world resonated like a colossal bell struck with force, becoming obscured amidst the violent tremors. Even the radiant neon light enveloping the earth transformed into ripples of vibrant colors. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the primordial figures manifested in splendid forms, positioned slightly lower than the height of 10 individuals, surrounding them from all directions. Far away at the Eula Command Center in the cosmos, everyone paused, staring blankly at the screen as the display shifted from a flurry of snowflakes to a prominent signal lost interface. Under the overwhelming surge of electrical brilliance, the mechanical arm of the giant of light buzzed incessantly as the rapidly vibrating void coalesced into a translucent sphere at its fist, emitting clear waves of ethereal energy. After a night of revelry with Liguor, Yicheng had watched the dance and listened to the music all night, yet the two exuberant young ladies remained motionless. Just before the collapse at the cave entrance, Xian Yi suddenly leaped inside, although the others were puzzled. They understood that such a minor act would not pose any harm to him. Naturally, Nangong Ruashi was oblivious to these intricate matters. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards to settle into their accommodations, Ruashi, adorned in an exquisite outfit, excitedly dashed out with a bag in hand, eager to fully experience the enchanting land of Huaxiao that had long captivated her dreams. I have not. I merely speak the truth. If I have erred in any way, I ask for your forgiveness. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to dine. Wishing you all joy, Ling Li said with a faint smile. Indeed, Bai Peixian had shot down another Soviet pilot. The out-of-control aircraft veered sharply off course, plummeting toward the vast ice crevice. Why have you suddenly arrived here? A group of familiar faces reduced their exuberance as Mo Gio returned the second hammer to Mo Zun, inquiring. Fortunately, at the resplendent back entrance there are not many buildings, leaving the area relatively open, and since it was night, the dimness meant few would take notice. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome if seen. In the blink of an eye, he let out a furious roar, and from within him surged an endless aura of darkness, manifesting as a dark wolf in the void, charging towards the howling heavenly wolf sculpture. Moreover, this time, he had indeed gone a bit too far, leaving the Grand Elder at a loss for words on how to console Bei Xuanning. Ai Qianqian called out to Ji Tianqi with a smile, though her voice emerged from between her gritted teeth. How could this be? Why doesn't Ti Hua Yilong trust everything in the video? Zhou Xianjun appeared quite distressed. Although Shui Wuchen and Shui Wushuan were reluctant to have Gue Sha, Ming Sha, and Shui Sha guard Fengyue City, Yingyue City, and Yiyue City, they remained silent. as they could not find a suitable candidate. Generally speaking, a grievance pearl could be exchanged for 50 spiritual values, while a doubled ghost pearl could yield 100 spiritual values, with one spiritual value equivalent to a point. Only the top 8 individuals on the points leaderboard could proceed to the celestial class for brief study. Walking along the Qinglong Avenue that traversed the city of magic, the 3 elderly men listened to the shouts and clamor of the neighbors, observing the smiles and astonishment on the faces of tourists and citizens, while their own expressions remained particularly solemn. Lin Xiaowei had never known much about her past, or rather, she had only occasionally heard her father mention her close bond with her elder brother, but had never heard of anything exaggerated to that extent. Had it not been for Jiang Yi's assurance that he would come over immediately after the exam, Su Zilin would have considered taking leave to personally confront Jiang Yi. Is your president named Hu Chun? Luo Bin asked the player who had previously scolded him. Fortunately, Shun Xing could sense the location of the artifact. The Qinquanichi staff, so they should be able to navigate their way there. Lin Xiaofeng felt somewhat dazed by this strange title, but the others were not the same. Song Zid and Lu Yun were left speechless in shock, and Qin Feng grew increasingly mysterious in their eyes. Just after she spoke, she suddenly noticed a message on WeChat. Upon opening it, she broke into laughter. Perhaps he remained confused, as he did not know whom he loved more. For Huangfu Mingzhu, he had always cherished her in his heart, unwavering in his belief that she was his lifelong love. Tang Fei Bai was able to clearly discern the gank route of the fragrant pot early in the match. And besides his own formidable strength and keen instincts, the data provided by the tables played a crucial role. Gu Yinqing sighed. Now that Mo Rushue was pregnant, how could she possibly travel to the distant north? Back then, he often intentionally made her angry, only to find ways to win her favor again. The thin, dead camel is still larger than a horse. Respect must still be accorded, and upon hearing Chang Gang's arrival, Yuntu and Ruan Gao both stepped forward to greet him. Because the shooter was positioned somewhat far away, the footage was zoomed in, resulting in low pixel quality. However, one could still discern the outlines of the figures. Helan Qing gazed through the glass window at her, listening to her heart-wrenching coughs, feeling a pang of distress. As the plants by the river had been consumed by the mutated fish, stopping the car here was just right. However, Jie Luo was startled by Yun Yao's actions, as she had thought the figure in her mind employed witchcraft, only to encounter a seemingly accomplished monk. How could Jie Luo not worry about her own exposure? Wei Ranbei maintained a shocked expression while observing him, the buzzing in his ears overwhelming, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, unable to move. Jean Pailin stood at the doorway, not entering, and upon seeing his reddened eyes, Jean Rou was taken aback, having never seen this man's eyes glisten with tears. Her heart sank. 44, do you really enjoy sleeping beside me? Under the moonlight, Hong Lian immediately spotted the trembling man standing at the door. Qi Lu's words revealed profound concern, contrasting sharply with her icy demeanor. Just as she finished addressing the day's matters and prepared to rest, she suddenly noticed 7 or 8 fully armed individuals with equipment and tools approaching from the corridor corner, halting at her office door. Even on their wedding night, he remained unchanged, and she still believed him, thinking he had indeed gone to the frontier. Li Xing had not anticipated that Fu Shijin would actually take his exam paper and offer to help him solve problems. Upon seeing this, Schwanger swiftly dashed to the wall, diving and leaping upward with great force. Once loving spouses had turned into enemies, Tang Jing's knife had severed any lingering compassion Zhang Zhongming had for her. In the end, Xia Baoer and Lu Yinzhou, with the lowest score of 70, were promoted to the position of hall leader for the night, also being the first team to sleep in the living room. Just as they were about to descend from a height of approximately 10 meters, a piercing whistle suddenly echoed around Li Qing, and before he could comprehend what was happening or where the enemy was, the White Horse Brigade, as light cavalry, possessed unparalleled mobility, and with their special attributes, even the relentless pursuit by Tu Shilu could not catch up. More alarmingly, the number of this army was continuously increasing, with large contingents of cavalry periodically reinforcing the camp from the west, a situation that had persisted for several days. After hanging up the phone, Li Xingqian's expression darkened as he gazed at the bustling traffic below the glass window, feeling an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Describing this place as the most bustling, intricate, and chaotic marketplace, teeming with a plethora of strange and mythical beings, would not be an exaggeration. It serves as a hunting ground for valiant heroes, a stage where various sects and talents display their prowess, and a battleground for fierce competition. Just moments ago, Mo Song vividly witnessed a sword from the Yuanwu realm shatter before it could even collide with a sword from the Broken Void realm. The points accrued in this brief interval had already reached the equivalent of many days' worth of harvest, yet neither Mo Song nor Luo Ting, who observed this transformation, felt the slightest joy. 5 figures clad in black glared at Su Hu as he approached, their eyes filled with rage as they brandished their blades towards him. In response, Su Hu activated his skills, enhancing his combat prowess. All this talk is mere superfluous chatter. Perhaps capturing Li Feng was never a certainty. Luda offered a few comforting words to Li Lan, who then rose to take her leave. However, Zhun Meizi granted him no respite, following with a swift kick. Yet, at that moment, Li Hao was well prepared and deftly evaded her attack once more. Originally, there were just over 10,000 individuals detained here, but in a mere short span, the number swelled to over 100,000, with more continuously arriving. None of us possess the foresight to predict what tomorrow may hold. Thus, we have never walked a known path, destined to be wanderers in life. Contemplating this, my mood settled into tranquility. Yin Lu would not engage in such unprofitable ventures. It seems I must exercise patience and await the unfolding of events. Go save the people, and avoid leaving any traces of gunpowder residue or fingerprints on the weapon, as that will be troublesome. Yu Hui remarked coolly. My body involuntarily trembled. I recognized this as a remnant of the original owner's trauma. Chen Yuetian feared nothing. Those who crossed her would not find peace. Her gaze was fierce as she stared ahead, addressing Shangwan Ju and Ming Xian, warning them not to provoke her again, or they would face her wrath. I gazed at the gentle Linya, yet my heart felt as heavy as lead, diverting my attention elsewhere. You think you can outsmart me? I've endured more bullets than you've ever fired, and you're still naive, a voice filled with indignation echoed. The latter part of the statement remained unspoken, but the sudden chill in those deep, penetrating eyes made Su Jinsi tremble. When I escape, I will ensure you suffer greatly, she declared, staring at Yi Chun's provocatively challenging gaze, as Huizun once more shouted in fury. This irresistible sensation is akin to poison, dangerous yet unforgettable. Zhao Hanmei had studied alongside Yang Weiguang for 4 years. She understood him well and feared he might take action against Li Qiu due to her influence. Thus, while providing Yang Weiguang an opportunity to retreat, Zhao Hanmei subtly conveyed her concerns. The king could not concern himself with such matters. The pressing issue was the checks. Each time he saw Jerry, it stirred his irritation. Apologies, Boss Zhang. I indeed made a mistake. I was caught up in the throes of romance with Zhang Chui and momentarily lost control, but we will be more cautious in the future, Shui Zhendong acknowledged, believing it better to admit fault than to feign ignorance. The ink dragon roared, launching another attack, albeit its diminished strength due to prior injuries. The defensive artifacts of Xing Jianchen and his companions remained intact, shielding them from harm. Would you care to try sitting here? Dragon Sifeng rolled her eyes. After 6 months of leisure, now you flaunt the fruits of others' labor? Despite the current circumstances, she maintained her composure, wary of displaying any erratic emotions that might lead to further complications. Uncertain if it was out of fear that Bo Yinha might struggle with life in the mountains or another reason, he added another remark. 5 days later, the fleet of the Carefree Empire finally arrived safely at the Qilin base, accompanied by soldiers, workers, and various supplies. The Qilin port lay in ruins, and the entire base had been reduced to scorched earth. Come, sister will show you the car she chose, Dragon Sifeng said, leading everyone into the automotive district, where the exclusive Ferrari section resided. Since awakening from the flag, he had ceased to remain dormant and could emerge freely, yet he showed no desire to do so. Ling Zhao's words were clear. He feared she might attract unwanted attention before she was ready, considering her safety. A mound of moldy hay lay nearby, where 3 postnatal peak practitioners and 1 innate expert were carelessly tossed aside like refuse. Thus, the singularity practiced diligently day after day, night and day. Being a soul, it could survive without nourishment, but now with a physical body, it required sustenance. Consequently, it occasionally descended the mountain to forage for food, sometimes fishing at the cliff's base, other times catching wild chickens along the slopes. Goodness, Ji Qingsheng thought, surprised that her nephew would leave her unattended. The admiration for Korean dramas, music, and even the fashion of their stars was profound. Yet, a question arose. If the pendant box was so effortlessly obtained, what purpose did Klitschit serve in keeping it? Although she had a rough idea of the temple's location and the potential dangers therein, she remained cautious. The Princess of Hongyi exchanged a glance with General Liu Pejun, both smiling knowingly as she understood the implications. The coachman led the horse into the courtyard, unbridling it, feeding it without further ado. Harry was required to stay here every summer, and they must ensure he faced no disturbances, including verbal abuse or restrictions on his personal freedom. Yet in an instant, she felt a sharp pang of anxiety, as if a sharp object were pressed against her eye. Just then, a clandestine space materialized, seemingly concealed within an abandoned castle. The winds at the airport were strong, tousling my hair as it danced in the breeze, resembling tendrils reaching toward an unknowable future in search of happiness. A nurse, watching in shock, screamed as Qin Yuan rushed into the flames. Following Mu Ye's successful apprehension of the majority of the Smile, coffin murderous guild members, the security in SAO significantly improved. Jiang Yishe devised a plan, only to discover the next day that it was unfeasible. The vast amounts of sand poured over the city walls completely obstructed the army's movement, and the large stones would scatter rather than aid their cause. She tossed her phone into the air and caught it repeatedly, struggling to contain her excitement. A smile graced Chen Xian's face as he took a deep breath, swiftly placing his hands together in prayer. Yin Zhendong noticed the absence of Yin Zhu's spiritual fluctuations below, but Shui Yu clung tightly, unable to depart. And Yu Wuyo recognized this, daring to strike Yin Zhu with lethal intent. The scene erupted into chaos, with an understanding that the dark web was omnipresent, explaining the abundance of enmity. The queen surveyed Su Shu with satisfaction, appreciating her understated attire, which, despite its simplicity, stood out amid a sea of vibrant colors. As I observed the feathers of the 3 recently injured celestial beings, it became apparent that they were deliberately imposing challenges. The current embodiment of rage resembles a flawless killing machine. If unleashed upon the battlefield, it would relentlessly engage in combat, tirelessly fighting until no soul remains. The 2 individuals advanced like a demolition team, their path resembling a calamity descending upon the world, and such an astonishing commotion inevitably roused Lindell from his prolonged slumber. Had Nan Xingyu been aware, he would surely have spat blood for miles, clutching his heart in turmoil, while the blood-soaked golden titan appeared as a demon, reminiscent of the vibrant flowers of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let Xiang Qiqi experience the bitterness of reality through his own creation, the 18 Palms of the Dragon. Su Ming understood that cold Maple's apparent madness was not insanity, but rather the manifestation of one of the strongest individuals, governed by his own principles. Zongzheng Xiao, you have no shame. She, emboldened by her childhood affection with the emperor, had become the empress of the harem, losing herself somewhat in the emperor's favor. Her voice rose and fell with passion, clear enough for even those at the fringes of the worship platform to hear. It was likely that later, as the favored concubine turned her affections elsewhere, Lu Qin would follow and Xie to align with the more formidable Prince Nalan Wuyo, thereby shifting her allegiance. The 10 masters stationed at the Mo family gate, due to their roles, had never interfered in the Mo family's significant affairs, and thus had no connection to his matters. Hence, he had no desire to entangle them. To be able to proclaim that he could support Ziyu in bearing half the sky is a testament to this man's capabilities. The cool, clear voice of Qinya resonated, somewhat alleviating the sorrowful atmosphere cultivated by Gu Yunyan. In death, Shun Qing likely harbored deep-seated resentments that lingered, and thus she witnessed Qi Chonglin, driven to madness post her demise, seeking vengeance and cleansing the stains of his life, kneeling at her grave to confess his sins. The verdant trees and grassy pastures echoed one another, and the once vivid features of the mesmerizing youth were now faintly discernible. Upon hearing Shui Yiren's words, Deng Tong pondered briefly and deemed it a viable approach, thus acquiescing. Feng Yifan struck the nearby pillar with a palm, causing the entire structure to tremble, and a lantern to crash to the ground. Consequently, Li Sui shook off his shoulders, inhaled deeply, and faced the setting sun as he departed from Jiang City. Though it was merely a vague statement, Luo Tsangqi gleaned much useful information from it. Ma Chi-Huang suddenly crouched, hands on the ground, and raised his head, resembling a frog. Were he in wolf form, his bushy tail would surely wag vigorously like a dog's. The deafening sounds of battle melded with the chaotic cries from the city, marking this night as one destined for rivers of blood. Stumbling forward, Chu Yunfeng grasped the arm of the approaching figure, gasping for breath. By the time the soldier inquired again about Chu Yunfeng's condition, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness, drifting into a deep slumber. They demanded 500 taels of silver, instructing that he alone should bring the ransom to the city's boundary, whereupon signing the contract, he could leave with his people. Bu Cheng relayed their demands. Jin Donglai and Lu Xiongwei found themselves cornered at the villa entrance, surrounded by numerous uniformed individuals wielding firearms. The wind whipped through his sleeves, and as he sensed the surrounding turmoil, Li Chang'e stood poised with his sword, his keen gaze sweeping across the less noticeable areas of Baiju Town, which had been deliberately overlooked by the Han Dynasty's search. Bai Shanshan hastily rose, attempting to run towards Qincan, only to be seized by the hair by Erzi, who mimicked Qincan's actions, pressing a knife against Bai Shanshan's throat. As for Lu Xie and others, Yuan Shu unceremoniously arranged for them to stay at the former residence of Chunyu, where their living conditions were significantly inferior. From Li Yaotian's decades of experience in assessing people, he was certain that Alan's intentions truly revolved around the research facility's contents. Whether it was as simple as he claimed remained uncertain. Perhaps it was simple, perhaps not. Who could truly know? A squad moved toward the rear of the Thunderbolt camp, primarily to set fire to the tents where soldiers rested and to the storage areas of the main camp. Wang Xiefeng observed Yi Chun's performance from below. He was aware of Yi Chun's creative prowess and was astonished that after gifting him a song, Yi Chun still possessed another remarkable piece that energized the entire audience. Understand, the maid meticulously arranged the last strand of Li Ziyu's hair, and he then accompanied Su San to meet his second Imperial brother. Yi Chun was lifted by Chu Xinyan, who arrived like a divine ray, cradling him just as he was about to fall. On the third day at noon, Zhang Yang's eyelids twitched first, and Scarface, having noted Zhang Yang's breathing stabilize, finally relaxed. Seizing the rare opportunity to rest at home, he lounged on the sofa, engrossed in mobile games, oblivious to the signs of Zhang Yang waking. "Sister, why are you here at this time?" Su Yush descended the stairs to open the door, and, upon seeing Yaya, began to complain. Zhang Yang realized that one misstep could lead to eternal regret. Indeed, the law of attraction was at play. What one fears often materializes. The more he desperately wished to avert calamity, the more it seemed to manifest. Thus, all lingering hopes and past aspirations were channeled into that anguished roar, dissipating into the ether. One can surmise the reason. They must endure the biting winds at great heights, migrating tirelessly. And while their thick feathers offer some protection against the cold, they remain impervious to the chill even when drenched, a testament to the resilience of their natural defenses. Once they established their positions, the figure cloaked in black finally opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red orbs that glimmered with a savage light. Due to a cadre of formidable warriors engaged in chaotic combat in the void, they drew closer, not in insignificant numbers, causing the air to tremble with thunderous clashes, resulting in the collapse of mountains and the splattering of blood, casting a crimson veil over the luminous moonlit sky. The little mermaid's disguise had been shed, and the seventh master gestured, indicating that in their mutual mischief against the third uncle, they demonstrated remarkable synergy. After making some adjustments to the surroundings, Li Chengdong buried the remains beneath the earth, then, with a swift motion, continued deeper into the crimson mist. Shengming's temper remained unchanged, evident as he unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Hui Yi. Now it becomes clear why Hui Yi was dubbed the Cold Tragedy King. Without such a title, he would inevitably incur the wrath of Cui Shengming. She tumbled a considerable distance, crashing into the outer wall of the desert, and at first, I thought she had lost consciousness, but then I saw her trembling as she struggled to rise, violently expelling blood. At that moment, the head of the Public Security Bureau, Wang Jianxi, received a call from Qingya, leaving him perplexed. Those who fled to the Lantern Inn were primarily wanderers, most of whom earned their keep through performances, possessing various talents but lacking martial prowess, with some not trained in combat at all. Just then, a nurse emerged from the emergency room, calling out to Qin Juanxi and the others. "Why can't you recognize me now, master?" Feng Hao suddenly remarked upon seeing Miao Pu's expression. Zheng Baifa glared. How dare he? After all, I am the king of Fujian, a figure of immense influence. Offending me would not go unpunished by the court. He lacks the capability to challenge the might of the Ming dynasty. In truth, the various factions involved might not genuinely believe the matter at hand, yet they would not refuse to stir the pot and make it more chaotic. Ning Fan, release the hostage, or I shall fire. With a furious shout, 2 ominous gun barrels were aimed at Ning Fan, who stood a mere dozen meters away. As the violet light surged, a layer of crimson glow suddenly enveloped me, coalescing into a protective shield adorned with 9 eyes that gradually became visible. Chun Dong glanced over and found the person to be quite appealing. Yet the heavy makeup and gaudy adornments diminished her allure significantly. I felt a shiver, realizing that Zhun Tian intended to rescue the captive. A glance at him revealed that he had resumed his previous haughty demeanor, his eyes aflame with conviction and fervor. In that fleeting moment, a sense of exhaustion washed over Ning Fan. This aimless search was indeed draining. Yet, regardless of his fatigue, he understood the necessity of this task. Only by locating Wu Qing could he truly rescue Tang Xiao. After a minute, Xiao Yang emerged, looking dejected. The kitchen was devoid of even a single vegetable leaf, leaving him with no choice but to settle for instant noodles. In a sudden rush of thought, he transformed the ice blade in his hand into an obsidian dagger, but his body remained immobile. Another vision flickered through his mind, but it was not the scene of slaying the black dragon. Instead, it was the grand mountain from his last dream. I came to a realization. Although the Wind Demon King ruled the Devil's Forest through sheer force, he lacked the people's support, primarily due to his habit of devouring souls, which explained the frequent uprisings within the forest. I must participate in the track and field competition as it is my forte. And I must also take part in the swimming competition, for it is a newly developed skill of mine. Moreover, I aspire to compete in the Swimming World Championships next year, Sunshiner declared while counting on his fingers. Disappointed, aren't you? Your schemes have failed. Chen Yifei coldly observed as he regarded Li Hong and his associates. As the space gradually stabilized, the black hole began to dissipate, allowing Jian Yi to extend his consciousness, probing the vast expanse surrounding him for nearly 3,000 miles. I knew you would lend a hand, Liang Feng chuckled, recounting the newspaper matter and inviting him to serve as a deputy editor. The muzzle of the M16 pressed against the burly man's chest, yet the American soldier hesitated to pull the trigger in the glaring spotlight. Otherwise, within a minute, such footage would be broadcast worldwide via satellite. All nations harboring animosity toward America would relish the sight of an American soldier gunning down an unarmed individual. It seems that the internal situation in Chu is indeed intricate. I wonder if General Jingyang across the way would be furious enough to spit blood. Shaking his head, Liu couldn't help but find humor in the scene before him on the opposite bank of the Wu River. If Jingyang were to learn that the 10,000 cavalry had abandoned their assault, forcing his own army of tens of thousands to retreat in disgrace, he would likely harbor murderous intent. From a conversation with a recently captured individual who had become a Red Army soldier, Guozhuoqing discerned that these supplies were now being sent directly to the front lines per the latest orders, rather than to Guanyan County as previously arranged. The frontline battles had not gone smoothly, resulting in significant casualties among the Gue army, necessitating ongoing ammunition resupply. Zongzheng Xiao, after all, was merely an ordinary deputy commander, lacking Zhuoqing's broader perspective and understanding of the current domestic factions, relying solely on the present circumstances for his analysis. Cui Guangxin, though pleased, did not let his success overwhelm him. He understood why Lin Hongfei treated him so favorably. Lu Nen shook his head, straightening up to wipe the sweat from his brow. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have died, he said, before bending down to continue digging. Ying Xiong was utterly bewildered. Although he had long sensed that his younger brother was extraordinary, he never imagined he could surpass him. While grateful for the rescue, he felt a tinge of discomfort. Do not jest with us. If you do not know young Master Yin, how could he possibly assist you with such a cold demeanor? One colleague frowned, clearly convinced that Ji Yao Yao was deceiving them. Moreover, the currency here was not singular. Some used gold coins, others utilized elemental stones, while still others relied on sect contribution points as currency. Yu'er had visited before, traversing the orchard blooming with flowers, inhaling their fragrance. Seeing Lan Rong Yue so familiar with the surroundings, Yin Kenglin expressed his surprise. The abyss, resembling a black hole intent on devouring all, continued to disintegrate, while beyond it, a chaotic sword light emerged, revealing a black crystal longsword flickering in and out of visibility. Preparations included a gym, karaoke rooms, dance studios, and even an array of instruments filling the space. I am on the brink of death. In the village, only Uncle's family faced the direst circumstances. After completing the construction at Zifeng's house, second sister-in-law had also moved into a larger home, and her meager savings had been embezzled by the Wang family. Zifeng once again called upon the village men to assist in building a few more rooms at his residence. All right, you swim forward and no swimming backward. That is the first rule. I quickly responded in accordance with his words. Ning Ran turned to see a tall, slender figure leisurely strolling towards her, a smile playing on his lips that seemed to mock the suddenly tense and darkening expression of Qi Yuchuan. The battle from years prior had indeed been arduous. Similarly, during the conflict with Nantong, their forces had been significantly stronger. Ultimately, Yicheng paid little heed to the reporter's cameras as he was, after all, compensated by the hospital director. Judging by their attire, they were likely journalists dispatched by various television stations in Mingzhu City. Chao Jingyan, familiar with the water, twisted his body to evade, activating the water avoidance talisman to create a protective sphere, descending to 50 fathoms before selecting a direction and swiftly swimming forward. Especially with this assembly, Hong Jun not only summoned the six saints but also called upon Shun Gue, leaving them even more perplexed regarding his intentions. The black-furred wolf abandoned the stag, letting out a howl, and with a thunderous presence, it stood guard at the entrance, its fur bristling with an aura of ferocity. The two owls, though somewhat puzzled, eventually flew into the cave, and shortly after, a multitude of mice emerged in a great procession. Everyone was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, unable to react. Even the police, armed as they were, hesitated to fire. As soon as an individual touched the aptitude tester, the emitted colors would signify their inherent attributes, with the intensity of the glow indicating the level of talent. "Ah, are you at a loss for words?" cried the emotional individual. "What has Groudon done to deserve such unwavering loyalty after a millennium? This is of little concern. At the very least, let me know what you truly wish to unearth." The man referred to as Third Uncle waved his hand, articulating the doubts in his heart. "Fairy sister, which house would you like to reside in? Feel free to choose." Blood, he waved his hand, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO, as if he owned the entire celestial city. "Isn't that rather adorable?" Sheng Dai pointed her index fingers at her cheeks, honestly admitting her affection for the charm. "What is it? Shinado, what troubles you?" Shanai fell to the ground, gasping for breath, as if she had suffered grave injuries, leaving me in a state of anxious bewilderment. Banjiro sniffed the air around Shanai, and then the two forms in his mind gradually merged, willingly accepting the notion of Shanai transforming into a human. The eager youngest member hurried away to fetch medical supplies, which he handed to Chen Mufan. Everyone exchanged glances, seemingly a loss for what to do. their expressions filled with concern as they looked at Chen Mufan. While many wore vigilant faces, an understandable reaction. Yao. Yu Yin cast a cold glance at the fruit-shaped moon shadow, his expression instantly turning serious as he sternly advised, the essence of a person resides within their consciousness. Do not indiscriminately absorb everything into it, particularly unrelated men. Was it truly that effortless and casual? Jiang Haoran's throw appeared as if he had not even jumped, resembling a direct assault on the camera. Lu Xiuefei instinctively recoiled, as if watching a 3D movie. Having been struck in the face by the man she had adored for millennia, she was already seething with anger. And upon hearing that Nangong Jin had arrived at the underworld, she took her father to Antarctica to seek an explanation. Parker, in the hospital with thick bandages around his knee, brought blessings from G6 and praised Jiang Haoran's remarkable performance. The chaotic battle completely disrupted the Ebra army and the unfamiliar forces that followed. They were scattered and unable to unite, fighting chaotically without a clear understanding of their own banners. Eventually, the two factions converged, and Guava received accolade from the camp's inhabitants, who prepared fruit desserts. He comfortably turned to face her, propping his chin on his hand, raising an eyebrow, proclaiming, "I am the Emperor," signifying his preference to nap wherever he pleased. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she dashed towards the lake, only to be halted by Wu Yan. Once everything was settled, Sanyo finally turned his gaze towards Qi Sujin, remaining silent as he stared at her for a considerable time. During this interval, the captain of the 9th Brigade in the southern region of Nanyang sought me out. Having met him through my grandfather, I recognized him as a member of the Holy See. He had long suspected that something was amiss with the Xianxian sect, but was hesitant to confront them directly. Thus he sought to glean information from me. Although the Yang family from the Northern Kingdom was not considered a prominent clan among the aristocracy, an air of strangeness surrounded them. This gate must have undergone biotechnological research. It would be impossible to enter without a facial recognition system. After speaking, Cheng Liang displayed a hint of embarrassment, realizing that they had traveled a great distance only to be thwarted at the entrance, which was indeed quite vexing. At the Navy headquarters in Marin-Fander, the world's foremost stronghold, the last bastion of justice stood tall, having endured the passage of time. It was undoubtedly one of the most feared places for pirates across the seas, and the naval commanders gathered there were the staunchest defenders of maritime justice. However, as she walked, she noticed changes in the posts near the southern gate, and the broad-faced, handsome General Julian was nowhere to be seen. This realization led her to furiously throw her wine glass to the ground. The sound of shattering glass seemed to cool her emotions further. Xin Xia tightened her grip on the city token, raising it high, pointing towards the sky above Tuqing, where a powerful surge of otherworldly energy emanated from the token. Directed at Tuqing, for 5 long years, he had failed to uncover her whereabouts. It was as if she had vanished from existence. Yet, he felt her presence, as if she awaited him somewhere, anticipating their reunion. Ancestor? Ah, the Xianyin technique? No, merely fragments of the Xianyin technique. It seems you are his descendant. But why do you refer to me as ancestor? The rotund Taoist inquired, shaking his head. What to do? I've discovered who seduced my beloved Yanji. I must break his legs. Longqing gritted his teeth in anger. The air here was thick with diverse spiritual energies, radiating Buddha-like light. Several demons had also joined the fray, battling fiercely against the humans and the Wing tribe, their brilliance illuminating the scene. Let's hope so, Lin Shu murmured anxiously, then lowered her gaze as she walked towards the back courtyard. Today, Li Kai intended to present the Eastern Pearl to Master Xingyue for appraisal. Yi Zifeng's remarks pierced his heart like a thorn, leaving him unsettled. Azi? Why does that name sound familiar? Chu Ning searched her mind for the name, suddenly struck by a vague recollection. You shall know your fate clearly. I am none other than one of the 4 war generals under the Northern Domain's Flying King. Haishi, the zombie declared. There are many internet users, particularly in Huaxia, who promote Bitcoin in the marketplace, encouraging clients to accumulate wealth gradually. It is indeed a commendable idea. With both legal and underground methods combined, the success of the virtual currency market seems imminent. I am determined to join DGC Company, Li Dinghua exclaimed excitedly. Yin Ge has always been a free-spirited girl, She had no fear of drinking a couple of glasses. However, she sensed something was amiss with Qi Yin Feng tonight, his tone imbued with unspoken sorrow. Before departing, Yilang deliberately took a detour to visit Shun, Yi, and the others at their temporary residence. After conversing for a tea's duration, he finally took his leave. Hong Xiao glanced at the half-darkened sky, where thunder rumbled ominously, as if heralding the wrath of the thunder god. "My lord, let bygones be bygones. I bear no resentment. Your actions were justified, and upon reflection, it was indeed correct. If I had continued to indulge in error, she would have strayed further from the path. This punishment will serve as a lesson," Yin Shi said slowly, her expression calm. This nouveau riche, a local tycoon, was destined to be one of the dual male leads of the evening. The other was Wei Yu, who was making his way toward Tanghuan. After the shock wore off, she felt a moment of disappointment. Only now did she realize the chasm between her and Lung Hani. She feared she would never catch up, and suddenly regretted her arrival here. This is not good. Song Yuliang instinctively took a step back, widening the distance between herself and Lin Zhengxian. He was acutely aware that, after offending Long Xiang and incurring Tang Huan's wrath, he had been entirely sidelined. Yi Hua ran 2 streets and finally spotted a tattered green-pointed hat amidst a pile of trash in a corner. This seemingly worthless hat was indeed the task item. Had it not been for the mission or for Yi Hua as prior knowledge, no one would have thought this item to be significant. Bold Deng Sheng, how dare you incite His Majesty to lead a campaign while mocking the Han's downfall? You must have received benefits from the Black Mountain bandits. Guards, take him away. Zhang Rang suddenly called out sharply. The 2 men immediately bowed and retreated, only to encounter the hurriedly approaching Elbu outside the door. Yi Hua arrived punctually at the research facility to inspect the goods, contemplating that if Barbado had not completed the task on time, he could use it as an excuse to withhold some payment. Initially, Lu Bin had calmed down after coming to terms with the situation. However, upon hearing Guo Jia's name, he felt anger at the betrayal of Guo Jia and others who had not sincerely worked for him. Now, upon learning that Guo Jia had come to apologize and offer suggestions, Lu Bin's mood shifted to one of cloudless joy. Once over 100 soldiers, armed to the teeth, had gathered, Lin Chen shouldered his weapon and jumped onto the vehicle, ready for a full-scale assault. Numerous formidable energy masters have turned their attention to Chu Xiao. Although they have never laid eyes on him, at this moment, he has become the focal point of countless energy practitioners in the vast ocean of energy, the target of challenges. The forum is abuzz with excitement over this event, with online numbers remaining consistently high as everyone eagerly awaits the emergence of a miracle. While many have internally resigned themselves, they continue to endure the torment of anticipation. Arabai Lisi's flame sword was merely a feint, as Hagen's wild horse fist unleashed fiery blasts. Arabai Lisi promptly relinquished the flame sword, leaping high to evade the flames while executing his lethal move. The 2 men clad in black were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they sensed the ambient spiritual energy of the space surging violently in a singular direction. However, even in a state of clear consciousness, Yi Feng hastily averted his gaze, his countenance becoming increasingly unnatural, fearing that continued observation would lead to dire consequences. Unlike the fervent declarations made in the dessert shop, Siek here honored his promise, refraining from uttering another word related to his pursuit of her, skillfully managing his gaze to avoid placing any undue pressure upon her. At last, the most exhilarating moment approached. I was finally to attend my very first banquet, arm in arm with such a dazzling man, running through the jungle. I struggled to discern my direction amidst the overgrown foliage. I encountered numerous plants along the way, sustaining scratches on my face, neck, and exposed skin, each sting a reminder of my trials. I stumbled countless times, yet instinctively rose to continue my forward march. In the ensuing days, I encountered apparitions in the village multiple times. The dilapidated old houses and ancient trees seemed to harbor spirits in every corner. This midday was rife with bizarre occurrences. Under interrogation from El Xiao Xiao, I recalled her complex relationship with Wei Wei, inadvertently uncovering El Xiao Xiao's secret, which also implicated Officer Li, who had previously assisted her. Aside from the unfortunate soul who appeared dejected, his teammates maintained a relaxed perspective on the outcome, some even giving a thumbs up to the frogman in admiration, while others, with a mischievous grin, crowded around the unfortunate one, playfully jabbing him in the shoulder with teasing remarks, their laughter echoing, completely unfazed by the defeat. As summer vacation commenced, Feng Mashue's results were announced. Each subject boasted a perfect score, securing the top rank, thereby shattering previous records set by students in the school and establishing a new benchmark. He remained absorbed in the notion of a direct marriage suggested by Yi Jujio, contemplating the myriad preparations such a union would entail. Serendipitously, a stunning girl named Lu Xiaomei, purportedly the cousin of Feng Jun, joined Li Tongtong's class today. Lin Yu engaged in grooming and tidying up, tasks he would ordinarily eschew. He dared not feign ignorance. For Chunhao's successive revelations underscored his vast knowledge, possibly extending to the Orc project. If he were to misstep, it would surely spell disaster. The lone traveler finally stood before Jun Yan, raising a youthful hand, concentrating his spiritual energy upon it, and slowly reaching towards Jun Yan's crown. Lu Lanyun adamantly refused to pay the 50,000, leading Yun Feng to instruct the court to pursue collection. If Zhang Xiaohua failed to remit this sum, she would face criminal liability, subject to severe penalties. Li Mo gazed in confusion at Lord Feng Yin, who had suddenly embraced her, uncertain of his intentions. His manner of speaking was peculiar and cautious. A statement that could be conveyed in 6 words was elaborated upon in 16. Initially intent on eliminating Huajiao, the demonic cultivator scoffed and turned away, preferring to remain unperturbed. Other nascent soul cultivators shook their heads in disdain. Yet some were tempted by the sight of Huajiao's sumptuous feast. Their long-suppressed appetites stirred anew. In the backyard, Qin Shuangying sat at a stone table, polishing her great sword, unperturbed by the approaching footsteps, simply uttering a soft command to sit. It was merely a matter of employing a few beauty-enhancing techniques. Vicky's palms had begun to sweat. Once he exited, Meng Yu quickly sat up, steadying her heartbeat, her lips unable to suppress a smile. Alas, had I known better than to agree to come here, I would have spared myself this self-inflicted predicament. After purchasing numerous items, Zhao Yi and I were burdened with a plethora of goods before he finally relented. No matter how extravagant one feels, one cannot treat us as mere subordinates. The final moments of the Major's life atop the city wall were reflected in the dazzling fireworks display. To the leaders of the surrounding factions, he was both the one delivering blows and the one offering sweet rewards. Moair had effectively become the spokesperson for chiefing. He sensed an inevitable connection between these two occurrences, believing that the mastermind behind all in Binlai County was none other than Li Changtian, an inner conviction he did not voice. To extricate himself from the current predicament, he realized he must engage in actions pertaining to this matter. He gently pecked at her lips, as if only by tasting her soft petals could he find solace. As the table of dishes vanished like a whirlwind, the old Taoist, abandoning any pretense of celestial demeanor, rushed to Lu Shi's side, squeezing into half a space. Each retort she offered was met with a counter from Li Jingyu, who had been worn down by her persistence and opted to let her speak freely. Aside from it, the remaining dozens of vengeful spirits predominantly resided at the level of their formidable leader. Their intelligence had long been awakened, typically hidden in the depths of mountains and forests. Absorbing the essence of the sun, they now responded to the highest call. Jiang Fan interrupted the middle-aged officer's words, smiling as he regarded him. Indeed, the crimson flame tiger tooth was in his possession, but should anyone seek his admission, evidence must be presented. Su was adept in various fields, a true polymath. Yu Jianwang was an expert in wrestling and archery. Understanding this, a soft hue flickered across Jiang Fan's face, his compassion for Zhou Yuru deepening. The room was thick with smoke, and Chun Feng's purification will proved ineffective. Remaining foolishly idle within was no longer an option. Indeed, when it came to beauty, Lu Fang paled in comparison to Zhou Yuru or Qin Yan. Yet unlike them, Lu Fang knew how to showcase her charm. Fighting among the extraordinary, particularly between those unfamiliar with each other's abilities, often results in swift and decisive outcomes, as the lack of understanding of one's combat style can lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, it is quite likely that there was a lack of precaution. It is perfectly normal to suffer swift defeat. With but a sword in hand, I shall not permit anyone to intervene. Dare you challenge me? Xiao Xiao's voice remained calm, as serene as the waters of the ocean, without a ripple to disturb its surface. If that is indeed the case, it makes perfect sense. The couple had encountered countless handsome individuals, yet none could rival the two they beheld today, not even a fraction of their beauty. Such magnificence is inadequately described by mere words, and it is no wonder that Lin Cheng found himself enamored. When Chang Lu regained his senses, he was startled to discover that his two subordinates were now convulsing within the carriage, frothing at the mouth. However, as the peculiar sounds ceased, their spasms gradually subsided. This stone is truly an enigma. Though hard, no exquisite artifact can shatter it, and no flame, regardless of its intensity, can melt it. My dear girl, you have truly aided me today. Had it not been for you, I would have been at a loss as to what to do. Chu Sidong expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she walked beside her. Colluding in mischief, are we? I rather like that term. I am no virtuous person. Yet why did you all choose to place your trust in me? His bloodthirsty gaze fixated unwaveringly upon the two. Your Majesty, must you truly be so heartless? For the first time, Hua Fei comprehended the Emperor's words, each syllable striking her heart like a sharp blade. She had never anticipated such callousness from him. Divine realm. A thunderous realization struck Mo Song, causing his pupils to constrict. He was unfamiliar with the concept of a divine emperor, but he certainly understood what a divine realm entailed. Nonetheless, the Taoist robes from both worlds are generally similar, loose and unrestrained, thus presenting no discomfort. Let's examine this. Black Wolf gestured for his aide to disregard the matter and turned to face the map hanging on the wall behind her. As Bai Tianxing stepped into the pavilion, he encountered a dazed individual settling accounts with several pieces of refined gold, or not only Xiang Hongsheng, but even the towering Ingao Xiao of the Great Qin and the trembling Lu Fen stood, bowing respectfully outside their vehicle. It was evident that they held great respect for the esteemed Qing Huazhenren. Lute, astute and courageous, yet approachable, always considerate of his soldiers, has long been the soul and symbol of the Dutch Navy. Brother Jean, please wait. I believe Chi's words hold merit. Why not allow that fellow to first open the spiritual root barrier? If the energy shield remains intact afterward, we can then unite our strength to breach it. Wan Longxin, regaining a semblance of calm, spoke thoughtfully. The fluctuations contained an inexplicable rule, leading one to doubt that if the disturbance were to touch the stars, the convergence of the inner stars would indeed fail. His ancestral home in another world lay along the banks of the Huai River. No one understood the fertile plains of Jianghuai better than he did. In fact, this area encompasses the majority of the future provinces of Hunan and Anhui. At that moment, several soldiers gently set a wooden table before Yu Luming, upon which rested a few items. Water Ruo Bing fixed her gaze upon the table, which held nothing extraordinary, merely two large bowls and a pair of straw sandals. Chen Bailon's words were on the tip of her tongue when she suddenly caught sight of Fu Yanming's ashen face across from her, causing her to fall silent. Yan Mingye. Yi Xiao squeezed in from outside, unable to suppress her jealousy upon seeing Fu Yanming protect Su Muo. It turns out, although Jin Lin is not adept at scientific inventions, he possesses the skill to concoct spiritual elixirs. In the past, he utilized his potions to cure humanity of the supervirus, and it was through his elixirs that he saved the life of old Master Xiao of the Tianhua Xiao group, leading the Xiao family to willingly become his financial backers. The other maidens, having been infected, gathered around Su Xiaoxia after taking their medicine, forming a circle to embrace her. Worse still, the elders of the Senate had clearly miscalculated the intentions of the Chaos sect, hastily dispatching 5 cadres. This is no mere ruse to divert attention. Yet I wish to test it. Ning Yu stood her ground, the gaze of the ageless immortal darkening as a violent aura altered the very fabric of reality. However, no matter how formidable the immortal, he could not halt the explosive thoughts within Ning Yu's mind. At that moment, those observing through satellites wept, collapsing to the ground, clutching their heads. There are many aspects you cannot fathom, including the extent of my power, Qin Tian remarked, watching the battle unfold without further comment. Indeed, it is this. Lin Xiao felt that the old man had finally hit the nail on the head. In truth, he too was hearing this term for the first time, possessing only a vague understanding, having only witnessed Ophelia's decisive strike. Although, following that blow, Ophelia had been felled by an assassin. Huoling of the Fire Sect bowed respectfully to the imposing figure of the Golden Sect's leader in the main hall, then turned to acknowledge those flanking him. A fierce wind surged, causing the Fong family ancestral home to collapse. The overwhelming force propelled Brother Wang away. After enduring a decade of turmoil, the martial kingdom's restoration of its foundations is a long-term endeavor that cannot be accomplished overnight. A cold smile crept upon the lips of the Black Mountain Old Demon as he reached out, summoning a massive black mountain to rise, transforming into a colossal black seal. The regent seemed to sense the silent exchange of glances between the two, clearing his throat and gesturing towards an Wena's plate of meat, reminding her to dine. By Anrin clenched her fists. That Zhou Zimo truly is a wolf. Everywhere were traps laid in wait for her to fall into. She had thought Zhou Zimo genuinely wished to collaborate with her by offering the 500 million financing contract. Truly, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The messenger ignored him, continuing to adjust the communication device, while another took a piece of communication paper, incessantly recording. In the blink of an eye, only a third of the members of the brothel army remained. 10,000 had fought fiercely, yet they had not set foot inside the Lord's residence of Chaoyang. The source of magic within him was rapidly depleting as a figure with a faint azure glow swept across the desolate wilderness. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhuang Yichen had exhausted all his magical energy and gently descended to the ground. Lu Qinglan had her own unique approach to interviews. She preferred not to adhere to conventional questioning, but rather to engage in casual conversation, gradually uncovering the interviewee's strengths. Even through the door, Lu Qinglan could envision his affectionate expression, the depth of his gaze threatening to drown her. And with that thought, she shamefully flushed. They had come at the behest of their sect's orders and had lain in wait for 3 entire days without encountering a single living creature. At that moment, Lin Feng happened to be beside him when he overheard, "Your Majesty? Blessings? It is rare for anyone in this world to venerate longevity tablets, is it not? If he speaks of blessings, does that imply a form of faith?" Ma Chao felt a pang of reluctance. This was his first true battle since entering Guangzhou, and it seemed he had achieved much, yet he was still unsatisfied. He recounted all that had transpired since Zhao Hao's appearance, speculating that the enhancement of the Holy Infant Lord's power was closely tied to Zhao Hao. Upon hearing the voice, the newcomer recognized who it was and the awkward predicament in which they found themselves. The other party did not pause, but continued speaking as before. He was uncertain whether the stones falling from the cliff would disturb the demon tiger lurking in the mountains. However, at this moment, he found himself with no path of retreat and could only continue his ascent. Tang Ke had long claimed to have no family, yet his greatest vulnerability lay in his fear of death. Zhang Xiaozhu would instill even greater terror within Tang Ke, a sensation that felt akin to a fate worse than death. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a slanted beam upon his face, momentarily captivating all who beheld it. It was the height of summer, the heat unusually oppressive, yet upon opening the door, a gust of cool wind rushed out, causing both individuals to shudder. Subsequently, an unpleasant odor, not particularly intense, but still foul, wafted in from an unknown source, provoking dry heaves from Yi Qing and Zhang Xiaozhu. The magnetic voice, laced with a semblance of laughter, retained its distinctiveness despite the slight alteration in tone on the phone. This could only belong to the Iron Lady, whose voice was undeniably enchanting. Su Weiyang had underestimated the situation, and Xian's gaming prowess was formidable, rendering her an unworthy opponent. Game after game, she had yet to secure a victory, and escape was not an option. Meanwhile, a nearby servant dutifully exited, while Jiang Yin discreetly exhaled, engaging in idle chatter with Mrs. Lai, who was in high spirits. Although he was aware that staying would surely bring him disgrace, he still earnestly wished for her to trust him, for he had never harbored intentions of exploiting her, not even regarding the matter of his brother, which he had planned to discuss openly. Alas, he had arrived too late. The bidder on the 25th was likely a longtime patron of Sotheby's auctions or a renowned collector, frequently attending various auctions, hence Brad's familiarity with him. Yu Yang, do you truly no longer want me? Ling Miao crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her soft sobs tugging at Su Yu Yang's heart far more than a full-blown cry would. Just moments prior, feigning ignorance is the best disguise. I certainly do not wish for others to know I am acquainted with such a scoundrel. Upon hearing this, the Emperor expressed his agreement with the Earth Dragon's proposal, permitting it to be included as an additional condition in the negotiations. I shall always accompany you. At this critical juncture, Ouyang Yinyan appeared beside Zhang Jian, effortlessly dispersing the intense sword with a gentle wave. A martial artist of innate capabilities approached the stall, repeatedly calling out, yet the vendor remained unresponsive. Some of the herbs, it was feared, had individual values exceeding several hundred high-grade spirit stones. These individuals all possessed youthful appearances, with a significant number in the Yuanfu realm, and even more at the Shindan level. Jiang Xian's exquisitely crafted face suddenly turned icy as she dialed the internal line of the company, summoning the planning department's manager. Lu Xian, rich in combat experience, made a swift judgment, gritting his teeth and charging toward the left to confront Qin Tian. Su Lan's face flushed crimson in an instant, bashfully pushing Jiang Yi away and masking her embarrassment with cold words. Li Longji wished to prevent such occurrences. Thus he planned to close the door and have a serious discussion with Li Ying. He then felt within his sleeve, confirming that the remaining 18 paper figures and the 9 palace locking charm were still intact. In her half-moon state, Qin Mingyue's speed had increased remarkably, yet she could not gain the upper hand against Yao Qinxue, prompting her to resort to another trump card. Furthermore, Yilei established a regulation within the order hall, encouraging members to marry and bear children, rewarding a silver point for each child born, along with a monthly allocation of 10 bronze points as nurturing funds until the child reached the age of 6. However, the restoration process was only halfway completed, as Su Qian had been excessively harsh on herself. The severed wound had reconnected, causing significant tissue adhesion, necessitating a complete reconstruction to return to its original state. You washed a few mushrooms and flipped the spatula a couple of times, and now you call that cooking? Huang Lianlian scoffed. Boom. This time, Wu Tian caught the attack once more, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Moreover, if the opposing party possessed formidable trump cards that could facilitate an escape, it would not bode well for the Huanist sect, which would be under threat from an entity comparable to a late-stage celestial being. Well, perhaps I was overthinking it. Thus, ascending to the demon realm matters little. Just tell me what to do now, Shi Hanyin said with a light smile. Pro and over 1,000 elite warriors had no time to react, their bodies crushed into a pulp by the massive blade. Looking up at the sky, Xiao Su's brows furrowed. Lin Tian's treatment was indeed exceptional, using the 9 heavens' mysterious thunder for his tribulation. At this moment, Ban Mu decisively removed the ghost lantern pill from his shoulder, gripping it tightly before him. He had to leave, his time was limited, and he could not offer Jiang Weiwei all his love. If today could ensure her peace, it would be worth it. Do you truly believe I poisoned you? Enduring until now to reveal it? Xin, who was taken aback. The officials were divided into 4 ranks: Yilang, Zhonglang, Shilang, and Lang Zhong. Their duties varied widely, primarily serving as guards within the palace or ceremonial escorts outside, often doubling as advisors to the emperor. A glance at Xin, whose fingers clutching his garment, sparked a fleeting expression of disdain in Ruan Jishue's amber eyes. Nearby, the ghost tiger promptly added, "My master, Wu Ming, spoke of you last night, lamenting the youth's potential." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and, combined with his appearance, he would likely frighten anyone if he attempted to play the ghost. Since other locations still had snow lotus, Chunu naturally chose not to forcibly harvest it under the watchful gaze of a beast. As the future 6th Hokage, personally selected and trained by Tsunade, Kakashi's healing standards were undoubtedly the highest. Assigned to the best-equipped and cleanest treatment room in Konoha Hospital, he was well prepared. Liu Che's decision was made. Regardless of its authenticity, he must attend the surrender to demonstrate the Han dynasty's magnanimity and decorum. Wei Bao had assumed that the waters here were turbulent and without ferries. The Han army would never consider crossing. Although, During their journey, Wang Hai occasionally took advantage of Zhang Nualan under the pretext of adjusting his clothing, wiping sweat, or tying his shoelaces. He had searched the area within several dozen miles and discovered that this was the only overlapping space. Given that the headmaster of the Western Region Academy was also in Central Domain City, if Zhuge Yu were to perish, the consequences could escalate significantly. Nan Sun smiled, raising an eyebrow at Wen Lan. Since she spoke first, she cannot be blamed for going with the flow. As she spoke, 008 transformed into a white-haired man clad in a black suit. Thus, amidst the commotion outside, he felt a sense of responsibility, eager to step forward and demonstrate his commitment to his master and companions. At this moment, Wang Hai had merely made an inadvertent mistake. It could hardly be considered infidelity, and she could not bear to blame him. Although the demon flame hand was impressive, it was ultimately suppressed here, its power diminished after a moment of resistance. I trembled as I accepted the gift box, which had a red base and a transparent glass top. Through the glass, I could see a hairpin with a red base adorned with white dots, appearing somewhat worn, the color of the pin having gradually faded. Yet, the original brilliance of its red surface remained distinctly visible. You're awake. As Jin Yeshuan humorously gazed down at me, he instinctively glanced at my exposed neck and smirked. Mu Tianxiang's mind raced. She could not afford this money and naturally sought a gullible fool instead. Do you not desire my unparalleled poison? I happen to have it with me today. Let me show you, he declared, producing the vial containing the silver substance. Ever since I finished bathing, my thoughts have been revolving around the marriage contract and the will, yet I could conjure no useful solutions. I feared you might act foolishly, because I felt that if my revelation of that matter led you to such folly, then the burden of that sin would rest upon me. Huh! I scoffed bitterly, casting an indignant glance at Chi, then fled from Jin Yeshuan's room and dashed out of the Jin residence. When did you become as enigmatic as Ling Xiaojun? Chi stared in disbelief as I proudly lifted my chin. Indeed, although the subsidy would cease next month, a monthly bonus linked to salary would be introduced. 30 for a salary of 300, 40 for 400, 50 for 500, and so forth. He was invigorated, a pure and formidable energy coursing through him. How did Xiao Yu come up with such splendid words? I raised my gaze to observe his expression, reaffirming that he was not jesting. Moments later, the colorful images of battle on the ethereal screen abruptly vanished, replaced by a flurry of snowflakes. The subsequent boxes contained martial arts techniques, the highest rank merely reaching the advanced common grade, which from Xiaoyun's perspective were unimpressive. He scrutinized Pan Jinlian, noting her disheveled appearance and the mud-stained dress as she sat on the bed, the pristine bedding now marred, causing him deep anguish. A surge of combat spirit welled up within Xiaoyun, bursting forth with sharp intensity, alarming the surrounding disciples who regarded him with caution, as if facing a formidable adversary. My face burned with pain. Tears threatened to spill as I inhaled deeply, reluctantly lifting my head. Smack. Another slap. Witnessing such a scene, Yi Fengling, suspended in midair, was equally astonished by the unfolding spectacle. The wandering warrior's strength was not insignificant, yet in the face of this soul beast, he found himself utterly powerless. Realizing this, the red figure froze, a chill rising from within. It was regrettable that if the Glory team were to compete next year, they would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results on the world stage, perhaps even reaching the top 4, a rank they had never dared to aspire to. This year, dismantling the Glory team was indeed a grave error. Otherwise, even with Mu Wan's retirement, they could have secured the championship again. The setting sun seemed to sigh. The so-called blood sacrifice involves forcibly infusing the blood of a soul bearer into a weapon. Any weapon possessing even a modicum of intelligence can accept such a method. Xiaocheng, why don't we swap our school uniforms? You don't want that signature, but I rather do, a third party suggested, glancing at the signature behind Pu Xiaocheng. The observer, an heir, was momentarily taken aback. Sensing Hull's intentions, though lacking clarity on the specifics, he hesitated to draw conclusions. Upon realizing this, Hull, initially disinclined to engage, suddenly recalled that the ship seemed to be coming from Hope Island, suggesting they might be aware of its situation. Ziyang gently nudged Jing Guiqiang, who gradually slid down. as Ziyang herself slipped through the opening. She was curious about Zhang Fan, who enjoyed skipping classes to play games and secretly using his phone during lectures. He had once believed his demon-hunting talent was limitless, only to later recognize that even boundless talent has a finite capacity for the magic his will could bear. Thanks to Yuan Yu's words, no one dared to slack off. Any command issued by Mo Chong was executed without needing to be reiterated by Yuan Yu. Among them were genuine and feigned intentions. Zhang Fan did not bother to discern, merely nodding in agreement, as he found himself surrounded by 4 or 5 youths. His heart sank. He thought, this is not good. 1 against 5, he feared he could not prevail. Go prepare the carriage, Su Ge. I need to go out for a look. I feel uneasy, Shun Xin Wu said, her mind in turmoil as she stood before the rustic wooden table laden with food. She ultimately removed the apron tied around her waist and addressed Su Ge. The young man, tightly held in his arms, attempted to speak, but was interrupted as Aide embraced him even more firmly. Coco, observing Zi Jin's dazed expression, hesitated not for a moment, delivering a swift strike towards Zi Jin. Do not fear. There will always be a solution. Aware of Shun Qingwu's worries and concerns, Gu Jingfeng wrapped his arm around her shoulders, planting a kiss on her forehead to comfort her. Nina glared at her father, her eyes filled with resentment as she turned her head away. Nissa sighed helplessly. She extended her hand to rest on Jiang Hongin's abdomen, channeling spiritual energy to dissolve the essence within the spiritual food, guiding the energies to circulate through his meridians, nourishing his entire being. Shen Xinghong had already stated that the spiritual food recipe was exceptionally precious here. If she claimed she could do everything, she would instantly become the coveted Tang Sung. Chu Xin truly wished to poke a hole in Su Heba's head. He still clutched her hand, making it impossible for her to eat. Furthermore, if they could not enter this bronze door, how could they obtain what lay within? Brother, do not be foolish. If you lose the child, you can always have another. Moreover, your family need not draw lots for the next 10 years, the tall, slender man scolded. Jinshi was aware that Hua Tingchen had already expelled 3,000 milliliters of blood. There were no compatible blood sources available at the hospital, and he was in a state of vomiting blood while receiving a transfusion. His body weakened. He collapsed to the ground. After exposing Yang Longjing's identity, further investigations continued, and through fingerprint comparisons, it was confirmed beyond doubt that it was indeed Yang Longjing. Anyone unfamiliar who suddenly witnessed his fatherly concern would surely be moved by his expression. Do you know you were propped up on your hands while sleeping and drooling? Mu Yanfan sat down across from her. It's good to be recovered, Han Bing smiled. Sensing the excitement among the crowd stirred something within him. A mortal's life, though short, is most precious when it comes to health. This visit, although prepared for over a week, was still rather rushed, thus the scale was modest. If it were to follow the formal protocol of previous tournaments, preparations would need to begin at least 2 months in advance, and the martial artist present today had extensive connections. A sorcerer observed the fighting soldiers below from the 2nd floor, contemplating how many fresh corpses he could acquire this time. Both were individuals dear to her. Faced with the choice, she found it impossible to decide, forced to choose one over the other, weighing the pros and cons. Thus, I must not die. Heaven bestowed this fate upon me. Let me continue to live. The old poison master muttered stubbornly. Then let it be. After much contemplation, Han Bing ultimately consented. He required spiritual stones. Sun Jue and Vujasic once again took to the stage together. Many are aware that the dunk contest requires a crucial assistant, the mascot. Yet the Lakers have none. Thus, Sun Jue appointed Vujasic to assume the role of the mascot. At that moment, the Chaos Silver Dragon and the Flying Tiger gazed upon the azure skies and white clouds of the Nine-Dragon space, an environment adorned with mountains, waters, and lush forests, enriched by an ethereal aura surpassing even that of the celestial realm. Their beastly faces radiated excitement as they turned to Zhang Xiaofeng. Subsequently, the Chaos Silver Dragon fixed its gaze upon a purple flame rising from Zhang Xiaofeng's right hand, where a vermilion bird jade hairpin was being scorched, its expression revealing confusion as it inquired once more. Sun Jue executed a Euro step layup without committing a traveling violation, yet the referee called him for it. Spurs Popovich and Duncan observed the incident. Having witnessed Sun Zhu's Eurostep performances countless times, they noted that this layup mirrored his previous ones, which had never been deemed to travel before, making today's call perplexing. In the meantime, Ma Mingyuan tirelessly explored all facets of the Changshan Empire, continuously obeying the Dark King's orders to corrupt the empire's members from within. Awakening, Hutu regarded the leader with a scowl. Had it not been for the leader's insightful guidance, she might have already taken action. Though she had only recently entered the spirit realm, she had repeatedly encountered beings far more powerful than herself. First, the five-layered void refinement cultivator she had slain, and now a formidable being at the integration stage. It appeared another fierce battle loomed. Upon learning this news from He Hao, Xia Shui cocked her submachine gun. The eyes of the Night Palace ancestor glinted with icy malice as he recalled the critiques of the undying in the withered forest, his heart brimming with murderous intent. As they fled, the number of desolate villages they encountered grew, along with the increasing strangeness of their surroundings, rendering him nearly numb to it all. After changing direction for several days, the two gradually sensed something amiss. The frequency of encounters with the Demon Suppression Army was rising as they ventured further northeast. However, weak water true fire remained extraordinary in its essence, igniting the surrounding malevolent energy into a pale green inferno. Although Beiming Daoist found it somewhat peculiar, he paid it little mind and continued along the original path. In recent days, Sun Ran had consistently accompanied Nani, enduring the latter's unkind demeanor, yet remained steadfast in her pursuit of companionship. Suddenly, it became evident that the environment within the Jiazi No. 3 was even more harrowing. The inmates confined there were all robust and muscular, clearly stronger than those in other cells. The clashing of spears echoed as guards' blades met, blocking Xia Fanqing's eager advance. As a prince of a nation, I must ensure the safety of the majority. If I can send someone to hold that breach, we could buy ourselves a few more days. That would be victory. Chu Xingfan exchanged glances with Chu Tian. The moment he laid eyes on Wang Long, he instinctively thought that this rotund individual must be a nouveau riche. Although he harbored no particular sentiments toward Xiao Man, he couldn't help but mentally curse. A flower placed in cow dung. 56. The Emperor's family status was understood. Upon hearing this, the player excitedly rallied all those in the alliance to charge out once more, followed by a surge of independent players joining the fray. Zhang Sanfeng, noticing Li Haolong's hesitation, smiled and said, "Rest assured, I shall only engage you with techniques. I wish to gain a clear understanding of your abilities." Before Huang San could finish his words, he was interrupted by L. Tianming, whose perceptive abilities allowed him to sense even the slightest movements within thousands of meters. Dong Shui furrowed her brow, recalling her previous rebuttal of the maiden's words. Now forget it. As a mere servant, what face has she left? To put it kindly, they are favored companions of the old lady. To speak plainly, they are merely servants wherever they go. Chena, what is wrong? Long Hao Ian's voice rang out, silencing the crowd and restoring tranquility. As Chen Fei spoke, an aura of integration surged forth, startling the cultivators present. Among the thousands, the majority were transformation stage powerhouses, taken aback by the intangible aura emanating from Chen Fei. Under such circumstances, Lu Si and his companion fought with bloodshot eyes, displaying a relentless determination to achieve their goals. It is late. I shan't linger in conversation with my sister. Yuan Yang offered a curtsy before turning to depart. As Sun Buki spoke, he made brief eye contact with the head of each department he mentioned, only moving on to the next target once they nodded in agreement. In the pitch-black corridor, visibility was non-existent, save for a faint glimmer at the end from a window guiding their way. Although Zhang Guizhi still harbored some prejudice against Li Erlong, she had softened somewhat. However, she could not comprehend why her partner held Li Erlong in such high regard. Tao and I had already arrived at the airport. Alighting from the vehicle while clutching her child and making her way inside, she purchased a ticket for herself, but the child required declaration to the airport director since they possessed no identification or documentation. Though she merely wished to travel to Paris, the process proved exceedingly cumbersome. Ma Chao was still but a youth, while Huang Zhong stood at the pinnacle of his prowess. Regardless, he could never hope to match Huang Zhong, the divine being, having been refined by others, equated to years of arduous cultivation squandered for another's gain, a process fraught with suffering. Thus, most who approached considered themselves equals, eschewing the need for subservient mercenaries. Su Lily felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Her greatest aspiration in life was to secure a stable job that ensured a refined lifestyle. An academic position remained an unattainable dream. Li Ruoli, on the other hand, not only took it for granted, but appeared to treat it as mere refuse. How unjust the heavens are! It must be her boyfriend. Otherwise, Shi Wen-ti ignored the boys at our school, speculated someone. And dear great-grandmother, I hope you can evacuate before tomorrow night. Ingzi and Maisie are worried about you. Moreover, as a descendant of Zheng Chuanji, you are Ingzi's only blood relative. I hope you could spend more time with her, allowing her to feel the love of kin. Please take good care of her. Su Jingchun contemplated before voicing his thoughts. Xia Qingshan suddenly laughed, her smile enchanting and her gaze radiant, momentarily captivating him. In the village, the atmosphere differed vastly from the city. The presence of a stranger would quickly be noted by the villagers. The Zhu family's attempts to send someone to cause trouble at the Ruan family estate would not be an easy task. From the moment they entered the upside-down mountain, they'd stepped onto the Grand Line. The compass used in the four seas would fail here, as each island possessed a chaotic magnetic field that rendered direction discernment impossible. Hong Dajin, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. Fei Ge was indeed exceptional, dispatching Feng Deli with the ease of slicing vegetables. Accountant Liu disregarded the shards of glass, reaching out to gather the stones toward himself, even as his hand was lacerated and blood flowed. Master, we have found the totem of the Moon Gate. Yu Jin's voice resonated from the cave, momentarily easing the weight on their hearts. The weather in June resembled a child's face, crying every few days. The ground in the back garden had been thoroughly washed by rain, devoid of any dirt or dust. How did the servants manage to clean it so thoroughly? As the signal was given, her body was abruptly pulled into the thicket by an unseen force, and she struggled as dictated by the script. It was merely a grandiose way of expressing her immersion in the role, devoid of any substantial difference. Upon hearing the commotion from our side, the old uncle hurried over, and the moment he laid eyes on me, he inquired anxiously, with Lucius wholeheartedly preparing to fawn over Aichi. Aichi's two disciples and associated individuals became the targets of the second round of persuasion. Cough, cough. I acknowledge this is rather challenging, but this is precisely why I sought your assistance. The Royal Alchemy Chamber of Osman is heavily guarded. Aside from the magical restrictions, the patrol soldiers are countless, and I require your help. The princess spoke earnestly. Qi Wan disdainfully ignored her, lowering her head to send a covert photograph of Su Mayan to her mother, Madame Qi. Meanwhile, Yu Haoyang, pursuing Chun Jingyuan, wielded a flying artifact, a superior grade tool that had been specifically bestowed upon him by the Duke of Lu for the purpose of chasing Chun Jingyuan. As I sprayed the insecticide, the fluorescent liquid in the air noticeably diminished. Although I could not discern where it had vanished, it was evident that there was considerably less. The coach, clad in a black and white ski suit, stood over 6 feet tall, his demeanor serious and physique robust. Seeing this, Istef had no choice but to condense the cold air into an ice sword to fend off Gilgamesh's assault once more. Some Imperial weapons possess unique secret techniques that can bestow the wielder with formidable power, albeit at a significant cost to their vitality. Though this place seemed worlds apart from the outside world, appearing rather remote, the everyday utensils here appeared more sophisticated than those in the outside realm, signifying an entirely different way of life. At this moment, aside from Wanzheng Yi, another 8th-tier powerhouse from the Windfire sect, who was inseparable from him, had also arrived. Contemplating this, I shared my thoughts with them, and they fell into deep reflection, nodding in agreement. Now, we face the question of which of the dragon's 9 offspring bore the closest resemblance to a dragon. I felt compelled to take a look, otherwise I would be restless. Wait here. I shall summon Shengwan Xiao Luo. If it is indeed a portal, having him around would add an extra layer of security. Wu Sanyang turned and hurried to call for assistance. If I could obtain a selfie of the moon goddess Chang'e, even the most conservative one revealing only her exquisite visage, it would be invaluable. After all, No matter how Sheng Mingjia perceived it, she sensed no aura emanating from Li Changlin. Yao Yi also rose, his expression grave, cupping his hands in salute before swiftly dashing out of the room and soaring into the sky in pursuit of Chu Yan. Emperor Li Shimin personally visited the Drunken Spring courtyard to investigate the matter, and at that moment his confidant appeared, only to be captured by Li Shimin, who accused Li Ku of being his mastermind. Why bother when you cannot even touch the hem of my garment? Sighed Xiang Yu, disappearing mysteriously before the other could approach. Meanwhile, Song Ruyu and Zhang Xinghua, due to the Sea King robe, could suppress it but could not overpower the Sea King. Thus, Feng Dingyun became the crucial factor. If he utilized the Dinghai sword to fully restrain the Sea King robe, the Sea King would undoubtedly meet his demise. It felt as though a faint scoff echoed in the air as the red-haired youth clenched his fist, his muscles bulging as his initial 3/10 of strength surged to 8/10. Pushing Dai Mubai's hand against his chest, and with his wrist straining further, he attempted to forcibly overturn him. The depths of the abyss echoed with anguished moans and frenzied roars, while the tentacles writhed more chaotically. With a roar, Shun Tsangming erupted with a powerful aura, his essence boiling, eyes glowing crimson, the visage of a ghastly demon from hell. Tang Sen furrowed his brow, his mind stirring as his soul force morphed into countless blue-silver grasses, swirling and contracting around the snake staff. Meng Iran launched a fierce assault, attempting to breach Tang San's defenses, but whenever her purplish-red soul force made contact with the milky white vortex, it would be flung away, unable to approach the center of the whirlpool. Watching him depart, I felt as though I were frozen in an icy abyss, unable to move. My heart twisted in pain as if gripped by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating me. A lump formed in my throat, rendering me voiceless. His words struck me profoundly, relentless and unyielding. Mayor Li, I have heard you are to convene a demolition mobilization meeting this afternoon. I have a suggestion. Please consider it. Might it be possible to postpone or cancel this meeting? Song Yongquan suddenly interjected. Goodness, what a grand display. This scene was remarkably spectacular, prompting even those in our current predicament to gasp in awe. Seeing the crowd below fall silent, Ian tempered her imposing aura, and those of lesser strength breathed a sigh of relief, for the sharpness of her sword energy instilled a sense of impending doom. This was both a gratitude towards Mu Guofu and Cheng Shiqi for their rescue and an appreciation for his earlier words. Li Tianyi understood well what it meant for Mu Guofu to come alongside Cheng Shiqi for his rescue. As he entered the Hongsheng Inn, he kept a vigilant eye on Yang Jingli's residence. Only when the lights in Yang Jingli's house extinguished did he exhale softly and sit by the bed. Absurd. You two have truly lost your minds. The blood domain gate is not so easily breached. Besides, you lack the qualifications to attempt such a feat. Hu Sandao's eyes widened like saucers. The Qiao had been inside the folded space for quite some time without any news. Li Ji knew she had likely emerged from the frozen river and entered the vast grassland or another region. Officer Chu, in the past few days, have the two police stations been targeting me? Chai Hua was deliberately provoking a conversation. As soon as Zhao Zhijian finished speaking, Huang Donggue immediately led the applause, and the other members of the party followed suit, clapping in unison. However, as fate would have it, the failure of past grand events may not necessarily be a misfortune. The legacy of the mark and that avatar were not remnants of the true Sentient. They would merely mechanically execute his commands without offering any leniency. Upon reaching the beach, Maja observed Feng Zhiqin sleeping soundly and chose not to wake her, quietly watching the people on the shore. Thus the project team, including Mayor Qin, leaned towards negotiating with them. After all, it wasn't a loss for the Longhua group, and they had no authority over other matters. Others chimed in, expressing their opinions, as the situation had become increasingly evident with the passage of time. Just as Tang Ming speculated which formidable figure might appear, the well-fed and soundly sleeping black and white impermanence sprang up from the floor, leaping 5 meters high. Your Majesty, you are pressing against me. King Er. He believed that Song Er, like himself, harbored an unwavering obsession and responsibility. He could not allow his selfish desires to dictate her actions. The Xin-level martial arts could only be fully unleashed by a martial sovereign-level powerhouse, and they were exceedingly rare, with ordinary clans possessing at most one volume, passed down as a clan treasure through generations. After several minutes, prompted by the alert from the car, Alan, who had been diligently contemplating the application of the water otter technique, was compelled to cease his musings and alight from the vehicle upon seeing the sign for Manjin Academy. These rocket launchers lack the augmentation of magical power. A hand emerged from the ominous clouds, gently striking, causing all the rocket launchers to explode mid-air. Therefore, I shall refrain from going. Dao Yinshu could not entirely forget Wang Ziyan, fearful that he might lose control of himself. Not far from the entrance of the mountain pass stood a towering wooden wall, with two grand wooden gates flanked by orderly troops. Inside the gates, figures bustled about like a torrent. It is absurd. How could the Taoist use another's possessions as stakes? Let be known, should you triumph over me, not only shall I compensate you in full with my essence, but my very life will also be yours. Otherwise, I shall end your life this instant. Dao Yinshu declared fiercely. The young man gazed at the colossal structure before him, a surge of excitement coursing through him, his handsome face flushing slightly, filled with anticipation. The man in the black robe spoke in a hoarse voice, akin to a sharp object scraping against a vessel, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon returning to the inn, I did not mention the secrets the old man had shared with me to Sister Qing, merely stating that he required assistance. Sister Qing did not press further and busied herself with her own matters. Yan Xuanji quietly exhaled with relief. Then, Zhan Qi remarked, "Why did you burn the master's remains? Depriving us of one last farewell?" His voice quivered with emotion. Ultimately, Brother Shah retrieved a vial from the old man's pocket, containing some grain-like pills. After swallowing them, my stomach immediately settled. I confidently approached the old man and remarked, "You must have partaken of human flesh before. How else would you be so adept?" The man in red hesitated for a moment before accepting the brocade box, his gaze devoid of gratitude, filled only with concern. Within the intricately carved outer door lay another door, adorned with agate beads and draped with stone curtains, the ground covered with a red carpet. The attendant invited her to enter, and she tucked away her whip, stepping inside for a closer look. The cost of these 2 cups of wine would suffice for a meal at the royal court. Tu Anmo's understated words stirred ripples of emotion within Su Huan. "Thank you, Elder," Chu Fan said with a respectful bow before turning to descend from the martial arts stage, his steps somewhat slow. Although he appeared calm, his heart was tumultuous, still reeling from shock. From a distance, he spotted several bonfires by the water's edge, where fishermen gathered with their families for evening discussions. Ajun found a spot to halt the carriage and told Tang Lichuan to wait, then dashed toward the fire like a gust of wind. Those on the ground were not spared either, suffering countless casualties. The world transformed into a battlefield, strewn with debris, thick black smoke nearly blotting out the sun. Seeing her pitiful demeanor, Ing Mo chuckled, picking up a spoon and slowly eating, feeling hunger creep in after previously not being so. Assessing his son's expression, Han Weiho smiled with satisfaction, recalling his own journey from naivety to maturity. Yet as a ruler, such growth must not be delayed. Was it merely a matter of paying homage to a master? Why did the glances directed at him carry such uniformity? He understood he could not surpass Lu Kong. Yet the latter's condescending posture was difficult for him to bear. At this moment, Qin Miao was completely disoriented, remembering only her desire to kill Xie Min, with no other thoughts lingering. However, could Yin Jinxiu truly carve out a path in Zhongyuan City on her own? That would be exceedingly arduous. The old man, early in the morning, produced a piece of cured meat from nowhere, hiding it in his bosom as he prepared to venture into the woods. He often embraced Cho Cho, as well as his mother, Uncle Rong, grandfather, and sister Yu. So what was amiss? Yet today, everyone was driven by fervor, especially as the demonic path faced annihilation at the hands of the righteous. They had no time for anything else. Moreover, their numbers were vast, with tens of thousands of skilled practitioners from the demonic path mobilized. Zhong Boyan and Lu Xian understood well that they were dealing with a being transcending the martial emperor. And this Wu Di was second only to Zhong Boyan, indicating he was likely the foremost martial emperor of that era. This peak was the tallest and largest in the region, yet it deviated from the main hunting routes of the two clans, suggesting that the individual here had encountered local beasts. "Humph. Lord Byming, we have arrived. Why do you not come forth to greet us? Such arrogance is excessive." A cold voice resonated above Byming Peak, unsettling the surrounding atmosphere. Not long after leaving the city, Meng Tian encountered a gorge, an intentional choice, as its location had long been marked on the map. For Long Xingyu, these caves were quite suitable for concealment, since his soul force could not detect everything here. Those unaware of soul energy would similarly fail to sense his presence, making it an ideal hiding spot. She walked dazedly past the surgery room's entrance, unable to help but glance at the indicator lights, her mind swirling in confusion. Unfortunately, Song Chung had a more tragic fate. She reported that her thigh had been injured, suffering a minor fracture, requiring at least 2 weeks of bed rest for proper recovery, and she could only manage bathing with the aid of a crutch and wanyu. Feeling a chill breeze graze her face, a slender, cool finger brushed against her neck. Mu Xiaozi feigned calm, bending to retrieve the fallen computer, resuming his previous work demeanor. Song Yiran hesitated for a moment before succinctly recounting the events that transpired after leaving the classroom, discreetly withholding her suspicions about Chu Shihan. Suddenly, from the depths of the wildly expanding forest, a flickering white light drew nearer. This light emanated from the front headlight of the flying motorcycle piloted by Yin Hao. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his pupils dilated, revealing shock and disbelief. Lan Mei smiled gently, her gaze appraising the maid beside Lan Lingyu. If memory served her correctly, this was indeed one of Lan Muqing's subordinates. Although both were 5-star spiritualists, San Bao's spiritual power surpassed that of his opponent by at least 20%, especially when one was intent while the other was not. The might of the myriad methods was formidable. It inflicted a certain degree of damage to the physical form, and it could only be unleashed once in a short time. San Bao chose to deplete his opponent's defenses partially, only triggering it when assured of a decisive strike. "Stunt, sure you call my name," and I disregarded everything else, heading to accompany my wife. Gu Li's Xiao retrieved a package from beneath the table and laid it out before Hui Ming Duo, leaving him wide-eyed in astonishment. Had there not been so many people, he might have drooled. "I possess a flying artifact that allows us to traverse the skies. We should be able to make it," Xiao Mushuan stated. "The Gongjin Yuan force is the most formidable force of destruction in the world. Thus, the essence within the Su Yin Jiang Palace may not be as robust as that of other martial artists, yet permeates every corner of the palace, condensed and pure, akin to refined and compressed gold." Gently plucking the strings, the sound was clearer than that of the qin performed on the day of the grand recital, imbued with an indescribable enchantment, captivating all who heard it. You may think I lack desire, but if I were to cease my efforts, what would become of Schwer's vitality? Li Mu felt helpless. The life force within him was not abundant. Had he not absorbed a significant amount of life energy yesterday, he would likely be struggling today. After traversing 2 low hills, a vast cave came into view. At the entrance, several middle-aged individuals clad in rudimentary clothing stood, their faces etched with anger and despair, each bearing a black scythe mark on their left cheek. Since Zhao Liang had promised Feng Lihua to save Lei Shuai, he must act now. In truth, the exchange between Zhao Liang and Yu Ling was akin to a fleeting communion, taking but a moment. In the eyes of the strong men, Zhao Liang merely bowed his head, closing the distance of 6 or 7 meters to stand before them. However, this incident had wrought enmity between the Holy Fire Island and the Dark Church, leading to Li Xiao facing reprimand from the church's higher-ups. Thankfully, he was not punished for this, or else Lin Feng would have been perturbed as well. Moreover, Colonel Qing Shui Mu understood that the notion of surrender was merely a temporary solution for Watanabe Muku to alleviate the crisis. If Gue Jinghan were to be swayed by power and wealth, once the moment was ripe, the Major General would undoubtedly command him to eliminate Gue Jinghan. Consequently, this left Zhao Feng with precious little time to evade and contemplate. Aunt Hu, upon meeting Chun Xian's gaze, felt a chill run through her. retreating 2 steps while loosening her grip on Yi Huiting's clothing. Unexpectedly, the unknown pill from Jiu Wubai roused Zhou Shan from his stupor, with the evident dark aura dissipating from his visage. More precisely, at that moment, the dark energy surrounding Zhou Shan was gathering towards the mark of the palm. Bai Zhan's brows furrowed as he never anticipated that after so long, Xia Guangfeng's sect would still have individuals waiting for him here. Since his entry into this labyrinth, he had not opened a single treasure chest, nor encountered a so-called grand door. "I shall obey your command," the minister replied. Sun Xiao felt a flush of warmth on her face, bowing her head, her furtive glances a blend of shyness and reproach. "Why must you think so tragically? There are no absolutes in life. Perhaps a second path exists." He believed that when faced with life and death, especially regarding the lives of dear friends and family, anyone would ponder such matters. In addition to the guards flanking him, numerous armed officials emerged from concealment, surrounding the table at the center of the garden, rendering it impenetrable. Out of options, Wen Yiming could only ignite the mesmerizing incense, allowing Jiang Jinyu to depart, seeking the root of Professor Li's anxiety. Splash! Water erupted as the sword energy pierced the surface, striking deep into the well. At that same moment, another Ji Shoujin swung his sword, the sharp energy surging from the water's surface, cleaving towards Ji Shoujin. "Indeed, I shall abide by your decree." Even in her reluctance, Niehue Fei had no choice but to take a step back under such circumstances. Leaving Wang Luo alone, she turned her gaze towards the Lu Ju mansion, smoothing the embroidered cuffs of her sleeve, clenching her fist, bidding farewell to one departing from the residence. It was regrettable for Bei Mengxi. Had he been wild, it would have been splendid. The long, straight black hair of Bei Mengxi's mother was quite appealing to Wang Zhao's XP system. They had borne witness to the scene where Dumbledore was slain by John using the killing curse. Suddenly, a thick darkness materialized against the backdrop of the once bright night sky. Observing Huang Zijiao's expression and recalling her earlier cry, viewers in the live stream began to comment. On the spacious highway, 3 men pressed the gas pedal of the Hummer to the floor, with their excited shouts mingling with Murong Wei's anxious protests, creating a semblance of madness. Yet who truly cared? Men, perhaps, should indulge in a bit of madness. Zhou Shumi was not foolish. Upon hearing Xiao Shiwei's words, she understood, albeit her heart remained heavy. Yet, she truly had no other choice. Naturally, this involved arranging for a few dance girls from Linzi to attend to Kaizei, as Hosheng seemed to think that this country bumpkin of Yin would change his mind upon experiencing the company of beauties. "Let us test that ghoul with a bullet." Zhang Cheng's directive confirmed that the green mist appearing in the distance was no illusion. According to modern science, trees typically thrive in sunny locales. Could they truly flourish in a pitch-black cave, surviving for nearly a millennium? Yet, within the large tent, an elder with a head of white hair and a black face remained indifferent to the commotion outside, seated firmly in the main seat, waiting for Su Fu. When Mingwei entered, he merely cast a cold glance at him. No, that's not it. The surrounding cold light chilled the individual, rendering them momentarily speechless. The imposing presence of Shaoqing was one that even those within the palace dared not challenge. Official members of the organization do not recruit those lacking combat prowess. Yi Linghan shot him an incredulous look. To break the formation, a blood sacrifice was presently the most effective method. From a moment these devotees entered the secret realm, their fates were already sealed. Regardless of whether their lord or Zhao Han emerged victorious, they could not escape the fate of becoming cannon fodder. Although Yin City lies to the north, it serves as the gateway to Guangzhou, and Su Xian's journey to Yin City was initially to safeguard this crucial passage against the northern Qi. However, the opinions of the Taoist priest were met with unanimous disregard from the group. Thus, he had to settle for the second-best option, requesting that they refrain from purchasing Japanese dogs. The room resonated with the sound of spiritual energy roaring like a tide, a wave of energy from a treasure realm warrior radiating recklessly in all directions. Ashes from a fire still smoldered on the ground, beside a large water reservoir, indicating that this cave likely served as a kitchen. The microorganisms on the leather surface were of the holy beast caliber, How could this corpse be compared to the Supreme? Roars echoed intermittently, trees and underbrush falling as if struck by an unseen force. Even a fool could discern that a colossal being was approaching. Strange. I have cultivated for decades, yet have never encountered such an oddity. By the way, when did you open the Stargate? In an instant, the previously somber atmosphere among the crowd shifted, as memories of Haiming Yue's past kindness prompted many to speak up. With the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, 3 figures appeared at the doorway. Continue the pursuit. At this juncture, Officer Xie had no other options. The criminals were merely 10 meters ahead, and everything appeared within reach. Therefore, this segment of the concert served as an excellent platform for fans to uncover hidden gems within the album that they had previously overlooked. Can you truly call yourself a madman? The opponent's attitude was brazen, clearly dismissing the significance of a challenger ranked 100th. Suddenly, a ghost broke free from the grasp of the red-faced ghost and lunged towards the hall, its charge akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey, swifter than the living. Currently, Mu Lin indeed could not concoct a transformation pill. On one hand, it was a B-grade pill, and on the other, she lacked the formula. Engaging in combat was certainly not feasible, and Anwen's current strategy was to either unlock the chains binding Luo Hong, as the Dragon King's prowess was surely on par with this individual, and upon realizing this fellow was a traitor, would he not deserve a thorough beating? Yuong, with a hint of excitement, proposed a bold idea to eliminate Chen Guangrui and assume his position in Jiangzhou. From that point forward, he would embody Chen Guangrui while she remained the esteemed wife of the top scholar, living a tranquil life in Jiangzhou. Lin Xian was acutely aware that within this realm of soul seals, releasing the countless soul emperors trapped therein would lead to the swift annihilation of the members of the Sea King tribe before them, rendering even the higher echelons powerless against these formidable beings. As she removed an old-fashioned black hairpin from her hair, she forcefully pushed the door, inserting the pin through the crack. Nangongli Luo, pouring her heart into her performance, nearly lost her voice but achieved none of the desired effect. Has she lost her hearing? The captain of the production team had long received notice from the commune that doctors from the 836 Factories Hospital were coming to hold a consultation. As his memories connected, he felt as if he had awakened from a long dream in the 3rd hospital of Yinjing. The death of the commander compelled Guan Xiangyi to reconsider the territorial ambitions of the Tang Empire, which were fraught with peril. The prevailing rainforest climate had left the populace restless and impoverished, inevitably inciting numerous uprisings. Initially filled with hope, the crowd began to feel a sense of unease. Could this creature truly be trusted? Yet, the anxious child did not depart, but remained shrouded in the mystique of the extraordinary garment, his expression grave and silent. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Jiang Xiuting, whose tall figure appeared even more distinguished under the sunlight, radiating an aura of divine elegance. As events unfolded, the driver, having exhausted all options, pressed the accelerator, speeding away. The solitary cloud maintained its noble composure, revealing no hint of the information sought. During the journey, Lu Yi continued to assess the new form of the super motherbug from the insect tribe. A multitude of professional soldiers, mercenaries, and ordinary citizens formed various legions, all resolutely advancing toward the battlefield of divine tiers, planes for their beliefs. Finally, we are free. Humanity of the cosmos, brace yourselves for our lamentations. The once daydreaming Duke exclaimed as he exited the passageway. Such self-deceiving foolishness elicited scornful laughter. After a long observation, Yin Wei realized that the current prime minister was not from Mo Shui, but had come to evade marriage. The distinction between deities and celestial beings lay in authority and a carefree existence, respectively. Liang Hao finally comprehended the dilapidated state of the buildings and the pervasive filth. Their plight was further compounded by the loss of Zhuge Liang, the invaluable strategist of Shu Han, along with 90% of their military strength, leaving the last bastion of the Han dynasty vulnerable to being trampled by Cao Cao's forces. Thus, his lifelong pursuit of the Buddhist path for longevity found hope in the innocence of a child. The sword saints Hu Tsen of the northern desert and Wan Wuxin of the western Qin, unexpectedly, had also managed to arrive amidst their busy schedules. The sword Saint Qingyin greeted his old friends immediately. Since his master was aware of the sword energy's efficacy, he shared this information, albeit with the belief that his master would not selflessly divulge the entire inheritance of sword energy. Otherwise, the others would not have insisted on his involvement. Surprisingly, he did not erupt in anger, but merely cast glances at Andu, his lips moving without a sound. The Dark Ancestor had overestimated himself. The temporal stability of the Chaos Demon realm meant that even traveling to the past could not exceed her spellcasting duration. For many years, Death had perceived everything through Thanos' eyes, believing herself to be the most knowledgeable about this mad titan. Yet at this moment, she felt a sense of confusion, uncertain of Thanos' current state. Before her lay neither the realm of skeletal chaos nor any domain of the four seas, but rather within the rift of the return to the void. Gu Qingsheng nodded gently, and like Qiao Zixuan, sat cross-legged on the mat, taking a Ziwang fruit and beginning to eat. Death's countenance darkened, while Thanos gradually ceased his laughter, though the mirth in his eyes and the smile on his face remained unyielding. It was evident that some individuals no longer regarded certain nobles with any significance. One could only imagine that with further enhancement of their powers, even the Imperial family might be disregarded. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield had turned increasingly unfavorable for the blue side, verging on a significant disadvantage. Young man, remember, the greatest fear in this world is not death, but the greed of humanity. I hope you can recognize yourself and not be swayed by the old monk's benevolence, lest you tread the path to true hell. The old monk solemnly advised before dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. To Su Tsunghu and Chu He, the arrows appeared slow, easily deflected by their blades. Yet for ordinary soldiers, the dark mass of arrows felt like chains of the Reaper, inescapable and unavoidable. They, as the Imperial guards, understood that only a master-level expert could exhibit such force. With the mission accomplished, the afterimage vanished into thin air, leaving behind two objects on the ground, just as before. Chui gasped in awe, realizing that Yin Chun had not disappointed him. He had correctly identified his elder brother. Duan Yang's heart trembled as he gazed into the distance, spotting Yi Wuiying with his hands clasped behind him, looking at him with indifference. In a place called Yixindike in Guishuang, where Mo Chun severed the riverbank with a single stroke, the scene was breathtaking, drawing countless wanderers to marvel each year. As the bakery opened, Fei Lu rushed towards Jiang Mo Li, sensing the danger to Chu Junting, and swiftly turned to assist him. Tina hastily donned her clothes, perhaps too enraged, as she tore the shoulder seam in her haste. Yet she paid it no mind, storming toward the table in fury. "Wow," she exclaimed, taken aback by her own words that seemed uncharacteristic of her. However, Xiao Yifei was no naive child. He had no desire to see his hard-earned wealth easily appropriated by others as a dowry. Just then, Ji Wujiao, emerging from his room, nearly spat blood upon hearing those words. Flowery rhetoric? Her memories began anew with the revival of this continent, following the cataclysm of ancient times, marking the dawn of a new era. After her birth, possessing royal blood and inheritance, she understood the concept of immortality and the covenant between the fallen Blossom tribe and the divine emperor. Caught red-handed by Hua Mingquan, Yi Mushi, with her quick wit, struggled to clarify the situation. After taking Yun Fan to Jiangxing Hospital for an examination, the family wept tears of joy upon learning the results. The old village chief organized the villagers to throw 10 powerful water pumps into the water, quickly starting them up. He finally comprehended the urgency behind his desire to transcend the foundational stage. Only through such a breakthrough could he concoct elixirs to awaken the one who loved him. He now understood why his heart trembled incessantly at the mere mention of Luo Li. However, Yi Tian was taken aback to discover that Li Jian had indeed stumbled upon the truth by sheer coincidence. Director Liu initially intended to refuse, yet recalled the praise the station director had once bestowed upon the Songqing Wasi. Upon hearing of Yi Yao Tiao's pregnancy, Han Xiao Sun experienced not merely shock, but a surge of elation. This situation could only result in two outcomes. Either his karmic ties with Xiang Tianyu had concluded, or he had met his demise. Zhang Deki, previously of modest means, found his income dramatically increased upon joining Fushan. Love cannot merely be about compatibility. Do you understand? Sometimes, those who are suitable for one another do not necessarily fall in love. Love is devoid of logic or reason. It exists solely because it is you. Do you grasp this? Lan Linfeng gazed at me with profound affection. Once the two songs were released, anyone with even a modicum of discernment could easily recognize that one of them was a blatant patchwork of plagiarism. I adorned myself in a white shirt paired with a diamond-patterned knitted vest, a deep gray woolen skirt that reached my knees, and black round-toed leather shoes. I draped a coat over my shoulders and tied my hair up high, embodying the essence of a student, perfectly complementing the youthful aura of my visage. To the unknowing observer, I could easily be mistaken for a student from a foreign academy. The disparity between his current self and his former existence was so profound that he scarcely cared for the life or death of his own child. This year, I hastily celebrated the new year with a few families, and the 15th day of the first month marked the beginning of my final semester in middle school. Wu Shui let out a cold laugh and retrieved her phone from her belt, presenting it to the male protagonist. The screen displayed scenes from the aircraft carrier in New York, where several joint bombs lay quietly in the cabin, with a countdown indicating that less than 10 minutes remained before detonation. Subsequently, a figure surged forward like a cannonball, fists poised to reduce the target to mere pulp. The horses whinnied, their weight surpassing even that of Takeda's heavy war horses, rivaling a bulldozer in might. The scene bore the intensity of a blade poised to pierce the ranks of Yasuji Kenshin. Yet, the idyllic visions he conjured were far removed from reality. Attempting to elevate Shui Yu through such assimilation proved exceedingly challenging, given the current limitations of his spiritual power. At this moment, Tang Yichen could no longer contain her sorrow. Bursting into tears, her tears drenched her doll. Yet Li Xiaoyi remained seated with closed eyes, unnoticed as his body trembled ever so slightly. After speaking, Zhao Junjie inserted electrodes and a syringe into himself, pressing the button thereafter. Xia Yan ran, awkwardly smiling, took a seat opposite him, sensing an ominous premonition. What could he possibly wish to convey? He typically refrained from communicating with her. What had prompted this change today? Nevertheless, this was precisely what Zhuochen desired. Even if the elder did not approach him, he would actively seek opportunities for close combat. Yi Che unleashed two skills in quick succession, relying solely on basic attacks to rapidly diminish the card's health. Having already suffered from a complete set of void skills, the card's health plummeted to merely 1/3 after the explosion. It was only a matter of time before Qi Zhao succumbed to a cold, his body growing weak and his head spinning from the incessant spinning. If she were to lose Qi Nan, she could scarcely fathom how to continue living. Even now, she dared not contemplate the depths of her fears. She was terrified of the possibility of her own collapse. Qin Li employed the Dantian technique to absorb the force of the daggers, rendering them powerless as they fell to the ground. As he spoke, the devouring and suppressive energies emanating from within the sphere surged forth, seemingly growing stronger. At that moment, Zhuochen discovered that even the act of resistance had become increasingly arduous. Rose's death stared at Yi Che in astonishment. Although he had come to trust Yi Che, the idea of everyone acquiring a full set of S-level equipment within a month seemed utterly fantastical. Moreover, regardless of Fong Ling's impressive display of prowess in this grand battle, the Demon Emperor regarded him with indifference, for the Demon Emperor himself was a peak expert at the great perfection level. Not to mention him, even the two guards beside him could easily subdue Fong Ling. The outside world, filled with the lamentations of Go Sheng's father, continued to echo his son's misfortunes. Sunlight cascaded upon the beach, refracting beams of light, while the deep blue sea appeared eternally pristine. With a glare from the imposing black old Li, Chuda Jian fell silent, fearing he might be tossed out alongside the others. Uncertain whether to conceal her condition or not, Imo Yinran's attire remained unchanged. Her makeup as exquisite as ever. Even her shoes were not replaced with a pair of flats. Even if you managed to fortuitously ascend to the Tianjiao list within a year, he could not hope to reach the threshold of half-step life and death. That realm transcended the pinnacle of the 9 levels of yin and yang, representing the foremost existence beneath life and death. Even the legendary sword genius, Xian Tian, could not achieve such a feat Su Rue by refrain from meddling, knowing that intervening as his ex-wife would only subject her to humiliation. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Wen Wan lingered for a moment, determined to validate the current situation. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. No thunderous sounds emerged. At the very least, concerning Su Chao. Rather than allowing him to fall into the hands of the 2 Yuan Bo, he would ensure the safety of his original spirit. Before long, the distant sound of hooves and the creaking of wheels reached Ji Xianping's ears. She turned to see a carriage slowly approaching. Wang Yuanwei gazed at his son lying on the bed, his heart in tatters, though his face betrayed no emotion. After thoroughly reviewing everything, Lu Yi could only express sympathy for the original owner. She empathized with the ensuing sorrow, helplessness, and resentment, yet could not comprehend why none of her biological children had inherited her kindness. Limo's teeth clenched in rage. These individuals had perished due to their association with him. Should they be struck, it would be akin to the fate of the spirit beast that had been roared at by Luo, leaving them immobile. To serve the emperor was a tremendous honor. However, this particular matter was the exact opposite. He lived in constant fear, terrified that the emperor might eliminate him to conceal the secret. Thus, it became clear that a significant misunderstanding had occurred. Limo chuckled softly before releasing the Ji. I understand. I truly wish I could assist. Nan, she murmured, and as Wayne departed, she opened her eyes before the mutated tiger. Lin San regarded Zuda Fan, covered in filth, with an expression as frigid as the biting wind. Yet, Juda Fan had thrived in such an environment. If he had not possessed genuine skills, he would not have survived until now. During the break, few students returned to school early. Most trickled back gradually, with some arriving as late as 8 in the evening. Amidst his furious roars, he flipped his palm, revealing a black and white cross. The stone-like eyes of the river crab turned toward the plump cat, dismissing it upon recognizing its cultivation level. Emochi shook her head. No, it's just that my eyes suddenly feel a bit sore. The embarrassment of being a father is profound, a blow to one's dignity that might even provoke disdain from others, leaving a deep sorrow within. Luo Xing, unable to resist, acquiesced, leading Qin Hongqiao to genuinely address him as uncle verbally. In that moment, Yi Feng fell into silence, pondering whether there existed a solution that might satisfy both parties. In the dilapidated lobby of the inn, now in disarray from the recent chaos, sat the cold-faced Ryoji Hamada at the only intact wooden table. Li Qiushui, having suffered a blow, hastily gathered his internal energy to recover, unwilling to retort to Tian Shan Tong Lao's jibes. Does this imply that you think highly of me? Yi Kaicheng directly bypassed Su Ziyin's earlier assertion that he could bring happiness to Su Shiyun, posing the question again. Yet, he typically presented himself as a carefree rogue, which required immense courage and concealed a significant amount of pain. It is often said that politics is the art of compromise. To put it more plainly, politics is the art of maintaining appearances. Observing the gathering, it was evident that the number present fell short of the 36 caves and 72 islands. It remained unclear whether this was merely a figurative expression or if indeed there were 108 factions, with others yet to arrive. My lady, the servants sent by the young lady are still in our garden, a maid, dutifully following the Li family, suddenly remarked. The individuals present, noticing the beads of sweat on Dong Ming's brow, realized that the silent giant was not merely playing coy, but was genuinely at a loss for words. In the next moment, the owner of that hand exerted force, pulling himself into an embrace scented faintly with plum blossoms. Aoki Shota, for years senior to Mukahara Yasushi, appeared more mature, while Mukahara bore an unusual youthful appearance due to medication. Bunji smiled helplessly, aware that Sakura had misinterpreted the situation. Yet, he chose not to clarify. Instead, he found delight in Sakura's teasing, clearly indicating her concern for him. The shopkeeper was more amiable than expected, though it was evident that the price of the cat would not be low, compelling the staff to market it effectively. Andre flashed a captivating smile. his delicate hand tossing 3 dice into the receptacle. My emotions gradually settled from the initial shock and unease, allowing me to closely scrutinize this photograph of Haining. "Hey, what are you doing here in the dead of night?" A familiar voice called out, but as I turned, I found no one there. The Zhang family's affection for Zhang Moran was not a mere fabrication of Zhang Tianfeng and Zhang Tianbing's imaginations. Is there a rare guest? A man, adorned with a bull-headed mask yet possessing a serpentine grace, spoke in a peculiar tone beside Feng Xiai. Zella, hidden from Mibi's view, felt an odd sensation as he rubbed his arm, his expression betraying discomfort. The swordsman's smile froze as he stepped back, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Strands of hair cascading over his shoulder were severed, prompting the young swordsman, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, to engage with utmost seriousness. Ultimately, Rong Yin relinquished his attempt at absorption, for he could not sense any spiritual energy surrounding him, despite multiple relocations and persistent efforts yielding the same result. Qin Yang picked up a realistic leather mask, donned it, and adjusted it in front of the mirror, pulling at the thin skin of his face, revealing a completely unfamiliar visage. In the past 6 hours, Ji Ling Sheng had traversed 3/4 of the ascent to Qingyun Peak, with a quarter of the journey remaining to the place he had been cast aside. However, what should have been a 2-hour trek felt interminable due to fatigue and weakness. Family matters must be held within the family's own grasp. This was the promise made by Wan Do on the eve of assuming the role of Grand Elder. A robust figure struck a powerful blow to the old Taoist Dantian. Due to Feng Yin, on this day of departure, all members of the merfolk tribe came to bid farewell, though Feng Yin merely nodded proudly at the kneeling crowd. A hedgehog-headed youth, sweat-soaked and gasping for breath, rushed out from around the corner, charging towards Franda. Even they, having maintained calm for a long time, understood that it was beyond their control after the Lord's siege. Their side could barely defend itself, let alone mount an offense. Sister Su Miao Miao cried out in anguish, but alas, Sushi had long since ceased to breathe, lifeless beyond measure. Yi Jinxiong and Su Fengying wore expressions of enjoyment, particularly Yi Jinxiong, who had endured old injuries from previous battles that ached severely in the winter. The remaining individuals chose to fight until the end. Within mere minutes, they were cleared by Shun Junshun and his companions. Indeed, from his past life's memories, he knew that the only celestial being knowledgeable about subduing demons was the second Lord Jinjuan. Huang Hao nearly knelt upon, feeling Chao Xiu's gaze when Chao Xiu spoke. Huang Hao hastily bowed repeatedly. Meanwhile, following intense interrogation by Jiang Zihua that afternoon, Xiaoli divulged everything. By tomorrow, the truth would be laid bare. Gu Jingchu comfortingly patted her back. Feeling a sense of security from the copious milk tea she had brought, Tao Sisi attempted to pilfer Director Lu's snack box, lured by the scent of her favorite chocolates within. Ouch, ouch! Zhang Goer groaned on the ground, clutching his face. A look of pain etched across his features as he spat out blood mixed with several teeth. In his view, since LV Qiansheng had become a dark energy martial artist at such a young age, his future appeared boundless. At that time, merely to deflect blame, Mussolini had unhesitatingly sacrificed Rossi to the Italian elite as a scapegoat. Hua Yefu, appointed by Stalin as a member of the Soviet Navy's Supreme Military Council and concurrently the director of the Navy's Political Propaganda Department, was tasked with overseeing the Soviet-German Naval Cooperation Project. These multicolored bags, though seemingly innocuous in appearance, revealed their weight upon lifting. Yang Yuan had always been responsible for the correspondence between Li Xing and Li Jingzong, making him well acquainted with the affairs of the Chancellor's residence. Shi Zizhao's impassive face betrayed no emotion, yet the chill emanating from him indicated his displeasure. Without waiting for Huajiu to react, he seized the cup of wine from Huajiu's hands, intending to drink on his behalf. All things under heaven, Mu Qingduo bellowed, a swirl of dark energy enveloping him. And in an instant, beneath the starlight, demonic energy surged forth. As the train came to a halt at the platform, it was already past 11 at night. Nevertheless, this time of night still saw considerable foot traffic at the station, brightly lit and bustling. It is your own cleverness. No need to thank me. Li Vink maintained it, Herr Cheerful, Demeanor. Hu Shulin had always recognized Su Xian's fighting prowess, but was astonished by his extraordinary driving skills. A stunning drift executed a perfect 360-degree spin, far exceeding his expectations. PepsiCo, indifferent to the intricacies of the matter, had but one objective today: to tarnish the reputation of Wu Yi. Should the rumors spread, his mission would be deemed accomplished, and he would receive his reward from the Japanese, allowing him to indulge in a more leisurely existence. Observing the reactions of those around him, he muttered an excuse about having pressing matters, seized a handful of melon seeds, and made his way to the next tea house. Shen Jiqiu remained silent, then called Mo Qian aside, whispering a few instructions. The expressions on Mo Qian's face shifted continuously, ultimately settling into a broad smile. Their earlier mockery now felt like a slap, echoing back to them through a lottery ticket worth 250,000. And Rong Yin was taken aback when Mu Tianran recounted the previous incident, prompting her to exclaim in alarm. With a sigh, Mu Tianran recounted the entire sequence of events. Wu Xiao, merely the deputy director of the Urban Management Bureau, could afford to buy a villa worth millions. It was evident he was corrupt, for where else could he have amassed such wealth? Did the emperor not suspect anything? Su Xiaoke lowered her gaze, gaining a deeper understanding of Jin mumming. It astonished her that he would rather be misunderstood by the entire world regarding his virility for her sake. Vetrius, phonetically rendered as St. Francisco, also known as San Francisco, is located in the northwest of California, serving as a midpoint along the coast of Augustine. It is the second largest port along the coast of Augustine, following the western financial hub, and boasts the highest population density in the region. Shortly thereafter, a young swordsman approached, bleary-eyed. Upon seeing Li Luo, he immediately perked up. Once again, Lin Anxiao struck out with renewed vigor towards Su Lan. Sensing the ferocity of the blow, deftly evaded, resulting in Lin Anxiao only grazing her. Wu Zhi, somewhat lost in reverie, yearned to romance Mr. Bai, feeling overwhelmed by the work plan before him. The PK competition commenced, and this time, Guya faced a male streamer. Before the match began, he appeared entranced by her, yet the contest concluded almost instantly, within less than a minute. While others flaunted their prowess in her home, aspiring to become its new master, she fretted over whether the absence of fine wine and delicacies for distant friends would be seen as a breach of etiquette. Such a feeble and cowardly nation led Shueguo to firmly believe it was teetering on the brink of historical obsolescence. Shen Quanbing felt reassured about his son, whose intellect was sound and temperament steady, though still in need of refinement, yet inherently possessed the aura of a great leader. He had always thrived in perilous times, and after a few years of peace, any remnants of his fierce spirit remained intact. Her visage was exquisitely sculpted, with a delicate nose and skin akin to creamy silk. Her cherry blossom-hued lips glimmering with a lustrous sheen, breathtakingly enchanting. I'm doomed. I'm utterly doomed. Mo Air felt all his strength dissipating, overwhelmed by the daunting opponent before him. I leisurely commanded my undead army, simultaneously unleashing powerful spells to strike down several formidable spellcasters among the ranks. One by one, they were eliminated. Occasionally, I would employ decree spells to banish a dragon or two, frequently turning the tide of battle in the skies. This entire realm, including the colossal world tree at its center, lay beneath the sapphire-blue canopy of the heavens. Linny, do you know who stand before you? A disciple of the temple coldly reminded him, pointing out that young Master Qin was one of the 7 holy sons of the sanctuary. Reluctantly, he assisted her to her feet and dragged her to the sofa. By chance, I overheard her murmuring to herself. Upon opening my eyes, I found Hu Lingwan teasing him, playfully stirring his armpit. King Baijialu glanced at the youth, still harboring some concern, yet ultimately remained silent, directing his gaze towards the mountain path outside. Chun Dingman and Wang Fashion had never seen Lin Yi's true visage, and upon witnessing the figure descending from the heavens, their faces displayed astonishment. It was indeed this young man who had cured Vice Governor Sun's terminal illness with just 2 pills, leaving many experts in awe. My greatest aversion lies in being threatened, particularly when my friends are used as leverage, Lin patiently explained to Qing Lian. I don't eat mooncakes. I consume you. Indeed, as my father had said, all powerful moves require time to charge. The longer the wait, the greater the impact. Bai Chuanxin finally awakened to this truth. Moreover, this card represented not wealth, but status, recognized by the Swiss bank. Arriving in ancient times, Yun Luo found her troubles multiplying. How to describe it? At that moment, she truly felt overwhelmed, longing for a savior. By afternoon, Meng Shui's spirits had improved, and we began preparations for the opening. Everything was set, and by around 4 o'clock, we had set the tables outside. San Wu gazed at the splintered tree trunk, puzzled. In his recollection, the power of firearms should not manifest in such a manner. Never mind, I'll have Fenger persuade him. If you don't marry, we won't either. We can just wait it out, and Meng Shui can be more comfortable, the glasses wearer chuckled. Two great deities, I implore you. Spare me. A chorus of pleas for mercy echoed. At that moment, the hall descended into chaos. After San Wu descended, he called upon Wang Kuei-hua and Li Dazhuang to slip away amidst the turmoil. Both bore smiles on their faces, appearing exceedingly amiable, yet when Haonan's gaze fell upon them, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Dong Chuan gradually approached the edge of the viewing platform. Seeing this, Gao Shun assumed he was reminding him to fulfill his task and was about to act again. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from within, growing increasingly closer until they halted at the door. Thus, Jiang Ke ruled out any connection to Leah. If that were the case, there would be no need for such stealth. Haha, we have no use for your son. Simply transfer the money, and upon receipt, we shall release him. A male voice sneered. Observing the drastic change in Lan Ruoxin's expression, Mo Duo immediately understood that the matter of the well had become a deep-seated issue for her. When a second brother sat down, Bai Bao casually tossed a pack of already opened cigarettes to him. Out of courtesy, Jiang Ke refrained from further using his phone, nodding while watching the projection image over 100 inches wide. Subsequently, everyone began to support one another in search of suitable shelter from the rain. Although the fire consumed much of the forest, it also unveiled some hidden caves. At this moment, Tang San was not envisioning the narrative. The celestial-grade, octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot had not been utilized for body refinement, and his physique could not compare to the resilience of the blue-silver grass in the original story. This set of techniques, though fundamental, concealed rare finesse and power. Had it merely been that Tang Sen had not found a suitable soul beast, Flinder likely would not have been so vexed. However, the issue remained that his direct disciple, the phoenix horse Hong Jun, also failed to encounter an appropriate soul beast. From his second day of his birth, Bai Li Fusuo was bereft of family, with no one to bestow upon him a name, make promises, or nurture his dreams. Previously, many legendary tales of the Maya Empire circulated throughout the land of Shenzhou, most of which were tied to the Maya ice peaks. This enigmatic realm did not solely harbor the true martial emperor as its deity. Regrettably, the remaining entities were ill-suited for combat. Due to the old man's suspicion that their company's secrets were known to Hui Yaoming, he had already changed his position, taking the money and fleeing. Shen Ruochu initially hesitated to join, but she was reluctant to leave Lin Tian and Su Bingrue alone together. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. It is no exaggeration to say that beneath the seemingly immovable facade of County Magistrate Zhu, he was inwardly filled with trepidation, akin to an abundance of goosebumps that he could not shake off. He suppressed his fear as he peered down the corridor, and he was not alone. Nearly everyone was fixated in that direction, silence enveloping the scene, rendering it eerily tranquil. Awakened from a deep slumber by a barrage of incessant phone calls, her morning irritability was exacerbated by a late night, leaving her in a state of agitation. Most travelers had opted for free accommodations that evening, resulting in a lackluster business for his inn. Although he had not directly attempted various positions, the moment he grasped the pair of puppets, Tuo Balai instinctively surmised that allowing her to take the initiative, rather than him exerting control, was likely the least harmful approach. Guiyin wiped the blood from her face with a towel and donned a set of comfortable attire, following closely behind her. Mr. Vald, it is time to proclaim the renown of the World Destroyer, he stated humbly, extending a respectful hand. Qin Yunling refrained from responding. Having noticed that Ouyang Qin had been elusive over the past 2 months and had taken to dressing more elaborately, indicative of being in love. Sister-in-law, I must ask, did you dine at the tavern with young Master Gu? Rong Qin Tian remarked with pride as she caught her mother's eye. As Xia turned towards the model department on the left, Qin Yin gazed at her retreating figure, his expression darkening. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder resounded from outside, illuminating the dim sky with serpentine flashes of silver lightning. On the battlefield, where Dongwang Tai and the ancestral shamans perished, Li Qiuxian summoned the chaos bell from the void, drawing it into his grasp with a deft motion. As he spoke, Li Mu, having changed his shoes, was pulled by Zhao Ziqiu to the sofa in the living room, where Zhao Xianliang greeted him warmly and invited him to sit opposite. When the Mars-class battleship appeared, the command hall erupted into chaos. Not only here, but across all projection screens of the Huagua fleet broadcasting the live feed, spectators were left in awe. Old Wang, bare-chested and seated at a long table, held a wine glass in one hand and a red plum-patterned handkerchief in the other, trembling as he glanced at the elderly matron seated across from him. Now that Wang Shuiying had safely appeared before him, he fervently wished for her to remain distant from the frontline dangers of the terrifying SARS virus, hoping she would encounter no mishaps. Observing the charred remains of an auto repair shop not far from the taxi company, the drivers exchanged sighs and began speculating amongst themselves. The Qinglong Hall and the headhunting gang were utterly baffled, quickly stepping forward to clarify that they were not responsible, refusing to bear the blame. After all, the celestial beings were celestial beings. Lu Zhongjun disdainfully glanced at the enormous blade brimming with terrifying energy, his left fingers deftly manipulating the fan in his right hand, emitting a flash of white light as he gently waved it toward the blade, releasing a foot-long white goose feather that shot forth. Are you not curious to know what transpired? I am prepared to begin my tale. Do you wish to hear it? The master inquired, tucking away a piece of white paper as he looked at me. Despite my efforts, I still failed to uncover the source of the sound, and it took considerable effort to finally discern that it emanated from beneath my feet. In truth, she longed to visit the hospital for confirmation, but harbored reservations. This sense of uncertainty regarding gains and losses left her bemused. How could this individual remain oblivious? If you wish to publicly display your affections, do so openly without hiding from us, she said. Calm yourself, classmate Plen, Yu said, personally assisting Odinyo E. Upon witnessing the latter's disheveled state, her expression darkened significantly. We shall discuss matters later, I said, pulling on Yin forward, continuing our path without pause, fully aware that we could not afford to stop. The sound of bells resonated throughout the city, rousing both the demons on the streets and those in seclusion. Suddenly, the hammer transformed into a massive size, and Li Daoran executed a sweeping motion, unleashing a powerful shockwave that obliterated all figures that had just appeared, reducing them to a mist of blood. Daoist, what is the Phantom King? Nangong Yong inquired respectfully, aware of Su Wan's affiliation with the Shura Palace. Of course, a little self-indulgence was permissible given the joyous circumstances. A subtle display of pride was still acceptable. Zhou Xiu'er plopped down onto the ground, her complexion paling as if everything she held dear might be stripped away in an instant. Thus, given the myriad of tasks at hand, allowing them to languish was a waste. They reasoned that it would be better to enlist some workers, enabling them to finish their planting sooner and simultaneously enhance the income of the laborers in the village, thereby improving the reputation of their son. The countless years spent in the realms of death and machinery yielded significant rewards, primarily the acquisition of over 30 quasi-emperors. Due to the slime adhering to the outer layer of pants, simply removing them would liberate her legs. Trees, towering several meters high, crashed down due to the immense explosive force utterly destroyed. Across the battlefield of the War of Heaven, projections emerged once more, revealing a human king struck by lightning. I do not bleed, and even if I did, I would not spatter it about. Not everyone is like you, prone to indiscriminate spraying, Hanyu muttered. At the moment when the eyeless stone faced Li Xiaoyin with a question, Li Xiaoyin immediately replied without hesitation, with lingering trepidation. Hun Sen took a long time to stabilize his vital energy. The sheer power was overwhelmingly terrifying. The unguarded relationship between Hua Duoer and Yuan Pylon meant that their interactions were casual, never suspecting others would doubt their connection. The breastplate had never been seen before. So Zhao Jun discarded it nonchalantly, as if it were the fabled sword of the gods falling to earth. If divine artifacts could descend to earth, why not to the demon realm? Perhaps the 10,000 evil demon emperor believed himself to be the rightful ruler. Indeed, there was little distinction. Your perception of difference stemmed only from not fully understanding the essence of the clan. Shin Hanlin remarked thoughtfully. To her surprise, Su Yunxiu, while at home, had gained such clear insight into her mother's affairs. Meanwhile, he arrogantly held his phone, seemingly engrossed in something, the corners of his lips curling into an elusive smile. Now, she had blossomed into a splendid beauty, like a vibrant sunflower. Why had she once appeared so wilted, like a withering soybean sprout? With white frost-like ice crystals resting on his eyelashes, she gently reached out to brush them away. Sherdong's face was filled with disbelief, his tone trembling as he spoke. Xiao Yuhang's father stared in shock at his son, the teacup in his hand clattering to the ground. Just as Li Ku felt a sense of doubt, he noticed that the movements of those around him had come to a halt, save for Nayali, who continued her usual activities. However, Nayali, with a startled expression, suddenly fled without uttering a word. Since that day, Lin Zahan and I have become like strangers, exchanging only the briefest of greetings without further conversation. This time, the steel plate was not merely dented, it was shattered into countless fragments. After breaking 10 plates in succession, Chu Xiu, having released the genetic lock, paused to catch his breath. My greatest regret now lies in binding myself to Su Jiwen for the sake of money. Had I chosen to be with Lu Yin earlier, with my intellect paired with Lu Yan's capabilities, not only would the villa in Yinshan have been within reach, but even one in the Appalachian Mountains would have been feasible. As the Longqiao tribe recovered from the exhilaration of the sports event and returned to their daily training and production routines, Austin began to gather his thoughts, preparing to complete a project that could significantly enhance the strength of the extraordinary beastmen. Observing Jiang Xiang serving food to others, Qianting pulled her down to sit beside her. Captain, their drills have concluded. This is the message they left us using die shells on the sea. The lieutenant entered the bridge, handing a stack of photographs to the captain. Suddenly, a vivid image of Bai Li Chuan stabbing himself under the ribs with a sharp blade flashed before Ling Dong's eyes, the two gaping wounds sending shivers down her spine. The area was filled with bones, and, striking it would be painful. Her bones would ache, and so will my hands. Yet, I smiled, wrapping a cloth around my fists. The battle within the chess formation had shifted dramatically in an instant. If this was not orchestrated by Mo, even Bai Chun would find it hard to believe. However, as I walked along, I sensed something amiss, for I am a person lacking in security, always wary of my surroundings. I had barely taken a few steps when I felt as if someone was trailing behind me. The old man sat on a stone bench, gazing into the distance, the rolling hills and vast forests stretching before him. From such a lofty perspective, one could feel an aspiration to embrace the world with a mighty spirit. I regarded the thunderous figure with disdain, yet he seemed oblivious to my gaze, perhaps due to the dimming light. Other fruits? Are there any fruits in the world besides apples? Adai discarded the last apple, now reduced to mush. Yang Yusin was at a loss, resorting to unleashing a thunderous clap that reverberated through the air as others descended the stone steps. I waited at the corridor's entrance for thunderous duh. Without the essential components, no one cared what kind of vehicle it was, as long as it was operable. Is there something here that obstructs you? Or is there something you must do that requires being in that specific place? The two forces collided, the white wind dissipating under the backlash, while the ice shield was merely reduced by half. Although I could not ascertain how tranquil the other party was when they departed, at present, the skeletal remains appeared quite volatile. The old tool lay languidly in a recliner, lazily waving his hand at Xiao Yi. Now everyone heed my command. Teresa retrieved a whistle from her pocket, placing it in her mouth, and blew sharply. The high-ranking officials departed the hall without exchanging whispers, boarding their vehicles to leave the 126th Division. A child born of nobility daring to ride atop his master. Wouldn't that mean Bao Yu must respectfully address him as brother? I entered the bedroom to gather the disheveled sheets and blankets, my gaze drawn to the large stain of blood, causing my eyes to redden. This was an uncontrollable special constitution that required unique cultivation methods for relief. Otherwise, violence would be the only remedy, which was why Ma Yun sought Ma Wuxuan. The Zhang family had no dealings with the Wuzhigong. Any matters concerning them typically went to the Wuxiang temple, whether for rituals or divination. But they had never visited the Wuzhigong. Gu Qingzhao sat beneath the camphor tree in the courtyard, reviewing the palace accounts, sunlight filtering through the leaves and blinding her eyes. The Bai family guards swiftly surrounded the carriage, and in the next moment, individuals leaped down from the rooftops flanking the street. In any case, what value could child, disregarded by the crown prince, hold upon birth? Elder brother is injured? Yuan Chang's first reaction was disbelief. Jiang Jun was the commander of the Imperial Guard and a great general, renowned for his martial prowess with few rivals in the capital. Armed with the Liuli sword gifted by Yuan Chang, even malevolent spirits could not harm him. How could he possibly be injured? Though I had the backing of the northern Ning prince's residence. Given the description, it seemed inseparable from the prime minister's residence. Holding Jiang Jun close, Li Huilin felt an unreal sensation, as if she might lose him at any moment, causing her to cling tightly, reluctant to let go. For now, she was obedient, but once she turned to and could run and jump, it would likely become troublesome. The Bai family said this with a sweet smile. This fellow was also a fool. While others donned black hoods, he chose to show off without one, resulting in his face being captured clearly. Li Huilin discreetly observed Jiang Yun. Unlike Jiang Junjing or Jiang Junyu, he bore a rugged countenance and a serious expression, a result of years of martial training and duty in the palace. Some soul techniques could unleash impact forces exceeding 100,000 pounds, but that did not mean a soul master could wield 100,000 pounds. The kinetic energy system differed. It represented a new framework for transforming the physical body. Furthermore, within the Western camp, it had become a widely known secret that he would be the next pope. The qualitative change in mental power and essence propelled the transformation of the spiritual soul ring, shifting from transparency to white, akin to a decade-old soul ring. In earnest, dark force and transformation force are fundamentally the same. Yet transformation force demands a higher level of control, requiring robust mental strength as support. "You've angered me," a booming voice echoed, terrifying energy flooding the area. Brilliant red light erupting from the ground. Previously, the Yi clan had utilized resources to seek out the first on the dragon list, hoping to have him take Yi Xingqian as a disciple. He intended to approach closer to observe what St. Paul was painting, but as he took a step forward, St. Paul lifted his head, locking eyes with his blood-red gaze, forcing Andre to suppress his curiosity. Su Meixian was unfamiliar with the term autism, having never encountered such a professional term before, but she was not a stranger to the symptoms described by Wenjian. Chief, have you seen the regional chat channel?" Tian Fenghua rushed over to inquire. The little mermaid had been kidnapped. The thought of directing the gun at that perpetually carefree face caused a pang of anguish in my heart. Linda unveiled the red cloth, revealing Shaline's severed head presented on an exquisite platter, wide-eyed and cursing, the expression shockingly intense. The continuous mountain range was cleared to create an open flatland. Fortunately, this was the lair of a 7th-tier magical beast, or no creature below that level would have survived. Everyone reveled in misfortune, observing Yi Xian's group, seemingly untouched by dust, indicating they were not ordinary individuals. Lin Xin perused the South African World Cup schedule, selecting some memorable matches while waiting quietly. Seeing the pitiful Buddha, Ruodi, how you felt a tug of compassion. He wished to assist Buddha Ruodi, but found himself helpless. Gu Suner nodded in agreement, silently sighing within. She had initially thought today would be a joyous reunion, only to encounter so many unexpected events. Although these practitioners of the art of incantation have vehemently criticized Ji Qianlong, the preconceived notions instilled by Ji Qianlong's remarks naturally lead us to question the validity of their arguments. Considering that they still need to visit the housing management center to rent a residence, Xing Taining bid farewell to a family. as they required time to settle in and tally their crystal cores. The current chairman of the Fortune Star Group, Lin Shui, candidly acknowledged this. Were it not for the presence of Ziji, the assortment of medicinal herbs in the basket, such as the yellow essence, would still be commendable, particularly those of considerable age and substantial size. Upon hearing this, Chengdu immediately grew tense, his thoughts consumed with concern for Chengdu's wound, disregarding his previous words. It was the latest model of the phone that Qin Yuyu had long coveted, a stunning sapphire blue, its pristine body yet to be adorned with a protective film or case. Pei Xiuqi awoke earlier than Yan Yi, but today he found himself reluctant to rise, content to lie in bed and gaze at her. The two servants, seeing that the young master had ceased to speak, merely restrained Jingyi, taking no further action. The middle-aged man, corpulent and bearing a grotesque visage, writhed on the ground like a repulsive maggot. Although everyone had passed the test, they were primarily children from impoverished backgrounds, unaccustomed to such scenes, each displaying expressions of astonishment. Su Jin felt that she had never truly understood Lian Jiyue, yet it was only 6 months later, when he helped her find Lu Hao, that she learned he was the leader of the base where Lu Hao was stationed. Unfortunately, before she could express her gratitude, she met her demise. Aiyu sighed in lamentation. Lin Feng, renowned as the defier of fate, not only survived but also released the Minyao clan, leaving her perplexed as to how he achieved such feats. Desiring death? Such a notion was inconceivable. Lin Feng grinned malevolently, producing a divine wooden needle to pierce the body of the illusionary fox, replenishing its life force so that it could acutely feel the torment of pain. At that moment, Cha-Cha completely forgot that upon their first meeting, she had already harbored a secret affection for Yunqing. The rumble of battle intensified, despite their grievous injuries. They fought recklessly, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake in a scene of utter devastation. Yu's feelings of grievance and tears pierced his heart like a sharp dagger. Had her pain from his recent neglect reached such depths that she no longer wished to love? Over the past days, his indifference had evidently inflicted considerable harm. Lu Bingbing, Han Xiao, and Hong Ling hurried over to aid them, assisting with their wounds. Chen Shui's complexion was as pale as paper. At that moment, despair washed over her as she gazed at the father before her. A long Lincoln stretched before them, with Michael reclining inside, casually crossing his legs while savoring a glass of red wine. Amidst the boisterous revelry of the Yuanguang army, a Qing descended slowly from the air, mounted on a spare war horse, turning the horse's head towards the Black Armored Army's encampment, with over 1,000 soldiers of the Black Armored Army trailing behind her. In the words of Gu Feiyong, this was to avoid excessive ostentation, and it also provided an opportunity for some cultivation along the way. Your Highness, Yun Shuang feigned panic. So what if Prince Yong is involved? For her, love must be fought for. Such threats are of little consequence. Besides, can a mere consort truly accomplish more than a queen? How laughable. Yu Jia stepped in front of AI Air, gently brushing aside AI Air's rain-soaked bangs with one hand, slowly caressing her face. However, upon closer examination, Bo Ye indeed possessed the confidence to speak such words, considering Bo Ye's age, having lived for several millennia. In reflecting on his experiences and identity as a divine wielder, his perspective was entirely fitting. Hu Han's eyes darted within their sockets. She was aware that the blood of the ancestral dragon was an exceedingly rare commodity across the divine dragon continent. Even half a drop was quite remarkable. And with the additional half drop gifted by her great-grandfather, she should possess a full drop of ancestral dragon blood, potentially allowing her to challenge the threshold of semi-divinity in mental prowess. Surprisingly, despite Xian's unkempt appearance, both the courtyard and the interior were impeccably tidy. Although these were trained pack horses, to slay them would be a lamentable waste. Yet, these horses were deeply poisoned, rendering them effectively useless. They could neither transport weapons nor plow the fields. Rather than allowing them to squander the limited resources of the base, it would be better to slaughter them for meat. However, I hadn't uttered a single word to her. I was merely waiting for you to inquire. Qing Ruifan detected something in her tone and recalled the lesson from the last time he had been openly rebuked by her, opting instead to divert the subject. Days later, Countless visible specks of spiritual light appeared high in the sky, each radiating vibrant colors, flickering in and out of visibility. Yet all contained the purest essence of the heavens and earth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The sounds of impact grew louder, heavy echoes resonating from various directions through the oppressive night air, each thud striking the hearts of those who heard it. In a life-and-death confrontation, there was no room for distraction. Zhang Yuebin noted Yin Qing's distracted demeanor and, in a fit of anger, struck out. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds of elders, Cassius's expression remained unperturbed, scarcely betraying a ripple of emotion. He raised his head slightly and coldly surveyed the hall, suddenly speaking. "Are you not afraid now? Previously, it was due to your constitution. Are you still unafraid now?" Lelina, seeing Xiong Qi momentarily at a loss, misinterpreted his silence as hesitation. Grasping his hand, she lamented, "Others have their boyfriends to accompany them shopping, yet you have never accompanied us." With that, tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over. She had a stomachache. I suggested she take some medicine, but she refused and then banged her head against the table. Li Jun wore an expression that clearly conveyed he had warned her, unfeelingly recounting the misunderstanding to the homeroom teacher. As for the incomplete parts, they likely remained unclear to them or were simply not meant for her knowledge. She did not hold it against them, knowing she could gradually improve in the future. Subsequently, Chang Ning consoled Jiang Shi for quite some time, making numerous promises to ensure she would diligently cultivate and seek his assistance in the future. Gradually, their spirits lifted, and Chang Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Qing sat somewhat forlornly in the spot recently vacated by Rong Yin, gazing at her weathered reflection in the bronze mirror. Indeed, she and Su Zige had hurried from the desert, appearing quite travel-worn, yet none could be blamed for that. It was merely a consequence of their travels through the desert. The onlooking students erupted in laughter upon witnessing the three in such disarray, their earlier restraint forgotten as they erupted into fits of mirth. That scoundrel deserved death, but her loathing was even greater for those who, while benefiting from the Zhou family's wealth, conspired with Cheng Yunhai to harm Zhou Xiao. Originally, the Mo clan had also been part of the second batch of high-dimensional soldiers under Old Xiao and the Four Directions clan. Now, seizing this opportunity, they might as well expedite the execution. Fortunately, her brilliance was confined by the barrier in the Dark Realm. Otherwise, the entire First Manor would have been reduced to ashes. All of this was perceived by Tang Zai's spirit of awareness, and he subtly raised his head, prompting Dark Tak to understand immediately. Upon entering the passage, Ling Zhodian discovered something resembling a train carriage. Noticing a considerable number of people entering through other entrances, he followed suit. The highest authorities, strictly speaking, could be divided into two categories. One comprised miracle wielders, representing not only supreme authority, but also invincible power. As everyone swayed to the rhythm of the pulsating music, their hearts raced in anticipation, fixated on the stage. Teacher Fu listened to her words, initially lost in reverie, but as the conversation progressed, he became increasingly perplexed. Hua Sheng clenched his teeth and let out a cold snort, his hands forming seals to absorb the arcs of lightning that struck him. "Who dares to call me sister? The youngest looks like a hideous serpent," Sun Tingna admonished bluntly. "Indeed, we shall exert our utmost efforts in this rectification," declared another capable man dressed in police uniform. She understood that even if she were to perish, her family would be unable to escape the clutches of Nailan Tianyu. In other words, unless Li Li confronted Emperor Hongji directly, further words would bear no weight. The lower battlefield was shrouded in darkness, whether it be zombies or ferocious beasts. All entities within the low-level war zone were enveloped in black, disintegrating into their most primal forms and dissipating into the air. YSNT, there is single vehicle. Ye looked around, seeing no glimmer of light, mustering her strength to continue fleeing. Meanwhile, Sunning noticed her husband's unusual demeanor, riding closer and leaping on Li Li's horse. "Master Yin, your benevolence is greatly appreciated." The venerable monk, half-lidded and seemingly half asleep, smiled warmly at Yin Shi. Nodding in evident satisfaction, before casting a glance at Yu Chan beside him, his aged eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance, yet he chose not to elaborate. Survivors gazed in awe at the 6 formidable figures navigating effortlessly through the endless tide of corpses, their eyes brimming with astonishment. In the children's area, an array of toys, clothing, and snacks awaited. Su Jintian stood up abruptly from the sofa, realizing that the bodyguards he had hired were not ordinary individuals, but experts sourced from around the globe. If they could not subdue Bai Ziyang, then the latter's power was unfathomable. The first recipient of the saint's rewards was a venerable elder. Having served in both the previous and current dynasties, a figure of significant seniority. Su Yi beckoned, and the 2 Chi Pao models promptly brought over the contract. Bai Ziyang glanced over it before signing his name, assured that the lawyers had meticulously vetted every word. There existed those who sought death, their hearts set on demise. And even if Bai Ziyang were to heal them, they would still meet their end. There was no choice. Bai Ziyang was merely safeguarding her. Should she choose to blame him for this incident, it would be utterly unreasonable. Initially believing that completing the task of exploring the Sky City would grant her access to the strongest swordsman through King Panure's channels. Yi Xin demonstrated an extraordinary diligence in both study and work, capturing attention. When these words escaped her lips, Madame Zhou's expression shifted immediately, her smile vanishing. Her gaze toward Nan Rongming now laced with scrutiny. Thoughts swirled fervently, becoming uncontrollable. Ling Yu lay on the couch, unable to find solace, her heart ablaze with unrest. Resolute, she donned her shoes and summoned a few maidens to play games and pass the time. Everything was ready except for the actors. Once they took their positions, filming could commence instantly. Bai Hong was renowned for his divination in the world of merfolk, although the reason remained unclear. The royal palace's fortune had drastically changed from what he had predicted days prior. The crowd beneath the arena finally noticed the existence of the flying sword and observed Lin Yu's performance with a mix of confusion, only a few displaying expressions of terror. During the wait, Qian Sangyi kept a close watch on the information exchange, but curiously, the platform seemed to be imposing restrictions on content, particularly regarding posts about the Black Truth. What do you desire? Surely not my life. Otherwise, you would have shot me already. Yu Yan's eyes glimmered as he sought a breakthrough. As for now, he was merely in the late stage of the innate realm, unable to even find a way to the divine mystery continent, let alone anything else. He still recalled the times spent with Section Chief U.S. family, occasionally visiting their home for a meal. However, the assailant's target was evidently Qian Jinping. Otherwise, with Lin Yu's innate sensitivity, he would have sensed any murderous intent before the strike. As Xiao Yu approached step by step, Chun Xianin bit her lip, her delicate form curling slightly. Yet her graceful posture radiated an alluring charm, captivating and enchanting. In midair, 1,000-meter-long azure dragon soared skyward, splitting the heavens and cleaving a vast gap. As the spiraling dragon stone blade was summoned by GMO, aimed at Emperor Fentian, Andre was somewhat incensed, throwing a punch toward Long Qing's face. But Long Qing deftly blocked it. Was he knowingly walking into danger? Often, I found it difficult to fully comprehend Xiao Yi, despite being outnumbered, and having a comfortable corner to retreat to, he still sought to alter the status quo. She could not believe the explanation Mu Shi provided for Lung Mu. From the beginning, she understood the essence of Mu Shi, a person willing to endure solitude for over a decade, accustomed to disparaging gazes and countless blows, capable of withstanding it all. How could he be so easily manipulated by others? The logistics park's access was heavily fortified, with Brother Dong and Xiong waiting at the entrance in 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles for an extended period. Chun Junmei pondered. Wu Qian's sentiments held merit. She could not allow Uncle Du Zhong to worry about her. Thus, she forcibly suppressed her anger. Mu Shui has no grievance with you, yet you repeatedly insult her. If Mu Shui were already in the Tai Ching realm, would you dare spout such words before her? What are you if not a bully? Wu Jini stated emphatically. Even living under the same roof, the moment the handsome man approached, Ziline's infatuation was undeniable. Initially, while searching for the best weight loss information for Jiayu Online, her fingers grew numb and her mind paused. Tianxiang's closeness rendered her breathless. However, the marks of this framing were too overt, easily washed away. Long Yin contemplated whether to call Fatty Qian to terminate the operation, but Qi Qingshua's call interrupted him. Where has the Grand Princess gone? Lung Mu was aware that the Grand Princess's destination was fundamentally inconsistent with her stated purpose. What could be so valuable in Yunhe that warranted her personal involvement in a diversionary tactic? Lung Mu remained perplexed. However, the following day, news arrived that the Japanese military had officially declared war on America, thus altering the trajectory of the entire conflict compared to the previous world. With World War II erupting 4 years ahead of schedule, Beidou, Lord Ji Tian, take this opportunity to eliminate that Virgil. Today, let the church receive a bloody lesson. Rachel was genuinely serious this time, hastily urging Beidou and Ji Tian to act. The military will arrive shortly to take us over. The higher-ups have reached an agreement with the military. All remaining equipment and spare parts of Angelica will be transferred to the military's life ship, allowing Angelica to persist. Lu Ye's tone carried a hint of resignation. All right, go over there and put on handcuffs. Once done, give me the key. From beginning to end. The elderly woman scarcely glanced at us, as if even a fleeting gaze upon the lowly servants might impair her vision. My goodness, this magician possesses quite the charisma. An old soldier, clad in military attire and appearing to be around 75, lamented from his seat in the audience. I shall invite the general. The Lady of Nine Heavens has commanded it, only requesting that I bring the general along with the queen. Whether he lives or dies, she did not specify, but I believe she wishes to see the general in good health. Yang Dingtian remarked with a faint smile. You need not be so reserved. I have heard your mother arrived yesterday. Does she seek something of importance? Compared to her respectful demeanor, Lu Bing had discovered a preference for her more audacious side. Hui Donglai could no longer contain his tears, bowing toward his parents before resolutely turning away. Wu Shi held some discontent regarding their following him. Even if they harbored intentions of visiting a brothel, they lacked the audacity to do so openly. While Su Xian and Yin Qixia battled fiercely against the Black Mountain Demon, they remained utterly silent. Initially intending to inquire, she refrained, recognizing it was a matter concerning her child. Thus, she could only rely on earthly forces to seek this individual. Yet most of the demons from Qingqiu Mountain were unable to endure. I truly cannot comprehend. I know not why grandfather would suddenly announce such a thing today. I was genuinely startled. Gao Manyun feigned innocence. Subsequently, she reverently placed the Imperial edict before the deity, at which point a dazzling radiance suddenly illuminated the paper of the Baibo Palace. I furrowed my brow, about to question whether he bore a grudge against Wu Gang, when the Heavenly Hound swiftly vanished, leaving me bewildered. I could not fathom the nature of their discord, which seemed to evoke such a fierce reaction from the Heavenly Hound, almost as if it were more vehement than hatred for the Nazis. The two children, somewhat intimidated by the cold demeanor of the 11th, gravitated toward the cheerful Yi Wei, who laughed heartily, exclaiming that the elder sister was indeed the kindest to heart. Despite this, Mo was quite satisfied after a lengthy ordeal, finally relishing a sumptuous meal that tempted her taste buds. However, Bai Nyangzi continued to consume the vegetarian dishes she had brought, accepting several of the vegetarian offerings from the table, which she also enjoyed, before pouring a cup of plum wine and pushing it toward Mo Wu Ming. You have frightened me to death these past few days. I truly feared you might never awaken. Lu Qingru softly sat beside Wu Ming, lifting a teacup from the table to feed him water, knowing he had been in a coma for several days without a drop to drink. Aisha's family, including Abdul, all crouched on the ground with their hands over their heads, even the crying children silenced by their mother's tight grips. The stormy weather posed a lethal threat to swordsmen. The inability to draw their swords meant their skills were reduced to a mere 40%, leaving them only capable of fleeing. Almost simultaneously as she clashed with the dark light, a beam of sword light shot from the right side of Doom Mountain, chilling and shimmering like frost and snow. Upon contact with the dark light, it instantly transformed, the sword body drawing back to form a mystifying angle that ultimately deflected the enigmatic black light aside. More importantly, the robust figure of Li Yingong, weighing over 160 pounds, pressed directly upon Xian's delicate frame. The members of the Ninth Gate, witnessing Lin Fei effortlessly eradicate the entirety of the Dark Clan, were filled with dread, none daring to confront him further. One elder from the ninth gate, summoning his courage, called out, "All right, Xiao, Qingru, you also seek the true fire, but remember not to stray too far." Xiao Yi instructed Xiao and the others. Bai Li Dangfeng Smilat finally, taking the teacup and leisurely sipping, seemingly disregarding both his opponent and everyone else around him. The wooden map lay upon the table. Leotikides glanced at Clothicades before solemnly stating, "Now that we have occupied Messenia, we are but a mountain away from Sparta, yet breaching its territory will not be an easy feat, however." It was evident that when these sword lights pierced the tide of vitality, they immediately felt as if sinking into a quagmire, accompanied by a swirling furnace of essence, leading to their collapse, even devouring and refining the strength within. The natural body rose from the earth into the void. Demonic energy surged like a storm, akin to an ancient true demon, surveying the night below with an aura of boundless menace. Yet, the city before the gazes of the masses appeared merely desolate and somewhat chilly, devoid of any signs of destruction. At this moment, Mo Lin had made a firm decision. Regardless of the cost, he must win Bai Li Dangfeng to his side. Just then, Bai Li Dangfeng was anxiously observing the main force ahead as they once again slowed their pace and came to a halt. In that instant, Emperor Gu Zhanting hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing the queen, Ru'er, it was as if she had found her anchor, immediately rushing into his embrace. After a brief exchange of words, both began to close their eyes for rest, for according to Malong, the land of chaos was exceptionally perilous and a necessary passage to reach the heavenly pool. Even should misfortune befall them, Lin Shun had the protection of the formidable Dugi Yun. However, considering the layout of Yunhai Mountain Manor and their understanding of Long Sha, it was indeed unwise to unmask their cards on enemy territory. Before the crude firewood stove, she exhibited no signs of disdain. Rather, she found it rather amusing and ended up with a face covered in soot. The news of Feng Jinglan undergoing the family head's trial spread throughout the Qinyan terrace overnight, prompting Murong Qing to rush over with Shun Yi upon hearing the news. "Rest assured, we all know you are dependable, so do not hesitate." Yun Tao could hardly contain his eagerness. She wished more than anything for this to be but a dream, yet each time she awakened, reality struck her anew. Indeed, while Long Xian's life was undeniably powerful, such a man also bore regrets, for he had never truly engaged in combat with the Ancient Ones. Throughout the years, he had diligently trained, yearning for a confrontation with that man. Could this aspiration truly remain unfulfilled? "Come fort," Yu Huan roared, a long blade materializing in his hand, emanating an aura and a chilling gleam from its blade, indicating its extraordinary quality, even if it did not reach the level of a spiritual treasure. It was not far from it. It was precisely because she did not care about Lu Xiao that she was all the more aware of who was absent at that moment. Tion and Sunny's conversation would certainly not escape Li Yimo's notice, especially since Pani was present before him. He had no time to ponder others. Who would have thought that Yang Bao, upon seeing Yang Dongsheng about to leave, rushed over, crying and clinging to Yang Dongsheng's leg? After witnessing this spectacle today, do you not feel rather disappointed? We appear to be flourishing, yet we are the ones most likely to attract envy. Over the past 2 years, the leadership had been striving to suppress us, and yet they pulled this stunt, effectively walking into the line of fire. The class leader raised his teacup, shaking his head. "Ian, help me curse him. Your mother, SB, are you playing summoning spells with me?" Qing Wei completely ignored the workers rushing out, turning to seize Sun Hao, who was grappling with Liang Ge, and knocked him down with 2 punches. On one side stood the Binhai Chamber of Commerce, while on the other were the 3 great families of Binhai. They dared not easily take sides, for doing so would surely offend the other party, even though the terms offered by the Binhai Chamber of Commerce were more favorable. At the same time, one could experience an omnipresent life energy that engendered all matters concerning life. At this moment, people would no longer exaggerate their accomplishments, thus embracing humility and quietly observing the grand transformation. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Dasha had lowered himself to come here, and not only that, he was clad in plain garments, clearly sincere in offering his condolences. Yet, this surge of emotion stirred the pain within me, causing my vital essence to surge forth, and I cannot suppress the outpouring of blood. Though I am reluctant to concede defeat, I must admit I have indeed lost, utterly and completely, for I am on the brink of death. This irrefutable truth forced a bitter smile from Tai Ding. The three holy immortals and the three celestials were aghast. This Ling Tian was truly terrifying, daring to toy with the flames of calamity, undeniably a person of divine destiny. Do you wish to attend the press conference? At first, Zenon was hesitant about the presence of the individual before him, but he deemed it inappropriate to conceal this matter from her. So he decided to inquire about her opinion. This aimless journey was arduous. Along the way, the three engaged in aimless chatter, discussing trivialities that, though seemingly inconsequential, alleviated the oppressive atmosphere, for otherwise they might go mad. The lines between friend and foe blurred, and a sense of tension gripped the man's heart. He struggled to mask his unease, feigning indifference. He could assure himself that since noticing the anomaly, he had scarcely laid eyes on this man more than thrice. Zhao Juechen scoffed. The punishment hall of my sect? You mean those rotund, incompetent elders? Forgive me, but I refuse to be compared with such wastrels. After the banquet concluded, the various demon kings departed, and it dawned upon Zhu Tai Lai that these demon lords were all proud beings, scarcely casting a glance in his direction. Zhao Juechen inquired with great interest. The data within the dark web was largely inaccessible to ordinary folk. Typically, hackers engaged in illicit transactions here, and the Taiji sect also conducted business within this realm. He furrowed his brow. Logically, his current physique should not respond in such a manner. Ever since he had sought a master in his past life, and practiced a technique known as the Ming Kong Fist, he had seldom fallen ill. Furthermore, his body's flexibility and reflexes were beyond those of a common person. Listening intently, Zhu Tai Lai took a deep breath, feeling at a loss for words. He even hesitated, contemplating whether to introduce Lingji to him. After all, it was one of the three sects, a colossal entity that governed the nation. How could it possibly arrive at the Taoist sect? A green light manifested around the body on the ground, and one could see beads of sweat trickling down Li Ro's forehead as she gritted her teeth to unleash her extraordinary ability. The gravely injured individual's body trembled violently, and suddenly, he spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, his breath extinguished. Simultaneously, a dark gray substance erupted from his face, hurtling towards Old Wu. Observing the scattered equipment on the ground, merely some priestly components, Lu Yinfeng did not even glance at them before tossing them directly to the three priests. Night rain, light dance, and drifting snow. Sigh. Alas, it is what it is. Since escape is not an option, the question of strength has become inconsequential. Luo Sahan was engulfed in boundless sorrow and disappointment, resigning herself to this reality as a means of self-comfort. After Lan Yuan escaped from the encirclement, other deities from Zio City began to converge slowly from all directions towards her. I concur with Chang Ji's proposal. Li Xiaoluan, the meeting's recorder, raised his head after jotting down the 10 points made by Chang Ning and took the lead in expressing his stance. The celestial bones of the 9 heavens Dao, Xian, still remained, yet the flesh upon them had withered, tightly adhering to the bones. 3,000 penetrating celestial light. Mingjing's expression grew solemn as he summoned the heavenly immortal mirror, immediately invoking the 3,000 penetrating celestial light. Brother, how can you say such a thing? The village chief's eldest son felt somewhat uncomfortable. The brothers had not seen each other for many years, and aside from their shared bloodline, they found no resemblance between them. After spending over 30 days setting up formations and talismans on his golden body, Qin Yang decided to visit the Tiangong merchant house in Wujin City to see what Zhao Qiuo had to say. The principal and coaches felt a secret delight. It was the first time they had witnessed officials from the Football Association suffer a setback, their faces long and mournful, especially the principal, who pretended to console Li Si while internally reveling in joy. Ding! System notification. Abyss Thunder Beast breaking the heavens has activated the skill Thunder Energy Shield. Players within a range of 30 yards cannot escape. Upon death, they will respawn at their location, continuing until all players within the range drop to level 5, at which point the shield is lifted and players reduced to level 5 are directly teleported out of the protective barrier. Having just perused the posts everyone shared, I found them to be remarkable and captivating. It was evident that everyone held great affection for this work. Yin also wore a smile. Having figured out Yi Guoxian's intentions without revealing his awareness, he simply awaited further developments. With a satisfied smirk, he murmured to himself before sweeping his hand to disperse the whirlwind. A fierce momentum, intertwined with the pressure of heaven and earth, surged forth. A formidable being at the breaking body realm could harness their power to fuse with the pressure of heaven and earth, using their aura to intimidate adversaries. However, due to the peculiar circumstances, Liang had applied for a month's leave from Jiangnan University. Accompanied by Zongzheng Xiao, over a dozen elite soldiers mobilized, all of whom were empowered individuals. Kong Rong recounted how Xia Fa fell from the city wall and regained his clarity of mind, single-handedly defeating dozens of pirates, prompting a flurry of discussions among the crowd. This rural girl, devoid of any connections or popularity, pursued her passion for music and dream of becoming a star, gradually rising from the preliminary rounds to the city competition, then advancing to the provincial level, ultimately reaching the finals. In truth, India is not the birthplace of Buddhism. The true origin is Nepal. Following the demise of Ashoka's dynasty, the decline of Buddhism became inevitable. Originally, for a foundational stage cultivator to solidify the liquid spiritual energy in their dantian into a solid golden core. It is akin to the condensation of water vapor into droplets in the clouds. Yesterday's sales were modest, merely double that of the previous 2 days combined. Yet today's sales have already doubled those of yesterday, clearly indicating that some individuals are becoming restless, Chun Lin remarked earnestly. However, the rules of the Golden Tower prohibit any form of conflict within its premises. Who possesses such clout to compel the Golden Tower to make an exception? Is this man jesting? Should this statement reach Ji Zixiu's ears, he would undoubtedly be furious and speechless. Moreover, I am genuinely curious about Ji Zixiu's expression upon hearing such words. It remains uncertain whether Haidu comprehended this, or perhaps he was intimidated by the mire. When Jian Ning was netting ducks, it closely followed her side, neither flapping nor frolicking in the grass. Though when Li Ye was injured, he had recovered somewhat and was not lacking in strength at present. As Shui Ran launched an attack, he could only defend himself, channeling the energies of the surroundings into a fist that struck out. As a great demon, one who had existed for countless years, how could he be wounded by Imperial might? With no real capabilities, did he dare to come here? A Xiao referred to Ji Zixiu, and many gazes turned towards him as he sipped his tea, nodding in apparent affirmation. Xiao Wanqing stayed for a brief moment before departing. While Ji Zixiu and Xiao Weiwan watched her retreating figure, the Black Sea abyss began to tremble violently, signaling an impending eruption. At this moment, young Master Su had unconsciously sprinted to the edge of the Black Sea abyss. He has come to a realization. Even if Li Xiao lacks gambling skills, his sheer luck is formidable enough to triumph over many foes. Behind your head, you possess only a few gold bars. Are you aware of the current gold prices? And purchasing a villa? Securing a car would be a more realistic aspiration, Yang Ling retorted sharply. However, this system has its pros and cons. In the eyes of genuine powerhouses within the universe, it is insignificant, even detrimental to one's cultivation endeavors. Wow, your acting is superb. I genuinely thought you were having a fit, unaware that you had consumed the antidote, Jin Tian remarked with sarcasm. To the onlookers, it was only apparent that Yi had reached out to block the Zhulong, allowing Yi Kuang to strike it down. Gue Taireng leaned back slightly, fingers interlocked, resting his head on his hands, his eyes half closed, appearing as comfortable as if lounging in bed. It was unclear how he managed this. His legs moved in a comically awkward manner as he whistled, disregarding Yang Ling entirely. Having reached this point, the elderly man with violet hair felt it insufficient. Thus, he bit his tongue lightly and, with a soft sound, expelled a mist of purple blood, which fell and merged into the enormous hand. Yet, Chu Yi's current objective was solely Jiaxing, and to avoid collateral damage, it would be more prudent to confront him alone at the city lord's mansion. As a result, Luo Qianqian and the others disregarded him entirely. Although Shanjin possessed a solid foundation in the seventh layer of internal energy, his presence became inconsequential in the company of the three ancient martial arts prodigies. It's over, Zhao thought, instinctively pulling Hong close while reaching out to draw Shui Ting into his embrace. Shishi, what are your plans regarding the company? Are you truly intent on acquiring that plot of land in the city center? Bai Bo glanced at the furrowed brows of Lung Qingxi, deducing she was troubled by work-related matters. Yifei had installed a game akin to Xie Mao's for her, while Xie Mao produced an energy crystal, inverted within a white jade ball, and connected it to Su Jin's phone, saying, "This is the energy source that supports virtual cultivation. Teach Su Jin how to use it." Perhaps this, too, was the intent of Emperor Ling. It was unnecessary for everyone to recognize His Highness Ling Wang. But General Gu Yuansheng and his ilk should certainly be familiar with him, whether it be Ling Tianqi or Gu Yuansheng. There must be a connection between them that cannot be severed. However, burdened with his own thoughts, he did not contemplate further, yet the individual opposite him narrowed his pupils, staring intently at his departing figure multiple times. After saying this, he continued to watch Ouyang Qingquang's face, fearing he might miss even the slightest expression. The exquisite surroundings and rare marvels allowed Lung Qingxi to momentarily forget all her worries. With sheer determination, Ling Qianjun single-handedly toppled 10 high-level martial artists, replanting the waning tree of the Martial Arts Bureau deep into the soil. Elder Wu, as a high-ranking Taoist elder, if you choose to seclude yourself, does that not risk the collapse of the entire Hunyuan sect? Yun Zhongfu inquired. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhong Yong displayed a look of delight, while Hua Xian wore a discontented expression, and Ru Xian's face revealed a clear sense of disappointment, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Hand in hand, they proceeded to the Qingxiu Pavilion. Here, no one discriminated against them. Most around were merely servant disciples. Although the cave master Yen Hua appeared aloof, he treated them well. Not every belated remark is useless. At the very least, one can discern sincerity, and one can sense the underlying remorse and care. At times, this becomes a source of great joy. Aji, things haven't been peaceful in Linen City lately, Qing Ruifan remarked, observing Murong Ji's long, fair hands, perfectly manicured, with calluses overlooked, making her hands nearly flawless. Li Qingfeng found a spot, gestured invitingly, and glanced at Emozun, signaling them to take a seat. Fan Yi, I have something to tell you, Brother Wang said, his demeanor shifting from earlier excitement as he turned to Liao Fan. Our world is indeed fascinating. Why? Because it is filled with misunderstandings between people, and it is these misunderstandings that make the world vibrant. Thus we too become vibrant, Lan Yuming expressed. Zissou, the Lord truly understands me. It will be difficult to deceive you in the future, she replied, immersing herself in arranging the room. However, the unique trait of the ghost bat is death and division. The black soot did not dissipate with the wind. As they drifted away from the dragon flame, pairs of crimson eyes reappeared upon them, transforming into brand new ghost bats, continuing their assault on the dragon god's body. Let us get down to business. Is there anything else? Liao Fan voiced his disinterest in whom Hua Yuanliang had saved, his primary concern being the situation in Wuhan. Li Mu had oversimplified matters. However, this world often requires adaptability. Had it been before, Chan Fan would not have possessed such confidence, but with the aid of his clairvoyance, the process of dissolving the medicinal powder became increasingly precise. When he initially defeated the monk Plun, it had taken immense effort, and he had only narrowly triumphed. Chan Fan grew increasingly curious. His consciousness quietly extended, and suddenly he glanced towards the back mountain, stealthily concealing himself among the trees. Zhang Jun's elder sister conveyed a similar sentiment, subtly warning Zhang Jun to steer clear of Qin Weishue and associate more with Li Yang. Even Qin Weishue's parents advised him to befriend Li Yang. She paid no mind to the Qinglong manor. While it might be decent, it paled in comparison to the ancient architecture of the Bailey family, falling short in stature. The relentless tasks left her with only her own weariness and fatigue as moments of respite. Upon reflecting on all this, The previously lingering sense of jealousy within Yu Wuyin vanished entirely, the remaining discontent dissolving into tenderness. Guided by true energy, the initial fusion proceeded smoothly. However, when clusters of medicinal pellets formed into a spherical shape, the true essence within the alchemical furnace seemed to be drawn in by an immense force, absorbed by the elixir. Witnessing Ma Xiaoyan endure excruciating pain, Sun Damu approached at that moment. Indeed, Yang Min mused, her eyes glimmering with realization. Lin Feng exuded an aura of profound mystery. Yet, she had not anticipated that these individuals possessed such capabilities, capable of snatching people from Ling Chaomo's grasp. The surge of spiritual power caused the sea's surface to roil restlessly. One among them was evidently more formidable. Not only did he hold the upper hand, but even the spirit he summoned did as well. Nevertheless, based on the historical trajectory of the previous life, despite the peril, this group of drug lords would ultimately be subdued by the police and military, leaving them unscathed. The director gazed into the distance, pondering his wife, who was unknown to him, his handsome yet cold face marred by sorrow. In that moment, the onlookers no longer held disdain or mockery in their eyes. As they beheld Lin Hao approaching like a sovereign, they instinctively took a step back. Simultaneously, speculation about Lin Hao blossomed in the hearts of all. Noting her silence, while Lin Yuan set aside his thoughts, he reached out to caress Shi Lingyi's face, only to have her evade him. Eventually, they drove to the hotel parking lot where Nanshi resided. Throughout the journey, GMO Chun had not uttered a single word. As the car halted and the engine silenced, Nanshi glanced at GMO Chun once more before preparing to exit. Gong Jin understood that Shi Lingyi would not easily go back on her word. Unless something significant occurred, she would not leave without informing anyone. It is well known that as one ascends in rank, the defensive capabilities of their equipment vastly improve, along with skills such as damage reduction. In the garden, winter melons thrived, with 7 melons hanging from a single vine, each boasting a thin skin and thick flesh. If transformed into a winter melon and pork rib soup, the flavor would be simply exquisite. Qin Shun found himself momentarily speechless, squeezing his hands together in a gesture of affection, feeling a sense of bewilderment he had never experienced before. Dongsheng City, though termed a city, is in fact an expansive region characterized by endless mountains, forests, and urban settlements. Yi Tian seized the opportunity to hone his skills in this celestial demon avatar, intending to master the power it bestowed. A man emitted a sound as he placed the corpse of a one-eyed tiger before Lei Run, flicking its tail as if seeking commendation. We no longer need the lingerie. Just prepare the undergarments, Zhang Shuei remarked, unwilling to disclose her measurements to a stranger. The bathroom acoustics were quite effective, coupled with the sound of running water, ensuring that Shang Yueyin had not heard Lei Ren's call. Currently, Lu Yi merely assisted in medicinal alchemy, a task well within his capabilities. He only needed to grasp the steps and precautions involved in the process. She stretched languidly, stepping out of bed, only to discover a faint layer of oily black substance clinging to her skin. Curiously, she mused to herself, "What is this? I thought I had bathed already. Why am I still so dirty?" Perplexed, she resolved to re-enter the bathroom. How does he know? Shang Yueyin pondered, believing Lei Ren should not be aware of it unless Shang Yueyin had informed him. Her heartfelt and earnest chatter, combined with her worried expression, especially in such an affectionate tone, momentarily reminded Lu Qingrong of Yin Pingru. Were it not for the fact that Yu City was a necessary route to Wushan town, Chun Fan would have considered postponing the delivery. After a brief standoff, noticing the chilling light in Lu Yi's vertical pupils, I nearly believed she would lash out at me. Having spoken, Zhang De truly took the clothes and headed outside, casting Chun Fan a knowing glance, his gaze lingering on Mei, Rose, and Sun Xiaomei. However, before Rose could finish her sentence, the suited man suddenly produced a steak knife, drawing it menacingly towards her neck. Then it raised its hefty body, lifting 3 heads high into the air, coldly observing Yun Fei. Chun Fan's voice reached Rose's ears, causing her body to tense as she realized his audacity. Sitting beside her with an arm around her slender waist, Jiang Tian was in seclusion, Once he broke through, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. Mei Chongfeng's strength was unremarkable. What could his seclusion possibly achieve? What right did he have? Was his cultivation transcendent? He was merely an ordinary first-stage venerable, lacking formidable strength. Under such circumstances, it was now time for the common folk to rise against the authorities. Su Jiang lamented, feeling creatively spent. Inner disciples belonged to the elite, capable of cultivating to high-grade and top-grade techniques and battle skills, with opportunities to receive guidance from elders of the battle spirit realm or even become their disciples. In a moment, the server who had just delivered the dishes arrived from another elevator, approaching Gong Xie and presenting him with a room card. The speed of Chu Chun and his companions showed no signs of slowing, as such low-level zombies were unworthy of obstructing their path. Following the grand wedding of the Gong family, the commercial union between the Si and Song families was also set to hold a significant ceremony, with media announcing the wedding date for the 8th of this month. All the talk of being aloof, principled, and dignified amounted to nothing more than adorning Xiao Qiong with an extravagant metaphorical hat. Yuan Hong mentioned that anyone who encountered him during these 2 rounds of competition could later request a favor from him. The theme of promoting positive energy remained fervently discussed, and the written piece was bound to spark phenomenal societal discourse. With a swift motion, a spiritual knife appeared in Amazon's hand, and with a gentle wave, it emitted a resonant hum. "Madam, look, Prince Jean has arrived." A maid's excited voice shattered the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Tang Chunxing understood that Jilly was currently blinded by hatred and could not absorb anyone else's words. However, she worried that Jilly might not only fail to stir up trouble at the Northern Mountain Mineral Group, but could also end up gravely injured. Yet, if she were not allowed to vent her frustrations, she might suffer even more. With 7 minutes and 44 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Mitchell skillfully broke through Mill's defense, forcefully charging towards the basket. Chu Yang immediately leaped in an attempt to thwart Mitchell's offensive. Barkley, Wuniu, and Kenny Smith all exclaimed that this was the most thrilling all-star game in a decade, contrasting sharply with previous editions that resembled street-style basketball rather than a true contest. Just as the man in black had previously mentioned, only when I was enraged would the fire mirror return to its normal state. Across social media, news outlets, television, and newspapers, Constantine's mocking headlines inundated the public. Why had Liang Yuru, who was capable of bearing children, only given birth to Jean Hong over the years? The root cause lay in her lover, who, for various reasons, abandoned her after their secret conception. Having said only this much, Ouyang foam covered his swollen face, battered by the fat man, and walked towards the still unconscious Ouyang Xiong and others. This year, the mushroom strains were provided free of charge by the Agricultural Science Institute, and it was previously agreed that 60 of the year's income would be submitted to ensure the ongoing research and large-scale planting for next year. Buska. Before Wang Jin could utter a word, Nyogo entered, placing the food on the table and nodding at Chu, who before exiting. "Lord Demon, did you not say you were seeking a place to break through?" Xiongqi recalled something and spoke up. Below, a multitude of thriving plants flourished, among them numerous rare medicinal herbs, especially along the cave's edge, where numerous vine-like plants covered the entire wall. "What should we do? Wait here?" After witnessing Wang Zhu's tragic demise, Izoming's legs trembled as she observed the indifferent senior student beside her, feeling both anger and anxiety. The reason Cyprus was swayed to join the Xiangyao Empire was the foresight of its future development. Their choice was akin to placing a bet on the empire's strength and the invincibility of Lao Jiao. Lao Jiao understood that he needed his subordinates to escape. Facing Lao Jiao, adorned in divine gear and with insurmountable level suppression, few genuine artifacts posed any threat to him. If the battle continued, these individuals risked annihilation. It was impossible for their relationship to become intimate, and it would only complicate matters further. He gazed deeply at Chen Shui, noting her unchanged expression, which dismayed him. In a dream, an elderly figure with white hair and youthful features appeared, clad in flowing robes and radiating an ethereal aura. The elder expressed profound gratitude before gifting him peach. Famished, he did not hesitate to consume it, and upon awakening, he discovered changes within his body. "Could it be that you were mistaken?" Gout Jinyu stared intently ahead with his bell-like eyes, yet saw nothing in sight. The words from the pet wife account brought a profound sense of tranquility to Song Lianzhou's heart. Coupled with the protection he received last time from the pet wife account, he felt a burgeoning sense of certainty within him. If glances could wield lethal force, Song Lianzhou was certain that he would be metaphorically sliced to pieces by Yu Meng's penetrating gaze at this very moment. Upon encountering the palace master, Yang Yu gained invaluable insights, akin to discovering a treasure. This would undoubtedly bolster his future cultivation. Amidst the rapid reddening of Qingming's face, Jianxin could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter, soon joined by Yin Shi and the others, who could no longer suppress their mirth either. As the two factions faced off, Su Qing, although enveloped in the radiant light of the Jade Crown, felt an increasingly oppressive force bearing down upon him. His body felt as though it were being crushed and torn apart. Agony etched across his features as beads of sweat the size of peas emerged from his forehead. Teetering on the brink of despair, Jie Ziwei's handsome visage transformed into an unyielding glacier, devoid of any semblance of a smile. With a muffled thud, Su Kei's form flickered momentarily, and in an instant, he appeared at the gate of Tiansha City. He had meticulously prepared for every subsequent plan, merely awaiting Ning Xiao to unwittingly deliver himself to his demise, thereby enabling the successful acquisition of the ice flame. The crescent moon's sky charged flame. A mere spark ignited by the sword's wind swelled into a conflagration, resulting in a sword energy that was no longer merely violet, but now soared forth adorned with burning purple flames, directly striking towards the source of the shattered sound. Those who could gain entry were all undoubtedly exceptional talents. However, prodigies like Lu Meng were indeed rare. One should not assume that merely entering a sect would guarantee becoming an inner or outer disciple. There exists a 3-year apprenticeship period to assess a disciple's loyalty and aptitude. The Gu family's villa, though modest in size and unremarkable in appearance, exudes elegance within. The exquisite 2-story structure features a spacious living room adjacent to a spiral staircase. The first floor comprises the grand living area, kitchen, dining room, and a collection room, while the second floor naturally accommodates the sitting room and guest rooms, along with a gym. A fissure resembling a canyon began to form on the mountain peak, accompanied by a cacophony as stones tumbled down, leaving behind a vast chasm. The facial features of the monkeys, despite their evolutionary proximity to humans, could never rival the exquisite intricacy of human features. The yacht she prepared was presumed to be for them. Have you looked in the mirror? What do you resemble? Once, I did not believe in the capriciousness of fate, but now I do. This should be my first and last attempt to communicate with you in the second person. Meng Yao's countenance darkened, and Ming Chen's expression mirrored her grimness, emanating an aura reminiscent of impending violence. "Anchor, save him!" Tony exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He had heard from Rotom that shrapnel had pierced the heart post explosion. "What's this? Not paying for the ride?" The taxi driver scoffed. "Huanglong Group, such a prominent Nine Princess. And you want to pay for a ride?" Sun Yuan Hang and the others were not mistaken. Jiang Ling had indeed exerted all his strength in that last maneuver. Yet his cultivation remained at the transformation stage, rendering his energy insufficient to shake Sun Yuan Hang. The red and blue high heels accentuated her long, toned legs. Due to the scant fabric of her attire, her slender waist was evident, exuding a palpable vitality of youth, a warmth that enveloped all who beheld her. Her parents were now entirely at the mercy of the Zhang family, their fates resting in their hands. No wonder Zhang Tianya had sent a video demanding that Eugene marry Zhang Xiao. The development of high technology will inevitably lead to artificial intelligence. Yet such intelligence is difficult to control. Once machines begin to think, it marks the onset of humanity's calamity. Tian Chu was startled and glanced around, realizing the place, indeed, bore the aura of the demonic wasteland, mirroring his own malevolence. Having completed the assessment of the military personnel, it is often said that a single soldier reflects the caliber of his commander. Su Ruifeng naturally emerged victorious by a significant margin. In response, Hallett merely shrugged, gesturing at Luffy and then at the elder, leading both to comprehend Hallett's intent. The Dragon Vein's binding is peerless. Yet, this temple, contrary to the laws of feng shui, has persevered for over a century. With a resonant clang, Illidan drew his twin blades, prepared for battle. As the ranks of mortals were cleaved asunder by the arrival of formidable demons, evidently not of the lower echelon, remain seated and refrain from running about. Should you fall, I cannot come to your aid. Sister Ro will not be here today, so behave and do not cause trouble. Ningin Gatvisit. At present, his cultivation was insufficient for infant refinement, for he had yet to discover the path to it. Regardless, Basil was momentarily dazed from the impact, plummeting downward. As he spoke, Mordred's form gradually transformed into golden light, slowly vanishing before the incredulous gaze of the king. This avenger, the harbinger of Britain's downfall, has perished? He had yet to face retribution for the chaos he unleashed, and she had not fulfilled her paternal obligations. How could she meet her end in such a manner? Regardless of whether you can locate that item, you must fulfill your promise to me, a voice echoed, belonging to the beast tamer, whose speech was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. The envoy from the 800 clans of Tiandong? What manner of envoy is that? When did they depart from Tiandong? Will they arrive in the city today? Perhaps they were lovers. The murderer procured a dress favored by the deceased, presenting it to her on the 1503, which delighted her. As she tried on, the killer seized the opportunity to strike fatally. King Gong remarked. Nonetheless, their practical experience with battle formations was ultimately their first, leading to some errors. It is not as simple as claiming there would be no mistakes. Under Lin Zetien's scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Huairan felt a wave of anxiety, sensing his secrets laid bare. Jiang Huairan steadied himself and nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting. To express their sincerity and the importance they placed on Yi Xiao, nearly everyone acquainted with him came forth to welcome him. In the next moment, the red butterfly spirit unfurled its wings, transforming into a streak of light that surged into the tricolor vortex within Su Yang. Sister Mei remained skeptical, turning to glance at Lu Bing. However, upon seeing Lu Bing's bashful demeanor and Yan Yan's smiling expression, she was convinced, though it was simply too astonishing. The vehicle belonging to the company seemed to refuse to start upon exiting, necessitating a call to the 4S shop for assistance, causing delays. Today, the police had made an appearance, perhaps an omen of misfortune. Xiao Guiqing mumbled as he entered. Mystic Flower, the weight of Mount Tai bears down. A yin called out urgently to the wind speed dog, rushing towards Mystic Flower. CMI glared at Zhou Tian on the arena, filled with resentment, and asked this time, "My opponent is Ling Er, so I forfeited due to my injuries." Upon hearing Chu Zongrong's words, Baili Luo Hua's eyes widened in shock, a feeling of indescribable dread washing over her. Engaging in such acts so early in the morning, you are utterly shameless. Following the commands of the first agent, Cynthia arrived to escort Long Ci to meet the president, conducting a comprehensive security check, and with her authority, she had the ability to unlock the door directly. Damn, Shadow. You're quite sinister, aren't you? I look forward to seeing who kills whom first, Ouyang Ju replied, immediately shedding his languid demeanor, adopting a serious tone as he addressed me. Madam, and commanded them to disperse and summon Lady Dao, insisting that she uncover the perpetrator without mercy. The matriarch had only spoken a few words when a violent cough seized her. The method of meditation requires the consumption of both mental and physical energy, rendering the time available for such practice each day exceedingly limited. The elder brothers waited patiently as the steward observed the dejected expressions of everyone except the Bear City Special Forces, feeling as if the sky had suddenly dimmed. Lan Rongyue fully comprehended the terror of a famished wolf, particularly one that had never been sated and had been starved for an extended period. Father. Liang Shanyuan gazed at the person before him, his expression transforming from shock to joy as he rushed forward to embrace Liang Ziyuan tightly. Thus, even Bai Yulong was engaged in erecting fortifications rather than incessantly demolishing buildings. Su Wanting had never imagined herself an actress, but now, confronted with an opportunity, she found herself hesitating. Fortunately, Zhu Yan's poor dental condition prevented him from consuming raw food, necessitating that all the blood meals he acquired be cooked by the gorillas, thus sparing Wang's squid from peril. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he would have been killed and devoured without delay, saving a great deal of trouble. The yin-yang principles within the yin-yang well were not merely about mutual generation and restraint. Instead, they were intricately arranged and entwined, clearly manifesting the orderly expression of the grand rules. Wang Qingyun, disregarding the sweat beading on her forehead, dashed into the waiting room, taking in the sight of a throng of people, with a long line waiting to enter the station. The train was set to depart in 15 minutes, and the repeated announcements only heightened her anxiety. Suddenly, dozens of shadows surged through the main gate, catching several unsuspecting cultivators off guard, resulting in instant dismemberment. I fear that Ain might despise me. The score was 4 o'clock, an overwhelming lead, and the match was played with remarkable ease. Surang, Adebayor, Henry, and Van Persie took turns on the field, each scoring a goal, merrily boarding the bus home. Good morning. Your warrant has been revoked. The Grim Reaper, draped in a black cloak with a formidable scythe in hand, spoke with an unperturbed demeanor. Very well, thank you. With that, Zhao Wuyo rose, removed his shoes and socks, and lay down asleep. Zhao Shixian smiled confidently, casting a provocative glance at Master Yin before casting his fishing line once more into the same spot. Just as the astonishment within the attacking warrior's heart had not yet fully subsided, Chun Ye's subsequent, piercing strike, skill again evoked surprise, and the compounded astonishment culminated in a psychological shock, leading to a bizarre assessment hurled towards Chun Ye's head. However, the captain of Real Madrid deftly pulled the ball away, evading Woodgate before pushing it forward with his left foot. This software, a culmination of nearly a month's work from the company's core technical team, was on the brink of completion, requiring only one final patch to achieve success. Coughing, the gap in realms proved not easily surmountable. That last action nearly cost him his life, a dangerous game to play, given that one only has a single life. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Qingfeng felt a twinge of fear. In the military camp's command tent, Qingfeng excitedly patted and embraced the rookie, nearly kissing him in joy. He surmised that Lu Nu had survived, thus leaping from the cliff, spotting Lu Nu landing safely and dashing down the mountain, prompting him to pursue with lightness. Seal. The blood talisman expanded, resembling a spider's web as it descended upon the ancient celestial lion. Clearly, Grandpa Tianfeng was intent on making a grand spectacle. Listening to his inexplicably excited words, Yu Chengfeng felt a flicker of doubt. Was he boldly entering a den of tigers? To boldly intrude upon another's territory, intending to wreak havoc and incinerate their domain, was akin to plucking teeth from a lion, a foolhardy endeavor. Before departing, to enhance realism, Li Ran divided his forces to feign disarray after the chaos of battle, heading in various directions. Upon observing the terrain here, he understood the origin of the last line of defense. Zongzheng Xiao stared at himself in mild disbelief. Why was this person so astonished? The immortal elder concurred, and as he spoke, a radiant aura emanated from him, transforming into a peach tree, and moments later, into an elder clad in peach-colored attire. Barring any unexpected turns, the final serpent would indeed be the king serpent, astonishingly reigning over numerous others, a true marvel, as Sun Minkai reflected. The new villa complex comprised 6 buildings in a row, totaling 23 rows, with 106 already occupied, while the remainder was designated for fishing grounds or incubation bases. Sheng Xiao was aware of this matter, as it involved Qingjinjin. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but Sheng Kai unexpectedly arrived. To avoid being targeted during potential backlash, Li Sun severed all control over the blood spirit feather array, making it difficult to explain how, at that moment, the indomitable blood spirit feather sword was unexpectedly launched into the sky. Qiong's flamboyant personality resurfaced, her eyes gleaming like the moon, imbued with the depth of autumn waters, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. When a master of the True One sect engaged, the instantaneous fluctuations of vital energy and the occasional misalignment of heavy strikes were perilous, leaving room for unforeseen accidents. While driving, Zheng Xuetra noticed Wu Kai calling for a long time without seeing Zhui Xiaoyang awaken. Seizing an opportunity with pedestrians ahead, he honked the horn. The dragon crystal was enveloped precisely within Duo Yuo's brain. The head of Duoluo began to take shape, coinciding with the essence of the heart-seizing demon larva. This was virtually conclusive evidence that the blood of the peach blossom had been stolen. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the faces of all present. Since that night, I departed from him. I have not seen him again, nor could I gather any news about him afterward. Mingjiu truly proved formidable, managing to sever the perpetrator in two right under the watchful eye of the old man of the heavens, obliterating both spirit and form. I do not wish to ask a third time, what business does the second young master of the Yun family have with me? Shen Hao coldly inquired, disregarding Elder Yue's surprise. He had harbored concerns prior to the operation and had specifically consulted his brother, who had assured him he had a plan, leading him to believe arrangements were in place. Wang Heng and others behind Su Chun craned their necks, awaiting Brother Hongshi's explanation. I could take the last one out, Griffith. You handle the one in the middle. Galadriel removed her longbow and nodded resolutely. As foretold, the white god wielded unfathomable power to annihilate the Maya and Tlaxcalans, who rode fearsome beasts, effortlessly slaying warriors with thunder and flame. I believe, Your Majesty. Regarding the previous incident, the driver assured me he would keep his mouth shut. Besides, he has been imprisoned for over half a year. Another 6 months will see him released. He would have to be foolish to speak out, and he will surely maintain his silence. Otherwise, what began as unlawful driving would escalate to murder. As a result, Mugo did not return the ribbon, but hurriedly gathered the Muzi flag, setting off with supplies. They would march northward for 20 kilometers, tracing the movements of the resistance to investigate the mysterious lake. Yet, even so, the two played a significant role. What if they had their favored weapons in hand? Later, they collaborated, and over time, a certain camaraderie developed. Although they were not friends, their cooperative relationship was quite amicable. Moreover, most individuals were not limited to just 1 or 2 projects, but rather had several, with some being busier and more industrious, having completed over a dozen. However, he was reluctant to let a seductive vixen drain him dry before embarking on a perilous mission. Upon seeing the alluring figure of Qing Hong, the first thought that crossed Mu Ji's mind was that he would need at least 4 kidneys to barely survive a single night. It was uncertain whether the same regulations applied in the Sky Island currently undergone Fu's regime. After ascending several thousand meters, the temperature dropped only a couple of degrees, which had little impact on the overall sensation. The 2 cotton coats purchased at a high price in Alabasta were rendered utterly wasteful. Gazing at the nearby, floating island, which housed millions of survivors, many of whom were elite individuals from the Origin Star, he revealed a sinister smile. The AM in his hand discharged magnum bullets, releasing his pent-up fury towards EC. Just 2 years after its construction, the Westfalen Stadion hosted the 1974 World Cup, although subsequent semifinals and finals were not held at this venue. The pride of hosting a World Cup as a newly built stadium was undeniable. Hee, don't be sad, Pangabanner. Didn't you just say you were going to be reincarnated? Perhaps you can avoid a disaster. A hint of a smile returned to the face of the Bodhi saint, though a serious undertone lingered in his eyes. Xiao Mingqing had mentioned that Shui Ying was rescued from the water by his father, making Xiao Leoi her savior. Wang Dachui shook his head. This old dog had grown up alongside him, and despite his hardened heart, he could not bear to part with it. Now, the black-scaled Jiao dragon had exhausted all its life force, prompting the emergence of the skeletal remains of the kingly beast, which began to regain some vitality. Wang Yong, I acknowledge my transgressions. You may turn me over to the authorities. If you inflict harm upon me, you too will be committing a crime. Additionally, your extortion of 1 million from me is sufficient for a conviction. Think carefully. Wu Ji, with his rear end raised, lay there, speaking in a hurried and anxious tone. If it had been the old Hoffenheim, they would have had some means of defense. Furthermore, with Rangnick being an academic coach, he possessed considerable tactical acumen to devise strategies against their opponents. Sensing the emergence of an overwhelming adversary, the injured wasps scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions. Tong Ran smirked subtly, elegantly fanning herself, her piercing gaze fixed on her inevitable triumph. The winter of a decade ago remained vividly etched in his memory. It was an exceptionally cold season, one that left an indelible impression. This state in the physical refinement process was referred to as the golden body. Only through the meticulous honing of the flesh to perfection could such a condition arise. Yi Yongyao had yet to be found, legally classified as missing. His position as a general was temporarily assumed by the Minister of the Air Force, Tang Kaiyu. I typically selected tasks involving international travel, and as long as his death remained unconfirmed, I would never give up. At this moment, the cacophony subsided, and the majority of the crowd shifted from initial hesitance to eager anticipation. In front of a full audience, including Tang Kaiyu, Nua Aiwei was filled with indignation. Her beautiful face flushed with anger, tears brimming in her eyes. Hua Yi's demise was expedited, yet she seemed to have grown stronger. Ji Ruxue recalled that in Luo Yingshue's memories, things had not been so outrageous at first, but now, all the valuable items in the open dungeons have been thoroughly looted. I'll look into this matter further. Huang Yu will stay with me for now to avoid any potential dangers you cannot handle. Qin Ruhan clutched Huang Yu tightly, saying this as she tucked it into her bosom. Over time, it evolved into a tale where Master Xiao of the Wudong sect merely cast a cold glance at the three revered monks of Shaolin, leaving them severely injured. Bo Yang and Tian Xing, summoned by Yang Lin, appeared pale and visibly unwell. Mo Jie already possessed a Tongyan token, and he had another from Zhang Jiqing. Once he obtained a second token, he planned to negotiate with the Su family for a chance to enter Kunwu. The maid, clad in a flowing purple dress, possessed a graceful figure and a pleasing visage, though she did not strike one as stunning at first glance. She belonged to the category of beauty that became increasingly captivating upon closer inspection. With a flick of the ignition and a press of the accelerator, he crashed through the barricade and sped out. A red sports car followed closely behind. Well done, Zilong. Zilong's arrows. The defending soldiers atop the city wall were taken aback, staring down at the battlefield, momentarily at a loss for words. While cheers erupted from the ranks of the white horsey Zhong, stifling his mouth, Kufeiyu finally managed to pry his hands away, no longer even calling him brother. After placing down a few burdens, Luo Qingxin and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to venture outside for some supplies. Suddenly, Jing Xi leaned in closely, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist, burying his head in her neck. Especially considering the need to safeguard our entrance, it must not be repeatedly vandalized. Such occurrences would be inauspicious, and I absolutely cannot allow this to happen, lest it reflect my grave dereliction of duty if the work is not done properly. Bamboo possesses excellent resilience and strength. After being joined at the seams with wooden wedges, a raised platform 1 meter off the ground suddenly appeared before them. It makes sense. If Lu Chun has someone watching, he will undoubtedly be alerted as soon as our vehicle appears. I cannot be so foolish as to allow Lu Chun to catch us red-handed. One must understand that within this oasis, Lin Yuan has uncovered numerous treasures, including trilobite fossils and meat aphrodisiacs, which are rare and precious commodities. At this moment, Lin Feng finally comprehended what Reina was doing. He had been so absorbed in comfort that he failed to consider this, yet he had not anticipated that divine power could be employed for such purposes. I was about to explain what my mother had said when I noticed the apprehensive look in Zhou Chang's eyes, prompting me to be more cautious. Among those present, aside from Tsunade's blind faith in Chiya, others shared similar thoughts. Upon lifting my head, discovered everyone was looking at me. Wang Ming, Qin Hao, Black Dog, Shun Jiqiu, Yu Kuan, and even my father and Qianqian were all gazing in my direction. I saw Annie, who, as before, dashed in, shedding her clothing in an instant, but this time only wore a pair of black lace stockings beneath her. Li Shiyuan was still just an aspiring sage, lacking the ability to traverse worlds directly. He could only observe his saintly system and rely on merit points to navigate time and space, arriving in different realms. In truth, he feared nothing, possessing ample merit points to allocate. He had all the knowledge and skills necessary for survival in the wilderness and was unafraid of those places that instilled terror in others. Meanwhile, Xing, amidst a dazzling whirlwind of movement, suddenly halted, striking a beautiful yet alluring pose. This was the self-detonation of an extreme path sage. an unfathomable force capable of obliterating everything within millions of miles of the starry river, eradicating all stars and life in an instant. Do you desire it? Lin Luo observed her coiling around him like a water serpent, a wicked smile gracing his lips. On this day, at the beginning of the month, Yu Chu was in the courtyard washing vegetables when he suddenly heard a cacophony growing ever closer. Before him sat a man clad in a white bathrobe, approximately in his 40s or 50s, with an unremarkable appearance and notably bald. When Rong could no longer bear the onslaught, Zi reached in her throat, assisting her in inducing vomiting. Indeed, what a Chung family. A few harsh words about Rong Tang's filial piety, and Emperor Jingming was once again reminded of the Chung father and son. Rong was assisted into the side room, where the guards laid him on the couch. Although he had not completely lost consciousness, he struggled to keep his eyes open, his breathing evidently labored. Over at Yu Chu, all was quite comfortable. Wan Shang frequently ventured into the mountains for hunting, while the vegetables planted in the valley would be ready for harvest by the 7th day, which undoubtedly filled Yu Chu with astonishment and excitement. During lunch, the palace attendants brought in the meal. Di Qing noticed that Hu Sanyuan was still occupied and signaled to the attendants to set the food down. Perhaps those unfamiliar with the scorpion's nature would be unaware. But Biao Ge was quite familiar with it, even knowing its vocal intonations and the habitual rolling of its tongue at the end of words. A mere impersonator summoned by Mu Qingsu could never replicate it so convincingly. Seeing no one to offer a friendly reminder, Xin Yuan Yi had no choice but to fend for himself, awkwardly smiling as he turned to the white-bearded teacher. As she spoke, Shuai Lily laughed uncontrollably, unaware that every word she uttered was being overheard by Mu Qingsu outside the door. Hu Yi then understood that the traversal door's operation depended on the technical sophistication and complexity of the objects involved, determining the experience points required for crossing between the two worlds. I suddenly felt that the sense of crisis I once experienced was indeed validated. Everything unfolded as inevitably as I had feared. I had always dreaded losing friends, so I introduced my friends to one another, yet in the end, none of them truly recognized me. I was left speechless. At that moment, Princess Shuangyang lay weeping in the queen's embrace, who tenderly comforted her until her sobs subsided. Wei Yang, with a racing heart, watched the scene unfold before her. Suddenly, she felt a loosening of her hand. Realizing that Li Yunhao had released her to stand up, his brows knitting as he gazed toward the palace doors. As he pondered, Gu Ziming extended his hand to pass Fan Li her phone while rummaging through his own pockets. Godzilla's speed was not actually slow. It merely appeared cumbersome due to its sheer size. With each stride, it could cover vast distances, crossing entire blocks in just a few steps, proving to be no slower than some automobiles. I must admit, if this were a ruse, I would undoubtedly rate it a 9 out of 10. The single point I withheld was to prevent arrogance, thought Lu Shi. However, no one was willing to relinquish their cherished possessions. The beastmen and wood elves resolved to fight fiercely for their final sanctuary against the human race until the terrifying Judgment Nights arrived. The Northern Qi, having once been the world's sovereign power, boasted a robust foundation established by figures like Gao Huan, Gao Cheng, and Gao Yang, further strengthened by Gao Yan's meticulous governance. Even after years of turmoil under Gao Zhan, the resources remained substantial enough to support Gao Wei and his forces. Although 1,000 soldiers from his armor division had been withdrawn, Zhou Tong cared little for troop strength as long as he could continue his assault on the Japanese islands. To him, the glory of claiming victory over Japan was the ultimate reward. Fortunately, the local strongmen in Lingnan, with ample support from Feng Pu, had made thorough preparations, ensuring an abundance of rest stops and sufficient medicine and doctors along the way, allowing these civilians to reach Lingnan smoothly. We, the Lingshu deities, have many enemies. Though they outwardly obey us, they harbor deep-seated resentment. This time, they are sure to undermine us, remarked another, who was stout and muscular in appearance. The earth trembled. Debris and steel flew chaotically, the force comparable to that of cannon fire, preventing anyone from approaching, forcing them to retreat to a safe distance for observation. The singular-minded nature of the beastmen became evident. They executed their battle plan methodically, adhering strictly to orders, even knowing that such actions would lead to their demise. Yet they pressed on without hesitation. "Release your restraint," he said, but Su Yuanfang had already thrown down the rib he was gnawing on and dashed out. These camels, having undergone special training, seemed ordinary at first, but unleashed incredible combat prowess when faced with danger. At that moment, Gu Qi felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Their dynamic had never been one where she held the upper hand. The spilled wine flowed in an orderly fashion, forming a straight line, akin to a white ribbon being torn apart. As he murmured softly, two phantoms appeared in the void, one a white-clad Buddha, the other a black-robed demon. At that instant, the demon let out a maniacal laugh. "I am the Mara, lawless and unrestrained. Shakyamuni, prepare to meet your end. Ha ha." Upon stepping into the realm of severing thoughts, Chunhao was able to completely suppress the intrusion of his inner demons, a testament to his mental resilience. The old dragon nodded slightly, exhaling a sigh. "Your current cultivation is sufficient to contend with mid-level severing thoughts. With the addition of the 9 dragons binding array, it would not be impossible to eliminate experts at the 4th or even 5th levels of severing thoughts. General, what of my brother? What has happened to him?" Shi Mei, hearing this, gazed at Long Xinglu with eyes full of concern. He had long since changed his name, and the true culprit behind the mining disaster was that boss, who had evaded suspicion. He, along with other fortunate survivors, had received compensation from the boss's family. Bai Shuang respectfully uttered a Buddhist phrase. "Amit Ba, it is a great honor." Today's unusual behavior from Bai Shuang left Chunhao astounded, compelling him to urgently exclaim, "Brother Bai, you must not abandon hope. Surely you do not wish to retreat into the void. Speak directly of what you have seen. Why hesitate?" Qi Xiao Wei urged, anxious at his stammering. Regarding this matter, Qin Su could not possibly educate the leaders on the fundamental knowledge of the Immortal Beast sect. Dongyang Vocational High School was just around the corner. Without needing Qin Su to say a word, Master Qin floated up from his shoulder, heading towards the campus of the vocational school. There may be those who can suppress their true nature, but if the demon corpse before them had already overcome its instincts, it would not appear in a stealthy manner. Gu Shijiao sat beside Gu Chuqing, naturally reaching for her hand, but Gu Chuqing instinctively recoiled. "Ha, that's wonderful. If so, let us begin now." Yichan expressed admiration for her determination, leading Ma Sha to an open space. James, holding the ball at the arc, signaled for isolation after the Heat's frontcourt cross-play failed to create an opening. "No, I cannot afford to gain weight. My suit's no longer fit," Yi Yulan declared emphatically, her eyes wide with determination. Qi Yang longed to pet Imo Chi's head, but he suddenly darted away from Qi Yang's fingers, swirling around Imo Chi. Finally, she took the shirt to the laundry room and gently began to wash it by hand. Rui Bing had already fallen into a subconscious rhythm, swinging the alloy tube in her hand, completely oblivious to the 3 light-armored figures approaching from the sky. Her ears were bombarded by the incessant sound of impacts, akin to a torrential downpour, merely the noise of her tube striking the blue extreme worm serpents. Princess Zhao Ping did not believe that Song Ruoshi could alleviate her stomach pain, yet she was greatly satisfied with her daughter-in-law's attentive care. And the tension radiating from Yi Shuhua brought her joy, prompting her to comply with Song Ruoshi's instructions and close her eyes. Although Mr. Yin solicitously requested the guards to treat others as hostages with the respect they deserved, it was evident to all that he would not flee or resist. Hence, no one truly felt compelled to bind him. "We must be meticulous in our work and not let our guard down," Zhang Shouqing advised Sun Baohua. "Can we gain entry?" Yangbin inquired, probing the thin membrane on the doorframe with his finger. Though slender, it possessed a certain resilience. His finger deformed it to a degree before it halted. As Jing Yin passed through this valley, he observed its narrow and elongated shape with steep, perilous cliffs on either side. The valley stretched for several miles, oddly devoid of stones or vegetation, its ground remarkably level, as if meticulously arranged by human hands. Qing Yin had previously visited the Fire God Temple, so he was not surprised. The ground beneath them was well maintained, laid with flagstones, perfectly even, despite being outdoors and having just endured snowfall. The temple was entirely free of snow, and the temperature within was considerably warmer, imparting a sense of comfort. Meanwhile, Tao Kwa, watching Li Su forge, felt elated. The copper worker conversed with Fu Li in the dialect of Central Plains, suggesting a burgeoning camaraderie between them. Should this trajectory continue, it would not be long before Fu Li proposed apprenticing under the copper worker, who could hardly complain about losing his knowledge to such a student. The cave was modest, its height roughly 2 meters, yet the ceiling was adorned with sharp, protruding stones. Walking within, I could not shake the worry that a falling rock could prove fatal. He wore a relaxed expression, accompanied by a hint of kindness, evoking the warmth of a friendly neighbor. At that moment, a cold huff erupted from the Slytherin students. Hugo glanced up to find the aggrieved Lord Barrow glaring at him, his face a mask of fury, begrudgingly fixated on the golden figure perched on Hugo's shoulder, while his gaze inadvertently drifted to Helena, who sat beside him. All Jianjia could see was the spark in his eyes, knowing that should he refuse to listen, it might drive him to the brink of fury, leaving only a facade of attentiveness. Yi Tian had already signed the divorce agreement with Su Yusen. Was it still appropriate to seek her out now? Wu Yong was not particularly surprised by this outcome. The peculiarities of the Toad clan's physiology had prevented him from delivering a decisive blow. Their loss of combat effectiveness would inevitably lead to their retreat. He had expended half of his gold in the mobile dimension, with a fair amount of silver remaining. However, if he intended to develop their long-term, producing a fresh batch of silver coins was essential, while gold was not something to pursue hastily. In the moonlit night, the little demon king mused, "What is there to celebrate? Do you truly believe I can seize the pool from these countless Teletubbies?" Shi's eyelids twitched. Even if the Teletubby beasts ignored her, the whale would certainly not allow anyone to pilfer its bathing water. Thus, this kitchen was merely a simple cooking station, equipped with neatly arranged cutting boards and utensils, and a large pot in the center for cooking, also serving as a source of warmth during winter. "I refuse. Had it not been for your earlier exposure of something unsightly, I would not have fallen for your tricks," Duoji exclaimed angrily. Of course, while Meng Li had crafted a commendable plan, would you so readily fall into his trap? The outcome was all too evident. As Lan Xian's right fist struck towards the fortune teller, all the lightning converged upon it, transforming it into a blinding orb of light that stung the eyes. Sumi could anticipate the reactions of the crowd, calmly adjusting her glasses as she addressed them. In the instant Elder Zhang approached she swiftly seized his arm, flipping him and pinning him to the ground, placing her foot firmly on his back to restrain him. From the moment he ingested the infinite calamity pill, he could sense no external information. It was as if he had entered a bizarre realm devoid of direction, time, sensation, or thought. Even Gu Changsheng, with his limited ancient knowledge, would not be unaware of the true nature of Zhou Zongbao, a quintessential figure of antiquity. As the vehicle glided like a serpent, evading the car ahead and slipping into an empty lane, Sumi felt her heart race, as though it might leap from her chest. "I will not submit to the one who killed the king. You disgust me," Yuji declared, gripping Xiang Yu's hand. The role of the guardian holds a significant status, particularly in terms of defense, categorizing it among the highest echelons. Continuing to suffer within Buddhism is less favorable than battling for survival in the battlefield. At least there is a chance for a future there. Within Buddhism, existence is worse than death, the abbot lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet at this moment, everything appeared deceptively well planned, unbeknownst to him that the opposing factory manager had already arrived. The chassis of the Lightning was painted purple. It could transform into a Cybertronian heavy war vehicle, and in this form, its treads could crush most construction materials. Additionally, Lightning was a standout among the Lightning Strike team. She had witnessed such weather in the Land of Tears, yet she never anticipated that the winds and clouds atop the Mayfly Mountain would also shift. Multicolored starlight adorned the heavens, countless green sprites swirling amidst the legendary beasts of the earth and sky, dancing within the emerald bamboo. Ahem! I indeed contemplated leaving Luoyang upon hearing of King Chen's conspiracies, Jia noted. I simply did not expect General Mei to be so valued by King Chen, entrusting you with this mission. Jia Shui cleared his throat as he spoke. The Han's weaponry was indeed sharp. If only my Chong brothers could wield such fine instruments. They would better safeguard the Han's borders, remarked Dang Xiangpeng to Li Li, when they were both present in the mirror in that fleeting moment. Zhang Yimou deeply regretted that the sea of flowers in his heart had yet to bloom. This Lu Tan could so easily render her flustered. Had she truly never forgotten him? He had not anticipated that Yin Tian's assault would be so formidable, far beyond his expectations. He had not foreseen that the seemingly ordinary Yin Tian would possess such robust depth, rendering even a martial cultivator of a higher realm unable to gain an advantage. Upon hearing Shi Li's unexpected inquiry regarding Junzi camp, Zhang Bin felt a sudden weight in his heart. It was known that his lord had rarely inquired about Junzi camp in the past, yet recently had inexplicably begun to take an interest in its every move. Had his lord begun to harbor suspicions about him? Moreover, the oppressive atmosphere here greatly benefited him, seemingly resolving the integration issues between the wood spirit vein and himself, while also further unlocking the wood spirit vein's potential. At this point, it was no longer under Long Zhao's control. Bill was right. One could be guilty merely for possessing something precious. Such a grand project, if hoarded alone, would surely attract the ire of American so-called human rights advocates, leaving nothing but bones behind. Just when everyone believed the statue to be a mere prank, an individual with nefarious intentions approached it, casually placing his hand upon it. Convinced that this seemingly ineffective statue posed no threat to him, he merely sought to partake in the ambience, to pass through. However, the Huaxia army was currently more adept at defending than counterattacking. Should they wish to launch a counteroffensive, it would require the withdrawal of more than half of the allied forces. Shin Dongping, Governor Long, I believe you should take it. Although you're not in need of money, it is a rightful claim. Otherwise, those beneath you will lack the motivation to attract investments. Despite the intimidation of the trio from Huaxia against the Japanese players, they refrained from deploying troops to participate in the World City Championship. As the sword of ink traversed the sky, several figures erupted from the city lord's mansion. Qian Shui Xiao, leading the charge, gazed at the receding dark speck in the sky and remarked to those behind her, "By Zhantong, Zhuang Huanyu, Han Lur, did you see that?" Two individuals were undoubtedly clasping a flying sword. They must accept their losses and compensate accordingly. Logically, Gu Qin's ancient stone poison should have easily subdued the blood-burning poison, especially with the assistance of the Fan Jing water poison, suggesting an overwhelming advantage. Yet, why did the combined potency of these two extraordinary poisons fail to affect Siduzhong? The black-blooded serpents and purple smoke dragons manifested, incessantly roaring at Su Ying, their violent aura rivaling that of typical 7- or 8-star poison lords. "Carry me." Hu Yunyang's expression froze, instinctively following the sound to see the monk Hui Ju standing in the yang position of the yin-yang great formation. As for the others, while they may not harbor such grand ambitions, they nonetheless sought to secure an elder status during this initial alliance. Damn it! Watching the adversary wreak havoc before departing unscathed infuriated Keilu Cha, who was practically hopping in rage. The relentless assault from the two zombies continued. Though slow, their strikes were immensely powerful. Lei Jia sensed that should he be struck, the disparity in strength could potentially propel him backward, even launching him into the air. Wiping his hand, Lin noticed a milky white red envelope floating before him. Indeed, today, Luo Yi acquired 3 faith points. Had he not truly run out of funds, he would likely distribute gifts daily. 3 faith points signify that Luo Yi can comprehend a new skill. "Baiyu, may I introduce my sworn brother, O Rodman?" Bai Shui said as she brought Al before Yin Duo. To everyone's astonishment, Zhu Jinhu addressed the live stream camera, performing various flamboyant gestures, even lifting his flowery skirt to reveal his hairy legs. Chun Xiao sneered, and before the two could advance, a gust of air erupted from him like a whirlwind. It surged towards the 4-man team, radiating internal energy that would astonish any Huang Dao master present. Suddenly appearing before her, stirring her heart into turmoil, he inexplicably departed. His wife's illness was not contracted during treatment. Does this imply that Su Lixing's wife has been unfaithful? Upon hearing this, Long Yijin's eyes filled with profound sorrow. Given the circumstances, further disputes would be ill-advised. Gu Fei, possessing a certain artistic sensibility, accurately perceived the direction of the film industry's development. Wielding the financial acumen to manipulate capital like a master of a Rubik's Cube, skillfully resolving complexities in specific domains. Pack your essentials. You'll move to Yunsang Courtyard the day after tomorrow. Fourth Master decisively instructed. Xue Fanxin utilized her needle technique to extract the puppet poison, subsequently administering a pill to Xue Batian. Yin Zhao's words made Li Lu suddenly realize that she perhaps had no standing to seek help from Yin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junmo felt a wave of frustration. He had never stated that no one could meet Shi. Fei Fei, do not overthink it, Li Ai comforted. Noticing Wang Fei's troubled countenance, blades and swords are merciless. They do not care whether you have entered or not. Stay obediently at home. Yi Zifeng firmly rejected. Lightning rhythm. Zhang Han bellowed, no longer concealing his form. He drew out dual-horned daggers, leaping and extending his arms, accurately plunging the 20-centimeter-long daggers into the two T-shaped heads. Seated on the bed, nestled in Yin Juxi's embrace, he gently stroked her back. Meng Wanzheng felt quite content, relishing the warmth of his large hand. However, the central region of the Xiantian realm comprises approximately 1,500 states, while the peripheral areas merely consist of a few hundred. A voice, frail yet persistent, echoed from outside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps below. Zhang Han silently observed the swarm of corpses before him, momentarily at a loss for action. Clad in sports attire, with sneakers on his feet and a white shirt above, what was his intention? Did he plan to go for a run? Truly formidable. I had always believed that the Headless Horseman's prowess paled in comparison to that of the Sword God. However, judging by this perspective, the Headless Horseman is indeed quite powerful, at least on par with the Sword God. Upon witnessing the gruesome remnants on the ice, Han Tiansheng realized that this devastation could only be attributed to the monstrous beasts. In the ensuing years, Lu Lu resided within the Heavenly Gift organization, managing all organizational affairs in the Ning district for the Huadong. Indeed, since the onset of the apocalypse, as the undead began to dominate the world, survivors scurried like rats, struggling for survival. Thus, the term Year One of the Apocalypse emerged, its origins shrouded in mystery. But it spread widely among the populace. Seated by the window, she witnessed the entire process of the dark elf's appearance. Yet, Ayu remained at the round table, with no means to witness their entrance. Within this central star domain lie even mightier foes, implying that those who deceive him to venture there were still afoot. He yearned to confront them for the truth, yet now, with no target in sight, where should he commence his search? Although only a brief span of 2 months had passed, they had already surpassed the indigenous nobles of the new temporal realm by 1,000-fold. The undead refrained from slaying the middle-aged man, for if he perished, they too would meet their demise. Ihai, however, was different. Had he been discovered, those wretches would undoubtedly rush to eliminate him, driven by their innate hatred for the living. Ayin, do not despise me. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from the heavens, followed by countless bolts of thunder, cascading downward like a stampede, targeting the barrier established by the crimson-clad man. Above, 2 figures hovered in the Empyrean, observing the descending lightning, each sporting an enigmatic smile. Fang Yueying furrowed her brow in silence, while her opponent's reasoning held merit. She was certain she had not torn it during fitting. If indeed she had caused the damage, she could simply compensate. After all, she was not financially constrained. Yet, to cover the cost for something she did not do was beyond her capabilities. Unable to safeguard even a staff, and it was stolen. Does that not add to the humiliation? Emoda glanced at the team member. Wishing you health and prosperity. May you rise to greater heights. Minister Shun bowed deeply, akin to a junior greeting an elder, while Fang Jinghua received the gesture with a smile, thankful for the mentorship he had received from Shun Buahong. Ling Hu Jiexing observed the worried faces around him and shook his head slightly. Should Yunfu City fail to send aid, they would need to trouble Wang Kunyub once more. Subsequently, the bone appeared to fracture, splitting in two and falling to the ground, devoid of luster, its intricate pattern shattered, rendered utterly useless. This was evidently directed at him. He could not act just yet. Now was not the time for action. Strengthening his own influence remained the primary objective. The clumsy fellow before him was merely a pawn in someone else's game. The two individuals naturally held no objections. Su Ning was merely curious about the instant kill technique. At this moment, he had already examined the poison's recipe and inwardly acknowledged the prowess of the instant kill technique. Very well, I shall not delay Sister Linda any longer. Gu Qian smiled as she walked to the door of the lounge, opening it for Linda. Meanwhile, the man across concealed himself in a shadow where the optical fibers did not reach, leaving Mo Xian unable to discern his appearance, relying solely on his voice to ascertain that he was a young man. The sword maiden withdrew, and Jian Wuqian stepped forward with purpose, eliciting anticipation among the onlookers. With a sister as formidable as hers, it was reasonable to expect that her brother would not be lacking either. Please, take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. Chu Xinji gestured towards the sofa and rose to fetch him a glass of warm water. As Ruo Shui felt the atmospheric pressure around him lighten, beams of light streamed in, clearing his vision entirely. Here, responded Sister Lin and Sister Lin Er, both of whom understood that Lin Mu was concerned about Wulong's appearance, fearing he might be looked down upon. Chu Xinji spoke this way, fully aware of Mo's temperament. If left undisturbed, he would never provoke others. Tang Boho, do not forget your promises, Jiang Tiansheng exclaimed, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. What? Are you afraid? Xiebing looked up at Qi Jiao, his defiant gaze prompting Qi Jiao to curse under his breath while maintaining a forced smile. Although some advocated for an immediate offensive, he suppressed their fervor. The Soviet forces were insufficient, and should the attack fail, reinforcements would consist solely of inexperienced recruits with minimal training. Corpses lay strewn across the courtyard, blood flowing like a river, merely traversing from the front gate to the back courtyard. The fabric soles of shoes were saturated with blood, creaking ominously with each step. After speaking, with a resounding crash, the ancient iron chains binding Niet Songxiong were shattered, and the 6 barriers ahead were instantly left in disarray. As long as Kublai Khan did not withdraw his troops, the citizens of the Tang dynasty would continue to suffer. The longer Yinchuan city held out, the longer Kublai would wait, and the troops advancing toward Chang'an would be swiftly annihilated by Kublai's strategic advantage. Liang Chun interrupted the plump man's words, glancing around. His gaze fixated on the steering wheel in the man's hands and the brake pedal beneath his feet. One container held blood jade, which could not be separated from him, while the other contained 2 mutated ancient venomous insects, far too perilous for anyone else to handle. Faced with this predicament, the two involved felt utterly helpless. However, despite their reluctance, the battle must continue. Everyone awaited the unfolding events. Would Nangong Jia's earthbow strike down the vermilion bird? Or would Nangong Ao's flames scorch the land first? Though she was not affected by Lin Yifeng's overwhelming presence, Ziki still sensed the peculiarity in his expression. Casting spells in dragon language, with mana consumption doubled, the power of the spells also increased exponentially. The only one capable of confronting this situation was Yihan. Although he was incapacitated and unable to fight, there was no denying that throughout the northern wilderness, no one else could rival him. This place was indeed renowned as a gathering spot for rogue cultivators, with stalls offering a plethora of goods, corals infused with spiritual energy, ancient shattered pottery, low-tier spiritual herbs, and even the remains of low-tier sea demon fish, all available for sale. Thank you, Chief Philip, but there is no need. We shall depart immediately. Iloa shook his head. Zero's choice of Timo was unprecedented in history, and when Zero selected him, not only the commentators were astonished, but the audience also took a few seconds to react, erupting in exclamations. Back in the day, when Duanmu Jia told Wu Yu that Chun Jing had pierced Chun Feng's heart with a sword, nearly killing him, Wu Yu did not believe it, showing Duanmu Jia a photo of Chun Jing for confirmation, and even discussing matters between herself and Chun Jing. We nodded in agreement. Hong Xiezi was the last remaining Earth Master. Thus such a technical task could be entrusted to him. All is well, Yang Tian sighed in relief, thankful that the Great Black Bear had intervened just in time to avert a disaster. The Baron and his son exchanged enlightened glances, realizing that their previous notions had been too narrow. One day, I will confront this reality, and I must bear the weight of all consequences myself. Of course, they were unaware that Zhang Tianyang, having traversed the Grand Hall, had acquired the ability to erase the essence imprint from the sacred artifact, a level of understanding far beyond their grasp. Nina, do not cry. Tell me, where's Carl? Ron felt a surge of anger within him, yet he recognized the need for composure at that moment. Suddenly, the blue galaxy woven from points of light burst forth with a dazzling brilliance, scattering the dense black smoke, piercing through the clouds, and finally reaching the distant star sea, illuminating a long-dormant star. Indeed, Linger, do you feel a sense of closeness upon seeing me and Buffon? Jiang Mu would not go to the lengths of creating a nemesis just to unify humanity. It was unnecessary. However, when the spiritual energy of Earth is released, would the advantages of humanity be affected? Li brother, is this where you reside? Chujinga hesitated before asking tremulously. The booming market for bricks had caught the envy of local gentry, and after failing to infiltrate the brick kiln, they united to approach Su Dashuai, expressing their desire to establish their own brick workshop. It seemed to moan, as if in self-justification. Taka poured forth his pent-up frustrations with intense emotion. It's quite simple. Just go to the counter over there. He indicated towards the 4 bank-like windows at the innermost part of the guild hall. Should this continue, Earth would become a lifeless planet like Mars, a scenario that was unacceptable to Jiangmu. Only the dagger, gifted to her by her father, remained, standing silently, akin to a deity wielding a sword. Shengshi spoke with a slow and heavy tone, causing those around to pause, awakening a realization that Ji Jiaojiao's previous words had indeed been misguided. Yi Zhong's statement came rather abruptly. After regaining her composure, Xiao Meyer leaned her head against Yi Zhong's chest, gazing up at his chin with a look of enchantment. The dining table in the private room was equipped with a call button for the waiter, and the entire room was enveloped in thick soundproofing. Even if someone shouted at the top of their lungs, it would go unheard outside. Good morning, Chiyu brother, Ling Baolu blinked, her eyes dry from prolonged exposure to the water surface. With this in mind, Yi Tian resolved to stop delaying, instantly adjusting his form to maximum speed. The patrolling soldiers merely felt a flash before them, akin to a gust of wind stirring a rain shower. The 2 soldiers rubbed their eyes, seeing nothing but wind and rain ahead. After the door closed, Jilian pondered about Ji Jiaojiao. If Cui Shunsheng could not uncover the truth, what should she do? Within the Jiangnan Academy, the final round of the semester's examinations commenced, with students clad in thick garments seated in the classroom, whispering quietly as they awaited the start of the final assessment. Regrettably, Lin Xiao was not involved in music and did not possess lofty aspirations. It sufficed for him that the melody was not unpleasant. Michelle's dulcet tones resonated continuously in his ears. Lin Xiao lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, then extinguished it, closing his eyes and leaning against the wall to listen quietly. Ling Shi thoughtfully approached to open the car door for Lian Rong, allowing her to take a seat in the back before proceeding to the front passenger door. Garcia closely monitored crew, not only maintaining proximity, but also persistently jostling and tugging at him. Yin Feng was taken aback. Were there others present? As he turned to investigate the sound, he spotted a familiar young man a short distance away, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. The surrounding guards sensed the precarious situation and hurriedly rushed to intervene. Prime Minister Xia seized the opportunity to restrain Zheng Yitao, preventing Zhen Tongzi from suffering further harm. He was aware of the recent rumors circulating in the streets. However, if one were to pay attention, whispers about the Phoenix Order had been prevalent over the years, though the topic remained largely unspoken in public forums due to its sensitive nature. Your Majesty, do not act recklessly. Jiang Chang'an ascended the stairs closely behind, while everyone else was barred from advancing beyond the threshold, peering inside with eager curiosity. Enveloped by her adoring fans, Hermione steadfastly maintained that Lockhart merely wished for the students to engage in more practical experience. Kay quietly observed the unfolding scene, refraining from hasty commentary. She contemplated that if she could discern a pattern, it might enable her to eliminate some foolish incompetence. The fireball conjured by Dongfang Yunyang collided with the icy shield, which surprisingly did not shatter immediately, but transformed into an explosion. Behind the wall lay a spiral staircase, gradually ascending like an escalator. Indeed, I have heard that the 1,000 households of the 6 provinces in Jiangnan have already conferred with one another, opting to bypass formal declarations and directly undermine his so-called command. Jia Tsong's voice was clear and measured, imbued with sincerity, causing many to exchange glances as the previously varied expressions transformed into understanding. Gong Xiuhua was beautifying herself when she noticed Wei had truly found a spot by the roadside to halt. Yu Xizhe was quite amiable, sharing the same system as I, though he had not engaged in deep conversation, making it difficult to comment further. Wu Feifei hesitated before speaking. Dongfang Yunyang summoned the frog flame, and upon the arrival of Frog, Xian, and Frog Can, there was no delay. They promptly clarified the operational tasks. Yet, in the presence of this former ruffian leader, he found himself devoid of any audacity to act brashly. For outsiders to gain entry, not only must they secure the approval of the host, but they must also be escorted personally by security. Mind your tone when speaking to me, Go Hongbing. Very well. I shall overlook this matter, but I find it curious that both you and your son have chosen to disappear. I wonder why that is? Xiaoming remarked coldly. When applied appropriately, certain actions can yield remarkable results, immersing individuals in profound benefits. Your Highness, be cautious. Excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. Su Xiao gently leaned forward, attempting to seize the wine jug from Pei Xiao's grasp. Alas, the latter held on tightly, thwarting her efforts. Chen Langyu scoffed, asserting that while the funds were ostensibly invested by her, the ultimate decision on their usage still lay with him. Nevertheless, he would not skimp on pleasantries. Xiangya, do not pressure your brother. Your mother made this pot of soup solely for the 3 of you to nourish your bodies before the winter arrives, to prevent illness. LV Ernyang cast a disapproving glance at LV Xianger, serving the first bowl of soup to her. LV Xianger grinned and made a face at LV Hong before bowing her head to drink. Understood, we shall retire now. Seeing that Hua Qingqing's bowl was nearly empty, LV Xianger pulled her up. Simultaneously, her spine cracked, akin to a spring that had suddenly tightened and then released, her body arching forward like a leopard, while her dagger sliced across Pei Feng's carotid artery. Though the merchant ships of the 3 kingdoms of Beihai surrendered only 30% of their cargo or equivalent precious gems, the haul from a fleet of 14 ships was still quite substantial. His determination to acquire this treasure was firmly established the moment he laid eyes on it. In his heart, brothers and family remained paramount, particularly those distant in Wulong City, as they constituted his greatest vulnerability. Kai Tian had previously participated in a trial on ancient Spirit Island. Thus he possessed some understanding of the circumstances therein. Upon hearing Beichenao's words, Hang Qingqing displayed no emotion at first. However, after a moment of contemplation, she comprehended his meaning and abruptly looked up at him in surprise. Suddenly, a series of ringing bells sounded behind her. Tuke turned his head to see his neighbor, the promising young mechanic Mei Li, who had just finished work as well. Lin Xiao joined the conversation with enthusiasm, expressing greater excitement than Li Chun after every event he undertook. The Qianyuan sword pierced directly through Chunyuan's body. Yet he appeared unfazed, offering a peculiar smile before striking at Luo Chen's chest. As expected, this was a quintessential orange-grade equipment from the summoner class, and a special-grade piece at that. Although it was not part of a set, considering the Garden of Light set comprised merely armor and accessories. Such an occurrence was not particularly surprising. This action indicated that even the most exalted figures must bow their heads when the temple intervenes to provide protection. As long as the Scavenger Guild refrains from overstepping its bounds, he would feign ignorance and continue to manage his affairs. Old son, welcome, welcome. Chun Xiaoya laughed heartily as she clasped her fists in greeting to old son Ding Yuan, extending a warm welcome. The others cast surprised glances, their expressions shifting to astonishment directed at the man in the blue robe. Even the typically stoic Sima Ming displayed a flicker of movement in his countenance. Having experienced the events of the day, he felt increasingly convinced of old Su's words. At that moment, Xiao Yu felt an immense sense of relief, as if a beast long confined had finally been liberated. Upon hearing the words, Shen Yiqian jolted awake, sitting up with an incredulous expression directed at Fan Yuer. His body was immobile, and they could only watch helplessly as a large hand descended from the void. You can defeat me, and I will seek retribution. If you cannot, I will defend my dignity. Thus, further discussion is futile. Let us engage in battle. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Yi Wuqiu immediately turned his gaze, observing as Princess Qingping bent down, using her delicate fingers to draw something in the soil. The esteemed Imperial princess was playing in the dirt? How can anyone not find it laughable should this news spread? Yet, the reality was indisputable and left no room for contradiction. Enough, enough. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. The mole continued with a smile, seemingly reluctant to linger on the subject, as it bore an air of melancholy. Bai Zhou, who had been overlooked for some time, maintained his calm demeanor, his beady eyes intently fixed on Rihong. Tasked with capturing Rongchuan was Okamuri Kozo, who regarded the unusually excited Rongchuan with curiosity. However, the task at hand remained paramount, and he signaled to Rongchuan with a discreet gesture. The flames of vengeance ignited. Di Shitian was unceremonious, directly taking a seat and fixating his gaze on Fong Nan, his expression cheerful, though his brow bore an air of arrogance. She closed the door and, with all her might, conveyed the news of her father's passing to the steward and the captain of the guards. Maintaining a serene facade and tone, Zhang Mai had succumbed to madness, and Murong Yang scarcely had time to utter any coherent words before a projectile struck him, impaling him on a spear mid-air, his limbs flailing and anguished cries echoing. Yet, it was evident to all that this was merely the final struggle of a dying man. In truth, he was disbelieving. Her captivating gaze had betrayed her. How could she possibly sell herself? As previously mentioned, Su Fu's family boasted the name Qianlong, with power likened to mist. However, the patriarch Su Shi had left behind notes chronicling his lifelong study of self-curses. He asserted that the family's true ability should have been cloud, as clouds follow dragons and winds follow tigers, thus validating this notion. She must be saved. Ning Yufei felt an uncontrollable surge of blood rising, indifferent to the consequences that might ensue. Too many were watching, and everyone had enemies. Any apparent flaw could lead to scandal. He gazed adoringly at the person before him, gently caressing her face. In that moment, the scars on a Chow's face had vanished, revealing only her excessively fair skin, which felt as exquisite as the finest jade. The fall of the Northern Song dynasty was not due to a lack of military prowess. Emperor Huizong's greed for life and Emperor Qinzong's weakness allowed corrupt officials to thrive, while the realm crumbled, leading to the suffering of the common people. Suddenly, a sharp brake screeched as Wei Junsheng pulled over, turning to look at Su Meiyu with a complex expression. A big, prestigious school? Prince Hao inquired curiously, his astonishment not stemming from his mother-s insistence on attending a key university, but rather the very act of pursuing higher education itself. He cast a dismissive glance at the plain attire of his companion, disregarding it entirely. The Empress Dowager pondered deeply, hesitant to confront Empress Gao in Gongquan Palace, recalling that Ji Shun had yet to give his consent. If she were to approach the He Hall now, the Empress Dowager, who typically appeared displeased upon seeing her, might issue an imperial edict, leaving her with no recourse. A car requires fuel to run, an electric vehicle needs power, and a person needs motivation to labor. Does it not? Li Yi remarked with a smile. I was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Ma Jing. Had she truly never been with a boy? Why did she behave so flirtatiously, delighting in teasing boys and witnessing their frustrated desires? Yang was forced to drive to the basket amidst their onslaught, but he was promptly knocked to the ground by Humphreys, the basketball missing its target entirely. Greenland, the northernmost country on Earth, is perpetually blanketed in snow, with only a sparse population residing along the coastal edges. Initially, Mu remained unmoved, but after observing Zhuge for a while, he suddenly asserted with conviction. As the match dragged on, the icebird's influence grew stronger, and its area of effectabilities significantly restricted the UF team, particularly affecting Vane. a marksman hero whose survival hinges on favorable conditions. What is this bizarre situation? Who have I angered to deserve such misfortune? Is the universe conspiring against me? The Spider-Woman thought indignantly. After igniting the burning sky talisman, Jiangdong transformed into a completely different being. So much so that even Saint struggled to discern reality from illusion. Yet he could only maintain this form for a brief hour, requiring him to traverse the passage within that time. You have witnessed our suffering firsthand. Zhang Zhaoyang's declaration felt somewhat insincere, for he had already come to accept Song Chengcheng in his heart. This furnace was specifically designed to enhance various existing equipment. The higher the enhancement level, the greater the likelihood of acquiring new attributes. The memory of her bloody form lying in the arena, while Jiang Yinqing crouched beside her, speaking coldly, resurfaced vividly. With Master Qi Zhenqing leading, the disciples of Wudong felt enlightened, as if receiving a divine revelation. What should I do? I fretted, anxiously searching for cold water to quench my thirst and reduce my body temperature. However, Yuan Shun was not so optimistic. He activated the power of the heavenly furnace, only to discover that, at that moment, a mysterious force severed his connection to the world of Qian Kuan. Neither of them blamed Yuan Shun. Li Xinju understood that he was a cultivation fanatic and refrained from comments. The battlefield scope was finally no longer under Bai Di's control, and the clash of swords among the three sent sword energy scattering, chilling many to the bone with its formidable intent. Among the 500 to 600 people in the valley, none anticipated that with the blue light from the main altar, they had only 13 breaths left to live in this world. Belief may well be humanity's greatest gift. This sentiment, once dismissed by Li Mai as mere hollow platitudes, now resonated differently. Your blood shall not spill in vain. I am quite pleased with your performance, and I shall increase your roles in the future. No matter how precious the spirit-gathering liquid, without the accelerated cultivation provided by the training tower, it would be futile. Thus, Xiao Tian regarded the training points as immensely valuable, for with his true essence cultivation, he could receive only 2 free training points each month. The Sky City was constructed to prevent mishaps in the secret realms, so the two did not concern themselves with it. Du Jinxi's eyes widened in shock, her mind struck by a thunderous revelation, causing her chaotic thoughts to coalesce into an eerie image. Moreover, the man truly did not harbor fondness for her. Their relationship was typically mundane, devoid of shared interests. The scene from earlier, where Xie Fei dealt with those 2 girls, was still fresh in memory. Each child harboring their own schemes, now filled with anxiety. Master wishes to assess your progress over millennia of cultivation. Who will step forward to accept the challenge first? Lu Xianqing declared loudly to the gathered disciples. When the Xie family expelled her, they provided nothing. She had no wealth to speak of. In the earlier commotion, Xie Fei had momentarily exhausted his financial resources. Su Nanju struggled to speak, her voice choked, her vision blurring, and the sensation of pain intensifying until she fainted. Yet, what if the arrogant and domineering Prince Rue insisted on intervening? Li Hu inquired with concern. Xin Qingla did not anticipate Ling Ling's arrival at the Shun family. Her brow furrowed upon seeing her. Ultimately, this child was born of Xie Fei, and the natural bond between mother and child could never be erased. He truly could not fathom how the once clumsy and foolish Xie Fei had transformed into this, evoking increasing resentment. In truth, her essence was that of a glutton and a miser, though she typically kept those traits hidden. With that, he discarded the pickaxe, retrieving a glove-like tool from his pocket, donning it, and with a clenched fist, forcefully struck the brick with its sharp edge. Even the slightest crumbs that fall into one's mouth are met with indifference. While skeptics online questioned the authenticity of the concert, the 5 members of Qin Fangji simultaneously posted identical messages on Weibo. Here lies the abyssal sea, beneath which stretches an expansive ocean. The humidity here is abundant, and the temperature fluctuates greatly between day and night, leading to the formation of the vast clouds above. As Miaoqing elucidated, with the rules succinctly explained in 2 sentences, Qinyu pressed the confirmation option, initiating the competitive mode. Although many possess remarkable talents, The level of skill demonstrated by Tianyan leads him to firmly believe that it must be the renowned Qian Li Xue he knows. The spirits, startled, awakened and widened their eyes in terror, beginning to whimper. Thus, the two plunged into the entrance of the cave, arriving at the second tier, where they were met with exhilarating sounds resonating through the space. Wang Jia urged the squad leader to send more personnel to assist in clearing the battlefield before departing with several soldiers. The warriors, aware of Chun Yu's approach, retreated decisively while continuously spraying paint, intent on transforming the entire area from blue to red. The second scholar's home was similarly shut tight, an unmistakable musty scent wafting from the doorway. Initially, Su Xian contemplated whether to stay at a hotel that evening. However, it now seemed that question had resolved itself, and it was time to enter the task space. It is vital to note that death within this realm incurs a deduction of 10% of experience points. To escape and not take action would be foolishness. Mu Chun, observing the ladder leading to the roof, surmised that Su Xian intended for him to ascend. He remained silent, lifting the cup before him and downing its contents in one gulp, nearly choking in the process. Seeing his state was indeed distressing, he advised, "Do not rush. Take your time," after which he refilled the cup and placed it before him again, only for him to drink it down once more, prompting another refill out of helplessness. With the accumulation of previous time shards, coupled with the assistance of the doll, Xiao Yang's physical attributes increased by 1 point. Jiang Chun resolutely stated, "I will reiterate, do not provoke me. Otherwise, it matters not if you are the emperor of your realm or even the Heavenly Dao of the celestial realm. I possess the power to rend you asunder." His gaze was unwavering. The two adversaries before him, both adept in talismanic arts, positioned Chen Ming, a swordsman, at a distinct disadvantage. During previous sparring sessions, their strengths were nearly equal, but the outcome often favored the opponent who first exhausted their energy. Regarding the matter of capturing monsters, Lu Gue had always been unambiguous. The current situation was so peculiar that it infringed upon his dignity as a Taoist, compelling him to treat it with utmost seriousness. With General and absent, upon learning that a reporter was on the line, Song Minner promptly darkened her expression and hung up with a decisive click. Zhao Shirong offered a faint smile, expressed her gratitude, and chose not to elaborate further. The car fell into a silence, with Li Hai unwilling to force conversation, merely gazing out the window. He sat there, head bowed in contemplation, his demeanor somber, evoking a deep sense of discomfort within me. In her sleep, she appeared to be dreaming sweetly, the corners of her mouth curving into a slight smile. Seeing that they were alive and had not perished as the youth had claimed, Hibayu exhaled in relief, knowing that the boy had merely sought to scare them. However, just as her fingers brushed her right ear, poised to unleash 3 divine beasts, the man suddenly appeared vacant, motionless. Shadows of terror surged forth, finally revealing the hidden dangers that lurked in the dark. Although Chun Jin's heart raced with the tempest of divine beasts, his hands remained steady, channeling all his strength into his right hand. He was acutely aware of the destructive capacity of these entities, having tested their lethality, and deemed it the optimal choice to engage in battle against Li Yang and Yuan Shao. Could it be that the fire confinement triggered its evolution? Zhang Tian's mind suddenly conjured this notion, as he recalled that the high-density metal zombies lacked such abilities in the absence of fire confinement. At the same time, they confirmed the presence of over 50 horse-drawn carriages escorted by the so-called Wuhan people. Even the sacred cult had learned of this and dispatched their holy son, the Crow Saint and the Holy Sword, joining forces towards the abyss of creation. Noticing Ying es actions, Yunhao gasped in surprise, wondering if fortune was finally smiling upon him. Qin Pei remained silent, yet a grin spread across his face, his mind replaying the earlier footage from the camera, causing a slight stirring of excitement. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed as a colossal thunderbolt cleaved the heavens, striking the writhing mound of mud, splitting it open and allowing a figure to swiftly emerge. Surrounding patrons listened to the dispute with sympathy for Song Jing, their thoughts tinged with the anticipation of a spectacle. Time trickled away, with nearly everyone having ascended to the 200th level. They surmised that the two individuals before them likely hailed from the world they were about to enter. Given that their displayed prowess and skill levels were far beyond what one should possess at the foundational stage. Displeased with such a pointless opening remark, Gu Lingxian rolled his eyes at the window, preparing to deliver a sarcastic retort, only to suddenly recognize the voice as somewhat familiar. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Xiao abruptly placed a hand on Lin Fei's shoulder, gripping tightly before forcefully shoving him backward, attempting to topple him over. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. Su Huai was already mentally prepared to be treated like a lamb for slaughter by Lin Fei, considering the 2 million for a single pill merely a prelude. Had it not been for his leading the charge against Emperor Chu, compelling the Jiaofeng division and Ye's wine house to increase their tax burdens, his son would not have faced such a fate today. Simultaneously, a sensation akin to being encircled by countless foes on the brink of being torn apart by their wrath surged within him. Shundong recognized these three individuals as the defenders of Yinjing City, surnamed Zhao, members of the Zhao family's direct lineage. Lu Xinjin chuckled, realizing that the young lady from the old woman's abode truly believed she could represent her. Huang Xixi hastily retrieved a jar of honey from his bosom, uncorking it and using his inner strength to spread its fragrance, beckoning wild bees. Ji Hua's eyes reddened instantly. In the previous world, he was still a minor, yet here, he was surrounded by older men. In response, Qian Mo forcefully stepped on his foot, having lost count of how many times he had done so. Su Xingran was lost in her thoughts, the recent explosion during the phone call propelling her emotions to a peak. It must be said, General Liu is truly deserving of his position as the newly appointed commander of Nanjun, exhibiting considerable capability in devising a strategy within such a brief span. How is this possible? The Grim Reaper's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jason, who had just been in a clear position, yet in an instant. Jason had shifted from under the basket to the three-point line. Speaking lightly, yet with an earnestness and undeniable authority, he instructed, "You all should exit to another location for a while." All was well. Sovereign Zixuan spoke softly, seated at the edge of the bed. His warm gaze fixed upon Xiao Yoshi. Under the weight of pain, Chun Yuxing relaxed his grip, causing the pig to roll onto the ground. With a flip of its hooves, it attempted to rise and flee. "With me here, sleep peacefully," Feng Zhitong observed the scene, his once unsightly, aged visage now illuminated by an undeniable joy. "Are we to trample over Brother Jin one after another?" Yin Tianxing innocently inquired. After Bai Wang ascended to the leadership of the Star Thief Group, he steadfastly pushed against opposition, insisting on focusing on shipping and bodyguard services, transforming from cosmic pirates into a comprehensive interstellar enterprise, which not only prevented the decline of the Star Thief Group, but allowed it to flourish more than during its previous illicit endeavors. Mo Chuan delicately arranged the strands of her hair, caressing her jade-like cheek, whispering softly, his voice barely audible to anyone but himself. Though they had never witnessed the construction competition before, Xia Chuxin and her companions quickly grasped the unfolding situation on the field, their anxiety mounting as they observed the gradual degradation of the starship behind Chenyu. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. After confirming the absence of anything else of value, they ventured deeper into the laboratory. With a sense of pride, Xia Yin did not harbor any disdain, for these young dragon kin indeed possessed the qualities that warranted their arrogance. In the black market, 1 cubic centimeter of energy matter could fetch a staggering 100,000 council dollars. And acquiring a full set of usable energy matter battle armor would require no less than 10 million council dollars. "Surely, you do not see through my actions?" William pondered, a thought crossing his mind, for the angle of his kick was not meant to be perceived. He had concealed his movements as much as possible. Could it be oppression insight? "What? Are you afraid?" "Look at Mo. She discovered it too, and look how strong she is," Hulan mockingly derided Chun Hao. Those with discerning eyes could see how delighted and proud the Yuan Wu Emperor was. The third prince was filled with regret, his heart aching with disbelief. Wang Jianan had perished, and yet Tai Ro had emerged. How infuriating, they've all fled. Mo grumbled, glancing at the person still tending to the flowers and plants. And with a swift motion, she pulled them closer. Xiao Luo, by Tanhua, and Yangwa cheered like mere spectators, entering the scene with excitement. Yet, who could have anticipated the hidden tumult beneath the tranquil surface of the lake? His hand rested on my abdomen, his voice unchanged, still akin to his usual tone. However, I felt a chilling gust wash over me, as if I were the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, trapped beneath the five-fingered mountain of the Buddha, unable to escape despite being the great sage equal to heaven. Unbeknownst to me, I had become enraptured, captivated by her every move. The first form was exquisite, so vividly clear, until she suddenly halted and approached me. Xiao Luo lit a cigarette, pondering the veracity of the situation. Nevertheless, visiting the provincial city and witnessing the ageless spring seemed harmless enough. The ability to preserve vegetables and fruits throughout the seasons was indeed remarkable. What nonsense! They've already left the capital, and now they have no idea where they are. Perhaps they're begging somewhere, Lu declared in anger. The lakeshore was overgrown with reeds, tall and dense, many towering even above the spirits. Ultimately, it was a close call, and Wang Xing silently exhaled, urging, Lady Consort, why provoke the young master's displeasure? If he grows angry, you should be the first to suffer. Xiao Ruxue, with a puzzled lift of her phoenix-like brows, noticed the brilliance in her eyes had faded, revealing an overwhelming sense of disappointment. The crimson liquid from the bitter flower flowed forth, instantly staining the paper, emitting a faint red glow that drifted toward Qi Sujin, who was reclining beside a large stone. The red light swirled around her, seemingly finding a point of entry, and penetrated the center of her brow. Yining could see nothing. As the red flickered, she felt herself resting upon a sturdy back, being carried with steady steps. The two continued to crisscross back and forth, having done so for the 16th time, seemingly with no intention of stopping. I feed you, Ling Ling. He gently held her hand, guiding the wine to Feng Fuyo's lips. Sometimes, I too felt like a lunatic, yet I found no other means to soothe the turmoil and unease within me. If the black smoke formed a sky, then the bloody aura of this blackened village was the eye of that sky. The little mermaid was penalized for drinking. Yi Wenxian had already taken some classmates to contract their initial pets, while Lin Yu aimlessly wandered the hall in boredom. Tang Chuxiao knew that old Zheng had no good intentions and could only follow him to the office while pinching her nose. This meant that, including Anqing, 7 or 8 cities, along with their affiliated Kanyu City, would have their candidates mixed up and participate in the assessment together. With the new drama commencing, the most delighted were not by Yuan or any of the crew, but rather the spirits attached to Bai Yuan's bracelet. If someone were to act irrationally at this time against the Su family, it would be tantamount to jeopardizing their own dinner. Can it recognize its master? Wei Liheng scratched his chin, clicked to check the details, and without further comment, it seemed he could only arrange for a long-term storage. Hey, old Lu, what's going on? Wei Liheng hurriedly caught the flustered old Lu. In truth, the majority of challengers above the 50th level in the arena shared similar sentiments. Li Xiuran stated firmly, "This minister has confirmed with Xiaoyi that her cultivation method was indeed imparted by someone, guiding her into the path of cultivation." What transpired between Sheng Yueming and Sheng Tingyi? No, it should be said that Sheng Yueming harbored disdain for the entire Sheng family, previously assisting the authority to rescue the semi-saint emperor and the grand elders from those families, followed by his own breakthrough into the Shenxian realm. It had been quite some time since he last separated from his senior sisters. Xiang Kuan nodded slightly. The administration and public security of the capital are overseen by the Jingzhou prefecture. After 3 years of abductions of so many civilians, someone must have reported it. Now, as Li Fei sought to instigate chaos, she felt a twinge of hesitation, a flicker of unease shimmering in her sky-blue eyes. The Imperial guards roared in fury, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the remaining guards and the demon-subduing guards, their battle cries resonating through the air. On the desolate ice plains, Master Sister Shui Bingxian gazed at the heavens, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed. Previously, the light warriors created by Hilko, despite their feral instincts, still retained a semblance of human consciousness. "No, my uncle intends to leave me here. He certainly does not wish for me to get involved. The more he does this, the more restless I become. I'm not entirely oblivious to this matter. However, the fragments I know only deepen my frustration. Implicitly, if he spoke recklessly, he would not escape the blade at his throat. Li Xan wiped the sweat from his forehead, smacking his lips. The dryness inside could spark a flame. Forcing a dry smile, the five faced their comrades, discarding their backpacks, standing at attention with a sharp salute, this final military salute severing their ties to the army. They would become ordinary people. Beside him, Duke Charlie was in a state of panic, perspiring profusely, wishing to loudly admonish General Franz not to act recklessly and jeopardize the negotiations. He even felt that this person, by uttering such words now, intended to drag him down to ruin alongside him, thus enhancing his own reputation while relegating him to the role of mere accessory. Chen Kaiyuan sat in the guest seat of Mi Yin, attempting to persuade him not to show mercy. Only by being resolute could one achieve great success. Well, let us take a look. However, our establishment has just opened, and our stock is not yet complete. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask, Li Si said politely. In that fleeting moment, Su Dong seemed to hear the voices of his parents. Recognizing the helpless yet painful sigh that accompanied his recklessness and refusal to repent, leaving him deeply saddened, Zheng Gan brushed his hands and rose from his chair, pacing to the charcoal stove in the room, where he picked up a pair of tongs and placed several pieces of coal inside. The director of education glanced at the homeroom teacher beside him and leisurely sipped from the teacup at hand. Do not stray too far, pursue him, he said coldly. Yet before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ing Hanshi suddenly leapt from the ground, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he once again swung his blade toward the emperor. Be careful, Ran Yu's voice echoed from within the cabin. As matters grew increasingly complex, Lu Yu instinctively sought to postpone his thoughts. However, the gravity of the situation, which was a matter of life and death, kept him tossing and turning, leading to sleeplessness. It appeared that although Ing Hanshi was eager to meet her at first, he remained calm and unhurried. Xiao Qiongyin followed closely behind him, pondering to himself, the commander is indeed quite mature and possesses exceptional self-control. Little did she know, after the silver light faded, she was stunned to realize the location of her leap. She had jumped above an empty chasm. Still shaken, she plummeted directly down, barely escaping death. Within seconds of falling into the void, she lost consciousness. Her eyes burst, and her heart ceased to beat, leaving her pale blue gown stained with blood. At 7:30, Lina arrived early to find Guo reminding him of his promise to process her resignation after she filled in for him a few days prior. I grinned widely and said, You sure this is the seal of the Yellow Emperor? How could even an ordinary person like me enter? Perhaps it has long surpassed its expiration date. Ha. Li Tingji was beloved by his soldiers, holding great esteem in the military. When they saw his grim expression, they felt a burning shame, and a steadfast belief surged within them. Despite their exhaustion, they would prove they were not mere livestock. Following his outstanding performance in his new position, Chun Jinlong became jovial, enjoying training and often overtaking his teammates, sometimes delaying passes to accomplish this. You give me a kiss. Captain, the highest-ranking time traveler has been obliterated. Current mission number 127 is cancelled, reported the heavily armored knight in an electronic synthesized voice. I say it's true, cough. Sister Rong is so young and beautiful, I naturally must address her as sister, regardless of seniority. Light Dance shot a glance at Dao Ji, sensing his intentions toward her future mentor, huffing, you should give up on that idea. Laughter erupted among the other racers, entirely oblivious to the tightly clenched fist of Xia Haoyu. This statement was like a lifeline, immediately bringing joy to Duanmu Ying, though Yin Weiyang had yet to express her stance, making it difficult for her to show too much enthusiasm. Nevertheless, that did not mean he would tolerate her incessant chatter. Are you done asking? His voice was as frigid as crushed ice. Since I have nothing else to do, helping out wouldn't be a bother, Jean Yuli remarked lazily while sipping tea, observing Yue. The events of the day left me somewhat perturbed, and combined with the unmistakable gaze Chun Luluo had cast at me earlier, I felt an impending sense of something about to occur, prompting me to sit quietly and refrain from speaking. Then we shall concoct this mischief again tomorrow, he muttered angrily before heading straight to the camp to inform his family. It's good to hear. Your Highness, please come inside for tea. Lan Lai was aware that Qian was being quite rude at that moment. The young man had strikingly pronounced bulging eyes, often referred to as goldfish eyes, and paired with his pale face, he presented an odd appearance. The slender blade sprouted 3 forks, transforming into 7 knives, while a massive flame resembling a human head erupted alongside Hinamori Momo's flourish. Having perished after consuming 2 artificial devil fruits, this manner of death was truly refreshingly unconventional. Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Ling Yin could only shake his head in resignation, offering a wry smile. Not far off, Xiao Huajun and Jiang Qinyin, whose mental fortitude had also been compromised, suddenly changed expressions as the howling flame, sword energy, and golden giant hammer surged forth with even greater ferocity, aiming to defeat the Black Demon Knight in a short span. This area, aside from the Shaanxi Tower, was one that most martial artists dared not provoke, and now, with the addition of the Burning Emotion Palace, it was uncertain whether it represented righteousness or malevolence. Was it a healer or a harbinger of harm? This was indeed difficult to define. However, today, most renowned sects received invitations from the Burning Emotion Palace. Truly, without comparison, there is no pain. In contrast, Ling Yun felt a profound sense of injury, accompanied by a twinge of envy and resentment. The issuance of these decrees undoubtedly invigorated the populace, offering the increasingly beleaguered citizens a glimmer of hope. After shaking off some inexplicable emotions, Luo Ji scanned Lu Shengnan and Jiang Qinyin before leading the spirit turtle forward. The man felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beading on his forehead. So if I say this, you will surely let me go? He thought, feeling somewhat anxious. Suddenly, Lake Tu made his move, conjuring black lightning in his palm that transformed into a lightning whip, striking toward Tang Zhong. The minister uttered not a word before collapsing to the ground, devoid of any vitality. Qi Liang, however, had other thoughts. The intelligence agency of the Pingxi Wangfu was not under his control, and given its long existence, it should not be a secret. Qi Liang suspected its integrity. On the other side of the horses, Rolf awkwardly scratched his head, while the Marquis of Shiles on horseback remained silent with a smile. If the adjustments on the front line, due to Messi and Ito OS commendable performances, could be deemed acceptable, then hastily placing the out-of-practice Henry in the starting lineup was indeed a topic of considerable controversy. Lo si deducit similarly. Had she not been attuned to Wang Pingxin's emotional fluctuations, she would have missed the lingering dissatisfaction and helplessness within her heart. Although her sixth sense told her Wang Pingxin was correct, it also led her to realize that the initial issues were far more complex than they appeared. I heard my master mention something called the Xiantian Classic. It's a pity that apart from you, the founder, no one has succeeded in its cultivation. Lin Junyu disclosed everything he knew. Yang Tian furrowed his brow at Bai Kai, uncertain of the intentions behind their visit. Nevertheless, Yang Tian anticipated that these individuals bore ill will toward him. Fang Qingxue believed her skills were adequate. However, before Lin Feng, she felt utterly insignificant. Su Xiaoyan had not uttered a single curse against Zhang Deqi. In fact, Su Xiaoyan did curse, but not a single vulgar word escaped his lips. Take action and eliminate these 4 old geezers. Upon learning of Huang Qiuming's injuries, Old Wu immediately went into a frenzy. A master of the divine realm was crucial to any faction, especially in the current Tiangang continent. Even if they could not resolve it now, the dream god would have many opportunities to retaliate in the future. This was the terrifying aspect of the evil king. The towns are imbued with a spirit that manifests as a multitude of characters, swirling together to form an expansive sea of symbols. The man, upon hearing this, fell silent, his expression shifting subtly, though his dark complexion concealed it well. Jun Machin, undeterred, sought to persuade further, as he was unwilling to witness his own brother's fratricide over the imperial throne, knowing it would grieve their mother in heaven. A blood-red sword pierced the void with a resounding crash. toppling the seven treasures divine tree and shattering the radiance of its jewels. When unleashing the thunder serpent armor, Lamia's aura reached an overwhelming crescendo, doubling his strength. Moreover, it was evident that the current Ichigo Kurosaki was no less formidable, and thus, he had no reason to complicate matters further. Why not? Your agency has entrusted you to our company. We can shape you as we please. Silence. If you jeopardize our Mo family's financial endeavors, you shall face the consequences, the male assistant declared menacingly. Jun Mo Xian reclined languidly on the bed where he once shared passionate moments with Zongzheng Xiao, while she, partially unclothed, patiently peeled grapes, then offered the succulent morsels to him with her delicate fingers. Su Chun ascended the altar, noting 10 holes beside it, each marked with a numeral. He cast a spirit stone into the hole inscribed with the number 9. In a moment of indignation, Shattered Bee relentlessly pounded Kong Lu with a pillow for a full 3 minutes. Despite being merely a pillow, Kong Lu discovered that the occasional blows landed in empty spaces had cracked the bed's boards, eliciting a sigh of realization. The following day, I successfully remained in bed, and I was not alone in this endeavor. Gu Yin and Mu Tianyun joined me in our lazy slumber. However, our reluctance to rise stemmed not from laziness, but from the torrential rain outside, which rendered filming impossible. Although it was merely a theoretical possibility, it remained a dangerously formidable force. The Empress Dowager glared at the Emperor in fury, yet could not voice her inquiry, for interference in court affairs by the harem has long been deemed a grave sin. Ha ha ha, if that is the case, we 7 shall also extend our gratitude, they remarked, though inwardly, these elder statesmen were filled with scornful laughter. The Gu family was well aware that Cuy's performance was merely a ploy, relying on the crown prince's favor, deterred from taking action against her. Since her falling out with Yun Nong Gu, Qin Yuner had harbored an unrelenting desire to eliminate her rival, and this murderous intent had reached its zenith. Had it not been for Yi Junsheng's constant protection, she might have drawn her hairpin to commit murder. Just moments ago, Luo Qilang had rushed over, evidently anxious, echoing the very words of old Lady Zhang. Not far off, Qing Ro observed the unfolding scenes, particularly unable to suppress a gasp as she witnessed Jiang Jingjing receiving her comeuppance. This ultimately led to the final holy seat of the Great Path falling into the hands of the fire god Zhu Rong, enabling him to overpower his adversary. It was all merely for such trivial matters, nothing of great significance, Shui Gao remarked with an unflinching countenance as he addressed Jian Yan. Previously, Qin Yuner had cherished her sister's seemingly naive romantic notions, but now, witnessing her abandon something so vital for the sake of love, she felt an immediate headache. Xianzhou contemplated for a moment, suddenly struck by an idea, her cat-like eyes gleaming mischievously as she turned her gaze toward the unconscious fierce bird. Tong Wushuang was engulfed in flames, his blood surging, his voice resonating like an ancient bell, immense and terrifying, as he surged forward to grasp the shadowy figure. Li Muzi sat in her meticulously decorated office, momentarily forgetting her work as she sent a clandestine photo of Windsor and Exine Air to Xiaoshu. With 2 loud thuds, both combatants' weapons were knocked from their grasp, and a massive wolf-toothed club struck them, sending both man and horse sprawling, resulting in broken bones and tragic demise. The lowest and second tiers erupted in chaos, prompting Enkos and Wan Nu to leap down from their elevated positions. After a brief ceremony, Zhu Di instinctively rose, meeting Zhu Yuanzhang's expectant gaze with a smile. As they entered the Beast Clan's hall, an unpleasant odor assaulted their senses, causing their chests to heave. Upon reaching the haunted house, Gu Ling noticed numerous staff members bustling about, seemingly engaged in final preparations. Dukes and marquises were allotted lands of a county. Earls and viscounts could claim a city, while barons were granted a village. The allocation of fiefs was limited. The king could not bestow all territories upon noblemen, and many dukes and marquises might not even secure a village fief. My dear, we have exerted every effort. No matter how we try, we cannot destroy the river of Hades. Even a mountain wall remains unshaken. They gasped, visibly exhausted. Telephones bore back his nausea, his brow furrowing as he beheld Selena's despairing countenance, while Chris Corian beside her wore a furrowed brow. At this juncture, Zheng Yi comprehended the true reason behind his grandfather's retreat into the mountains. The sacrifice of his fiancée, Yi, coupled with the loss of his brothers, had rendered his heart unbearably heavy, seeking solace only in the seclusion of the deep woods. During his grandfather's dedicated crafting of iron thresholds, he recalled a peculiar incident from his initial days at university. At that time, he had never envisioned that events a decade later would intertwine with his current endeavors. Indeed, he had not connected that incident with the ghostly courtesan from years past. Yao Mama, privy to the truth and of advanced age, feared that any slip might arouse her elder brother's suspicion, and thus refrained from voicing more. The conferral ceremony had yet to commence, and just as Li Xiaoyao found it peculiar, footsteps echoed from outside. Hearing Bai Ming Xue's daydreaming musings, Ning Feng's lips twitched in response. The successful candidates had been busy for several days, each seeking avenues for promising appointments. Among the top three, the second place, Xiao Mingcheng, had been appointed as the Huayang deputy magistrate, while the first place, El Jingyuan and Jiang Yinming, had both entered the Hamlin Academy as Hamlin scholars, responsible for drafting edicts. No wonder the crown prince was willing to provoke anger, regardless of the consequences. However, what did the pirates possess that emboldened the crown prince to risk everything for the sake of the power they wielded? At that moment, Li Xiaoyao stood as a cultivator of the qi refining stage, while the divine soul represented a practitioner at the golden core stage. Outside the D residence in the capital, a man with a chiseled face and slightly slanted eyes, clad in brocade, approached the steps. The doorman appeared familiar with him, exchanging a few jovial words before retreating to convey his message. Seated on the piano stool, he gazed at the black and white keys, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Slowly, he began to play. Su Yiyang's voice was laced with drowsiness, as though he had just been roused from slumber. The one who had awakened him was, of course, Shi Se. Ji Linqi remarked that Hu Lin was currently on a business trip, leaving the interview in the hands of the deputy manager. If one wished to apply, they ought to act swiftly, as many candidates sought the position. As she spoke, her hands trembled, and a barrier array disc was cast at her feet, while her body swiftly retreated. Yi Yun, mounted on the thunder hoof of the sea, pierced through the void, ascending to the heights of the heavens, treading upon violet lightning as he made his way to the illusion family. Naturally, Su Yujin had to accompany him. However, she had received a secret letter the previous night, summoning her to meet someone at a tea house that very day. Thus, upon leaving the Eastern Palace, she suddenly ruined her hairstyle in the carriage, then borrowed an excuse from Dugu Schwanger to visit a merchant's establishment for a purchase. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then darted towards the direction of the tomb, which was already surrounded, with police guarding the vicinity. Lu Meihua, resolutely stubborn, seemed intent on holding her ground, even as her demise approached. Ninth Master, if you were in my shoes, you might already be on the brink of exhaustion. I began to mock the Ninth Master. She had previously believed he had sent Su Zheng to follow her, but after Su Zheng clarified that it was not him, Sherwan also believed him, and the topic had not been mentioned for quite some time. Now that he brought it up again, it was clearly an attempt to provoke. Before Feng Yuanyi, ripples began to undulate, and he slightly raised his hand, slowly drawing his sword. See, Sitong, what are you saying? I do not comprehend. But Wu Luo was not inclined to acknowledge Sitong's words. She stiffly tugged at her lips, maintaining that gentle smile, continuing to feign ignorance. That elongated Lincoln car was the epitome of spaciousness that many dreamt of. Yet Maisie's father felt not only the chill, but also the palpable dread of the place, an unmistakably ruthless locale. For this reason, Feng Hui could not possibly entertain any explanations from Qian Haichuan. Nink boer no dit towards Bai Litian, adjusting his sword before descending the steep cliff towards the main hall of the Bai sect. At this moment, Song Shijuan remained silent, resembling a statue. He even hoped that Zhang Haoshue would cause a ruckus and give him a beating. Having something to do was preferable to this endless waiting and silence. The glazed shields, with their commendable hardness, had repeatedly aided Xianyuan Nanxing in evading peril, proving to be a versatile asset. This time, too, the shields were thrown, gaining a crucial half-second for retreat. In that instant, the tree seemed to gain a newfound vitality, appearing almost alive as Meng Hao's hand brushed against it, feeling the thread of life coursing through. The dark abyss of the deep sea could not hinder Soren's sight. The undying messenger submarine navigated hundreds of meters below the surface, calculating the enemy's position, having gathered substantial intelligence prior to departure. As they approached, Meng Hao spotted the parrot and Li Linger, and not only he, but Suyan also noticed the massive sphere behind them. Additionally, Wang Ju was perpetually dissatisfied with Zhao Su's balancing tactics, yet overlooked that without Zhao Su's ambition, he would not have been afforded such space to exhibit his talents. At a critical moment, the green-haired one sprang into action, forcefully shoving Luo Xiangrui aside, resulting in a tremendous crash as an Audi collided violently, with Sun Jie relentless in his pursuit, treating it as a game where taking down one was a victory. Keeping the unfeeling true monarch close served another purpose, to prevent her from causing trouble for Kai Jin. As her cultivation had recovered to half a step into the celestial realm, a feat that Kai Jin might not withstand. A slight misstep could ignite a catastrophic battle, contradicting Chu Zhao's plans. Moreover, Fang Hong noticed that as the two pearls incessantly rotated, he found himself at the very center of the Tai Chi. The heavenly eye was undoubtedly not a simple existence. It was evident from the so-called celestial being's instinctive fear of it. This fear was deeply ingrained, prompting the instant he sensed the heavenly eye's presence to attempt to take his own life. Song Yin and his companion remained still. Their cultivation level was such that they were not ordinary individuals, but rather seasoned foxes, well aware of the consequences of real combat. Moreover, they had not sustained any losses, retreating with cold laughter. Though Sergei had yet to awaken from his coma, merely enduring the presence of such a father was already a source of immense happiness for her. Not to mention that in Fenghua City, she could receive the finest treatment as she awaited a miracle. Since the People's Army could mount a counterattack in the vicinity of Min County while simultaneously assaulting Tangchong, it would not be surprising if they ambushed reinforcements heading to Tangchong. Hu Zongnan was currently considering unfavorable factors to prevent any slip-ups. The slots for the Shura Blood Sea were exceedingly precious, with only the most exceptional elites chosen to enter each time. Impulsive traversing defied the concept of time. In a fleeting moment, one could reach their desired destination. However, finding a proper landing spot required considerable time. Zhao Zhenzhong believed that the Shanghai incident represented the 19th Route Army's patriotic action against foreign invasion, disregarding the orders of the authorities to withdraw troops. Under pressure from all sides, the Kuomintang government, having relocated to Luoyang, would inevitably be compelled to participate in this resistance effort. Now, purchasing anything required a receipt. Acquiring 10 sets of dishes was only possible at exorbitant prices, while chopsticks were no longer available, as drawing too much stock from one place would attract attention. Uncle Fu, Aunt Tu, I raise my glass to you. Shangguan Ning smiled gracefully, gazing at the two, her eyes sweeping over Tu Manji's face before resting on Fu Jingdong, her smile growing ever brighter. It was a fact that he had been with Chu Yao. There was no denying it. Jiang Muheng, feeling vexed, pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Before long, cigarette butts accumulated beside his brown leather shoes. Just then, a black sedan slowly approached, with the man in the driver's seat being Zhong Quan. The masked man ceased speaking, merely tapping on the windowsill, each knock echoing in Ziwei's ears. This time, she was more vigilant. With each tap, she counted, totaling 5 times. Why does it hurt so much, even though there is no love? The suffocating sensation lingers in my throat, making even breathing painful. Let's go. I see some refreshments prepared over there. Let's have a bite while we wait for the luncheon to commence. Man Sheng called out with a smile. And you unfollowed her. Mu Qing, why are the two styles different? This Shang Fong and the one just now cannot be the same, can they? The previous Shang Fong had a clean face, while this one has a bruise on his cheek. Li Qing'er asked, looking at Shun Muqin's cheek with confusion. However, always persuading, always attempting to persuade, in the end, he could not discern whether it was due to the trouble or the fear of embarrassment. Their investigation finally yielded results. and the outcome was so shocking it sent chills through them. Yet for those who once dreamed of becoming heroes of the Sith Star, this minor difficulty ignited a sense of fervor within them. Having witnessed too many human surprises, Nuaw instead calmed down, taking time to appreciate the gift humanity had bestowed upon him. At that moment, all eyes were focused on Yi Fenglan, fixated on the gun in her hand. With an unstoppable force, the tiger demon succumbed to a powerful strike, a deep fissure appearing on its skin, blood flowing profusely. As Yang Chong listened attentively to Lu Yi's intricate introduction, he eventually grasped that only those who can clearly perceive the trajectory of the ball and understand the evasion techniques may become formidable catchers. He felt a bit confused, but after some reflection, clarity began to dawn upon him. In straightforward combat devoid of superfluous techniques, skills, experience, physical fitness, and energy supply are of paramount importance. In terms of technique and experience, the two competitors were not vastly different. However, in terms of physical prowess, Yi exhibited a distinct advantage. Meanwhile, Lei Ao relied on his strength and energy. Why blame you? You are neither the mastermind nor a willing participant, so what significance lies in blaming you? Wang Zhoming chuckled, gently reminding him. No need. They are merely inconsequential individuals, the man dismissed, showing little regard for my Tai Kai and his companions. In truth, Su Ying had intended to meet Vice Dean Zheng to record a conversation, but the latter would not grant her an audience. Had she not engaged in so much work over the past few days, he would not have come to her either, leaving her unable to record anything. Su Ying endeavored to comfort him, for without being a family member, one could never truly comprehend the feelings of a loved one. The disparity in strength made Naruto hesitant to act recklessly, but upon witnessing Sasuke Uchiha's woeful state, he felt compelled to take action. As darkness faded away, the moonlight cascaded down, dispelling the gloom that shrouded the earth and restoring brightness once more. At that moment, Xing Yun and Mingmu emerged, followed by the 10 great lords and other deputy lords. Though many were grievously injured, bloodied, and disfigured, some even emitting a scent of corrosion. Lin Tian gazed at them, his anger intensifying as he directed his ire towards Guanlong. The old turtle's eyes widened in shock as it shook its head at the young master before slowly retreating to the side. Chu Haoyin now dared not meet Mei Rujiao's gaze. As the saying goes, one line necessitates countless others to conceal it. With too many words, one risks losing everything. Thus, Chu Haoyin turned and soared away from Qijiao residence. Ha! Stop! That tickles, Zhang Ling exclaimed, as the coarse palm's movements on her soft waist sent electric sensations coursing through her, causing her to involuntarily sway her hips. The captain addressed John and Tiger Lion. Maintain communication. Do not hesitate to call for support if needed. We are all your backing. Han Xian was unfamiliar with the inland merchant surnamed Mu, but after hearing the casino manager's introduction, he learned that the individual was also a regular at the Lisboa casino. Not the type to gamble away his entire fortune in a single bet. Hu Chaoan and Lien Wu transported 2 large stones, binding Zhou Longhai's feet together with rope and a heavy object. Director Susan had already activated the camera to record upon receiving the distress signal. The wind demon worm swiftly descended to avoid the wind blade, while Chu Haoyin gazed into the distance, spotting 4 wind demons relentlessly pursuing them. Just as the figure of El Tian vanished, the attacks from Ling Tian and the others finally reached the spot where El Tian had stood, resulting in a fierce explosion as several powerful forces collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently as if it could not withstand the terrifying energy of the blast. I am uncertain how old Gao informed Ba Sung of these matters, but upon hearing them, Ba Sung merely inquired of me, "Do you mean to say that the Yin card still resides with old Gao?" After finishing his words, Chu Haoyin turned and proceeded towards the opposite end of the underground palace. Along the way, everyone could distinctly sense the abundant spiritual energy here compared to elsewhere. After 10 breaths, he halted before a wall, casting several hand seals. Suddenly, the wall rose to reveal a magnificent spiritual vein before everyone. At that moment, I had entered the secret realm solely to receive a legacy, but unforeseen circumstances nearly led to my demise. The Ghost Master spoke slowly. Meng Kong expressed his immense gratitude for residing at the Tianya Inn with the other craftsmen, who had thoughtfully arranged dumplings and various foods. Rest assured, Boss Nimming, we always have teams here. You can come at any time, Pinnacle Yin remarked with a smile. At this point, the Demon Clan's warship had lost all capacity for resistance. As the ship's hull was swiftly penetrated by the orb of light, igniting flames that spread across the pitch-black sea once more. Upon acquiring this martial art, she appeared particularly exhilarated and immediately began her training without hesitation. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded that surprised Su Yin. Originally astonished, Su Yin realized that attempting to cultivate this martial art without meridians would undoubtedly be exceedingly difficult. If it weren't for my consciousness being fixed on Zongzheng Xiao, I might even suspect that he was deceiving me. Such unimaginable power, with such strength, perhaps it could contend with us. The Heavenly Knight, venerable, mused as he observed the scene unfolding before him, subsequently addressing the White Venerable. When Lu Xian's figure appeared before the members of the Lu family, they were initially taken aback, but quickly recognized him. He Cheng had already led the merchant group to construct a makeshift camp on the shore, collaborating with a water army stationed both on the shore and aboard the ships. As these robust figures leaped into the lake, they vanished in an instant, leaving ripples in the water as if nothing had transpired. This was akin to a prisoner's shackles imposed by the court. Someone had brazenly shattered the shackles without consent to rescue the prisoner, an act that was nothing short of a provocation to his dragon might, undermining his status as the Dragon King. If this were to circulate, it would severely tarnish his reputation. The ground was a single sheet of transparent glass, reflecting the starlight, seamlessly connecting with the depths of the ocean beneath. With that, he ignored the puzzled expression on Shilan's face and swiftly made his way towards the Ro-Ran Palace. The previous night, Jian Yang had slept in the embrace of Li Jue, so he was not particularly fatigued at this moment, though he was utterly exhausted, experiencing not only physical discomfort, but also a growing unease in his stomach. Li Qiyu could not be found anywhere, her tears mingling with the encroaching darkness. Her heart hollowed out like a black hole. Upon hearing the words, Yi Chun hurled a crescent-shaped trajectory towards Ling Zhenghua, and with a resounding crash, the elderly figure collided with the sports car he had crafted, prompting the driver to rush out and assist him. The MSS members from Guanghan received a call and learned of the death of the Dragon Soul warrior, Song Yi, leaving them all in utter shock. Everyone gazed fearfully at the delicate figure emerging from the inferno, but only Yi Chun stood with his arms crossed, calmly observing the scene before him, instilling a sense of hope in the moon goddess and her companions. The village chief rushed to his wife, leaping onto the bed to remove his outer garments, declaring, "Today, I shall show you my prowess." After shedding his clothes, he pounced upon her. In an instant, the earlier momentum dissipated entirely. As a single strike from Fong, Yi resolved the situation, leaving behind no trace of spirit or nascent soul. And even the physical body was obliterated into a mist of blood, calm as the sand, falling like the geese upon listening to this Qin piece. One's body would involuntarily slow down. Even the heart would find solace. "What? Repeat that. What has happened?" The magistrate of Wanling County inquired, trembling as he addressed the reporting captain. Fong Yi unleashed a sword strike, tearing through the air as the fierce momentum surged directly towards Morris's head. He soared into the air, wielding the seven-star spear, grasping the connecting lotus beneath the three-faced Buddha's head, elongating the spear once more, while the Vajra at the spear's tail struck the ground forcefully under the infusion of true energy. This must be the place. Uncle Zhang's soup dumplings are unmatched. They can only be savored here. Feng Yuchen squinted his eyes, savoring the rich broth within the dumpling, a satisfied expression adorning his face. In the midst of the stormy dawn, Chun coughed lightly, choosing silence over responding to Shauna, for he believed that remaining mute was the wisest course of action. Deep down, he recognized that these imperial uncles were coveting his throne, constantly creating troubles for him. "My friends, we meet again," came a familiar voice from a distance. Both individuals looked up to find Ling Kongzi, the one who had sold them the old lord's decree atop Laojun Mountain. No. Mr. Qin has misunderstood our intentions. We merely hope your esteemed side can offer certain preferential policies regarding future authorization fees and the initial research funding invested in Huawei, the marketing director hastily explained. However, while the city lord lived like a dog, the residents were filled with joy. It was a rare opportunity to partake in such a grand event, and they were determined to prepare adequately for the occasion. A day off was the generous perk provided by Zhou Yu. The bodyguard on duty informed the boss that both of his wives were affectionate. Upon reaching the bedroom and realizing the nature of the situation, he felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. A true warrior's spirit is impervious to external influences, as long as his heart remains robust. He will forever be regarded as a hero in the eyes of the people. Ultimately, the ice coffin was bestowed upon by Mo, and the princess bore no objections, for only he could withstand the coffin's chilling aura and avoid succumbing to eternal slumber. Thus, the newly appointed dean sought out Shirley's homeroom teacher and arranged a meeting with him, expressing the desire for Shirley to give a presentation to the school students about his entrepreneurial experiences. Shirley, unable to refuse, reluctantly agreed. Yet he postponed the meeting until the beginning of the next academic year, as the present moment was deemed unsuitable. Sturdy fortifications are often breached from within. Countless examples abound. The reason hindering the blade's eruption lies in the question plaguing Sun Min's heart. Was the skirmish with the Americans mere coincidence? Or was there a traitor among the ranks? Or perhaps, were there other underlying factors? Suddenly, Gong Yuming, who had been sitting quietly with his head tilted, abruptly lifted his gaze. Whether it was the effects of intoxication or something else, his face flushed crimson, and, as he opened his mouth, the scent of alcohol emanated from him, even stronger than that of the burly man beside him. His speech was slurred and unclear, betraying his inebriated state. Initially, the swindler felt a touch of unease, but as the pilot continued, he found himself growing more composed. A humming sound resonated. The flame god talisman hovered in the sky, radiating gentle white light that enveloped Jiu Yuan, purifying the black illusionary fragrance from his body. Of course, both positive and negative comments emerged in abundance. However, for Lu Daofei and his companions, such opinions were of no concern. At some point, a click echoed from Su Yin's door latch. Gao Jun, who was always vigilant while sleeping, immediately awoke. Lu He smiled, his palm clenched, and a surge of azure light enveloped him, thousands of azure dragon patterns soaring upward, transforming into an ancient dragon claw that fiercely struck the chasm of space. The two significant events that transpired within Xianling's sect incited not only envy, but also jealousy from other factions. The successful advancement of the Three Flame Heaven formation unleashed a force comparable to a peak Taoist lord unleashing their full power, causing trepidation among rival forces. Master treats Aine exceptionally well, he thought, recalling her actions at the Cursed Sword Peak and her audacious demand for contributions, prompting a chuckle. He paused briefly, choosing not to delve deeper, but instead took to the skies, soaring toward the island's exterior. Gasping for breath, he greedily inhaled the air while surveying his surroundings. The dim light, illuminated by green candlelight, cast a more somber hue over the chaotic debris strewn about the floor, stained with the fresh crimson blood of the first sailor who had perished in the hold. Suddenly, ripples manifested around the royal residence, as a colossal transparent dome swiftly formed, enveloping the entire palace. However, as the population continued to grow, vast tracts of land emerged on either side of the levee, cultivated for agriculture. With defensive embankments constructed for protection, some situated miles from the water, while others were merely a few hundred steps away. Outer disciples were those who had yet to reach the nascent soul stage. Once they attained that level, they would almost invariably be taken under the wing of the transformation stage elders from various peaks. Even without a substantial Mermen relationship, they would still acquire the status of inner disciples. For this reason, she genuinely planned to take her adoptive mother, Feng Ernyang, to find a good place to live freely for the rest of their lives. The other three shared his decision, and in the narrow space, the blinding light clashed with the fists of darkness, a chaotic maelstrom engulfing both sides and tearing everything asunder. Without needing to articulate it, I yearned to assist, yet felt powerless. Why are you so certain that this passage is still a concealed trap? Yin Yunqing inquired. Still pretending. Lu Si bellowed, inadvertently aggravating his old injury, causing him to grimace and crouch down in pain. Within the divine palace, the 9-star divine pattern formation was enigmatic and formidable, imbued with unmatched cosmic power, ensnaring the shadow of the dark demon, rendering it immobile. The heavy shield assassination formation was indeed remarkably resilient, blood-soaked, and ruthless. Yet how could it withstand the relentless onslaught of colossal beasts? The demise of hundreds of ordinary creatures ultimately overwhelmed the formation, leading to its collapse and transforming the scene into utter chaos. Nevertheless, the officers of the independent regiment did not exhibit the expected joy. Shock and fury consumed nearly all their emotions. As the path ahead grew increasingly illuminated, Yin Yunfei raised his hand, signaling silence. He stepped forward, peering around the iron gate, only to find yet another ominous array of iron puppets. However, this time, the array bore a name. For ordinary individuals, such an environment was akin to hell. Yet, for Lin Feng and the Phoenix Martial sect, it was a veritable paradise. After notifying the higher-ups of the Great Xia Kingdom, Lin Feng proceeded to Yong'an City, intending to make his entry into the otherworld from there. The divine elixir bore no elemental attributes, and within the divine palace's inscriptions, the 8 auxiliary stars whirled rapidly, stirring up currents of energy. The mental hammer was unavoidable. Light steadied his mind, and the mental assault did not exceed his willpower threshold, merely rendering him momentarily dazed. Of course, opinions varied widely and were unsubstantiated. Yet if it were indeed the case, the 6-eared macaque was truly remarkable, operating under the very nose of the Tathagata, not only evading the notice of all celestial beings, but also managing to vanquish the authentic Sun Wukong. All right, sure, fan-blocked A.O. Billion took a moment to compose himself and re-entered the sword-washing pool, unaware that Elizabeth had quietly turned her face away. In my case, I could spar with an ordinary person, but facing a profound practitioner was akin to walking into a tiger's den. Tina's hands, resting on her knees, trembled slightly, instinctively forming fists. Burdened with the stigma of the child of misfortune, the most daunting aspect was the inextricable link between misfortune and demons. Subsequently, Mo Longwe activated the purple-blue gemstone, instantly becoming the host of the demon system. Yet why was this the case? Shouldn't the power of a negligent father be filled with righteousness? Why then did it require a collection of negative emotions? Pangu, resting upon the back of Moon Knight, expressed his profound confusion, exchanging glances without a word. We continued to ascend the stairs toward the 4th floor. "Master, this is a letter for you," said Nymph, munching on potato chips as she handed a letter to Moon Knight. The animosity towards the RB nation is not solely confined to the citizens of the Empire. Even Hu Izhou, born on Earth, harbors resentment due to the war waged by the RB nation against the Empire many years ago. Although Earth and Blue Star are fundamentally similar, this sentiment resonates deeply in both realms. However, at that moment, following a brief commotion, the sounds of fireworks subsided, and the crowd began to regain their composure. Upon seeing Feng Shuigua and Yang Fengrui, Ma Yuding nodded in greeting, and they reciprocated with a slight nod. Yi Tianshi approached, his tone remaining unperturbed as he inquired, "How is it? Still arrogant?" This establishment, a private restaurant owned by Americans, is situated in a notably discreet location, accessible only to those of the upper echelons of society. Moreover, when the hot pot is prepared, all patrons must don blindfolds, forbidding them from witnessing the ingredients others choose to add to the pot. In a moment of tender intimacy, their garments had long been cast aside. As they rolled on the inner side of the bed, the dim light of the room casting soft shadows that allowed them to discern each other clearly. A gift from the war sound boom. The star in the distance has exploded. The flames are dazzlingly bright. They illuminate La Sponking with an extraordinary brilliance. La Sponking gazes in awe at the beautiful flames, breathing heavily. Although Dai Jin possesses a strong constitution, she cannot withstand such turmoil. Her body is now flushed, and with her eyes closed, It is unclear whether she has fainted or simply lacks the strength to speak. If you don't leave, then I won't either. Zongzheng Xiao purses his lips, his tone resolutely stubborn. Having achieved the 9th level of the Void Realm, if the other party's realm surpasses his own, would that not be akin to divinity? The intangible title grants them the peace they now cherish. Lu Rue has clearly discerned my intentions and turned to smile at me. Your Highness truly does not fancy those pastries. Upon leaving the Jiangfang Palace, Mei Yin appeared puzzled, for Lu Shen is not typically one to disregard face. What should be done next regarding Dai, Jin, and Mihan? Xiang Yun and Wan Qing are utterly unable to fathom the intentions of the esteemed concubine. The temple's simplicity, whether in its austere structure or its humble uncle, has taken root in her heart over time. The lead shaman's wrist trembles slightly as the orange-red flames leap from the blade's tip, cascading into the liquid potion before him. "How may I serve you, my esteemed king?" inquired the long-awaited core crystal. Gong Sun Yin giggled and nodded, believing this plan to be feasible. After all, Chu Nan is her man, and she would unconditionally support whatever he wished to pursue. Walking amidst the gravestones, Locke strides toward a grand, brightly lit ancient castle, encircled by tombs. The classmates boarded their vehicles, greeting Gu Bei, who busied himself with no words of gratitude. It was evident to all that Gu Bei served as the backbone of the group. Upon encountering people, the cannon would emerge, seemingly possessing two eyes that blinked while relentlessly firing upon others. The cannonballs flew in a straight line, gleaming white, causing anyone hit to roll over and fall. Aklas's thoughts were vividly expressed on his face, while Locke smiled at him, thinking, what an understandable fellow. When a 9th-tier demon emerges, all lower-tier demons instinctively scatter in fear. The speed of a 4-armed demon is quite remarkable. Had it not been for the prior use of dust and lightning to weaken it, it would have long since vanished. For the surroundings are a maze of interconnected passages. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Chu Nan resolved to dash toward the approaching Gongsun Yuyan, swiftly wrapping his right arm around her waist, while his left hand, gripping a sharp phoenix dagger, pressed menacingly against her delicate neck. The atmosphere was harmonious as everyone gathered, sharing laughter and warmth. As they feasted, Elder Wu sniffed the air, detecting a burnt odor. Is someone's trousers scorched? Being close to the stove? Such occurrences were not uncommon. At that moment, Zhang Yixing was likely organizing gifts with Wu Shixuan, making it the perfect opportunity to dispose of the black fan packages. Mei Qingli smiled as she observed Duo innocently toying with her hair, only to be left astounded moments later. It is said that the people of Bao Nation are adept in battle, fiercely competitive. Centuries ago, the populace suffered greatly, displaced and destitute. Meanwhile, Jianquan, having just failed a life-threatening strike and suffering from severe internal energy depletion due to a powerful recoil, found himself in a rare state of uncontrollable collapse. At the South City Gate, Dongfang Xiuhan cast a final glance at his sister, his eyes unwittingly misting with tears. To conceal his sorrow from her, he turned and mounted his horse, galloping away swiftly. He was unaware of the changes outside, but felt that shedding a little blood to preserve their sect would ensure that the Zhuyang immortal sect remained the dominant force in the region. Refusing to acknowledge, is it? Well, I am aware that the demon clan has strengthened the laws of spatial techniques. Even if your mastery over spatial powers is formidable, it may not suffice. I had intended to inform you, but I shall refrain now, Murong Qianqian said with a playful smile. The following morning during the break, Yimo visited the High IIJ class where Park Chan-yeol was, holding the coat he had borrowed from her the previous night. The production team had already arranged for the transport logistics, so everyone merely needed to enter. However, even if Chen Cheng had the audacity, he would not dare to teleport carelessly. Who knew what awaited on the other side? Such a significant launch event would never be devoid of media presence. Even amidst the looming crises, they would rush in for the sake of acquiring major news. As Yi Chun passed the 7th floor, he encountered Lin Pei Pei, who was directing office staff in adjusting their workspace equipment. Initially, the three were skeptical, but when Li Qingyuan presented the evidence, they were instantly rendered speechless. They knew Li Qingyuan was talented, proficient in English, and had excelled in history, Yet, to receive such prestigious awards for real estate design was truly astonishing. As Lin Liang endeavored to harness every ounce of power within him to suppress the force of the Xiantian fire vein in his dantian, the power had already expanded from his core to engulf his entire being, burning like a fierce flame through his flesh, meridians, and bones. The two approached a nearby ATM, where Lin Yong inserted his card and clicked to check the balance. The hint of astonishment in the elder Wan Hua's tone filled Lin Feng with exhilaration. An existence capable of astonishing even the divine was undoubtedly of unimaginable worth. "No, we cannot rush in," Lin Yong exclaimed, yet before he could finish, the missile from Three-Eyed had already struck the air above my Lin. "Are you foolish? You slowed my speed with your electric light. Why didn't you retreat and chant your spell from a distance?" Mujifei shouted angrily. Each movement, a stretch, a retraction, a block, a thrust, encompassed the most primal and potent essence of sword intent. My mother endured great hardship. Shortly after my birth, my father passed away, and my sister was not yet 4 at that time. My mother toiled to raise us, and before she could enjoy any comforts, she left this world, Bai Gang said, his face reflecting sorrow. Su Shuasha furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, but refrained from inquiring as she noticed Qi Lin had not halted. "I am sorry, Hua Wu. I have caused you worry and suffering." Lu Yun spoke softly, his expression tender. "What about the adults they mentioned at the tea stall? Who is in control of the city lord mansion now?" Lin Zong asked repeatedly, an uneasy feeling beginning to stir within him. With his right hand raised, he swept his curved blade upwards, intercepting the long sword and deftly twisting it, trapping the sword's body within the curve of his blade. His left hand sliced downwards towards Yinlei's wrist. On the other side, the Demon King unleashed his full power, furiously burning through his demonic blood strength, reaching an extreme level of prowess, finally breaking free from the constraints of the star-killing formation and shattering the lethal weapon left behind by the Star Emperor. Tong Wei's gaze flickered as he raised a hand to block the incoming stones, lifting his head to meet the silent eyes of He Yu. Grasping a cosmic bag made from the hide of a gecko, filled with items necessary for spellcraft, I pushed open the door and stepped out, making my way into the school. However, perhaps Su Jitian's entrance was merely coincidental. It instantly overshadowed the two combatants in the martial arena, dimming even the brilliance of the spectators below, Fu Xiaosheng and the Star Emperor. Upon realizing this, Zhu Long desperately summoned the essence of his divine body to escape. But just as he had covered 100 meters, a terrifying force of suction surged from behind. Regrettably, the formidable fortress could not withstand the onslaught of the insectoid army. Crumbling under the hammer S, strike like a walnut without any suspense. "If you wish to leave, then go. This meager ambush means nothing. I would risk my life to rescue my father," Macao declared resolutely. Yu Chao nodded, unperturbed by the enemies trailing behind him. Shedding them would be a trivial matter. Conditions. Zhuge Haotian calmed himself, carefully pondering the implications of Ling Yun's words, clearly seeking to negotiate a benefit. This shift was even more perplexing to Landon than Helena's near-instantaneous betrayal. The ring, adorned with distinct bronze floral patterns, allowed him to summon a massive python from within its storage. Ling Yun expended 888 low-grade crystal stones to exchange for this agility technique, which he immediately enacted after learning it. While she busied herself with the transfer, Ning Yuan and Lu Xiangqin had already begun inspecting the raw materials, momentarily oblivious to Ning Xia's presence. Fortunately, during the previous visit to Yaowang Valley, I had acquired several life-preserving pills and with no time for proper treatment. Lin Shi hastily retrieved one, placing it into Qi Su's mouth before tossing him aside and once again directing her sword towards her target. The demon initially fixated on Babula, stealthily positioning itself by his side, becoming a core member of Babula's mercenary group. Simultaneously, the demon entangled itself with a somewhat powerful family that Babula had suppressed into a crisis, manipulating both Babula and the family. However, each blow from Li Qing caused immense pain to the creature, leaving it howling in agony. The two disciples riding on the azure eagle turned their heads and dove towards the ground, relaying this information upwards. I feel exhausted and drowsy. Yet there is always someone whispering in my ear, urging me not to sleep, compelling me to awaken, but I simply cannot rouse myself. Of course, I am here to chat with my godmother. Guo Yuqing smiled sweetly at me, seemingly unfazed by the fury reflected in my eyes. He nearly kissed her breathless before finally parting his lips, only to begin kissing her forehead, eyes, nose, chin, behind her ears, and down her neck with unwavering resolve. Tang Ro trembled, her face pale. She had recently become acquainted with the brutal nature of death battles, and the thought of Tang Zhan enduring such perilous struggles made her teeth clench as she fought to suppress her emotions. In a moment of contemplation, Yu Qiyuan decided to take a refreshing bath to regain her composure. She opened her wardrobe, grabbed a nightgown, and hurried into the bathroom. As she did so, she turned once more to engage the Qin Yo Tongzi, but this time her intentions shifted from combat to entanglement, as long as she could keep the opponent occupied. Her Soul Palace's overwhelming strength over the Dan Tower would ensure their victory in this encounter. The 5 representatives from the Ren Tian sect came to the Huangfang Kingdom, embodying the esteemed reputation of the Yuxian faction. Should the members of Yuxian be compelled to kneel before the emperor, it would tarnish the dignity of all cultivation sections. With the infusion of elemental energy, Ding Yang's cultivation level surged, propelling him into the realm of a 1-star dozone. He effortlessly dissipated the soul storm, eliciting a look of horror from the colossal visage of the Tianmu's soul, which gasped in astonishment. Dai Qin observed all of this, and with a huff, he dramatically flung aside the tent flap as he exited. "What is the matter with him?" Chen Ban inquired, perplexed, his mind wavering on whether to seize the opportunity to approach. Despite the tattered state of his robe, the man's robust physique bore no scars. "What is this?" Cliff stared incredulously at the stacks of letters Constantine had carelessly discarded on the table. Qin Sheng immediately pouted and revealed a knowing smile, prompting laughter from others as they noticed Wu Qingfang's unmistakable intentions. That should be the case. If it is indeed meant to capture powerful beings, it would be prudent to implement some form of restraint, Chu Feng mused thoughtfully. "Indeed, I misspoke. Let's enjoy some tea." Huang Fu Yi quickly poured a cup for Dongfang, he and another for Gumu. The lengthy duration of their efforts stemmed from their desire to mitigate risks, successfully exhausting those demons. Aside from a few fatigue fighters, no one suffered injuries. A formidable aura enveloped the globe, a manifestation of divine might, instilling a profound fear akin to that of mortals facing deities. After feeling somewhat troubled, Eve Hugo lost her focus on work, took her keys, and decided to seek out Nancy. Their relationship was amicable, and she sought Nancy's insight, as Nancy had known John the longest and could best comprehend his thoughts. Lu Ying's presence now exuded a much denser energy, entirely restrained, marking a stark contrast to Lu Tianming's previous encounter with him. This indicated a significant elevation in Lu Ying's cultivation level, and observing his serene demeanor only reinforced Lu Tianming's conviction in his assessment. Dong Huang clenched his fist tightly, contemplating whether to add something to the mix. However, the full-scale purge of the Bu family seemed rather satisfactory. Later, Old Roy encountered the common dilemma faced by all science players. The exorbitant shipping costs of the equipment he crafted rendered it impractical for use in the questing world. Her gaze bore no overwhelming affection nor desperation. It remained as tranquil as water, as if observing someone entirely unrelated to her. Just as humanity once studied composite armor, claiming its defensive capabilities surpassed those of homogeneous armor at equal thickness, the most formidable fortifications have never relied solely on such composite materials for protection. "Huh? Me?" Du Zhen was taken aback by the sudden remark, momentarily at a loss for words. "With Lin Daoyu present, there should be no significant issues, right? By the way, where is Lin Daoyu?" Peng Kong looked around, still hoping Lin Xian would join them in exploring the ancient tomb. Just as he felt a sense of relief, he noticed the second finger of the Ice Prince raised once more. Having failed to capture Zheng Yong personally, the prince must have been seething with pent-up frustration. He sought to vent his ire on the captured old steward, yet was reluctant to harm someone unskilled in martial arts, resulting in the steward being placed atop a tree to endure further discomfort. He possessed no actual swordsmanship. The earlier feat of evenly slicing fruit into 8 pieces was not accomplished in a single motion. The reality was that his shadow tendrils could shapeshift at will, forming a blade in the shape of a cross, which allowed him to achieve the neat division with a single decisive strike. Could this mountain wind be divine? How could something so unremarkable transform the mundane into the extraordinary? What made such an ostensibly plain comic so irresistibly captivating? After all, they were numerous and formidable. Their sheer presence could intimidate adversaries, especially with the elite fighters that Leopard brought along from the Qingfeng Hall. Eventually, Lucia and Ellie forbade Lada from engaging unless KL could not resolve the matter on her own. They were prepared to immediately intervene with magical bombardments to eliminate or scare off any approaching beasts. Who dares to draw a sword? Only I, General Fan, declared General Fan, whose angle and force in shooting were nothing short of artistry. A momentary miscalculation or a slight delay in the mechanism could result in casualties. No signal? Hu Tao furrowed her brow, recognizing that the specialized phones used by her department were far superior in performance and durability compared to regular consumer devices. Having watched Song Shiyu grow up, he knew that Song Shiyu was a person worthy of lifelong trust. If not for the timely notification from his second sister, Jing Shu might have lost her life. Lin Zhe's words were astutely precise. The foolish monarch's way of keeping vigil was met with indifference by Chao Feng, who subsequently donned a cheerful demeanor and joined the table where Lin and Zhao were seated. Meanwhile, Qian, who discreetly assembled his forces and headed toward the train occupied by Lin Sheng and his companions. A cross-shaped glimmer of blades advanced swiftly along its intended path, fixating on the recently pierced Hanzo Hattori. Miyamoto's sixth sense warned him that the latter would not be easily vanquished. Apophis nodded approvingly and unleashed a spell that struck Chaz directly. Chaz's soul was entirely confined by Apophis, and the prior incantation merely served to temporarily lift the confinement, allowing Chaz to awaken. Despite being ensnared by the spatial binding technique, Hong Hao could observe the entirety of the battle, rendered speechless as he recognized the familiar maneuver. He had seen it executed by an elder, specifically the spatial absolute technique of Elder by Nong, a hallmark of spatial magic's tangible manifestation. In the past, when the dark primordial force encountered the likes of the Demon Emperor and Demon Queen, or the adept at the 183rd Ascent Banquet, it was no exaggeration to say that they were left dazed, akin to Lin Daiyu, clutching their foreheads before collapsing to the ground as sustenance for others. Last night, the Moon Shield Mercenary Corps, after a relentless day of siege, suffered considerable losses among their sword and shield warriors, but ultimately captured the Waterpool Castle. Baron Goten resisted until the very last moment, only to be apprehended in the Lord's Hall of the inner city. In a secluded corner of the mountain's hollow, Tang Ling and Tangenshi watched as Yi Feng and others were teleported away. This suggested that the son of the Thunder King, King Byron, and even the current prince, might have inherited such terrifying powers from the Thunder King. Upon reaching 200 meters from the Black Bee base, Lin Tian paused. He did not intend to enter the base, but rather to reinforce a formation on its outskirts. I have a covenant with Count Indrida of Dumu City. Fade offered as a casual excuse to dismiss Barnes. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the center of the estate, drawing the attention of both Fade and Barnes. Whenever Hongxin Group had significant news, they would promptly notify local media, fostering a long-term collaboration. Initially, Unalise received recognition from Fantasi and officially took charge of Fantasi's management system, becoming its sole deity. This place would henceforth serve as Li Changbai's cultivation ground, designed to ensure his tranquility and solitude, free from disturbances. Ling Feng specifically instructed Li Rong to strictly forbid members of the Li family from entering the pharmacy garden. Not a single one of 10,000 phones could connect. Long Zizi asked incredulously. He would not personally contact Long Gu, having long considered Long Gu a latent adversary, despite Long Gu now being significantly more powerful than himself. Almost simultaneously, England trembled as the government scrambled to contain the depreciation of the pound. Keep it safe. This dragon crystal is a rare treasure, Ling Lu remarked, turning his gaze towards Zhong Baitao. instructing him to manage the aftermath of Salomon's affairs alongside Chu He and others. I internally scoffed, hoping he would care for Tang Ling, ensuring she would eventually cast him aside to feed the zombies. The individual behind this incident also required a warning, coincidentally, as he received a call from Sophia. Su Xia smiled shyly, initially believing that Gu Mu's comment was directed at her scar. However, just as she finished laughing, she heard the latter half of the statement. Shui Tianhu, like someone with experience, shared much with Yu Huang, who realized that Shui Tianhu was indeed correct and acknowledged his continued avoidance of the matter. Yet, he was uncertain if he could face Yuxi again, especially since he now had a wife. By the way, who is this gentleman? Yilan inquired of the person who had just approached alongside Ma Guangda. Miao Chima placed his wallet in Jiang Yimiao's bag for her to carry, while he cradled Do Ding as they exited. I initially intended to imitate his domineering manner and seal his lips with a kiss, wanting him to say nothing more. Ask no further questions. However, due to my blindness, even a kiss could lead to mishaps. I pressed firmly, colliding with his chin instead. Was this a kiss? It was more like a collision, and my lips and teeth ached. After Li Fan spoke, he clasped his fists towards the middle-aged man and then retrieved an inner elixir from a spirit beast of the golden core stage from his storage pouch, tossing it to the elder. Mo Chong could only vent his ire on the Huang family. As Ho Long said, he was powerless against the golden armor. The highest heretic disdainfully employed a mental shockwave to shake off Lane's large hand, retreating several steps to evade. When this matter was mentioned, and Mu reflected, lamenting that if Nian had married a few years later, circumstances might have been different. Although they occasionally exchanged sharp words, they never truly came to blows. Akin to water from different wells, not mingling. Compared to other legions, their treatment was worlds apart. Having grown up, Zhou now stood at a height of 1.87 meters, slightly taller than Ning Yun, and the family group was handed over from Ning Yun to Zhou. For the first time, all residents were permitted to step outside under such circumstances, with the city's defenses heightened to their utmost limits. Do you still want a kiss? At this moment, Lan Fei discovered problem. The middle part was slightly yellow, and it was only the width of 2 strands of hair, making it nearly imperceptible unless inspected closely. As midnight approached, a sudden drop in temperature left Fu Hu shivering in the cold, suffering from hunger and bleeding from his arrow wounds. Outside the house, his faint whimpers were heard by Yang Zi, who promptly awakened his grandfather to investigate who might be outside. Upon discovering Fu Hu, Yang Zi, unable to bear the sight, lifted him into the warmth of the house. "Why aren't you taking the money?" the young man shouted, only to notice Jiang Yan's hand, which had been rummaging through his pockets, had come to a halt. He looked up at Jiang Yan with an expression of lingering anticipation. Thus, ever since sensing the subtle yet palpable aura of hostility, Shen Hao activated his supreme techniques, seamlessly engaging his golden eyes. He must maintain an indifferent demeanor towards others. Only then might he have a chance of survival. Just as he was about to continue speaking to Ji Hui Sheng, a sharp cry of an eagle pierced the silence above. The pure spirit hall was distinct from other places. It was enveloped by a soul-covering membrane. Gao Yu, despite having encountered few reapers in his lifetime, emanated an enigmatic aura that left a lasting impression. "Are you implying that Uncle Liu deserves his fate?" Gu Sinan interrupted coldly, his tone laced with anger. The more he thought about it, the more he felt foolish for his earlier assumptions. Ling Er had disregarded her own safety in her quest for Yixing. How could she easily change her heart and treat other men kindly, as they had yet to leave the mountainous region? Engaging in battle under such unfavorable terrain was indeed ill-advised. Fan Lihua and Xuerengue made a resolute decision to set the mountain ablaze, using the inferno to hinder the advancing enemy, and then launch a counterattack against the reinforcements arriving from Jincheng, charging into the plains. Shen Wei playfully tapped his forehead, asserting that no amount of words could alter the truth. Sharpening one's skills was essential for effective labor, wasn't it? Only by nurturing his body could he study more effectively. Be good and focus on recuperating at home. She gently ruffled Shunju's hair. Her delicate hands waved gracefully, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the willow. Yet within the chaos, they surged like oil in a frying pan, creating a whirlwind of movement. Zhang Tianlei and a few men in black were momentarily stunned, allowing Gao Yang to seize the opportunity to grip both their necks, swiftly severing their arms with a mist and beginning to siphon their energy once more. Just as the leader was about to retrieve compensation from the mustard seed space, he felt a pang of embarrassment. All his prized possessions remained on the martial Dao Immortal Island, leaving him with only the materials he had gathered over the past millennium. Surely, he could not expect others to accompany him to the martial Dao Immortal Island for retrieval. The young man led Lu Lao and others to the central dividing wall, which was impressively tall, only slightly shorter than the peaks on either side, and the wall itself was robust, indicating the great leader's earnest efforts in its construction. The 500 local militia, upon witnessing the surrender of the Yellow Turban rebels to the government forces, ceased their assaults and approached Lu Tianhao to pay their respects. Now it's done. Everyone inside must be alarmed, right? Hurry, send me in. Lu Tianhao had no time to linger with Su Chu, for he could already hear the commotion in the courtyard. Bai Jiaojiao's pupils dilated as she gazed at Li Ling, her heart racing with anxiety. More importantly, an intense, tearing pain rendered him nearly incapacitated, yet he could not bear to leave Bai Jiaojiao's freezing form even for a moment. At that moment, Bai Jiaojiao's heart overflowed with joy, recalling how her assistant Qingqing had mentioned the time to her just before she went to the restroom. After a long while, having finished the red date soup prepared by Wu Ma, the doctor had also treated her foot injury. It just needed to swell down. However, it seemed that the techniques of the Zhongnan sword sect and other sword immortals within the system were somewhat comparable. After all, she had defeated Sun Bu'er before. What could be the reason? Are you awake? You all are awake? Yin Lao approached with delight, examining one person after another with great happiness. Following Long Hao's words, as soon as his foot pressed against the ground, the earth immediately caved in beneath him. Behind the mountain gate, Jing Qingyue stood on tiptoe, gazing at the vast army of the fire worshippers, her expression one of confusion. A sudden, sharp crack of a bone echoed, and Gu Zhong realized that the pain he anticipated did not manifest. Upon opening his eyes, he found a boy in black standing before him. After departing from the teleportation array, Li Yuyun and her companion strolled through Qichang for a while, purchasing a map of the Red Domain along the way. Wu Enki, of course, understood that he was the real body, yet the three of them observed for a while, still feeling an overwhelming sense of incongruity surrounding them. At that moment, the entire new earth was adorned in a manner reminiscent of ancient epics, bustling with throngs of people and busy figures, as if it were not he who had ascended to the throne, but rather these individuals before him who had claimed the empire for themselves. Your Majesty is wise. All the ministers present knew that Emperor Ling of Han valued wealth above all, so upon hearing him issue this command, they quickly scrambled to flatter him. Li's heart, which had initially sunk, now rose again. He had thought that the glorious amusement park in Gon City would resemble a majestic castle, yet it fell far short of his expectations. To his astonishment, these people exhibited such folly. Did they not realize how ridiculous their chosen path was? He could hardly fathom their complete lack of awareness, leaving Ellison at a loss for words. All right then, with a resigned sigh, Lu Qi retrieved the 7 stars cauldron from the empty box he carried and placed it on the ground. The empty box was indeed a marvelous object. Despite being in use for so long, its contents remained as pristine as when they had been placed inside. Wu Enki sighed inwardly. In terms of ambition, vision, and charisma, he could not hold a candle to Vicky. As it had been in the past, so it was today. Ying Lily turned her head, squinting her eyes as she leaned closer to Kato K, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon her. Revenge and natural disasters when speaking of the previous statements. Chu Shang deliberately emphasized the tone of his rhetorical question, only to later express himself with utter decisiveness. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ming suddenly understood. He had not anticipated that the founder of the Zhou Tianqing Palace would possess such audacity. However, unexpectedly, Di Jing turned his face suddenly and bit down on his finger with a ferocity that seemed to draw upon all his strength, severing it and spitting it onto the ground. And Qi did not catch the suit. It slipped past her chest and fell to the floor. She dashed forward, arms wide open, to embrace Shuoling. He stepped back, gazing incredulously at Luo Mingxia. Yet what he beheld was not her, but merely the space she occupied. 3 submachine guns, each unleashing a barrage of fire at a staggering rate of 800 rounds per minute, created a terrifying net of bullets before the flying serpent. Now, the 60-year deadline had arrived once more, yet Feng Qingxue had vanished without a trace. Which was why Feng Fulu was so anxious to locate the whereabouts of the Fortune Golden Dragon. Although the remains of an A-class exotic beast are indeed a valuable resource, Qinqi's storage space was limited. The judges were well aware of this, having spent an entire afternoon together combating monsters, thus possessing a deep understanding of their companions' capabilities. Upon visiting the funeral home, the hall was entirely deserted. Han Kaiyun and the Su family had not reappeared, save for Su Wanqi, who knelt there, and the elderly butler who stood nearby, wiping his tears. Since Bai Muxiue was not in the mood to converse, Lin Feng chose to remain silent. Finding solace in the quietness of their meal, fearing that excessive chatter might deepen her discontent. As Su Wanqi spoke, her voice betrayed her tears. She had never believed in such matters, yet for Wang Sudong, she had nearly transformed her entire being. In terms of superpowers, there was no substantial enhancement. Aside from the continuous fusion of the word is law ability with the superpower crystals, leading to an increase in energy magnitude, there were no significant changes akin to evolution in her abilities. Then suffer in silence. I will not engage further, Lin Feng remarked with a resigned shake of his head, turning towards Bai Muxiue's location. Chu Nanfeng found Su Jinxiu's attitude towards their correspondence particularly peculiar. If suspicion arose, this letter could serve as a critical breakthrough. It was precisely for this reason that Long Fei grew even more perplexed, pondering how that minute of Buddhist light had illuminated the relic tower. She rummaged through her belongings all morning and astonishingly unearthed a wrought-tan bed. Yushi stared at the bed in contemplation, her memories muddled. When had she placed such an item in Hainari? Cradling the glaring decree that could blind the unsuspecting, Lu Yunyun suddenly realized that she was on the verge of marriage. Subsequently, amidst a cacophony of screams, he departed, leaving Tang Ruiyao blushing in embarrassment. I turned slightly to smile at him, lost in the tranquility of this peaceful existence. He was my husband, and naturally, I wished to grow old with him in serenity. Though he held the esteemed title of emperor and had numerous concubines, I dared not wish for too much, yet I longed for the simplicity of a life shared as ordinary spouses, until our hair turned white. Gao Changong's expression was as cold as ice, his dark eyes fixated on the individual before him, his words devoid of any concession. Mufeng, horrified, hastily retracted his palm's power, disregarding the potential backlash this action might incur, his hands poised to strike the chest of Yinglong. Just as his right palm was about to make contact, he redirected it, halting the full force of his strike. Though the resulting gust of wind lifted Yinglong's robe slightly. With cautious determination, he chose a path and maintained his initial mindset throughout, untroubled and unyielding as he pressed forward. Fu Yuanzhou embodied this spirit. Having closed one chapter of his life, he was unwilling to repeat the same mistakes in the next. Mo Zhai's piercing gaze of accusation left Mu Feng momentarily stunned. Why was this elder regarding him so intently, as if he were the wayward brother of ill repute? Soon, the figures of Badroff and his companions gradually became visible, revealing the aftermath of the recent battle and the disheveled state of the demon eyes. Zhou Minheo chuckled softly, seizing the opportunity to plant a kiss on Lu Yunyun's cheek while she was distracted, and laughed heartily at her furious glare. Shen Linfeng drew the Qing Shuang sword, clearing away the surrounding weeds and dead branches. In no time, a clearing measuring 10 feet square emerged, with wooden stakes protruding from each corner. Unless one acknowledges that the power of appreciation far outweighs the desire for devaluation, this was the opportunity Qin Jiong had discovered for Wang Nuo. The mischief of the old man Ling Jian was busy managing affairs at Yuhua Tower, intending to minimize the impact of Ling Yaxian's incident of falling into the water. Zhua Lengchan dispatched Fei Bin and Liu Bai under the pretext of colluding with the elder Chu Yang of the Sun and Moon Divine cult, and they exterminated Lu Zhongfeng's entire family. Yang Jian cast a glance towards Su Mengyue, but upon realizing it was indeed her, he refrained from any reaction. At that moment, the phone that Ponpon's father was using for a live broadcast fell to the ground. The next instant, the emotionally agitated man collapsed heavily, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Bada Ku, being the protagonist's father and a legendary creator, seemed to have vaguely grasped some rudimentary control over his energy. It appeared that everything was becoming exceedingly fragile, yet he found himself increasingly bewildered. In the midst of conversation, Yin Shi's large hand extended, condensing spiritual energy to capture a spirit phoenix, which he crushed, causing golden shards to disperse. Deng Qing, Chao Pengfei, and others swiftly took action, and within moments, they collectively dispelled the spiritual beast. Classmate Wang Zhu, why do you seem to not recognize me? Qi Linlin said with a cheerful smile, laced with a hint of teasing. Gung Yin huffed in anger, shouting, "Be quiet." His voice thundered like a storm, silencing the crowd. In terms of offense, he should be more than capable of overpowering Ling Chun. Although not as swift, it was nearly impossible for Ling Chun to inflict harm upon him with such speed. Bloodwolf, how about I take a shot just to test? I promise not to aim for your head. Songya turned his head, casting a jealous glance at Tang Yi. Ji Shi and her companion were highly skilled. Thus, even without sustenance, they could outlive ordinary individuals by a significant margin. However, this duration was limited, with merely 10 days left for Ji Shi. Su Qingsno felt increasingly anxious as the crowd of onlookers grew, instinctively gravitating closer to Xiao Yi. Reaching out to grasp his hand tightly. While engaged in his live stream, Xiao Yi keenly noticed Su Qingsno's gaze, and he looked up, offering her a smile and a discreet wave. A quarter of an hour later, upon seeing Jiang Zhanyu's complexion no longer ashen and her breathing steadying, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Long Yanran approached with concern, saying, "They have given you a precious opportunity. If you accept it without a hint of guilt, it will be rather amusing." Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and the door swung open as Bert and Tasm entered. As Jiang Yu collapsed, she noticed her brother rushing over, his face etched with worry and panic, and her tightly clenched fists unconsciously relaxed. The assembly erupted in a chorus of angry shouts, with some vigorous young nobles even contemplating rushing the podium to directly confront Chen Zixing. However, a squad of royal guards surged in from outside, driving them back. Chen Zixing regarded the chaotic assembly with a disdainful smirk. Previously, only light factories had been activated, which could only produce limited lightweight equipment, such as combat vehicles and aircraft. Constructing larger apparatuses, like command platforms, was impossible here. Biomaterials increased in hardness the instant an attack struck. When the thread struck, it immediately penetrated a breach. Fortunately, it was merely a hole, and the reinforced wing did not tear apart. Amidst this series of attack alerts, Chun Yin's assault remained unrestrained. He thrust his spear upward, then brought it crashing down. With this motion, the previously wailing stocky man fell silent. Such an ability would compel any force to willingly submit to him. Those who followed would thrive, while those who opposed would meet their demise. Thus, the expert from the 10,000 Horses Society, although capable of blocking Chen Yin's devastating move, would feel a chilling aura penetrate his being with each clash of sword and palm. "Master, have you already entered the 8th transformation of the Breaking Heaven change?" The Broken Heaven sword inquired anxiously. "Cough. After all this commotion, I still do not know who your husband is," the sect leader awkwardly admitted. Indeed, how could one ascertain the truth when ignorant of even the name of another spouse? At this juncture, one might wonder how individuals who frequently cohabited could fail to recognize each other. Thus, at this moment, Chun Yin, a formidable Death Knight lord, found himself devoid of even a suitable venue for a grand banquet. It would be absurd to hold a meeting with the kingdom's envoy in the town hall. Fong Li shook his head. "I came to see you. Do you not realize how beautiful you are?" Upon uttering those words, he immediately felt it was inappropriate. As they bore a hint of jest, he hoped Lena would not comprehend, for if she did, it would be mortifying. Nangon Changyun scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Finding no one else, he swiftly approached the thin man, exhaling a breath that rendered him unconscious, then deftly struck pressure points, causing the man to collapse rigidly to the ground. Li Si sighed helplessly, No one had anticipated such events. They exceeded his imagination and left him profoundly astonished. Ultimately, when the other party and sect leader Yu Luchin faced tribulation together, they surprisingly forfeited their imminent ascension to immortality, risking their lives to save the sect leader Yu Luchin from failure, resulting in their own tragic demise and earning the respect of everyone in the sect. We were deeply loved even before we understood what love meant. Perhaps, in time, we shall comprehend, Yin Ling said, gently patting Ganlan's shoulder, her gaze filled with compassion. In the initial phase, I must trouble you to endure a bit longer. Once the foreign agency rights are secured, we should be able to gather some allies. Mo Tian analyzed the current situation, addressing Lin Feng. In the impoverished district, where homes fashioned from discarded vehicles and rusted metal sheets stood, the contrast to the alloy houses of the affluent was stark. The paint was peeling, revealing the decay beneath. The sweet potato, unable to be preserved for long, served merely as a supplementary food source, yet it could still enhance the living conditions of the people in Hongdong County. The intensity of blood and valor grew, rendering the military might formidable. An army of 10,000, even of equal rank, could easily vanquish double the number of adversaries. Despite the imposing stature of the skeletal warriors, they left ample space for Lake Xuan to navigate through the corridor, allowing for a much-needed relaxation of the taut nerves that had been strained for nearly a year. Although he had initially refrained from using his celestial eye, as it was deemed disrespectful to others, the urgency of the moment compelled him to do so, casting a radiant light upon the elder, who immediately appeared formidable. As the bandits receded into the distance, the surrounding ghouls craned their necks, glancing at the retreating figures and occasionally turning to Locke, their impatience palpable. Zhao Shui had witnessed her brother's stubbornness before. He had once clashed with their father over her university aspirations. His demeanor, though seemingly gentle, harbored an unyielding nature. She realized that her words would have little effect, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. The brief separation had intensified their feelings, igniting a fervor that surpassed previous encounters, culminating in an overwhelming display of passion the day before. However, the other guards were less fortunate. The Dashika army was well organized, with ranks of heavy infantry leading the charge while ordinary soldiers provided support, and crossbowmen swiftly occupied the ramparts and watchtowers to gain a vantage point. Fan Yixiao's words left Huijue in a trance. Yet, feeling a sense of discontent, Huijue commandeered the corporeal vessel and proceeded to a nearby grave. Striking it forcefully with his palm, the grave shattered, and a corpse erupted from within. The purity of Luo, Yi, and Qing Ling was so pronounced that they could easily be mistaken for the divine embodiment of the Azure Dragon, a rarity indeed. Lin Xian eagerly awaited the summons from Lei Luoyin, understanding that the immediate priority was to continue his cultivation. Only by extending his life could he hope to spend more time with her. Lucy, would you be willing to become my sister? The goddess of nurture approached Lucy, expressing her intention to bestow upon her the title of the goddess of modesty, henceforth referring to one another as sisters. After a considerable time, the entourage heard the sound of movement from within the room. Blake was donning his boots, the thud resonating as he entered, clutching the painting he had taken from the wall. 20 years prior, Shun Aihua's father had served as my guard, sacrificing his life to shield me from assailants at the border. At that moment, Chun Weijia was pushing his limits, performing better than ever. Yet he found himself up against Lin Xian. Upon entering the village, the desolation of this oasis became even more apparent. Just as he was about to retire for the night, a faint knock at the door interrupted him, likely a delivery from Tushier. Once the door closed, footsteps approached slowly. Facing Han Xian's fierce gaze, the general dared not breathe, bowing his head to avoid eye contact. Consequently, a tragedy unfolded. Gao Wanxiu, upon witnessing Han Xian's actions, grew furious and refused to acknowledge him, leaving Han Xian in bewilderment, oblivious to the reason for her ire. Despite his renown, he lacked substantial power and resources, his volatile temperament and a history of conflict leaving him a mere pawn after years of service. Discontent with his superior's misdeeds, he ultimately resorted to banditry and, after much turmoil, sought refuge at Wang Gang's stronghold. As Yin Yu wisely stated, one should focus on their own responsibilities, leaving the resolution of matters above to those in authority, provided they do not err. Rest assured, I simply wish to converse with you and will not impose. I shall await you tonight. Fu Junyi softened his tone. Yet, his meticulously crafted scheme to catch a thief fell flat. Suli did not engage in the eloquent rebuttal he expected, but rather confessed outright. His aura was fearsome, cloaked in darkness, his gaze like lightning in the night, closing the distance in mere moments. Chun Fei lamented his own blindness for having aligned himself with such a morally ambiguous master. However, any attempts at explanation were futile now. The so-called lady seemed utterly oblivious to the presence of someone trailing behind her, as she briskly entered a seemingly respectable household. The gatekeeper appeared to call out to her, addressing her as Miss Xia, yet she paid him no heed. Qi Jiaoyi, having weathered many storms in the Imperial harem, recognized that Qinglan's ability to capture both the emperor's and the empress's hearts was a rarity indeed. Just tell me why you wish to cleanse the incense. Qiu Shiliang interrupted Du Fury, who, despite concealing her anxiety and urgency, cast her gaze toward the door, clearly uninterested in hearing Lin Yang's defense. The layout of the Duke of Qin's residence was exceedingly clear. Navigating through its various sections necessitated passing through multiple doors, from the back courtyard where the Duke's family resided, to the servant quarters, and finally to this location, all of which were patrolled diligently. Speaking aloud would cause one's true energy to leak, potentially leading to a catastrophic rupture of their dantian. The whirlwind of fine sand and dust lasted but a brief moment before tranquility returned. Everyone then lowered their sleeves and opened their eyes, finding the sky still a brilliant blue and the sun shining brightly, as if the previous gust had merely been a collective illusion. Upon entering the realm of the Divine King, having endured the trials of the physical body, one could manifest profound patterns through the integration of the Dao with their flesh. Yao Yao felt uplifted as she witnessed unfamiliar netizens rallying to her defense, her large eyes curving into crescent moons of joy. One half of the visage before her was that of her familiar wife, while the other half bore the countenance of a stranger, pale and ghastly, marred by horrific corpse-like spots and decaying flesh. The anticipated gathering at 8 o'clock had now stretched into 9, yet the esteemed teacher Wu Tiao Wu had yet to make an appearance. He was a distinguished elder from the Zhang clan among the 72 surnames, while Di Longxian, despite being a prodigy within the Xuantiang dynasty, was merely a martial practitioner within the legacy of the true immortal. As Yi Yun pondered, a faint voice broke the silence. Chun Jinxing emerged from the shadows, head bowed and clad in tattered garments. Meow, meow, meow. The cat's amber eyes narrowed suddenly, transforming into a model of obedience. Previously, when speaking, there was a sense of shame. Now, as Wei Chui uttered those words, he wished nothing more than to elevate his head to the heavens. Yang Qian, emerging from the restroom, happened upon this scene and couldn't help but marvel at how Su Qian had such a wonderful husband, wondering why she had never boasted of him. The elder Taoist of the Azure Dragon observed the departing figures, unable to fathom what would unfold atop Xinyuan Peak that day. Let it be so. Lu Junxin sat on the sofa, his agitation evident as he toyed with a cigarette. While other nations might fear the same beheading tactics, Ling Jioshuan, being a solitary figure, felt no trepidation of retribution. She failed to notice the moment she finished speaking. Ji Xiaobei's expression visibly stiffened, revealing a complex sentiment. Although Gu Yifeng and Chu Lingxue said nothing, their expressions mirrored the same urgency and desire to uncover the unfolding events. Despite having no particular bond with Luo Shui, Lu Qianni still relished the envy and jealousy directed toward him by the multitude. The Rolls-Royce emitted a prolonged sound before coming to a stop just a few paces away from me. What did you say? Such a thing exists? Upon hearing this news, the black-hearted tiger instantly sprang from the sofa, his expression frozen in disbelief. As Su Rubeo's romantic strategist, Su Ziqing was deeply invested in her romantic progress. This not only failed to demonstrate Li Fuling's regard for herself, but conversely revealed that she had not given the matter much thought. Observing Su Xing lost in contemplation, Bloody Mary mistakenly believed that her injury had stirred the man's emotions. Ma Yintan was less than 350 miles from Hami, with an increasing expanse of greenery appearing on the horizon. However, being autumn, the vegetation leaned toward deep green and even yellowing. When the first village of Hami came into view for the vanguard of the Western expedition, the army erupted in cheers akin to a landslide. In Outhin's eyes, the opposing party was merely posturing, thus he readily acquiesced. To retreat would only play into their hands. Just as Zhang Wei was momentarily distracted, old Li spoke again, his expression remaining impassive, yet his tone carried an implicit challenge. Do you inherently favor men? However, to assist the team in clinching the FA Cup, one must depart from here. Truly, Zhang Zhe is reluctant to leave, yet he is neither indecisive nor swayed by external pressures. He has long been prepared to confront the tempest that follows his announcement of transfer. Even if a few slip through the cracks, they will become a sumptuous feast for the Sea King, and he no longer needs to worry about it. Huh, do you think I would believe your nonsense? Ruanji Shui's gaze was filled with derision, and she intentionally spat as she spoke. The youth entered and shed his garments. Beneath his haughty facade lay a tapestry of scars. In the absence of outsiders, his expression morphed into one of agony and struggle. After a brief moment, Xiao Rushi's stamina had returned to its peak condition, prompting him to erupt into a fit of wild laughter. It was Qi Dai had grown accustomed to his gentle words directed at her, yet she was taken aback to discover he could be so frigid with others. I am willing, yet I cannot believe it. Gazing at the handsome face so close, her cheeks flushed. She pondered whether she had ever dreamt of a future where she was the sole confidant of her master, the only one in his heart. To one side stood the forces of the battle sect, led by their divine child, Su Chun, whose gaze was as radiant as the stars, exuding vitality and an aura as sharp as a blade, suggesting profound mastery. Doctor, what exactly is wrong with her? Su Wangu anxiously inquired of the doctor clad in white, beads of sweat forming on his brow due to his urgency. At this moment, the sun descended toward the horizon, around 5 o'clock, while the domestic clock struck 11 at night, with most people already lost in slumber. Yet, the live stream retained an astounding viewership of over a million. Here, common knowledge had entirely lost its validity. In this realm, any unfathomable event could transpire. Lu Qi, you cannot escape. Zhang Yin smirked coldly. If he allowed Lu Qi to flee, he would have no place in this world. Spread the word, surround the camp. Do not let anyone slip away. The rest, follow me. His loyal confidants followed, those who would remain silent even if he were to slay Lu Qi and Lu Biao. I am truly sinister, representing all the physical education teachers of First High School in HZ City. Here, I bow to Director Miao, with a sincere expression. Zhen Yinxian relished the flattery he